Hello everyone, I'm very glad that you listened to my story. Please give me a follow and like the video if you enjoyed it. Feel free to comment and provide feedback so I can improve the sound quality. Yes, we invite you to listen to part 4 of the series. Chapter 121, Vibrant. VES completely forgot about the festive cloud generator. The quick forge system he used in Lemar didn't include the decorative component in its catalog. Even if it did, he didn't want to waste any time trying to incorporate a component with next to zero combat application. Even if it's useless, it still looks cool. Local mech culture out here in the Rim frowned upon a lack of professionalism. Mechs were vital weapons of war and their exterior should reflect their bloody purpose. That was why Vincent Rickland's codpiece sporting mech had been so widely derided. Somehow, his frequent use of the festive cloud generator got a pass. In most mock-ups, his mechs were usually displayed with the generator turned off. This made his mechs appear more sober than they actually were. Only when a pilot bought the mech did they realize their mech emitted colored smoke from various parts of their mechs. Since the smoke only made them look cooler, hardly anyone complained. Before he incorporated the generator, VES first had to define his mech. An imaginary character called the instructor acted as his inspiration. He thought about bestowing his variant with the same name. No, that won't work. He shook his head. It not only sounds boring, it will give my customers the mistaken impression that it is a mech meant to be piloted by teachers instead of students. How could he come up with a name that reflected the instructor's values while making his mech attractive to the young? The instructor fed the flames of passion in his youth, using it to accomplish many feats. Though age has tempered the fire, it continued to kindle, ready to flare up when called to battle. The man was old in temperament but young in heart. Young blood. The name came out of nowhere, but it described the instructor's drive. Even after achieving immortality, he never stopped advancing his swordsmanship. Besides conforming nicely with his mental image, the name should also appeal to the target segment. As a business owner, VES knew the importance of a good name. Great marketing began with an attractive product. Many potential customers might only ever encounter his products when they stumble upon their names. Having a great name made it a little more likely that they clicked on it in order to learn more. From there, VES could employ many other methods in order to increase his sales. By mentioning blood, VES was obliged to incorporate its color to his mech. He did it in an understated way by coating the young blood in a plain metallic color which was traditional to knights. He merely sneaked in a subtle reflective sheen in red. In order to break up the monotonous appearance, VES added golden decorative streaks around the torso. He was careful not to overdo it. The only part he spent more effort on was the variant's large, round shield. He painted a stylized lotus flower in yellow onto its surface. Why a lotus? VES imagined the instructor loved to watch over the lotus flowers in the Imperial Palace's gardens. The flower stood for serenity, which might be a strange thing to include onto a shield meant to bash enemy mechs. VES merely wanted to add something that looked good. The meaning wasn't important. With this addition, VES picked 2 different locations to include a festive cloud generator. He attached a small-sized module to the shield. After rearranging its rim, VES programmed the shield to emit a large quantity of yellow smoke whenever the young blood enhanced its shield bash. By limiting the emission to the moment of impact, VES was able to drastically reduce the size of the additional module. He did not want to go through another round of testing and simulation in order to properly integrate the generator. He also installed a pair of cloud generators in the legs. Just like the shield, the generators only activated when the mech was about to perform a burst dash. He dyed the smoke in red this time in order to give his mech an impressive streak from behind. After finishing the aesthetics of his design, VES finally put down all of his work. It's time to face the piper. Go ahead, system. Hit me with your report. Design evaluation, Young Blood. Variant name, HPL 100S Young Blood. Base model, Hoplite HPL 100P. Original manufacturer, Lindholm Armament Company. Recommended role, Knight. Endurance, A-. Energy efficiency, B-. Firepower, D. Integrity, B. Mobility, D-. Spotting, E. X-factor, C. Deviance, 70%. Performance improvement, 23%. Cost efficiency, plus 7%. Overall evaluation, the young blood is an affordable variant that retains much of its durability while benefiting from increased flexibility. A comprehensive rework of all of its systems has raised many of its parameters. A largely coherent thread of X-Factor suffuses the entire design. This is all the more impressive when the inspiration to the X-Factor consists of a single mech designer's idle fantasy. You have received 100 design points for completing an original design with a performance improvement of over 10%. Yes. VES rose from his chair. I succeeded. My X-Factor has reached a score of C. Though it fell short of the C+ that VES had reached with the Mark Antony and the Unicorn, those mechs came about in very special circumstances. It wasn't easy for VES to feel all fired up. He was content with finding the way to reach the range of CS when working on routine designs. The relatively high score also validated his assumption that the X-Factor was not limited to physical constraints. At least, up to this point. VES still consciously limited his imagination to myths that were larger than men, but less than gods. I don't want to find out what will happen if I take the old Christian God as my inspiration. I really don't want to open that particular can of worms. VES also achieved a 20% performance improvement without making use of expensive gadgets. He only brought in a ready-made sword to replace the spear. This was an incredible milestone, and one that VES expected to surpass in the future. The 600 DP reward came at a very nice time. The 3 weeks of slogging and maintaining his focus handsomely paid off. VES only lamented that he was only a couple of DP short of reaching 2000 DP. Come on system, don't be such a tease. I deserve a treat. 2/3 of your design's improvements is attributed to updating an outdated mech with modern techniques. The performance increase that can be traced to your own original solutions is significantly smaller. Remember, you must study hard, but the only way to reach the pinnacle is to walk your own road. He bent over his head in defeat. The system was heartless as ever. It's true that I copied and pasted from many other sources. I shouldn't be too proud with my design. After regaining some of his mood, he logged into Iron Spirit. VES imported the design to Iron Spirit and started fabricating a copy in the game's virtual workshop. Due to his extensive familiarity with his own design, VES had no trouble with building up the virtual mech, even while maintaining his concentration. He imagined bringing an incarnation of the instructor to life. How will he react to coming into life in a virtual game simulation? Will he be happy to experience new things? Will he be sad that he will give up control over his own body? Perhaps he might find joy in guiding the young and eager pilots who enter his cockpit. Unlike his previous inspirations, the instructor was his sole creation. He became invested in its myth to the point of treating it like a living person. For a time, the line between reality and fantasy seemed blurred. Only when VES finally finished the fabrication process did he wake from his fugue. That's a little weird. What was I thinking? He spent less time fabricating the mech than he thought. It only took a full day instead of the 2 days he originally budgeted. Despite the expedited process, the game did not detect any faults when VES finalized its build. He didn't forget to add a gold label inside the cockpit before he did so. He configured the design settings so that it would turn into silver when he let Iron Spirit sell a duplicated copy of the variant. VES did not want the gold label to proliferate too much. VES entered the market interface and set the prices to both the gold label and silver label mechs. Different from last time, he did not use the minimum possible floor price but instead added a small profit margin to both products. It didn't matter to the gold label because only one existed, but it represented a fairly different positioning to the silver label mechs. Basically, VES thought his young blood was good enough to deserve such a price. It also made more sense to charge this much. If he continued to hold on to bargain bin pricing, then his customers would subconsciously assume his mechs only performed as good as all the other trash mechs in this price segment. He still wanted to earn as much DP as possible. That hadn't changed at all. VES merely followed good business sense by managing the perception of his products. Just as he was about to release his variant to the virtual market, he paused. This isn't a casual product. This is my first public design since coming back from Limar. There should be some fanfare involved with the debut of this design. VES turned away from the market interface and instead pulled up his comm. He placed a call to his mech broker. VES. Marcella yawned as she looked up from her digital paperwork. Have you finished the rework? No, I haven't started yet on updating the Mark Antony. I'm calling you because I want your help in publicizing my latest virtual design. VES sent over the young blood spec sheet along with some other data. He briefly explained why he spent time on a virtual design to begin with. Of course, he only limited his reasons to familiarizing himself with the knight archetype and to follow the current market trend for practice mechs. Marcella did not need to know about his need to earn design points. I see. While it isn't conventional, I can see how we can spin it in a positive direction. However, you should be aware that marketing your variant comes at a significant cost. How much? Give me an estimate, please. The woman tapped her finger against her firm lips. For a knight variant with this level of performance, it's best if you hold a local advertising campaign. You don't have the specs to attract a lot of customers outside the Republic. The only thing you have going for is sympathy for local entrepreneurs. How much? VES repeated, feeling a bit uneasy with the way Marcella prefaced her explanation. The short answer? Around 20 million credits for a week-long exposure campaign in Bentheim. Anything less will only get drowned by the bulk of other messages floating constantly in the air. 1 week just to push out the name of his variant? No. Can't you offer anything cheaper? Well, you can also make use of Iron Spirit's internal advertising channels. Again, if you want to penetrate past the noise, you will need to put up a significant upfront investment, say 5 million credits a day. No wonder VES achieved nothing the last time he used the game's internal advertising function. He might as well be throwing money into an ocean. Ahem, if you aren't aware, my earnings won't be very much even if I sell thousands of virtual mechs. VES patiently explained. To say nothing of earning useless in-game gold currency. I don't see any reason why I should spend millions of credits on some overblown ads that will only last a week at most. Marcella shrugged, as if she didn't care. Advertising works a lot better than you think, but I can understand your reluctance. Considering your current finances, it's better if you hold off on any mass marketing. Do you have a more affordable alternative? I only need to put the word out for my design. It doesn't need to be anything fancy. The mech broker paused for a bit. Her eyes brightened as she found a good solution. I got it. You're a newsworthy mech designer, you know that. Do you know what that means? The news sites want to interview you. VES hadn't thought of that at all. She had a point. As one of the 3 extremely rare winners of the Limar Open competition, the Republic should be curious about his story. Alright, that's a good idea, and also costs nothing on my end. I don't know the best news organizations, so can you arrange a couple of interviews on my behalf? I can do that easily, but it's best you only pick one venue to do your interview. These news sites are rather attached to exclusivity. It's the only way they can one-up the competition. In exchange, the news sites will push the interview to a more prominent place on their pages and broadcasts. Since VES had no clue how the news industry worked, he followed her recommendation. She had never steered him wrong so far. All right, Marcella. Let's go with an exclusive if you think that's best. Right now, I mainly want to establish my brand. I'll go make some calls and come back to you within a day. Goodbye. Chapter 122, Interview. While VES waited for Marcella to arrange an interview, he met up with Dietrich. The mech pilot finally sent him a subtle message that he succeeded in finding a buyer for the blackmail material they dug up at the abandoned base. Dietrich embraced VES in a hearty hug with almost crushing force. VES. Good to see you again. Let's go inside. They entered a dingy little restaurant in downtown Freslin owned by the Whalers. VES was leery of discussing sensitive matters in the middle of the city, but Dietrich insisted. The cloud burgers here are the best on the planet, he said as he vigorously ordered a couple of burgers for them both. And I'm not saying that because we own the property. After a minute of settling down, Dietrich reported his results. I've been putting the word out in the black market. It's been a little slow in spreading due to the need of staying discreet. I've finally found a single buyer who expressed interest in buying what we have on hand. That's good, right? What kind of price are they offering? The mech pilot pressed his lips. The anonymous buyer is offering 35 million credits. Considering the extremely expensive gear they found in the abandoned base, that was a remarkably low price. Whoever built that base must be swimming in money. Extorting 1 billion credits was not out of the realm of possibility. There aren't any other takers. Dietrich shook his head. It's a matter of credibility. Anonymous sellers don't have much credibility in the black market. It's all about building a rep or getting to know someone who already has a rep. I'm just a fish in a pond of sharks. There's also the fact that only one of those sharks have taken the bait. He's basically setting the price. I don't know if the big boys are colluding to press down the price, but yeah, that's basically what's going on. No one else has expressed any interest in our data even after weeks had passed. We either take the existing offer or leave it. The only upside to the trade is that the buyer wants to remain anonymous as much as us. They weren't obliged to accept the lowball offer. Yet VES did not wish to hang on to dangerous material any longer than necessary. Our safety is our highest priority. Getting rid of the dirty ledgers will deflect any potential attention away from us. The buyer might be offering peanuts, but he's also taking over all of the risks. Let's accept the offer. Since Dietrich didn't benefit from the sale, he merely shrugged and promised to finish the transaction within the week. As they ate their burgers, VES asked how his gang had fared so far in their salvage operation. My father staked a solid claim on the site. There's been a few opportunists who've tried to dislodge the whalers, but they all backed off when they saw our numbers. The mercs didn't expect us to bring over half our entire manpower. We entrenched the hell out of the surrounding area. If they whalers managed to strip down the base and extract every piece of scrap, they stood poised to earn an enormous windfall. VES predicted that the whalers would quickly invest their money in mechs and fortifications. The recent unrest has made every local power wary. They gathered their strength and waited for the other shoe to drop. After finishing their burgers, which VES admitted tasted pretty good, they went their separate ways. Recent troubles prompted VES to visit the branch office of Sanyal Ablin Security Services. Miss Robin's exotic beauty greeted him with a professional smile. Good afternoon, Mr. Larkinson. Are you here to talk about your security arrangement with us? Yes. While I don't have the funds to pay for additional services on hand, I still wish to upgrade my current security setup. I am sure a man of your status has no problem paying the bill. Robin replied and summoned up a projection that displayed a selection of security services. We have an internal assessment of the likely threats you and your assets may face. From this, we have generated a number of optimized security packages at different price points. Please take a look. VES currently contracted their CyberRobo service for just 500,000 credits a month. This might be adequate to a low-value local business, but for an up-and-coming mech workshop it was wholly inadequate. He planned to spend most of his upcoming windfall on comprehensively upgrading his security. He skipped the cheapest package worth 5 million credits and the most expensive one at 50 million credits. He settled instead for the middle option valued at 25 million credits a year. Tell me more about the Strategic Reserve Service. This package is a great and cost-effective security solution tailored to facilities of strategic importance in the event of a raid. While it is not meant to clash head-on against a committed invasion force, it is nonetheless capable of fending off opportunistic raids. We do this by placing enough deterrents around your premises to scare off any would-be robbers. SAS mainly accomplished this by installing a number of fixed defenses, from anti-air turrets to anti-mech cannons. A permanent detachment of 3 security officers managed the entire security grid. A bolstered force of security bots handled all of the regular patrols, both indoors and outdoors. A dedicated guard officer from SAS kept an eye on bots in case they glitched or got hacked. His workshop's cybersecurity also received a comprehensive upgrade. SAS would take the initiative to dig a secure hardwire connection deep underground that connected his workshop to the security company's planetary mainframe. As long as the connection stayed intact, his digital assets benefited from the personal attention to the best cybersecurity professionals in the Republic. Overall, the security package checked almost every box. VES only missed an actual mech standing guard. The company only started offering mech patrols at much higher price points. With no other choice, VES signed on to the plan and promised to transfer the 25 million credits within the month. In the meantime, Robin arranged the upcoming upgrades and construction work to his workshop. You should start seeing some of our men by tomorrow. They'll be measuring the land and planning the placements of our turrets. The real work will start as soon as we ship in the required materials from Bentheim, which may take up to 5 days. While VES spent as much as the price of a commercial mech, he got a lot in return. He did not have to worry about any assassins or sabotage for at least a year. Hopefully no one found out he still harbored forbidden research in his comm. He returned to his workshop and took a much-needed break. He checked his hibernating pet and thought Lucky should almost be done with his transformation. The glowing blue ball had grown dim. VES looked forward to the day he reunited with his lazy cat. Later that day, Marcella finally called back. She sure worked fast. I threw your name into the lake and reeled in some nosy fish. I've got a selection of 3 different news organizations that have expressed interest in conducting an exclusive interview with you. That sounded pretty good to VES. Tell me about them all. The first to respond is the Bentheim Mech Affairs. It's the 3rd largest news portal in our local area, though its influence is minimal elsewhere. It's a strong local organization that I've got a good relationship with. If you're willing to, donate to a particular charity, I'm sure they will portray you in a good light. How much of a donation are we talking about here? If you want a softball interview, then 1,000,000 credits is sufficient. If you want to set your own questions, then you'll have to pay up to 10 million credits. VES shook his head. I've visited their virtual portal once in a while. No wonder all of their articles read like infomercials. It won't do my credibility any good if I hold my interview with these types of organizations. Their influence is also somewhat disappointing. Don't look down upon BMA and their like. They serve their own purposes. Marcella patiently explained before introducing the next organization. The Junior Mech Hero is the Bright Republic's most popular news and entertainment portal for kids and teenagers. They wield a lot of influence and they're interested in hearing the story of your new mech. That sounds pretty good. They fit nicely with the young blood's target audience. There's a catch. The JMH is a large organization that publishes hundreds of articles a week. Your interview will only be posted in a subsite and not on the main page. The manager I spoke to isn't convinced you're newsworthy enough to warrant better treatment. That sounded disappointing, but VES understood their thoughts. He was not exactly a renowned mech designer. I'm fine with the JMH's conditions. I used to read their news digest when I was young. What's the last option? This one came as a surprise. The Rimward Star Herald is one of the most influential neutral news portal among the third-rate states in the Komodo Star sector. It doesn't have much reach in the Friday Coalition, of course, but outside of that they have a very wide following, especially from the business community. The Herald is not a news organization that revolves around mechs. VES pointed out. People read the Herald if they want to find out which company they should invest in. It's not a news portal that allows me to reach my target audience. Marcella spread her arms and shrugged. The RSH is the most credible news outlet by far. A successful interview will certainly boost your prestige, which is helpful once you expand your business. They did warn me that they won't be gentle when they interview you. The RSH is one of the few organizations that prides itself on its journalism. Expect to face some pointed questions. All of the organizations had their pros and cons. The Bentheim Mech Affairs ensured he had sufficient positive coverage. The Junior Mech Hero allowed him to reach directly to his target audience. The Rimward Star Herald boosted his reputation significantly if he survived the interrogation. What did he need the most? Customers. VES almost reached his targeted amount of DP. He could always use more, but he wasn't thirsting for DP at the moment. Right now, VES rather wished to be taken seriously by the mech industry. Raising his reputation didn't bring him any immediate benefits, but it could open doors that previously remained closed. One aspect he always wanted to fix was to seek dedicated suppliers of raw materials. If he stopped being a no-name wannabe, he might be able to meet with their executives. Let's go with the Rimward Star Herald. There's no use in trying to market my virtual mechs. It's enough if I can get a mention out of it. What I should really be doing is paving the way for the sales of my real mechs. Marcella did not disagree with his choice. She gave him a small booklet of tips on how to handle interviews and ended the call in order to arrange the interview with the Herald. He didn't know if he made a mistake. Perhaps his ego grew too big. In any case, even if he failed the interview, he only risked his reputation. He could always regain what he lost by achieving a great feat. This should not be a problem with the benefit of the system. 2 days later, a reporter from the Rimward Star-Herald arrived at Cloudy Curtain. VES assumed the Herald wanted to conduct the interview over comm, but surprisingly they went for a personal touch. They even booked a suite in the best hotel in Freslin to record the session. VES arrived at the suite in his best clothes. He showed his appearance beforehand to Carlos, who merely shook his head and adjusted his look. Garbed in a rich formal suit of black and red, VES cut a very mature look. When he knocked at the door, it instantly slid open to reveal a chamber already prepared for the interview. Various bots finished placing the props and lights while a stately-looking woman sat on a furnished seat. "Ah, Mr. Larkinson. My name is Jast Montefiore. Just call me Jast. You are just in time. Please take a seat. I'd like to finish this interview as soon as possible so I can get away from this depressing planet." She certainly sounded lovely. VES apprehensively approached the set and took a seat placed at an angle facing Jast. "First, let's touch up your appearance. Please don't move while the makeup bots do their work." A handful of floating balls zipped in front of him and began to wash his face and apply the makeup to him. VES wanted to ask if a man like him even needed makeup, but the bots kept crowding his face. They flew out of sight a couple of minutes later, leaving VES to deal with his dizziness. A score of high-quality recorders turned on, and Jast quickly fixed an authentic-looking smile on her face. Good day, our dear viewers, or if you are reading the transcripts, my readers. Today I'm visiting a quaint little planet called Cloudy Curtain, the home of its first and only mech designer. VES Larkinson here is a scion of the Bright Republic's renowned Larkinson military family. Jast did a good job describing his basic background, though VES suspected she was reading a script from an ocular implant. She quickly wrapped up her obligatory introduction and served her first question to VES. As a son of the Larkinson family, you surely wish to follow your family's tradition. How disappointed are you when you found out you do not possess the aptitude to pilot a mech? The question contained a number of traps. VES paused and refrained from answering immediately. Every kid likes to become a mech pilot. Few of them ever do, and that might not be so bad. Our society revolves around more than piloting. I have found a great calling in designing the mechs that pilots rely on to earn a living. You are the first and only Larkinson to study and choose a career in mech design. By all accounts, you have received no substantial support from the other Larkinsons. Have you already cut ties with your family? That isn't true. We believe that a man or woman should stand by himself and make an honest living. The Larkinsons might be great pilots, but we do not have much in the way of wealth. The family is already doing enough to support the relatives of our fallen. I do not wish to burden the family's finances even more. The woman nodded and flipped her fingers, likely calling up some kind of info sheet or something. Let's talk about the start of your career. You've graduated from Rittersberg with average grades after 5 years of uneventful study. What happened in the months between your graduation and your success at Limar that has turned you into a prodigy? This was a major gap in his personal records. VES expected this difficult question to come up and already prepared an answer. In order to obscure the system's intervention, I had help. Before he went missing, my father left me some resources and contacts that I could make use of to kickstart my career. Your father's disappearance is a rather perplexing case. Wrinkle Larkinson is a seasoned pilot who has seen much action in the border wars against our neighboring aliens. Could he be involved with something murky? I do not believe so. VES laughed as he tried to cover up his own mounting panic. My father is by all accounts a straight shooter. You can ask any of his friends who still serve at the base how he has little ambition except to serve the Republic and raise his son. I do not know why he left me at the time, but he has given me so much help throughout the years. I still miss him. Jast raised an eyebrow and looked at him pointedly, as if she wanted him to know that she wasn't fooled. Your straight shooter of a father sure has interesting contacts. A local mech pilot from a remote corner of the galaxy is somehow able to refer you to a secretive grant institution operating out of the new Robarth Empire. How could he possibly be involved with the Future Sons Technology Institution? Do you think I know? VES threw up his hands as if he didn't have a clue. It's a surprise to me, but so far I have only been contacted by them once, when they passed me a couple of aged production licenses. Frankly, they only did me a small favor, which they probably forgot the next day. After a few follow-up questions, VES did his best to deflect the suspicious woman's inquiry. Eventually, Jas stopped her digging and turned to another topic. Seeing as you've improved enormously since you received your father's gifts, participating in Limar was a given. Did you travel to Limar with the expectation that you'd triumph over all of the geniuses in your way? We are all mech designers. I never took it as a given that I could prevail against any competitor. I merely came with the confidence that I could achieve a good showing. It was out of my expectation that I ended up at the very top. They spent the next 10 minutes discussing the competition, from the qualifiers that happened behind closed doors to the main event broadcasted to the entire sector. Jast repeatedly brought up the most notable opponents VES had personally defeated, like Carter Gage and Cynthia Barakovsky. VES always spoke of them in a respectful manner, careful not to ruffle anyone's toes. Their influence extended far beyond their immediate circles. After asking a couple of tame questions that VES answered easily, Jazz changed her tack and went for the throat. Now, the most interesting outcome of the competition is that 2 out of 3 of the finalists comes from the Republic. Many people happen to know that both you and Miss Patricia Schneider are in the same class in school. There must be something you are sharing with each other in order to keep up with each other. So tell me, are the 2 of you involved? For a moment, VES considered if he was speaking to the wrong reporter. Did Jast work for one of the gossip rags those grannies always followed? How could a reporter from the sober and business-centric Herald ask such a question? Chapter 123, Publicity. VES had to be careful in answering this question. If he said something sensational, his words might be splattered all over the galactic net. It might even get back to Patricia herself, who doubtlessly had little appreciation for controversy. He employed the most important trick Marcella's notes had taught him. Evasion. I am only casually acquainted with Miss Schneider. She is a talented mech designer who excelled in her studies since day one at Rittersberg. We walk in different circles and it's a complete coincidence that we both reached the finals at Limar. I see. Jast said, her tone colored with skepticism. The 2 of you make a natural pair. Have you expressed any interest in pursuing your rival? I'm devoting all of my effort to growing my nascent business. Running a workshop and designing mechs on my own eats up all of my available time. I hardly have a moment of rest. Fortunately for VES, the questions that followed turned into a decidedly neutral direction. Jast began to ask the questions VES expected a business reporter to ask. He answered questions concerning whether he was committed to doing business in the Bright Republic, whether he sold mechs to foreigners, if he planned to scale up production, and more. No, Master Olson has not involved herself in my business activities in any way except for gifting me with some goodies. All of the assets that I'm in possession of is in my own name. I have not given her any shares to my business. She is an incredibly busy mech designer and has no time to hover over my shoulders. Jast paused for a bit as she checked her internal notes again. VES sat patiently, waiting for the questioning to resume. So far, VES did a decent job in portraying himself in a decent light. Certainly, he could have navigated through the suspicions more elegantly. He might suffer from repercussions to his clumsy answers. In any case, VES rather preferred that others thought he was a rhubarb or coalition plant. It beat people getting ideas that VES possessed a piece of reality-defying technology. The mech designer system had to be kept secret at all costs. Let's talk about your product. Jast resumed her questioning. Most of your mech designs are early works that already seem dated. Your sole production mech is an underperforming variant of a last-gen mech. Why have you decided to release a virtual mech instead of updating your physical mech line? Come now, Jast. You know as well as I do that Iron Spirit is the biggest battlefield in the galaxy. Certainly, it's all virtual, but plenty of pilots have polished their skills in these kinds of immersive games. I do not share the disdain that most professionals have for taking part in this active ecosystem. Ah, your latest virtual release appears to be a variant based off the famous hoplite. Please tell me what prompted you to design a plain sword-wielding knight. VES repeated the standard marketing spiel Marcella originally prepared for him. He emphasized that the young blood possessed characteristics that made it a great training mech for the younger crowd. Some might say that the young blood's special features act as cheats. The strengthened dash gives the knight more mobility than it ought to, while the enhanced shield bash allows it to easily push away mechs that come too close. Won't trainee pilots begin to rely too much these crutches? That can certainly happen, but I think you underestimate their resolve. The young still have to pass their courses with their boring academy-assigned models. The young blood is explicitly designed as an offensive knight, allowing it to keep up with its compatriots in fast-paced battles. The extra mobility and flexibility also allows the knight to take the initiative, which provides pilots with many more options. When we compared your variant to the best-selling sword-wielding knights, we found its specs are rather underwhelming. Why should players even consider buying your mech when numerous amounts of better models are available in the game? VES coughed a little and tried to maintain his smile. My mech has its own merits. A dry list of numbers can't fully express a mech's capabilities. You've already mentioned the augmented dash and shield bash. There's also the fact that I've spent a lot of effort improving the young blood's ergonomics. Piloting my mech should feel significantly more comfortable. Do ergonomics even matter when you're talking about a virtual mech? Oh, it should be. I'm talking about more than a comfy seat. My mech features many internal adjustments that makes it smoother to move its limbs. The X factor also played a large role, but VES left that out. Your rebuttal hardly sounds convincing. All of the amenities you've mentioned are luxuries that does not substantially affect the core performance of your model. The young blood simply can't stand on an equal stage to the bestsellers. It has never been my intention to compete against the top models in the first place. If you look at the bottom of the spec sheet, you'll find that my mech charges a good chunk less than the mainstream designs. Indeed, the young blood held its own when placed in the budget segment. VES had purposely skimmed a small amount of mass from its design in order to lower its cost. After asking a few more questions about the virtual mech, Jas turned to the future. Now that you have finished a virtual design, do you intend to continue exploring this market or do you have some other projects in mind? VES anticipated this question. It was a good opportunity to pimp his soon-to-be redesigned mech. As you know, I only own 2 production licenses. I have not yet plowed the depths of these 2 fascinating licenses. Preparations for a rework of my Mark Antony design is already underway. He kept the details mum, only hinting that the redesign was going to be a sea of change. Even the price will see a bump due to the expected increase in performance. The journalist did her best to tease out the pros and cons of his first and only production mech. The cheap mass production armor remained a sore spot, but customers could easily afford 2 Mark Antony mechs instead of a single Caesar Augustus. Jast closed the interview with a question whether he had any plans of moving to the Friday Coalition. While I am officially apprenticed to a mech designer from the Vermeer Group, I repeat that my relationship with her does not extend beyond matters of teaching. Any assistance Master Olson throws in my way will come with no strings attached. So you have no intention of moving to a larger state with a highly developed mech infrastructure. It is customary for talents like you who emerge from a third-rate state to move up to a better environment. Why not do the same? The Friday Coalition is not my home. It's as simple as that. My father brought me up in the Bright Republic and taught me to respect and reciprocate the care and love I received from my state. I am still a Larkinson at heart, and we have always served the Republic with unswerving devotion. There you have it, folks. Straight from the mouth of one of the youngest stars of the mech industry. Jast closed the interview and smoothly summarized the interview in a couple of sound bites. His latest virtual mech is on sale starting tomorrow. Be sure to check out Iron Spirit's catalog if you are interested in piloting an affordable knight. VES left the hotel and returned to his workshop wondering whether he did okay. Marcella hadn't lied when she stated that the RSH wanted to poke into his closet. He underestimated the amount of mystique he inadvertently accumulated with his sudden rise to prominence. The next day, the young blood variant officially went on sale. Instead of sitting behind his terminal checking his real-time sales figures like an obsessive recluse, VES very firmly stayed away. He only briefly entered the galactic net to check on the Rimward Star Herald's news portal. The Herald worked quick. They already edited the interview and published both a recording and an article embellished with supplementary information. The news organization filed the interview under their financial section, though the military affairs section also hosts a copy. In order to avoid fretting about his design, VES distracted himself with work. He read through the dense repair manual of the Dortmund industrial printer. He taught Carlos how to overcome the most difficult hurdles in his way to mastering the Mark Antony. He accompanied the consultants from SAS and agreed with most of their upcoming construction plans. He went to bed with a fretful cloud hanging over his head and woke up the next day with hardly any rest. He scratched his messy dark hair and finally had enough. Okay, all right. I'll go and check my numbers. After washing up and putting on his anti-grav clothes, he approached his terminal and logged into his Chasing Clouds account. He slowly summoned up his sales tracker. HPL 100S Young Blood, silver label, amount sold, 2,194. HPL 100S Young Blood, gold label, amount sold, 1. VES blinked his eyes. He rubbed them gently, then saw as the figure changed to 2,195. To a mainstream virtual mech model, a sales volume of 2,000 mechs in the first day represented a flop. To a solo mech designer in the early stages in his career, his current sales blew his previous efforts out of the water. VES did not yet call up his status. If he knew how much DP he already earned, he might go crazy. The game's sales tracker allowed VES to glean more insights from his customers. According to the model's sales history, the initial buyers of his mechs all ranked fairly high in the game. Most of the players who bought the model shortly after its release qualified for the Gold or Platinum League. Half of the buyers came from the Friday Coalition. A smaller proportion originated from the Bright Republic. The remainder of the sales came from the rest of the Komodo Star sector. These are probably professional mech pilots in the service of industry insiders who are keeping an eye on me. The interview also helped attract a lot of attention. A very strange marketing effect occurred when 500 highly ranked players bought a model upon release. Iron Spirit's automatic market systems designated the recently released Young Blood as a hot property and a trending product in the Star sector. Players who were already predisposed to buying a new mech got saddled with the image of the Young Blood. While not everyone wished to purchase a knight, those that did eventually gave his mech some serious consideration. Reviews and comments already poured in from the casual players who picked up the variant. VES couldn't help but smile when he read how many players appreciated the feel of his mech. Even if the game's automated production system degraded a copy's X factor, much of it still stuck to the duplicated mech. Some renowned influencers even bought the mech to showcase it on their online streams. This led to a growing interest in his design, to the point that Mech Portal started to review the quaint little hoplite variant that appeared out of nowhere. VES called Marcella in order to hear her perspective. The mech broker praised him for a successful debut, but warned him not to expect too much. The virtual mech market is oversaturated in designs. The Young Blood is a decent mech, but it will only peak in the first week, and only in the local Star sector. Once the game pulls your product from its recommendation page, your sales will likely plummet. You can expect a constant trickle of sales from that point, but not enough to get excited about. Her realistic outlook on the situation sobered VES into regaining his calm. While he indeed struck gold by releasing a good design, in the end he was still an apprentice mech designer. His skills could not compare to the established crowd of designers who released superior mechs in their sleep. I understand, he replied. The virtual community is not my primary market. It is merely a means to an end. My true purpose remains selling physical mechs. That's good. For a moment, I was worried whether I made a mistake in contracting you. How soon will you finish your redesign? I'll start working on it next week. VES responded after a moment. He wanted to milk the DP streaming in from his ongoing sales bonanza as long as it lasted. I'm still in the preparation phase. The longer I wait, the better the end product. Don't turn your delay in an endless hiatus. You know what happens to designers who constantly put off their work. VES already knew the dangers of such behavior. Lemar spent a lot of effort hammering the lesson into him. My timetable hasn't changed too much. I can afford the extra week. After discussing some business, VES ended the call and proceeded to plan his schedule for the week. There's not much I can do to prepare for the Dortmund project without further documentation. Perhaps I can check into the Clifford Society. It's been a long time since I visited their mission hall. He still sought to obtain an alloy compressor and a chemical treatment machine. Besides taking another costly credit loan, he could also exchange them for merits. Unfortunately for VES, merits were rather hard to come by. Chapter 124, Streamer. His mech broker's prediction came true, once again proving that she knew her business. At the end of the week, VES sold more than 20,000 virtual mechs. Most of his customers came from the Republic, curious to see what a mech designed by a fancy apprentice to a mystical master looked like. Overall, his customers appreciated the young blood. They called it a hidden gem and an underrated mech. His sales received a second boost when the variant's only gold label mech got resold someone else, who proceeded to donate the machine to a fairly popular streamer. Emily Norford, known online as M-Star, made a living out of streaming her performance in games like Iron Spirit. Though she was a potentate, her aptitude scores placed her on the lower end of the scale. No one except pirates wanted to sign her on as a mech pilot, so she turned to Iron Spirit to satisfy her mech cravings. Due to her inconsistent controls, her performance dilly-dallied between Gold and Silver League, which was rather low for a girl in her early 20s. She nonetheless attracted a major following of viewers and fans. Each time she streamed from her personalized simulator pod from home, she earned thousands of credits in donations. This came on top of the generous subscription fee she charged for extra benefits such as exclusive interviews. The reason why Emily attracted so many viewers was simple. She was hot. Her genetic aptitude for piloting mechs might come up short, but she certainly won the lottery when it came to looks. Even without any makeup, she always attracted everyone's eyes. She ruthlessly took advantage of this and invested into gaming. Nowadays, M-Star consistently ranked in the top 100 in the Bright Republic. She might be nothing special outside her state, but the locals all found her to be an adorable player. Her fellow citizens cheered when she won a match and booed when someone stomped her into the ground. Watching her try to overcome her genetic limits was like watching a kitten try to climb up a step just out of reach. Her audience pitied her and encouraged her while drooling at her skin-tight piloting-suited form. Everyone knew a possibility existed where a pilot could spontaneously break through their current genetic aptitude. Those who scored an E could reach the level of AD. Those who toiled for years as an average pilot with a score of C could break through the level of AB. Even M-Star knew her odds of breaking through wasn't optimistic, but she tried her best each and every day. She came across the Young Blood's gold label mech when a regular viewer abruptly gifted her account with this mech. The female streamer thought little of the gift since she received at least a couple of donated mechs a week on average. Still, she smiled to the camera and gave her thanks even as she read the details of her latest acquisition. Wow, this knight is apparently a limited edition mech designed by one of our Republic's own. M-Star announced while she put up a projection of the model's appearance and specs. The model is a variant of the Hoplite, one of my favorite mechs. The Hoplite is slow but easy to pilot. She frowned a little when she read that the mech had been redesigned to increase its speed and flexibility. She preferred to pilot slow and heavy mechs which placed less importance on mechanical control and neural responsiveness. After a few minutes of introducing the mech, Emily finally entered the cockpit. She looked around and seemed impressed by the comfortable chair. That certainly wasn't standard. Her virtual avatar pressed the activation button and sat back as the mech came to life. An explosion occurred in her mind. For a moment, she thought her simulator pod had glitched. She quickly calmed down once she realized the pod's diagnostics showed green. No pain accompanied the hard-to-describe sensations happening in her mind. The mental connection process continued until she found herself in control of a seemingly well-oiled machine. Sorry guys. I got distracted by this mech. It's quite a rush. Emily eagerly tested out her mech. The young blood moved rather sluggish on account of her inferior aptitude, but the chat exploded into shock as Emily slowly practiced her routine. She forgot all about the audience as she once again repeated her moves. The knight responded well to her commands. It made her feel she was piloting a top-quality mech. A strange fog of calm blanketed her enthusiasm. There's no better way to put this baby to the test than to see it in action. The woman hungered for battle. After queuing up for a 50v50 war-torn instance match, she continued to test her mech. First, she tried the augmented dash. Emily yelped for a moment as her mech's feet suddenly sported claws and dug into the ground. Moments later, the mech flew forward with implacable momentum, leaving a sharp trail of red in her wake. This dash is more powerful than I thought. The stock hoplite isn't capable of reaching this distance. I'm also able to maintain my balance during the movement. This mech is remarkably well designed. She also tried the shield bash a number of times. The bash hadn't changed, but the shield released a pressurized cloud of smoke from the sides when hitting something solid. My sensors automatically switch when I complete the bash. It's a good way to confuse opponents if they are solely using the visible spectrum of light. While the emission of smoke had little practical effect, it looked damn cool and made her feel she was performing a special move. A number of viewers quickly decided to buy the young blood mech on that account alone. The match locked in a moment later. Emily's mech disappeared from her personal space and reappeared in a waiting area filled with 50 mechs of all shapes and sizes. She recognized none of the nicknames hovering above their heads. She currently played in the Silver League, which opened up matchmaking to the rest of the galaxy, though a slight regional bias was still in effect. Emily ignored the player sporting the crown trying to boss everyone else around. In the Silver League, most pilots were kids who all had a better idea on what to do. Instead, she interacted with her audience before the start of the match, cut the instantaneous transmission of her stream. The game mandated a delay in any streaming broadcast in order to prevent an active player from spying on their opponents in real time. The delay varied between game modes. For the huge war-torn instances game mode, that delay ran up to 5 minutes, which was why most streamers preferred to play duels. Minutes-long delays broke up any attempt to hold a conversation with their audience. Fortunately, Emily had enough loyal fans to stick around her stream and watch the commercials, many of which she personally showed up. Sponsorship made up another portion of her income. Once the hatch opened up, the gaggle of mechs exited and spread out over an alien planet. The alien foliage and strange animals made it clear that the planet had not been terraformed. Dense clusters of hills and caves hid behind the exotic foliage, offering mechs an alternate approach to their team's various objectives. The goal of Emily's team was simple. They had to capture and hold 3 out of 5 different exotic mineral mines. They were all spread equally over the battlefield, though their team could only take possession of the mines if they held the tunnels. Many artillery and aerial mechs bemoaned the underground tunnels. They still had a use on this map, but the real stars consisted of mechs specialized for close to medium-ranged combat. As a knight, Emily's mech attracted a random assortment of players who wanted to take advantage of her shield. "You're a knight, right? Can we tag along with you and hide behind your huge round shield?" "No problem. I can use some guns to cover my back. Just be sure not to move in front of me." 6 mechs chose to let her take the lead. The motley collection of mechs traversed the alien jungle en route to the closest mine. They all moved at the pace of their slowest member, which in this case turned out to be Emily's mech. No one could help it. A knight always moved slow due to their plentiful armor. Several flying mechs flew over their heads. Her squad members released some pot shots in their direction, but the flyers already disappeared over the hills. "Stop shooting!" Someone hollered over their voice channel. "You're wasting ammo and revealing our position to boot." "Sorry." After 10 minutes of careful navigation, they reached the site of their first objective. The tunnel looked natural instead of excavated, which meant that they might be facing uneven terrain and strange turns. "M-Star, please take the lead. These tunnels are only wide enough for 2 mechs walking abreast. That leaves us with just enough space to shoot around your sides." It also left her as their squad's punching bag, but Emily often ended up with this role anyway. She sighed with her lovely face and resolutely piloted her young blood into the natural cave. Everyone switched to alternate vision modes such as night vision or infrared. It painted their vision in various monotones that leached the color out of their moods as well. Everyone kept their mouths shut as they anticipated danger. At least they didn't have to worry about a tunnel collapse. The game occasionally turned essential parts of the terrain invincible in order to even the odds, but only in the lower leagues. Just as they approached the mouth of a wider cavern, their world turned bright as a barrage of lasers and shells hit the young blood's shield. The heavy shield held up against the barrage, though the yellow lotus flower painted onto its surface lost half of its petals. "I'm counting 4 heat signatures. There's another one activating close. It's a heavy knight." Emily's entire squad cursed their luck. The heavy knight conveniently blocked the mouth of the tunnel like a cork in a wine bottle. Without eliminating this heavily armed mech, they stood no chance in taking the mine. "They're 1 mech short compared to us. We can still make it through," Emily said, trying to motivate her squad members in committing to the assault. "Are you crazy? Our weapons have no chance of punching through their shield. If we can't break through our enemy's front, Then let's go take them out from behind. Normally, Emily might vacillate along with the rest. Somehow, her usual panic was nowhere to be seen. Instead, she piloted her knight like a veteran and responded to the situation with the ease of a professional. Her viewers who watched her stream on delay praised her uncharacteristic decisiveness when she resolutely jumped into the fray. A second volley of beams and projectiles impacted her shield. The damage ruined its top layer but did affect anything else. The young blood jogged its way forward as fast as possible while her squad members belatedly followed behind her. They began to return fire, which largely splashed ineffectually against the enemy knight's oval shield. It kept the enemy knight pinned down if nothing else. Emily squeezed her delicate hands into fists and drove her mech forward, not even noticing she moved her mech with fluency above her aptitude. "What are we going to do if we get close?" another female pilot asked with uncertainty tinged in her voice. "That heavy lug is blocking our way. None of our mechs have the necessary throw weight to dislodge him from his position." "Oh, don't worry about that. Let me take care of that," Emily replied. She already planned her next moves. Right now she was figuring out what to do after she brought her squad into the open cavern. Before they could ask how a medium knight could possibly push around a mech that vastly outmassed her, Emily already started to shift her mech. The young blood raised its sword over its head, as if preparing to chop the enemy in front. In response, the heavy knight raised its oval shield higher in order to cover its head. Just as planned, she called, and bent her mech's legs. The young blood accumulated a substantial power in its oversized leg muscles. The artificial muscles creaked when subjected to pressure. The mech also oriented its torso so that its shield faced the side, ready to be brought up to the front. Emily mentally counted down until she reached 0. Her mech turned into an enormous blur as it took off from standstill. The red streak of vapor partially obscured everyone's sights as the young blood dove towards the unsuspecting heavy knight. The heavy mech did not expect its opponent to enter his range this quickly. The pilot lacked the mental preparation to do anything else but keep up the shield. The young blood did not slow down and attack its opponent with a sword. Instead, it bashed its round shield against the larger oval shield of its adversary. Like the mech itself, the shield moved faster than it ought to, and the yellow smoke emitted from the shield sowed further confusion. If the heavy knight properly braced for a full collision, then it might have only skidded a little backwards. Instead, the rapid speed in which the young blood moved caused the unprepared mech to stumble several steps away. Though the mech sustained little damage, the collision succeeded in rattling the pilot. Though Emily's mech received some form of damage to its shield arm, the young woman already executed her next steps. Her mech's strengthened legs halted the rebound and allowed the brand new knight to move past its opponent's flanks. The heavy knight belatedly tried to slash Emily's mech, but only bounced off its battered shield. "Shoot the heavy. Now. You're still in our line of fire. Do it." Emily's allies reluctantly fired at the heavy knight, wary of accidentally hitting her mech. The young blood ignored the risks of friendly fire and instead weaved around the heavier knight, looking for an opportunity to threaten its vulnerable rear. The opposing ranged mechs followed suit with even greater care. The medium mech moved fast enough that their shots risked going wide and hitting their ally. The assault from multiple angles confused the heavy mech. It didn't know which side to face. Its shield and its allies' near misses also added to the chaos. The pilot eventually decided to use the oval shield to block the enemy fire. "Big mistake," Emily said as her eyes sparkled with the gleam of a correct prediction. Her mech's powerful legs allowed it to shift its direction at a sharp angle, almost coming up to the heavy knight's flank before its pilot could bring up its sword. Emily's first attack crashed against the flat of the heavy knight's blade. While the heavy successfully fended off the attack, the force behind the blow caused it to stagger just a tiny bit. This gave Emily an opening to slip her mech sword past her opponent's weapon and puncture the mech. Her sword only sunk in shallowly as the heavy knight's armor was not for show. Emily frowned a bit. For a moment, she expected the stab to sink into her opponent's armor and draw blood. Shaking her head, she regained her composure and struck again and again, this time going for speed instead of power. The heavy knight did a decent job in fending off the flurry of attacks. Emily did her best to get past the heavy knight's guard, all the while withstanding the raking strikes from its allies with the round shield. The fight turned into a mirrored battle of attrition, but Emily knew her mech would break first. The young blood's shield couldn't last as long as the oval shield. With decisive deliberation, she stopped defending against the lasers and shells that targeted her mech and swirled her mech around. The round shield emitted another burst of yellow smoke as it crashed against the heavy knight's sword arm with augmented force. Despite the brief wind-up, the bash successfully pushed away the sword, allowing Emily to stab underneath the enemy mech's armpit. Only a limited amount of armor protected the vulnerable joint. The young blood's sword succeeded in punching through, though the sheer amount of components inside halted its advance shortly afterwards. While the arm remained functional, the limb lost a substantial amount of power and speed. The heavy knight found itself unable to keep up with the young blood's follow-up attacks. Emily systematically dismantled the heavy mech like a butcher slaughtering a pig. The heavy knight completely forgot about its comrades and let itself be pushed out of the way. "Go on. Get inside this cave and hunt down the others," Emily yelled to her squad mates. "Let me take care of this knight." She maintained her assault on the heavy knight, which responded by putting up its near-indestructible shield. Like a turtle retracting into its shell, the heavy knight gave up the chance to win and sought to last as long as possible. Emily obliged her opponent by continuing to hammer against its shield. Bit by bit, the oval shield started to crack. She didn't expect to break it on her own. Instead, she kept her opponent in place while her squad used their superior numbers to demolish the remaining enemies. After losing 2 of their own, her squad members returned to finish off the heavy knight. The poor mech tried to hug the cavern walls and hide its profile behind its shield. Everyone laughed as its shield couldn't cover its fat and bulky chassis. "Good work, M-Star." A mech slid over from the side and planted its feet on the heavy knight's wreck. "This tough bastard is a hard nut to crack. I'm surprised your mech is able to push this beast a few steps back. Did you plan all that or did you just roll with whatever came to your mind?" "I don't know," she admitted. For some reason, she felt empowered while she piloted this mech. Most of her difficulties in controlling her mechs became muted this time ever since she entered the virtual cockpit. Emily felt as if she received a blessing. She performed all of her limited sword moves with more assurance and speed than before. Even her viewers who watched the previous battle on delay admired her increased fluency. Even more viewers started to take a second look at the young blood. There must be something about the mech that turned a bad pilot into a decent killing machine. As for Emily, the remainder of their squad successfully occupied their mine. Due to its proximity to their headquarters, the enemy team never mounted an assault to take it back. They focused instead on maintaining their grip on their 3 nearest mines. Eventually, Emily ordered all the other mechs to leave the cave and let her stay behind. "The assault on the 3rd mine isn't going well. They need your firepower. What if the enemy diverts a squad to this mine? You won't be able to beat any squad that comes in your way." "They won't come," Emily said with conviction. "They already lost a bunch of mechs. They can't afford to lose another squad of mechs." Reluctantly, they parted and went their separate ways. The young blood stood quietly as it stood in the dark. No one else kept Emily company except her own mech. Her pressing heartbeat slowed down. She breathed evenly. Coming back from her combat high took a lot of effort. Emily invested a lot more into the battle than she thought. The reinforcements turned out to come at a very helpful time. The ranged mechs had circles around and attacked the enemy mine from an alternate tunnel. They struck in coordination with the main assault force. The defenders received a nasty shock when their reserve endured several painful volleys and unprotected flank. The small disruption grew into a major breach of cohesion as the defenders tried to defend against attacks from multiple directions. Chapter 125, Massive Spending. M-Star's higher-than-average performance when piloting his gold-label mech propelled his sales past the 10,000 mark. VES owed a lot of DP to her free advertising. Her influence in the Republic's gaming circles might not be the best, but her endorsement was worth a lot more than 100 ineffectual commercials to an ad-weary society. VES even sent her a thank-you note, though he doubted she could dig it out from her fan mail. During the first week of the Young Blood's release, VES made the rounds in the Clifford Society. He talked with a few of the knights who hung around the Moon Library. He found out that the society was split up into numerous factions led by different masters. As an apprentice aligned to the Vermeer group, VES respectfully declined when he received invitations to attend their meetings. The factions open to cooperation with outsiders persisted with their attempts to draw VES in, but he kept his mouth shut. Instead, he found some kinship with some of the neutral knights who admittedly had little prospects of advancing. One older gentleman called Lavery gave him some perspective. Master Olson walks with a particular crowd of people called Unionists. She represents a set of interests that seeks to integrate the Friday Coalition into a single, cohesive state. As you can imagine, not everyone seeks to have their culture and way of life subsumed in a tide of conformity. For all the effort I spent on staying out of politics, it turns out I've inadvertently joined one of their camps. VES lamented. He didn't regret the apprenticeship even if he hadn't benefited from his master's personal guidance yet. So are you suggesting that I should be more proactive? No. You're still too young. Nobody is interested in an apprentice mech designer. You still have a long way before you turn into a journeyman mech designer. That's when the industry considers you mature enough to exert some influence. None of this was his business anyway. He instead asked him how he could earn a lot of merits. Besides the mission hall, there's no other source than trading something valuable with your fellow society members. You can also donate knowledge and research that our library lacks, though don't get your hopes up on that. VES already lost faith in getting an easy mission from the mission hall. Emergency missions were too scarce to come by, and it seemed that the most prominent knights received a warning beforehand should any such mission crop up soon. So, there's no other way than to trade something valuable. Why do you think there's so many stores down in the city? Those knights who opened storefronts have all found a way to earn what they need through leveraging their own assets. He already had a backup plan. If he still couldn't find a mission, he'd open a store and try to peddle some of the exclusive items from the system's store or lottery. The DP the system charged for most of its goodies was high, but anything became less of a problem when you had enough wealth. Ever since his young blood became a regional hit, VES held on to his DP and started scouring the store for anything rare and unique he could trade for lots of merits. He could even buy entire machines like an alloy compressor or a CTM, though he had to pay millions of DP to afford the cheapest systems. The system was a downright snob and refused to sell any products that fell short to its expectations. Even if he bought something precious, VES had no doubt people would start asking questions if he tried to exchange them for cash or merits. Something as unique as Lucky's gems could spark a galaxy-wide manhunt for him due to their impossible effects. Due to his increasing paranoia and his need to protect the system, VES bought an upgrade to his comm that could help him keep his secrets. Comm upgrade, Privacy Shield, Level 1. Price, 10.000 design points. Insert this data chip into any comm to upgrade its ability to block all manner of electronic surveillance, such as sensors, recorders, implants, and other devices. This function will only work upon activation, and can only be sustained as long as the comm supplies sufficient energy. The first level of the Privacy Shield emits an obscuring field of interference that blocks out any emissions from a 2-meter radius from the comm. 10,000 DP. I can upgrade 4 skills from apprentice to journeyman with that much points. VES regretted a bit, but he reminded himself that the Privacy Shield was essential going forward. Even his workshop ceased to be a bastion to him. With Sonia Lablin's upcoming upgrades to his security suite, he could pretty much say goodbye to whatever remained of his privacy. It also didn't help that VES found out that the Kansa clan hosted the security company's headquarters. It explained why SAS enjoyed a good reputation for honesty and adhering to the rules. The people living under the rule of the Kansa clan always kept their promises, so VES did not tear up his contract yet. VES stretched his arms after logging out of the society's virtual portal. He stood up and briefly checked on Carlos, who seemed to have progressed halfway into mastering the Mark Antony. After patting his employee's back, he sauntered over to his bathroom and sat down on the toilet. He activated his privacy shield, which caused a hazy electromagnetic storm to buzz from his comet, no doubt scrambled any microcameras that might have been sneaked into his bathroom stall. Once SAS brought their security suite online, he had no doubt that they'd catch bugs like these. For now, VES could only rely on the system. Finally, some peace and quiet. Okay system, show me the money. Status. Design points, 40.210. Evaluation, an apprentice at the start of his true journey to greatness. Every time he sold a copy of the Young Blood, he earned 5 DP from the system. With his current sales, he should have earned more than 150.000 DP. Instead, his DP stopped growing when it reached 50.000 DP. You cheapskate system. You didn't mention anything about a limit. The system capped his point earnings for every single virtual design. For a 1-star mech design, that roof was set at 10.000 DP, while a 5-star design reached the limit at 250.000 DP. If he received all of the DP he rightfully earned, then he could have strengthened himself enormously. It cost 100.000 DP to upgrade a journeyman skill to senior level, though he also had to fulfill some other demands such as completing a special quest. Still, leaving aside his previous purchase, VES already raked in a fortune by accumulating 40.000 DP. He didn't expect to earn so much points again. Only a combination of factors such as the interview, the trending market page and the endorsement from a streamer allowed his product to gain such prominence. I'll have to make the most of my current points. VES had a tendency to go crazy whenever he earned a windfall of DP. Having learned his lesson, this time he waited for an entire week before he began to spend his precious points. He extensively studied the skill tree and store and constantly weighed his options without committing to any purchase. It took a will of steel to keep his shopping cart empty. First, he resolved to maintain a minimum balance of 10.000 DP. He could purchase a lot of gadgets with this much DP that could get him out of trouble. Having endured 2 pirate attacks already, VES no longer thought that only others suffered accidents. VES previously skewed most of his spending towards skills, and while they remained essential, it was too unbalanced. He had other needs as well, and with the recent upgrade to his system upon his advancement, the store sold a lot more useful products. He therefore split the remaining points into 3 separate pools. He reserved 10.000 DP for upgrading his skills, 10.000 DP for upgrading his attributes, and the remaining 10.000 DP for purchasing other goodies. First, he went for the easiest purchases. There wasn't much choice in upgrading his attributes, so he mainly bought intelligence candies. Intelligence attribute candy, 1.300 design points. Intelligence attribute candy, 1.400 design points. Intelligence attribute candy, 1.500 design points. Intelligence attribute candy, 1.600 design points. Intelligence attribute candy, 1.700 design points. Intelligence attribute candy, 1.800 design points. Dexterity attribute candy, 700 design points. He needed to upgrade his intelligence the most. Despite the escalating price for each additional candy, VES decisively snapped them up until he almost drained his budget. He rounded out his spending by buying a marginally useful dexterity upgrade. It's not that the other attributes are useless. Concentration helps me maintain my intent when designing or fabricating a mech. I'm almost convinced a higher concentration is needed to score better on the X factor. Creativity also helped with forming a strong source of inspiration for the X factor. Despite these advantages, VES could not allocate too much resources on a strong but ultimately supplementary benefit. Intelligence formed the foundation of his ability to solve problems and absorb new knowledge. He specifically chose to upgrade his intelligence first before he stuffed his brain with lots of new skills. VES stared apprehensively at the colorful candies that materialized in his palm. Hey system, can I ingest all of the candies at once? It is recommended that you limit your ingestion to one category at once, and only up to a cumulative growth of 1.0 a day. Right. Let's start with the lone dexterity candy to be sure. Ingesting a candy caused his body to feel hot as his muscles experienced a strange sensation. The phenomenon quickly faded. He figured his body had already been primed to upgrades ever since he injected his body with Master Olsen's gene boost. After flexing his arms, VES noted that his movements became more precise, but only barely. He still scored below average, so the overall benefits were still too insignificant. As for intelligence, he underestimated the power of the candies. Despite his gene boost, he still lost consciousness when he popped the candies into his mouth. The 6 life-changing pills dissolved into his body and guided an enormous amount of energy to his brain. When he woke up hours later, he had to reassure both Carlos and his security detail that he merely fell asleep on the toilet. It quickly turned into a joke, which hopefully deflected any other suspicions. He still suffered from a headache, though. It's like there's 1,000 elephants pounding inside my head. Most of the ache subsided after a good night's sleep. Only then he realized how a score of 1.8 made a difference to the way he saw the universe. The increased intelligence did not improve his wisdom or his decision-making. It left his personality alone, but enhanced his cognitive skills. He could solve complex equations in his head, recall a text he read a day ago and puzzle out the meaning of a difficult textbook page. VES also suspected the massive boost to improve his ability to design a mech. It sped up his application of theory and allowed him to solve his problems with a lot less brain churning. Is this how those geniuses felt when they designed their mechs? I feel so powerful. He doubted that most of the designers he competed against could match his current level of intelligence. Only few individuals still made him pause, such as Edwin McKinney, Patricia Schneider, and Master Carmen Olsen. Will he ever reach their heights someday? Please do not celebrate so quickly. A human body can only sustain an attribute up to a height of 2.0. You will not be able to increase your attributes beyond this score with attribute candies. He cursed a little. The system ruined another of his devious plans. What about gene boosts? You haven't mentioned anything about them. Will I be able to increase my attributes past 2.0 if I'm not a pure human anymore? The system predictably declined to answer, but VES was convinced he was on the right track. With nothing more to go on, VES turned to acquiring new skills. After entering the toilet again, he turned on the privacy shield and entered the skill tree. He already assembled a laundry list of priority skills. It still left him with over 50 highly regarded choices. He first defined his goal. I want to obtain the skills needed to improve my Mark Antony design and reconstruct a working Dortmund printer. After a moment's consideration, he chose to branch out his specialties instead of shoring his foundation. With his improved intelligence, he could easily upgrade his lowest-ranked skills as long as had access to the right textbooks. In contrast, it was a lot harder for him to get a hold of the more obscure pieces of knowledge. The Clifford Society locked those kinds of books behind a wall of merits. Melee Weapon Optimization I, 500 DP. Melee Weapon Optimization II, 1000 DP. Directed Energy Weapon Optimization I, 500 DP. Directed Energy Weapon Optimization II, 1000 DP. The weapon optimization sub-skills acted similarly to the armor optimization ones. They did not enable VES to design his own weapons and armor, but granted him a large amount of handy insights on how to improve existing ones. It taught him what to watch out for and how to avoid the usual pitfalls. Mech designers usually acquired these skills through experience due to their lack of unifying theories. VES found it worthwhile to spend DP to acquire them instantly. Due to his recent increase in intelligence, he hardly felt any pain this time when he acquired and absorbed the skills. Intelligence also acts as a load-bearer for all of my knowledge. My mind is a lot roomier now. I'm able to process a large amount of information at a time. Acquiring these set of optimization skills opened his eyes. His new knowledge already pointed out numerous subtle mistakes he made in his designs that degraded the performance of their weapons. He resisted the urge to reopen the young blood design and optimize its ability to wield a sword. Instances like these makes me feel like an idiot. I'll have to boost my mathematics and physics to journeyman before I start my next project. He reminded himself, having opted not to spend any DP on those essential skills when he could easily leverage his enhanced intelligence to make up for it in other ways. 3D Printer Proficiency 3, 800 DP. Assembler Proficiency 3, 800 DP. VES intended to upgrade his main assembly skill after the redesign, but for now he found it prudent to upgrade his proficiency sub-skills. Like the optimization skills, they worked by granting VES the combined experience of a veteran fabricator. The many things he had to keep in mind also indirectly improved his ability to design a mech by making it a little easier to fabricate, which should no doubt make Carlos happy. Alloy Compression 2, 2000 DP. Structural Pathway Configuration I, 1000 DP. Structural Pathway Configuration 2, 2000 DP. Upgrading his alloy compression sub-skill seemed wise even as his Mark Antony still lacked the capability to make use of it. VES still lacked a compressor and CTM. Even if he had them, alloy compression only worked with a limited number of rare and expensive exotics. Only the mechs piloted by elites made use of this technique. The regular frontline models of a third-rate state did not make use of compression due to a lack of resources. He had a lot more use for structural pathway configuration, which was an expanded version of cable management for mechs. The internals of the Mark Antony still remained a mess. The only way to alleviate the congestion was to tear it all apart and start from scratch. The sub-skill also played a role in his upcoming reconstruction project. The Dortmund printer was a massive, complex web of subsystems intricately bound by various connections. These cables, feeds, and pipes required extensive care, as they were relatively fragile. After digesting all of his gains, he summoned up his status again to admire his accelerated growth. Design points, 20.610. Dexterity, 0.8. Intelligence, 1.8. Assembly, Apprentice, 3D Printer Proficiency 3, Assembler Proficiency 3. Electrical Engineering, Apprentice, Structural Pathway Configuration 2. Metallurgy, Journeyman, Alloy Compression 2. Physics, Apprentice, Directed Energy Weapon Optimization 2, Lightweight Armor Optimization I, Medium Weight Armor Optimization 3, Melee Weapon Optimization 2. Evaluation, an apprentice at the start of his true journey. Chapter 126, Level Up. After spending his DP like a drunken tycoon at a casino, VES only had 10.000 DP in his budget. While he considering splurging the entire amount on lottery tickets, he quickly reconsidered. My luck is rather inconsistent. I don't want to take any chances at this moment. He opened the system's store page and called up his wish list. At this moment, VES mainly sought to keep the mech designer system a secret. With enough credits, he could buy all manner of fancy gadgets. The only thing he couldn't readily buy with credits was a way to obscure his expanding use of the system. Anonymous Parcel Delivery System, Level 1. Range, 1 star sector. Dimensions, 1 cm x 1 cm x 1 cm. The APDS is a sophisticated transportation device that can teleport any cargo to an unmonitored area within its range. The description left much to be desired, but VES got the gist, especially with his enhanced intelligence. The small device was somehow capable of instantly teleporting any object placed inside its tiny interior across many light years. The capacity of the box was tiny. It only had enough space to teleport a data chip, one of Lucky's gems or his nail clippings. It also drained a lot of power every time it initiated a teleport. VES mainly considered purchasing the APDS due to its ability for him to remain anonymous when he traded something sensitive, like Lucky's gems. He still had to come up with a way to remain untraceable when he communicated with his clients, so until then he had no use for this item. Let's look at something else. Small anonymizing stamp. Capacity, 1 cubic cm. This specialized stamp can permanently mark any object with a special ink. The stamp has the ability to hide the special characteristics of object that receives a stamp. The SAS is only capable of affecting an object with a maximum volume of 1 cubic cm. Anonymizing ink, small. Amount, 1 single-use cartridge. Price, 100 design points. This ink can be used by any compatible stamp or device to anonymize an object, thereby hiding their special characteristics. Enough ink is supplied to apply one small stamp. The stamp and its separately supplied ink could completely obscure any object smaller than a single cubic centimeter. This meant it could obscure the origins of one of Lucky's gems as well as a normal-sized datapad. The parameters only cares about the volume. This technically meant he could stamp a stick as lengthy as a shuttle as long as it was very thin and very narrow. The stamp worked as long as the object offered a large enough surface area. Let's go with these stamps. He decided after a moment's consideration. The items down the list are also useful, but right now it's important to cover my tracks going forward. If I still want to make use of Lucky's gems, I have to obscure their effects. As long as VES applied a tiny stamp, no one would suspect the activation button of the mech to affect the machine in a mysterious way. The only downside to using the stamp was that he had to spend 100 DP for every stamp. It turned each physical mech sale a net loss in terms of DP. He tapped his lips and weighed the costs. I can still earn back the points when I design another virtual mech. It's more important for me to raise the performance of my premium mechs. The higher their specs, the more my fame will spread. I'll limit the use of Lucky's gems to gold and ruby label mechs. The mass-production mechs fabricated by Carlos did not deserve to be graced with a special gem. A cheap synthesized gemstone will do. VES bought the stamp and a single cartridge of ink. He stuffed them both into the pocket of his anti-grav clothes for now. I should add secure storage to my shopping list. After VES finished his shopping, he went back to work. First, he returned to the Clifford Society's virtual portal and entered the Star Library. He scanned the most advanced apprentice-level books and grabbed a generous selection. He then proceeded to read them rapidly. Any society members that walked by might think he was merely skimming the pages. In truth, with his improved cognitive abilities, he was able to understand most of the theory fairly quickly. During his reading marathon, his comm discreetly beeped. Dietrich finally sent over the 35 million credits from the sale of the blackmail material they found at the abandoned base. Took you long enough, he said. He first sent the promised 25 million credits to SAS. This left him with a total savings of 32 million credits. It's not much of a stash, but I've got enough to spend on some additional books. In order to accelerate his learning, VES resorted to the open market to get his hands on journeyman-level books. The books available for sale in the public might not be as good as the ones in the Moon Library, but at least he didn't have to spend his valuable merits. VES indulgently stuffed his comm with 2 million credits worth of virtual textbooks. He wasn't satisfied with any of them, as the pedigree of the authors fell far short of those whose works were included in the Moon Library. Well, beggars can't be choosers. He essentially tried to advance his main skills by brute force. His enhanced intelligence allowed him to make sense of even the most opaque descriptions. His improved concentration also helped by keeping his focus on track. It took a lot of effort to maintain his interest in his studies. Slowly but surely, his strategy paid dividends. By combining quality apprentice-level books from the Star Library with the awful journeyman-level books from the Galactic Net, he eventually broke through. He reached journeyman in both physics and mathematics 2 weeks later. Finally, I'm done, he screamed in the air. He tiredly rubbed his eyes and stood up from his terminal. He walked over to Carlos to see how much progress he made so far. How many successes? Just 3 so far. He shook his head as he kept his focus level on the assembler. Trying to stuff the mess of cables and components into a limited space without breaking anything always eluded Carlos so far. This mech is just too damn finicky with its internals. The 3 intact mechs I've fabricated so far are complete flukes. Funding his first employee's fabrication spree also took a toll on VES. He expected Carlos to master the process now that more than a month went by. What he saw instead was Carlos tripping over the last hurdle over and over. VES stretched out his palm. Okay, this clearly isn't working. Just stop. I'm sorry, VES. I thought I could master it, but this darn design is too insane. You should see the original Caesar Augustus. That one is at least 50% harder to put together. In any case, there's no use for you to work on either designs. They're too advanced and too complex. Then what should I do next? Obviously VES didn't want Carlos to sit on his thumbs waiting for him to finish his redesign. Go ahead and practice on my virtual mechs for now. You need to get the hang of fabricating all kinds of mechs. Start with my 1-star designs like the simple Nomad and work your way up to my 3-star Young Blood. I'll be sure to master the Young Blood once you're done with your redesign. Carlos promised him. He knew he screwed up. That's good, because some of the design principles I've used in the Young Blood will carry over to the Mark Antony Mk2. By the way, the Young Blood also makes use of compressed armor, so you should skip that step as usual until you are ready to learn its principles. Alloy compression was an extremely sensitive and dangerous process that could go wrong in many ways. At best it could ruin a batch of multi-million credits worth of exotics. At worst, the entire compression machine might blow up. VES still had to find a way to automate the production of compressed armor plating. One of the reasons why he hungered for the Dortmund was that it could link up to a good quality alloy compressor and fabricate compressed plates in a single session. After settling his fabricator's new training, VES left the workroom and entered the area where Lucky previously hibernated. The glowing blue ball winked out a few days ago and left a sparkling new mechanical cat in place. His pet clearly benefited from the unidentified piece of ore from Master Olson. It must have been worth quite a lot, but without any headway into figuring out its use, VES had no regrets in passing it on to Lucky. "How are you, buddy? Have you recovered from your sleep?" Lucky tiredly meowed at him while brushing its burnished bronze exterior with his tongue. VES bent down and scratched his mechanical pet between the ears. He admired Lucky's shiny new exterior and examined his status. Name, Lucky. Level, 2. Gem excretion 2. Energy claws I. Lucky already gained the ability to claw through armor from a previous gift. His cat did not gain anything special this time when it consumed the ore. Instead, his cat leveled up. VES understood that as an upgrade to its core functionality. The cat grew a little tougher, faster and maybe smarter. His exclusive gem excretion ability also advanced. Any gems that Lucky excreted from now turned into real treasures. Compared to the pitiful gems that VES had stuffed in a safe, the newer gems should be twice as strong. VES already looked forward to what Lucky might produce. He already had his anonymizer stamp in hand. It's getting dangerous these days. Don't go excreting your gems into the woods without me next time. Let me raise my privacy shield first before you do your business. Lucky lightly smacked his hand with his paw, as if expressing his dissatisfaction. Don't be like that, Lucky. I already have a huge shipment of tasty ores in my storage room. That certainly perked up the cat. Lucky rose from his bed and raced out of the living room in a hasty scramble. VES scratched his head. Did his cat even know how to open the locks? He followed after his overeager pet and opened one of the drawers for him. He only withdrew a modest chunk of minerals for his cat. He didn't want to see his cat grow fat. Take your time, Lucky. I've got plenty of stock ready for you to devour. He cooed, already thinking about the small mountain of gems his pet could excrete. Having taken care of Lucky's dinner, VES left the living room and exited the workshop. Underneath the ever-present clouds, a highly automated construction force fortified the perimeter. The bots already removed the flimsy electric fence. Sonia Lablin's workers already measured out an expanded square of fortified walls. Large glowing pillars of light marked the locations where they planned to place the turrets. VES approached the construction foreman. Any problems? None that requires your attention, Mr. Larkinson. The soil here is softer than we anticipated, so we will have to treat it along the way. We're also having difficulties in obtaining our permits from the Freslin City Council. Without their say-so, we aren't allowed to install our heavy turrets. I see. VES thinned his lips. He forgot about the local government in his expansion plans. What kind of objections have they mentioned? Well, nothing. They don't outright reject our applications, but they are letting them hang in limbo. This seems strange because there aren't any other major projects that is going on that can explain the delays. The foreman didn't spell out his suspicions directly, but VES got the message. Do I need to pay a visit to the city hall? Remind them that there's a time-sensitive project waiting for their approval in my yard. VES asked as he tried to figure out a way to exert his influence on the government without ruining his relationship with them. After all, he still enjoyed a privileged status. It may help. It's rather strange. Normally our name is enough to cow the local bureaucrats. Our managers suspect that someone else is directing their obstruction. That was great. Do you know if the mastermind is from the Republic or from the Coalition? You'll have to speak with Miss Robin for that. My guess is that it's a foreigner who stuck their hands into the pot. Okay, thank you for informing me. VES said and tipped his head to the helpful foreman. I'll dig into this immediately. Thank you, Mr. Larkinson. The longer this goes on, the more it will cost. VES grumbled a bit. Who thought that with his status, a local still dared to mess around? He could forgive a politician or a bureaucrat who opposed him for a good reason, but this naked obstructionism benefited no one but the shadow behind the scenes. Chapter 127, Permit. The bright Republic governed a suburban planet like Cloudy Curtain with a light touch. The planet lacked any form of large-scale industry and their system had no asteroids worth mining. In such a dirtball of a planet, the Republic generally took a hands-off approach. As long as nobody entertained traders, foreigners, or aliens, the government could care less what you did. That was the theory at least. VES stormed past the construction site and entered his workshop with stomping steps. His visit to Freslin City Hall accomplished nothing. With a little digging, he found out the director of planning handled the city's permit applications. VES wanted to meet with Director Balkai, but after an hour of fruitless arguing he couldn't even get past the secretary. "I don't need this problem," VES muttered as he sank down on his couch. A sated-looking Lucky sauntered over to his lap and sank down in a cute little slump. VES absently stroked the cat's smooth bronze-colored back. "If you were facing a stuffy director, what would you do?" Lucky merely continued to swish his tail in utter bliss. "Okay, I get it. You're too lazy to address the problem." Sadly for VES, he couldn't bury his head in the sand. If he let Director Barker have his way, who knew if he came the next morning with a notice that forbid commercial activity? He had to draw a line in the sand. "I can't do anything alone, but I've got friends who can help." He came up with 3 different parties who might lend a hand. First, he could contact Horatio for assistance. The current situation reeked of coalition influence. If he involved Master Olson's faction early, the other party might back off. The only problem with this option was that he might be calling in the big guns to address a trivial issue. Horatio might lend a hand anyway, but then VES cemented his reputation as a useless designer who couldn't take care of his own messes. Best leave Horatio as a final option. My current situation hasn't gone so far to warrant his intervention. Next, he could turn to the Larkinsons. His uncle Art commanded a lot of respect in the Mech Corps while his grandfather Benjamin worked in the Ministry of Defense. Both of them wielded a substantial amount of influence in the military affairs of the Bright Republic. These connections also became a shackle to the family. VES knew that his family members always tried to stay away from overt politicking. They might have strong opinions when it came to the disposition of the Mech Corps, but outside of that they kept their mouth shut. If VES called in his family, he might inadvertently throw them into a political minefield. "I'm sure they can help, but I'm not sure whether my opponents already prepared a nasty surprise for us." That left Walter's Whalers. The local mercenary gang recently returned to Cloudy Curtain in a triumphant mood. Mr. Walter himself led the expedition himself and salvaged every nut and bolt from the abandoned base that VES and Dietrich stumbled upon. The Whalers beat off several curious mercenary corps who wanted in on the action. The Whalers returned home a little battered but with very few casualties. All of the scrap had already been sold to a few interested parties from Bentheim. Mr. Walter currently sat on a mountain of credits worth roughly 500 million credits. As the person responsible for making their enormous haul possible, VES could easily ask a favor from Dietrich and the Whalers. As the locals, the Whalers were best suited to liaise with the local government. That was if VES ignored the contentious relationship between the two. The Whalers also had a tendency to act unbridled and without tact. They might even punch the living daylights out of Director Balkai. None of these options sounded good. VES belatedly realized that if he wanted to grow his business, he had to secure his political flank. If he continued to ignore the bureaucrats and politicians in charge of administering the planet, his company remained vulnerable to their predations. "I need a political advisor." VES never really paid much attention to the local politics. Cloudy Curtain always seemed to be governed by the same set of parties. The coalitions that ruled the local city councils and the planetary government changed every few years. He didn't have much more of an understanding than that, so he rather wanted to dump this mess into someone else's lap. VES knew his limitations. Since he had to solve this problem quickly, VES did not bother posting his job offer on the galactic net. Instead, he first studied the affiliations of Freslin's City Council. "Looks simple enough," VES remarked as he read through the brief biographies of the mayor and the directors. Mayor Davidovich is a member of the White Doves while Director Balkai represents the Greens. The White Doves advocate for keeping Cloudy Curtain as boring and static as possible. They drew most of their support from elderly migrants from Bentheim who hated the hustle and bustle of the busy port system. The Greens on the other hand formed a core interest group of the deeply rooted locals. They wanted to preserve the unique and tranquil environment of Cloudy Curtain and detested any form of heavy development. Of all the groups who could stand up to them, VES favored the pioneers. They advocated for a prosperous and well-developed Cloudy Curtain where everyone's living standards reached the level of the Republic's upper-tier planets. The pioneers also fought a generations-long battle against the stodgy two parties who wanted to keep Cloudy Curtain impoverished. Despite their support for growth, they primarily stood up for the poorest who still lived in crumbling apartments and second-hand shuttles converted to mobile homes. As a backwater, Cloudy Curtain lacked the economic development to ensure everyone enjoyed the services they were entitled to. The only reason why the pioneers hadn't taken control of the government was that the Greens and the White Doves enjoyed entrenched support from the wealthiest segment of the population. It all sounded stupid to him. He only gathered enough information to know that he had to find someone who could help him establish a relationship with the pioneers. Fortunately, as a local, VES was familiar with the local hangouts. He knew just the place to go. The Heritage Café pretended to bring a slice of Rittersburg to downtown Freslin. Placed conveniently next to Freslin University's campus, they drew a regular crowd of up-and-coming youths who dreamed of making it big. When VES opened the old-fashioned wooden door and walked inside, half of the patrons turned to look at him. Despite his common-looking face, his business suit gave off an aura of understated elegance. He specifically configured his anti-grav clothes to come across as a young but successful entrepreneur. He looked around but couldn't spot any obvious member of the pioneers. Shrugging, VES took a seat next to the window and ordered a cup of locally cultivated coffee. Agriculture comprised of Cloudy Curtain's largest sector. Its stable, temperate climate and unpolluted air allowed for the cultivation of many authentic crops in natural conditions. The huge amount of produce harvested every year kept the upper class of Bentheim fed with natural food. As VES calmly sipped his beverage, he kept his ears open. He distinguished multiple conversations, most of them concerning their schoolwork or the latest mech duels. He eventually honed in on a specific conversation between a girl and her boyfriend. He grabbed his cup and walked over to the pair. "Hello, I couldn't help but overhear your conversation. Are the two of you related to the pioneers?" "I'm a committee member of the youth division," the woman proudly said. "Don't mind my man here. He's a political illiterate." "Hey. Just because I don't pay attention to such nonsense doesn't mean I'm stupid." "Shush now, Ramon." The young woman turned out to be Kelsey Dornbos, a law school student. When VES introduced himself, they looked dumbstruck. "You're that mech designer who showed up in every broadcast a few months ago." It took some time for them to calm down. Once VES explained his problems and why he sought the woman out, Kelsey frowned a bit. If there's evidence that Director Balkai is taking his marching orders from the coalition, then he could be charged for treason. In practice, stuff like that is notoriously difficult to prove. You have to be aware that Freslin City Council is not in favor of increased industrialization. They can truthfully say that they are enacting their existing policies. They aren't rejecting my application outright. They are delaying it endlessly. That means that they still have scruples. If they deny you a permit, then they'll be leaving a record that others can use to whack them over the head. You're one of our planet's most prominent new citizens. It doesn't look good for them if they appear to be picking a fight with you. Kelsey possessed a good awareness of what went on in these circles. VES wanted to make use of such an astute and knowledgeable person. "Are you willing to work for me?" "Excuse me." Both Kelsey and Ramon were stunned that VES offered the woman a job out of the blue. "I'm honored, Mr. Larkinson, but I'm not sure it's a good idea. I'm still a student. I still have some years left before I graduate. I'm not looking for a lawyer, not yet at least." VES quickly reassured her. "I'm merely looking for a political advisor or fixer who can help liaise with the local government and the pioneers on my behalf. It will largely be an informal, part-time job that only requires a couple of hours per week to fulfill. What if there's nothing going on, and everyone else is staying quiet? Staying quiet doesn't mean that I'm safe. I'd like you to receive a weekly report from you that details whatever is going on in Freslin and Orinoco that's relevant to my mech business. Is that something you'd like to do? What's the pay? How about 2,000 credits a month? Deal." For the amount of work Kelsey expected to do for VES, the salary completely satisfied her. She already followed the local politics like a junkie. Getting paid to continue her hobby sounded like a great deal. "All right. Let's exchange contact details and I'll send you an employment contract later. Right now, I'm kind of in a hurry, so I'd like you to take care of something for me." "You want me to handle your stalled permit problem?" "Right." VES nodded. He activated his comm and selected some documents in its storage. He then waved his hand at her, initiating a transfer of files to her own comm. Please read them over so you can formulate an approach. Remember, I don't want you to act like a wrecking ball. Just smooth over the problem without sparking a feud. You do know that I'm a known member of the pioneers. I doubt the greens and white doves who are ruling in the city council will appreciate my presence. They could have left me alone, but they deliberately pushed me away from them. Who else can I turn to? VES sighed and crossed his arms. Mind you, I'm not joining your camp, but I think there are plenty of ways we can cooperate. One of the reasons why I decided to hire you is because I want to establish a channel with the pioneers. They discussed a bit more of what VES expected Kelsey to do. Everything had to be legal and above board, though VES did not mind if she used her own connections to get something done. Once they gained a thorough understanding with each other, VES left the cafe and returned home to take care of the paperwork. He sent over a contract an hour later, which she quickly signed and sent back. With that done, VES sat back on his chair and looked at the ceiling. Hopefully I picked the right person as my second employee. VES might have been a little hasty hiring a random student off the street, but he did not want this matter to stretch out. If Kelsey turned to be all bark and no bite, then he'd simply fire her and call Dietrich. Chapter 128, 2 Layers. Kelsey called back 2 days later. She enlisted the help of the pioneers in putting pressure on the city council. VES interrupted her explanation and only wanted to know if she got his permit. Well, the short answer is yes, she said. It should have gone into immediate effect by now. To verify her words, VES stepped outside. The bots and construction workers from SAS had picked up their work and were beginning the long and difficult process of installing and entrenching the heavy turrets. Work has resumed. Looks like there are no more barriers in my way. His advisor warned him not to let his guard down. There will be inspectors keeping an eye on your property in order to make sure you don't exceed the specifications laid out in your application. That's fine. As long as the city council steps aside, they can watch all they want. VES appreciated her efficiency. Even if she did not do much on her own, she proved to be a valuable contact who could leverage the pioneers on his behalf. Certainly, they might pay a visit to him in order to ask for a favor, but that was the way the universe worked. His new employee passed him a warning. I've been doing some snooping around, and there's an undercurrent of dissatisfaction regarding your decision to base your company on this planet. What kind of excuses are they throwing around? The white doves are afraid that someone as prominent as you will attract raids from pirates or enemies who have a bone to pick with you. The greens are dissatisfied with the increase of interstellar traffic and the pollution they bring when they transport your goods. Kelsey made it clear that the local politicians weren't done with him yet. Will they be ambushing me with anything else in the next 2 months? Not as far as I'm aware of. The likelihood still exists. I think the doves and the greens are taken aback at your sudden courtship with the pioneers. That's good. You can pass on to the pioneers that I'm open to collaboration. Right now, I'm occupied with a very important project. I'll be largely indisposed for 2 months. After passing on a couple of instructions to his new advisor, he ended the call. He smiled and stretched his arms. Now that there are no more distractions, it's about time I start with redesigning the Mark Antony. He loved Mark Antony. As his first commercial design, he fabricated 2 physical mechs and sold them to 2 different customers. Those mechs were still in use today, causing VES to feel a strange form of parental pride. I brought those mechs to life with my own 2 hands. They are my children in a sense. His sentiments made him reluctant to change the design. Such an act proved he lacked faith in his own work and that he found it necessary to correct its shortcomings. This mental barrier pushed VES to keep finding excuses. Still, if he continued to procrastinate, then what was the point of taking this profession? I can't aim for perfection all the time. There's a time when I have to draw the line and say it's enough. VES did not have the luxury to indulge in endless study and indolent diversions. He had to run a business. No matter how many virtual mechs he designed, the real universe only cared about physical mechs. Let's get to work. First, I'll have to draw up a schedule. He opened his terminal and split his redesign project into several chunks. First, he planned to spend an entire day to developing and refining a focused intent. He dedicated 3 entire weeks to revamping the mech's entire internal structure. After that, he allocated 2 weeks to revamping and optimizing the mech's armor. The week after that consisted of tweaking and optimizing the remaining self-contained components such as the engines, power reactor, cockpit as well as the weapons. Once he finished going through all of the components, he planned to subject his design to a barrage of tests for the next 2 weeks. Looks like a decent schedule. VES nodded to himself as he drew back. Hopefully, 3 weeks is enough to finish the enormous task of creating an entirely new internal structure. VES recently gained the Structural Pathway Configuration 2 sub-skill for this task. Still, he never specialized in electrical engineering, and only managed to reach apprentice level through the system. He did not wish to delay this project any further in order to spend a month in trying to raise it again. He shook his head and redirected his thoughts to establishing a strong image for the Mark Antony Mk2. In hindsight, VES realized he constructed a rather chaotic image for the Mark Antony. After untangling the jumbled mess he initially composed, he realized he combined 3 separate images into one. The first image consisted of the appearance of an ancient Roman legionnaire. He started with the standard knight form from the Caesar Augustus and adjusted its appearance to look like a Roman soldier. The most significant change was that he took the base model's kite shield and added enough bulk to turn it into a hefty tower shield. The Roman legionnaire contributed strongly to the defense portion of the image. The inspiration invoked a trust in the shield, a sense of martial discipline and a grit that never faltered. The next image related to the names of the variant and its base model. Jason Kozlowski originally named his mech the Caesar Augustus due to its prominence in taking up an inspirational leadership role on the battlefield. VES kept to the theme by taking the name of the Roman emperor's defeated rival Mark Antony. As an image, the name evoked a strong sense of daring and the willingness to seize opportunities. This fit with the style of a cavalry general, whose formations changed the course battle with a well-timed charge. The last component had to do with the mech's intended role. As an advanced mech and a hybrid knight, the mech served as a pivotal linchpin in the battlefield. It combined the defensive stance of a knight with the offensive tendencies of an aggressive frontline leader. He slipped in the last image unintentionally. VES tentatively concluded he added this last one in due to his exuberance in creating his first production design. The hybrid knight acted as the glue that bonded the 2 previous images together in a coherent whole. From the information he gathered and the guesses he made, VES came to a tentative conclusion on how to evoke the X factor. He couldn't prove his hypotheses, but he figured it didn't hurt to adjust his mindset. There's 2 layers to it. The primal layer absorbs the essence of my intent. It distills the most complex images into its core components. For example, when he formed the inspiration of a Roman legionnaire, the primal layer stripped all unnecessary elements. It only preserved the overarching meanings embedded in the image, such as defense, discipline, and grit. The second portion that made up the X factor consisted of the conscious layer. VES only inferred the existence of this layer when he studied a lot of replays of past matches. The Unicorn, Mark Antony, and Young Blood all exhibited signs that they affected the conscious judgment of their pilots. Can an image actually come to life this way? VES grappled with this question. It sounded impossible. How could figments of his imagination develop a conscious mind? The X factor doesn't make sense in the first place. Without deriving the theory on how the X factor operated, VES could not draw upon humanity's existing understanding of the universe. He had to watch out for coloring his assumptions with unconscious biases. Researchers who studied alien technology specifically learned to detect and mitigate their prejudices. Only his instincts hinted that he was on the right track. VES imagined what it meant if his guesses panned out. If there's 2 layers to the X factor, then there might be a third or a fourth, just waiting to be discovered. All of these were fanciful thoughts that VES had no way of uncovering now. He shoved aside the matter and set his sights on working with the 2 layers he identified so far. There's an issue. VES slowly realized as he formulated an optimal model for the X factor. The primal layer works best with strong simple concepts. The conscious layer on the other hand requires an extensive backstory in order to shape its personality. The 2 demanded competing approaches. If VES spent his time on focusing on a few key concepts and left the details vague, then the design would carry strong instincts but weak direction. If he flipped around his priorities, then his mechs could consciously assist the pilot but with a weaker boost to overall performance. Both had their good points, and VES believed a design could be strong in both. He just had to find the right approach. This is mostly a mental exercise, so as long as I have the right mentality, I can strengthen both. That was easier said than done. VES believed he owed his previous good scores for the unicorn and Mark Antony due to his passion. If VES stopped second-guessing every decision, he might be able to hold contradictory thoughts. In short, the key to maximizing his X-factor was to hold a delusional mindset. I'm not about to get drunk or inject myself with stimulants in order to reach this state. He quickly decided. Those kind of shortcuts might work for artists, but engineers like VES had to remain sober in order to work with precise schematics. VES had to refrain from going off half-cocked. He could try out his outlandish theories when he designed his virtual mechs. Since he intended for the Mark Antony Mk2 to serve as an active combat mech, he had the obligation to deliver a stable product. Let's settle for a basic approach. An advanced mech will generally be piloted by talented and experienced mech pilots. These kinds of customers benefit more from a boost in instincts than having a second opinion. He had to remind himself that only professionals bought and piloted his mechs. After all of this theory crafting, VES finally got down to the brass tacks. He sat back in his chair and spent the rest of the day with fleshing out the inspirations for the second version of his variant. Mindful of his priorities, he focused mainly on strengthening the detail of their combat performance. The Roman legionnaire became a gritty veteran of uncountable campaigns. Mark Antony demolished the Gauls under the direction of Julius Caesar. VES skimmed the parts where they were not in battle. When it came to the hybrid knight, VES halted for a moment. Can I even use an inanimate object as an image? It posed another interesting question. Without trying it, VES had no idea if it was possible. According to his previous hypotheses, using a shield as an inspiration showered the primal layer with defense-oriented instincts optimized for shield handling. Using a mech to inspire another mech sounded strange. VES had the feeling the notion resembled asking whether the chicken or the egg came first. It posed another conundrum, especially when the existence of the X-factor presumed that mechs also lived. Eventually, VES concluded it might not be any harm to proceed with constructing a life around a hybrid knight. I think all those passionate mech designers throughout history must have also imbued their designs in this fashion. There might even be a form of self-fulfilling prophecy at work where the traits the designers wished for are actually expressed in their product. It explained why some designs like the Caesar Augustus radiated faint auras. The mech designers in question remained ignorant to the X-factor, so they never picked it up like VES, who at least reached incompetent at metaphysics. I can probably advance it to apprentice once I test out all of hypotheses. VES remarked, aware of the possibility of treading new ground. In the entire galaxy, perhaps only the creator of the mech designer system had walked this path. VES treated the matter of constructing an image around the hybrid knight carefully. He incorporated both elements of defense and offense, but his main focus laid in increasing the synergy between the mech and the pilot. Both were indispensable. If VES had to pick a single concept to embody his thoughts on the matter, then it was trust. The pilot trusted his machine to perform at its best, and to never falter. The mech trusted his pilot to steer it right and treat it with respect. Now that VES polished the images into shape, he began the arduous task of holding them in his mind. His enhanced concentration worked overtime trying to keep the images distinct in his mind. He wrangled the three sources of inspiration into place and condensed them into a beam of focused intent. He managed to hold this strenuous state for an hour, but no more. VES had to rest his mind so that he could piece together his frayed concentration. That took at least 10 to 15 minutes. Looks like I'll be taking regular breaks once I start with the next phases. Chapter 129, Architecture. Patricia set down her datapad that displayed the Herald's interview with VES. She sat back on her perch overlooking a peaceful garden at a private island on Lemar. The woman glanced at the projection of a familiar mech as it endured a ferocious missile bombardment. Now that you have studied the young blood, what are your thoughts, Patricia? A female voice asked from the side. Leary Raywind, a foreign journeyman mech designer under the employ of Master Null, popped a cultured grape-like fruit in her mouth. Since Patricia acknowledged the famed mech designer as her master, Leary brought her up to speed. Patricia improved remarkably as she supplemented her solid foundation with a couple of intermediate skills. The construction of the young blood is not remarkable, though it is well built. Patricia answered after organizing her thoughts. The overall complexity of the knight type is fairly low, so it is not a large accomplishment for an apprentice mech designer to achieve this result. I can only say that VES has a strong foundation. Is that all you can perceive from his mech? If it is merely a good construction, then it shouldn't be generating the modest amount of buzz in the news. The weapon is solid but nothing special. The augments have been improved, but only marginally. The armor's contours have changed and the internal structure is a lot more flexible. Any pilot who steps into the young blood's cockpit will appreciate the vastly improved handling. These are factual statements that any decent mech designer can make when they compare spec sheets. Leary admonished her junior while she shook her head in disappointment. You are a talented mech designer, but you are still too sheltered. Don't look at the design with your brain. Instead, look at it with your heart. Patricia looked befuddled. Her elegant eyebrows furrowed as she set aside all the numbers and statistics and focused solely on the projection of the virtual mech in battle. She did not know the mech pilot on display, but thought that he or she performed like a natural on the battlefield. Was she looking at a professional? No. The pilot's skill fell short. Instead, the mech moved fluently and decisively. Patricia did not spot the characteristic pauses and second-guessing of a pilot of this caliber. Now that she thought about it, many of the replays she reviewed had shown that every pilot performed close to their optimum without being burdened by various mental distractions. Is there something funny going on with the neural interface? No. Leary responded. I've checked the design myself. The neural interface is a bog-standard model that hasn't changed a bit from the original hoplite design. Think. What can affect a design's performance that does not show up in the schematics or spec sheets? Design philosophy. That's impossible. He's only an apprentice, far from the level where a design philosophy should manifest. The human race is endlessly varied. There are many exceptions to the rule. We lump in everything unexplainable into a concept called design philosophy because only few of us are able to exhibit phenomena beyond our understanding. Master Olson has a good eye for her to spot such a gem in the wild. Normally, novices and apprentices have only vaguely heard about design philosophy. From their basic textbooks, design philosophy embodied a mech designer's understanding of mech design and signified their unique insights that no one else could imitate. In truth, design philosophy embodied much more than simple understanding. Patricia knew a little more about the concept. Only those who developed their design philosophy past a certain point broke through to senior and master mech designers. All others stopped their advancement once they reached the limits of journeyman. Don't be discouraged, Patricia. Design philosophy comes with experience and learning. One must first learn to crawl before they can learn to walk. At what stage is VES right now? I'd say he's actually running the 100-meter sprint right now. There's no way he can keep this up without damaging his foundations. Then we should warn him. Patricia yelled and brought up her comm. Leary cut the air with the palm, shutting off all signal traffic on the island. Stop. Why? Do you think his master is unaware? A lesson only hits home when it hurts. When little VES inevitably falls and trips, Master Olson will be there to pick up the pieces. Despite her concern, Patricia had no right to interfere. Every mech designer had to seek their own truths and find their own path to greatness. Back in Cloudy Curtain, VES prepared to resume his efforts to revamp his outdated production design. This next step is going to be a pain. The second phase of his redesign project consisted of revamping the internal structure or architecture of the Mark Antony. VES did not intend to replace any of the existing components stuffed inside the mechs, though they were also the source of the problem. The Caesar Augustus used some of the best current gen component available for licensing. The engine, power reactor, weapons, and more performed quite well compared to the competition. However, performance often correlated with size, so they all took up more space than average. For a medium mech trying to stay within its weight class, this created an awful situation. What VES learned from his newly gained structural pathway configuration sub-skill helped him understand the issue at hand. He got a sense of what the base model tried to accomplish. Mech designers learned fairly early in their studies that they were brought up to design war machines. These mechs not only had to perform at their optimum when fully maintained, they also had to endure various debilitating conditions. If a mech got its arm cut off, its systems adjusted by enacting some form of damage control. For example, the mech adjusted its balance and cut off any feeds and systems designed to interact with the missing arm. If a shot snapped an important power feed to the arms, then the mech adjusted by routing power through an alternate path. These backup lines may not be able to bear the full load, but it at least ensured the limb maintained a basic amount of functionality. Both mech pilots and mech designers consider redundancy important. An easy but misleading way to determine a mech's overall redundancy was to look at their redundancy factor. Expressed in percentages, the RF summarized how much damage a mech could take before it started to lose performance. Any mech certified by the Mech Trade Association had to meet a minimum standard of redundancy. Heavy mechs always reached a minimum of 100% RF. This proved that all of its basic systems could be run on a parallel internal structure with no loss of functionality. This took up a lot of a heavy mech's internal space, but since they often acted as punching bags, pilots always wanted more. Medium mechs only had to meet a 50% RF. The mech's critical systems such as its basic feeds between the power reactor, cockpit, engines had fully functional backups that could take over the transfer of power and data. Less essential systems had to make do without these redundancies. Light mechs always had to do more with less, so a 25% RF already strained an average light mech. These kinds of paperweight mechs relied entirely on speed and evasion, so it did not have much use for redundancy in the first place. A single heavy hit could easily wipe out the main feed and all of its backup feeds at the same time. Other factors also mattered when it came to mitigating damage, the most important of which was compartmentalization. When a particular section of a mech sustained a hit, ideally the damage only affected that portion. A well-designed internal structure contained the spillovers from both the source of the damage and any cascading faults such as follow-up explosions. Same as redundancy, an MTA-certified mech also had to meet a minimum standard of compartmentalization, expressed in CF. Unlike RF that for some heavy mechs reached as high as 300%, CF only had reached a theoretical maximum of 100%. The MTA mandated a CF of 10% for light mechs, 15% for medium mechs and 50% for heavy mechs. Regardless of CF and RF, the MTA mandated minimum only barely met the needs of mech pilots. Those who wished to purchase a more secure mech always sought out mechs with significantly higher margins of safety. What Jason Kozlowski decided to do when he ran out of internal space astounded VES. Instead of addressing the root of the problem by replacing his core components with more compact versions, he started cutting into his CF and RF. Between the two, Jason evidently valued redundancy more. He tried to keep as much redundancy intact as possible by optimizing his design's internal architecture for space. He basically removed a lot of internal dividers and active suppression systems that localized the damage. He also filled up the buffer space with more junk, causing many cables and feeds to squeeze together. What a self-obsessed idiot. VES quietly cursed. If Mr. Kozlowski's design team only had one fellow mech designer with a spine, then this travesty might never have come into being. He had to make do with what he got. With the same core components already taking up a substantial chunk of space, VES had to puzzle out an entirely new architecture that could somewhat raise the base model's dismal 17% CF while maintaining its 85% RF. A medium knight is considered decent if its redundancy factor is 100%. A hybrid knight is also expected to draw the enemy fire, so at a 50% RF is wholly insufficient. VES allocated 3 full weeks to come up with a cleaner internal structure. He got to work by drafting the basic pathways around the mech's internal frame and core components. Cables, feeds, artificial musculature and support structures slowly filled in the contours of his design. Even this simple chore turned strenuous due to his need to maintain 3 images at once in order to nurture the X factor. He shortened his sessions to 45 minutes in order to prevent his mind from slipping into an abyss each time he overdrafted his focus. The changes in the routine succeeded in lowering his stress. VES tentatively added more details to the schematic when he overlaid the primary channels with additional ones. He only started straining his mind once the gaps started filling in. VES had to be a little more inventive and a lot more patient to figure out his solutions. Most of the work at this stage involved a lot of trial and error. Every time he came across a bump, he had to try out 999 different solutions before obtaining one that didn't suck. It also happened to be the ideal whetstone for VES to get used to holding 3 images at once. As 2 weeks slowly went by, VES became more proficient in flexing his mind. He did not increase his intelligence or concentration attribute in any measurable way. Instead, he learned to utilize his existing strengths closer to their full potential. In the final week, VES finished over 98% of his desired end state. Sadly, the final 2% seemed incredibly tough to complete. His completely revamped internal architecture looked neat, clean, and incorporated a lot more buffer space. Along with employing some other tricks, his design used up about 5% less space while raising its overall endurance. VES managed to raise its compartmentalization to 29% while maintaining a redundancy of 81%. The vastly increased CF ensured that any damage his mech sustained remained limited to the affected portion. The original Caesar Augustus did not have to worry so much about this issue due to its excellent compressed armor. Since the Mark Antony incorporated the cheap and disposable HRF armor system, VES had to ensure it kept running if the mech sustained severe damage. After hundreds of thousands of simulations, I'm finally done with this matter. He sighed as he released his concentrated state. By now, had become accustomed to holding 3 thoughts at once, though it always remained somewhat challenging. He already invested much of himself in this project. The Mark Antony Mark II had to exceed everyone's expectations in order to generate sufficient sales. Only through selling physical mechs could he earn enough money. No matter how many virtual mechs he designed, they never earned him more than 1 million credits. Chapter 130, Mark II. Kelsey walked past the newly installed walls and turrets with a nervous gait. No one stayed calm when they had to face those ferocious defenses. Various bots patrolled the grounds, making sure to inspect the college girl when they hovered close. After receiving a final inspection from a uniformed security officer, she finally got to enter her new employer's workshop. Compared to the deadly gleaming turrets, the interior appeared much more down to earth. She quickly reached a living area where a handful of couches, tables and even a drinks dispenser occupied the room. VES already sat at one of the couches and gestured her to take a seat while he petted a marvelous-looking mechanical cat. "Please take a seat. Mr. Larkinson, I have your report for the month," Kelsey said and slid over a secure data chip. She could have sent it through the galactic net, but considering the sensitivity of the information, she put it in a hard-coded form first. "Give me a summary. Anything going on that I should know about?" There are hints that another player from Bentheim has entered the field. A very wealthy corporation is making inroads with the White Doves. Have you determined their identity? From what my contacts in the Pioneers have inferred, it's likely to be the Ricklin Corporation. VES stopped petting his cat, causing the animal in question to meow in indignation. The Ricklins. Sure enough, they're thinking about taking revenge. He sighed, and scratched Lucky's head in order to placate his cat. A traitor used my second-ever fabricated mech to wipe out at least half of their upper echelon. Shouldn't they be consolidating their assets and reorganizing their ranks? Turmoil is still racking the Ricklin family, but support is building up around a young genius of the family. The chaos is expected to end as soon as the last holdouts accept a compromise. Great. So I'll have to deal with 2 sources of outside pressure. Not only do I have to worry about the tiger next door, but I also have to guard against the distant meddlers from the Friday Coalition. Kelsey tried to reassure her employer. Don't underestimate the central government. Cloudy Curtain is one of the many satellite planets that surround Bentheim and keeps their influence in check. Rittersburg will not allow Bentheim to take effective control over one of their critical food sources. The Bright Republic benefited a lot from the Bentheim system. The population on its only inhabited planet swelled to ridiculous proportions, to the point where its own domestic agriculture couldn't feed their hungry mouths. Hopefully you're right, but you never know what might happen in the future. With all the unrest and terrorist attacks, no one cared about improper influence. If VES wanted to ensure his safety on the political front, then he might have to bring in outside influence on his own after all. Bringing in my family will still tarnish the Larkinson name. VES concluded. Involving the whalers should be my nuclear option. With nothing else to report, Kelsey left after a short talk with VES with new instructions. Since his troubles only started, VES expressed interest in joining the Pioneers. I can't remain half-hearted and ignore political realities. If I don't join their circle, I'll remain vulnerable to their whims. Despite what went on, he still had a job to do. VES resumed his work on the redesign project. he spent a week on developing a highly adjusted armor scheme. To be frank, he could not find many opportunities to improve over the original design. There were only so many ways he could employ the HRF armor plating with his current skills. Even with his improved skills, VES was not able to raise any parameters without making trade-offs. For example, if he wanted to increase the flexibility of the arms, then he could shave off some armor, thus increasing their vulnerability. If he lost more than he gained, then he simply needed to reorient his goal. More armor. More speed. More flexibility. Not possible. Then what if VES focused on something he hadn't paid attention to? After a few minutes of consideration, he settled on reducing the armor's complexity. His current armor scheme consisted of many complex shapes. A flat square plate was the simplest piece of armor a fabricator could produce. What about a plate with a curve? The person who fabricated this plate had to reproduce the curve to its exact contours down to the millimeters. VES tried to simplify these shapes as much as he could without affecting the armor's overall performance. It worked up to a point, as VES never took complexity into consideration before. Though the design unavoidably lost a bit of performance, he successfully reduced the failure rate of fabricating most of its parts. This might not matter too much to VES. He knew his design intimately and could fabricate its parts with sufficient confidence. He did it so others were able to do the same without falling flat. I've already untangled much of the internal structure. With this, Carlos shouldn't have too much trouble. After finishing his draft, he subjected the schematic to a barrage of simulated tests. The reduced complexity opened vulnerabilities in his design that slightly lowered the armor's ability to withstand certain kinds of damage. VES easily patched most of the holes. Only some needed more attentive care as VES had to reintroduce some complexity. When VES finally reached the end of the armor phase, he sighed and relaxed his concentration. Armor is supposed to be one of my secondary specialties. It's disgraceful if I can only bring up the armor to this extent. He was in no shape to design a mech. VES took a day off in order to clear up his mind. He never enjoyed a full day of relaxation, so he made the most of it. While Carlos diligently mastered the last of his virtual designs, VES played around with Lucky and browsed the news. Much of the news revolved around the recent chaos and the steps the Mech Corps took to respond. They increased their procurement and called in some of their reserves. Everyone knew this was just the prelude. This is the time when mechs are selling like hotcakes. I have to push my product out as fast as possible if I don't want to miss out. The next day, VES returned to his work with a renewed sense of urgency. He spent the next week making adjustments to the self-contained parts. Due to his lack of expertise, he only brushed through most critical components like the engine or power reactor. Instead, he spent an entire day on customizing the cockpit. VES wanted to stimulate a better response to the X-Factor by setting the right mood. He changed the shape of the chair and adjusted the displays. He also carved the entire metal compartment with ancient-looking sculptures that alluded to the inspirations for the design. If nothing else, his customers might appreciate the luxury. With that done, he turned his attention to the mace and shield. His new melee weapon optimization sub-skill allowed him to recognize that he made a lot of mistakes with the weapon. He deleted the mace and brought back the CA-1's original sword. I can't use the same sword shape that's optimized for compressed alloys when I'm actually using an uncompressed alloy. VES drastically modified the basic sword shape until he made it shorter but thicker. Without access to a compressor or better performing alloys, he had to resort to various tricks in order to make the most out of the uncompressed HRF alloy. After finishing the sword, he touched up the shield. He introduced a moderate amount of complexity by applying some creative layers, but other than that it remained a simple rectangular slab of metal. He tweaked the other weapon systems as last. He adjusted the contours of the missile launchers so that they meshed a little better with the shoulders. The wrist laser cannons required a lot more work. With his newly acquired directed energy weapon optimization sub-skill, he recognized various vulnerabilities. The laser cannons faced a major issue. The HRF's heat capacity simply couldn't compare to the original armor system. VES had to thicken the wrists in order to prevent the wrists from overheating too quickly. It took 2 entire days to graft new heat channels in order to spread out the excessive heat generated from a rapid-fire rate. At the end of the phase, VES dedicated the last hours to optimizing the festive cloud generator. He reduced the size and energy consumption of the joke component in order to minimize its impact to the mech's performance. He also distinguished the vapor crest on the head by running the distinctive pressurized mist through some lights. I'm finally done with this phase. All the components are in place. Up next is comprehensive testing. After more than a month of redesigning, the revamped Mark Antony looked substantially more refined. The subsequent simulations subjected his new design in various brutal conditions. VES extensively employed the system's models in order to find every possible fault. The holistic tests exposed various stress factors that in some cases crippled the mech. VES had to tread carefully from this step onwards. He encountered many instances where one fix led to another issue. Sometimes he had to revamp an entire section in order to address the root of the problem. 2 whole weeks of simulation, and it's still not enough, he declared after an enormous amount of repetitive testing. By now he only caught minor glitches that only really came into effect in extremely rare conditions. Without a better proficiency in modeling, VES reached the limits of what he could expose. He had reached the end of the road. VES not only invested 8 whole weeks into designing the Mark Antony Mark II, he did it while maintaining 3 separate images in his mind. VES looked forward to the evaluation. He squirreled to his toilet and set up the privacy shield before bringing up the system. Tell me system, what's your verdict? Design evaluation, CA1C2 Mark Antony Mark II. Variant name, CA1C2 Mark Antony Mark II. Flexibility, E+. Mobility, C-. Deviance, 62%. Performance improvement, -23%. Cost efficiency, +62%. Overall evaluation, an acceptable variant of the Caesar Augustus. Though very lacking in its armor compared to the base model, it has achieved an admirable amount of cost savings over the original model. The second version of this variant has turned it into a commercially viable design. No rewards are issued when updating an existing design. Yes, I did it, he celebrated. Not much had changed at first glance, but VES instantly recognized the differences. The deceptively unexciting evaluation hit a lot of surprising bombs. First, he successfully raised the X-Factors rating. From C to C+, it indicated that holding 3 images at once and using a mech to inspire his design did not result in catastrophic errors. It's still a pain to repeat this method without improving my concentration. I'm also unsure if I'm heading in the right direction. If I increase the amount of inspirations, it becomes increasingly difficult to meld together. At some point the X-factor will simply scatter. No matter the case, VES uncovered a lot of avenues for further research. Previously, his total lack of understanding prevented him from doing any focused research. Now, he was brimming with questions. Integrity also received a major improvement. After all the work VES had done to increase the Mark Antony's compartmentalization, he deserved the compliment. His design could finally tough it out in the field. Even if its armor got breached, the Mark II could still fight on, though VES didn't recommend such a reckless act. The third surprise came from the final 2 ratings. His various optimizations reduced the material needs to fabricating the mech. Most of the cost savings came from developing an improved internal structure. Reducing the complexity of the armor also helped out by reducing the frequency of producing faulty parts. In the end, it came down to performance. The Mark Antony Mark II thoroughly eclipsed the base model except for armor. VES still found it a pity to miss out on compressed armor. Still, my mech is a solid performer now. It might not compare to a genuine advanced mech, but it's still a decent bargain. Since the costs hadn't grown at all, VES could go in 2 different directions with regards to pricing. If he raised the asking price, he could earn a lot more credits per sale. If he kept the price the same, then he'd surely be able to generate a lot more sales for his improved mech. VES shook his head. Marcella is in charge of my sales. It's largely up to her to set the price. Now that he finished the arduous task of designing the Mark II, VES deserved a well-earned rest. He basically took no notice of the outside world for 8 straight weeks. It was time to stretch his legs and see how everyone fared. Chapter 131, Pre-Production. VES woke up with a slight headache the next morning. He started suffering from pain at the end of the project. He never spent so much time holding on to an inspiration, not to mention 3 at a time. He still suffered from the aftereffects of his exertion. It's worth it if I can obtain a C+ rating for my design, he muttered as he popped a pill inside his mouth to clear his head. The medicine actually didn't help much, as if the pain originated from something other than a purely physical reaction. Nonetheless, VES expected the strain to fade now that he had no need to concentrate for hours on end. After finishing his morning ritual, he entered the workroom to see Carlos up at work. Yesterday, VES checked in with Carlos and became satisfied with his progress. He mastered all of his 1-star and 2-star virtual designs. Only the young blood gave him a bit of trouble, but a success rate of 90% proved that he hadn't slacked off. How's your progress with the Mark Antony Mark II? It's a lot better than the Mark I, that's for sure. His employee responded with a chipper tone. The internals are still a lot harder to assemble, but at least I don't have to be a plumber to untangle all of the messes. That's good. I'll be relying on you to fabricate my silver label mechs. You should be able to thoroughly master the fabrication process by the end of the month. I don't have the confidence to achieve a success rate of 95%, but I should be able to get close to 90% in a month. Carlos honestly informed VES. There's only a couple of really tough spots that haven't been simplified. I think I'll need at least 3 months of practice to get over these bumps. That's fine. The Mark Antony Mark II is still a difficult design and you're still settling in your job. I'm making a lot of allowances for you, so you better shape up. When VES occasionally inspected the logs, he found out that Carlos religiously spent his evenings playing around with the designer software. As his boss, VES naturally at his ambitious employees' work. They were awful. Despite having access to all of the licenses procured by VES, Carlos treated them like a toddler playing with building blocks. All of his resulting designs looked like something out of a mad scientist's lab. Work hard, Carlos. He left his minion alone and entered his own cubicle. He turned on his terminal and loaded up his finished design. The variant's pronounced shape and its intimidating black and red colors radiated an eagerness for battle. The golden frills and the dynamic vapor crest both gave the Mech an aura of leadership. In short, the Mark Antony Mark II aimed squarely at the middle segment of the mech market. Hopefully he already generated enough buzz to attract a couple of orders upon releasing the design. VES called Marcella now that his design was ready for sale. Her tired face popped up from the projection. I haven't heard from you in a long time. Have you finally completed your work? I finished my design. For a moment, his mech broker thought she heard wrong. Are you referring to your update to the Mark Antony? I haven't been fooling around with any virtual designs. It's true. The Mark Antony Mark II is officially done. I've been dying to hear that. I already put the word out, you see. Once you release the specs, I'm sure I can make them bite. When VES sent over his design along with a detailed spec sheet, Marcella eagerly skimmed the documents. Good. You've improved upon your mech's performance without raising costs. That's just what I needed. He could already imagine her diabolical plot. She'd pass off the Mark II as a more expensive design even if the fabrication costs hadn't budged. VES didn't mind such plans, as a higher profit margin benefited him the most. With his current assets, he could forget about mass production. So what's our sales strategy? VES eagerly asked. My production facilities have stayed idle for too many months. I'd like to end the standard year with some accomplishments under my belt. Hold your horses, VES. While a product like yours is almost good enough to compete with the mainstream models, it's best to avoid widespread publicity for now. Why so? We previously introduced the young blood by holding an interview, and that worked all right. It's exactly due to your previous high-profile release that we should take a gradual approach. You've already built up your name recognition. What you lack is a solid track record. If you want to present yourself as a competent mech designer, then you have to avoid the perception that you're showboating. After a brief explanation, VES understood his broker's arguments. Essentially, if he showed up in the news without offering something solid, the public might start treating him like a celebrity. He could still benefit from such a status if VES only harbored limited ambitions. Yet ever since he obtained the system, he set his sights on the pinnacle of mech design. If he wanted to be taken seriously, then he had to let his products do the talking. Alright, if you think it's best to keep a lower profile, then I'm fine with that. Do you have a plan? I know you want to get your hands dirty, so let me ask you something. Can you fabricate a single mech without receiving an advance? Right now. Despite bleeding money lately, VES still maintained a reserve of about 28 million credits. While I have the necessary funds, I'm not comfortable with dipping into my savings. Marcella grinned at him. It will be worth it. Didn't I mention that I built up some hype for your product? Let me gather a small circle of willing buyers and host a private party. You can make your case when we introduce your design. Is it all right for me to be present? I'm still rather young. Don't worry. As long as we demand outrageous prices, the market is willing to make allowances for your product. Even if the Mark II falls short in certain areas, there's nothing wrong with its price-to-performance ratio. She had a point. Even as last-gen Mech started losing value, the Caesar Augustus still sold for 60 million credits. As for VES, he could fabricate a single Mark II for 18 million credits. That was pretty good for a variant that only performed 23% worse than its overpriced base model. We can auction off your first production as a limited edition model. We can build up a waiting list if we label the next couple of Mechs as exclusive collector's edition models. The collectors will love it. I'm not a fan of catering to this kind of crowd. VES quickly replied. He detested those who treated Mech as toys instead of war machines. Let's just keep it simple. There's a reason why I've only established 3 different labels. I don't want to muddle up my catalog. While he trusted Marcella to make the right choices, she always aimed to maximize profits. This time, VES reined her in because he did not wish to go overboard. He also bowed out of the party. Are you sure you don't want to be present? Your presence will add a face to your design. Even if you fail to win them over this time, you can still cultivate some connections that might help you out in the long run. I'm not a marketing expert like you. My presence won't add too much to your party. As VES made it clear he disliked attending these sort of functions, Marcella agreed to host the party on her own as soon as VES shipped his first mech. After ending the call, he stretched his fingers and rubbed his head. My headache is still lingering. Hopefully it will be gone by the time I start fabricating the first Mark II. VES reluctantly ordered a batch of materials from the MTA's open market for around 18 million credits. He noticed that he paid a little more this time for the same amount of goods. Prices have risen. It made sense. Everyone smelled a war, so the manufacturers started running their production lines around the clock. The mech industry devoured more resources than before. This cut into the excess supply that the mining corporations routinely dumped in the open market. The big manufacturers benefited from long-term supply contracts, so they had nothing to worry about. Only the little guys like VES who had to resort to paying the full market price started feeling the pinch. If prices rise by a third, I won't be able to make a profit. The upward trend in prices doused his enthusiasm. VES suddenly realized his business was dangerously exposed to every fluctuation in the resource market. It's not worth it to engage in options right now. When my business grows, I'll expand my overhead and hire a financial wizard. Right now, VES wanted to fulfill a couple of important goals before the end of the standard year. The Larkinsons always returned to their ancestral home in Rittersburg to celebrate the new year. Of course, most of the Larkinsons who served in the military were unable to ask for leave in these tumultuous times. VES expected this year's gathering to be a more subdued affair. It will be good if I can prove my worth. Grandfather and the other elders don't care about virtual mechs. The older generation still looked down on VES. They disapproved of his foray into the highly competitive mech industry. None of them lent him a hand when he founded his mech workshop. Only his father believed in his dream. I don't blame the old goats. While I've benefited a lot from my father's help at the start, I only got to this point through my own hard work. I'm not like those other designers who only managed to stay afloat with outside money. This was a particular point of pride for VES. As long as he sold a couple more mechs, he could show off his substantial cash flow to his relatives and earn their respect. Let's start practicing. VES logged into his designer account in Iron Spirit and entered its virtual workshop. In the 3 days it took the transports to deliver his latest order of materials to his backyard, he attempted to complete a virtual copy of his new design. The virtual workshop's excellent facilities substantially increased his precision. His increased proficiency in both the 3D printer and assembly system also boosted his capabilities. Both factors ensured he created a flawless mech in less than 2 days. Once he received his shipments, he sought to duplicate his success in the real universe. He slowed down his pace and carefully double-checked his actions due to using inferior second-hand machines. VES grew increasingly frustrated at being shackled by his outdated 3D printer and assembler. If I successfully reconstruct the Dortmund, then I won't have to worry about replacing it for a very long time. Good assembly systems are a lot cheaper to buy, though ones that can match a Dortmund in quality will still cost more than 1 billion credits. Unlike an industrial printer, an assembly system never lost its value over time if properly maintained. They merely required occasional firmware updates in order to keep up with the latest techniques. More expensive assemblers worked faster and more precise. Heavy mechs required extremely robust assemblers in order to lift its various parts in place. In any case, VES encountered plenty of tight spots, but he resolved without issue. He worked as conservative as possible and took 5 days to complete the mech. The Mark II's revamped internal architecture allowed VES to keep up his pace as he purposely eliminated the knots that confounded him in the previous version. The fabrication process ended when the assembler finished applying coating to the entire frame. VES looked up at his creation while holding Lucky and smiled. It's almost perfect. I only need to climb inside the cockpit to install a golden label and a gem. Still, VES had the feeling that his model lacked something essential. Something that stamped the machine as his own personal creation. When he compared his freshly fabricated mech to other models, he quickly realized what it lacked. It was time for him to design a logo for his brand. VES looked down at Lucky and scratched his head. What do you say about lending your likeness to my logo? The mechanical cat meowed, more in response to his scratches than his question. I'll be sure to stylize the symbol. I don't know if your product series actually exists in the galaxy. The last thing I want is to step on someone's copyright. Frankly, VES hardly believed another copy of Lucky existed in the galaxy. His gem excretion skill alone defied his understanding of the universe. Chapter 132 Viable Mech. In the end, VES took a few hours to draft his logo. While his artwork might not satisfy any critics, it looked sufficiently distinct. It looked like a curling bronze cat resting atop a cartoonish rainbow cloud. VES had to admit the design lacked the traditional kind of maturity that most serious arms manufacturers favored. I hope you don't mind lending your likeness to my brand. Lucky continued to paw at the projection of his finished work. He uploaded the design to the assembler system and allowed it to paint over his newly designed logo to the mech's left chest. VES took a major step in his career now that he implemented a logo. As the coating finally set, VES stepped on a platform that hovered up to the cockpit. He entered its luxurious interior and sat down on the seat. He studied the reliefs he carved to the sides and at the top. If anyone paid close attention, then they'd realize that they told 3 separate stories. VES took a deep breath. It smells good here. Nothing beats the smell of a newborn mech. Once he got over his infatuation, VES installed the final parts of his design. He first attached the golden plate to the underside of the central console. CA-1C2 Mark Antony Mark II. The plate looked nearly identical to the one inside Captain Carather's mech. This was his first do-over of a design after fabricating only 2 copies. VES found it a sad state of affairs to update a design after achieving so few sales. The Mark I is officially history now. How times fly. He installed one of Lucky's gem before he exited the cockpit. Before he set it in its place, he first retrieved his system-bought anonymizer stamp. After applying the exclusive ink, he carefully stamped a brilliant piece of honey-like citron. In order to make sure the stamp actually did what the system claimed, he took out his handheld multiscanner. After carefully subjecting the gem to a host of scans, the machine stubbornly insisted that VES held nothing but a shiny rock. It works. As expected of the system. The mech designer system might be greedy and capricious, but it never lied. VES focused on the citron, and after a few seconds of focusing, the description showed up in his view. Citron of warmth. Increases the safe heat capacity of a mech by 2% when installed. VES retrieved the gem a couple of weeks ago. The yellow gem was part of Lucky's post-transformation droppings. His recent upgrade and the premium minerals he enjoyed both caused the quality of his gems to quadruple. After scanning his mech to make sure he hadn't missed any faults, VES arranged it to be shipped. First, he sent it to the MTA to be certified. Once they confirmed that VES hadn't screwed up, the mech would be sent to a heavy-duty transport ship to be brought to Bentheim. As VES watched a heavy shuttle take off from his workshop, he let out a breath. 5 days is a little long to fabricate a single mech. If I want to be efficient, I should be able to complete a mech in 3 days. Due to the learning curve, the production process always started off slow and unsteady. Once VES got used to the design and prepared responses to the most common problems, he could easily fabricate the Mark II as fast as he had done in the game. He hoped to reach that point by the time he publicly announced the design. For now, VES intended to make inroads into another project. He entered his secure storage and approached the boxes of salvaged Dortmund printer parts. Lucky followed him inside and curiously pawed at the content of the boxes. VES wasn't worried the cat would do something naughty. An open container of minerals rested on the other side of the room. Once the cat sated his curiosity, he'd sprint over to his favorite box of food and start to nibble on some chunks. I've been very hasty in collecting all of parts. I should sort them out and check for lingering damage. Previously, VES only scanned the broken Dortmund and the strewn-out parts in a superficial manner. Now that he had access to his entire workshop, he intended to use a full-sized scanner from his assembly system. A small host of lifting bots opened up the boxes and spread out the parts onto the floor of the spacious storage room. After cataloging every piece of alloy or composite, the bots brought the parts to the assembly system. There, the inbuilt scanning system thoroughly mapped the objects as they went by and alerted VES to any imperfections. Only 1 in 500 parts showed signs of irregularities. VES wrote off the suspicious parts without hesitation. He put them into a mid-sized container and sent them to a recycling facility to be broken down to their base components. Since he had to remake the components, he might as well use the materials he had on hand. Some of the exotics incorporated in the sophisticated machine could not even be found in the open market. Still, VES did not entirely trust his scanners. They worked fine when measuring the exterior, but some materials were so dense that the scanners failed to penetrate past a couple of millimeters. Besides borrowing the MTA's state-of-the-art machines, VES decided to use something else. He carefully retrieved an archaic-looking lantern from a locked compartment. He received the mystical object from some random draw rewarded by the system. He inspected it carefully. System, will the lantern work if I shine it on something other than a mech? The lantern of imperfection is meant to uncover flaws that hinder the performance of mechs. Any component that is not directly related to a mech will not be illuminated by the lantern's light. How does the lantern judge whether a component is directly related to mechs? A 3D printer is responsible for fabricating models. Is that direct enough? Only components that are part of an existing design are eligible in the perspective of the lantern of imperfection. VES did not let the system's stubbornness sway him from using the lantern. He noted that the system phrased the lantern's rule in a fairly broad manner. Engineers like him often learn to bend seemingly immutable rules to their advantage. As long as I incorporate the printer parts into a mech design, the lantern will consider them eligible, right? Ha 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 ha. I'm right. He laughed. If it's merely programmed to treat components in this fashion, then I'll just slap something together. The lantern's distinction didn't make any sense in the first place. An artificial distinction between mech and non-mech components could only have been imposed from an external force. Since the lantern was not a living object, VES easily figured out a way to exploit its lack of cunning. Once the assembler system finished scanning and sorting all of the parts, VES imported the detailed data into his designer software. Time to design the ugliest mech in the galaxy. He suspected that only viable design played a role when deciding to illuminate a component. This meant that VES had to put some effort into making sure his Frankenstein monster could actually walk and shoot. The Dortmund weighs as much as 2 heavy mechs. It will take a lot of effort keeping such a massive monstrosity on its feet. Replacing the feet with wheels or treads didn't work, as VES had to stick to the definition of a mech. Since he didn't have to actually fabricate the mech, VES chose to start from the default Caesar Augustus frame since it used the best materials. First, he stripped the limbs and expanded the torso. He added a crude hollow section to the underside and filled it up with redundant power reactors and engines. He then duplicated the default legs by about a dozen times before adding them to the expanded portion. It took a few hours to rig the artificial muscles that transferred motive power from the engines to the legs. The mech so far looked like an oversized centaur/spider hybrid with a wheelbarrow-like hollow at its rear. He started to build an elaborate lattice around the mech and gradually started to attach the lighter Dortmund parts to them. They hung from the lattices like leaves on a tree. Once VES used up all of the small-scale parts, he started to using up the heavier components. He welded them together and stacked them up inside the hollow he left out. It made the monster mech look like an old-fashioned truck with legs. To top off his mech, he added a single laser cannon to a random surface. He quickly finalized the design and handed it over to the system. Here's my latest design. I call it the piece of junk on 12 legs. Design evaluation, piece of junk on 12 legs. Model name, piece of junk on 12 legs. Weight classification, ultra heavy. Recommended role, target practice. Armor, F-. Carrying capacity, A. Aesthetics, F-. Endurance, F-. Energy efficiency, F-. Flexibility, F-. Integrity, F-. Mobility, F-. Spotting, F-. Cost efficiency, F-. Project involvement, 100%. Original component composition, 3%. Overall evaluation, the piece of junk on 12 legs barely meets the definition of a mech. This walking disaster fails in every possible role except for holding up its own prodigious weight. You have received no design points for failing to design a practical mech. The system must have been having a seizure when it marked his design. VES had to suppress his grin. The piece of junk could barely move, let alone stand in place without collapsing in on itself. Still, as long as it held up for a minute, he succeeded in making a viable mech. VES returned to the sorted pile of printer parts and brought out the lantern. After carefully igniting the wick, the lantern released a brilliant golden glow that nearly blinded him for a moment. The brightness dimmed into a gentle glow. Whenever the orange light encountered one of the components laying on the ground, it flared and sought to sink in deep. VES merely held up the lantern and waited for something to happen. He spotted a couple of signs 10 minutes later. Part of a large alloy sheet started glowing red. They looked like tiny hairline fractures. Their presence proved that he successfully fooled the lantern's programming. This is great. With the help of the lantern, VES took out any remaining parts that glowed suspiciously. If he neglected the lantern, he might have gone ahead and pieced together a Dortmund that could one day collapse in a heap of junk. He practically saved his own hide with this precautionary move. In the end, VES had to recycle around 1 in 200 parts. This was much more than he expected. The prevalence of microfractures and other faults forced him to halt his current schedule. He wanted to make some headway in the reconstruction project before he started fulfilling orders for the Mark II, but now it appeared he underestimated the required steps. I can replace most of the parts at home, but these high-grade processors are a different matter. Luckily, I picked up plenty of spares. Out of the many sets of chips, VES found only a couple of them still remained pristine. While he gathered an entire set of functional chips, their security measures probably blocked them from establishing a connection with each other. Their serial numbers and individual settings didn't match. I'll have to find someone who can hack these chips, he concluded. Due to the questionable legality of his current project, he couldn't just walk into the MTA or something. Besides resorting to the black market, VES could only think of the Clifford Society to ask for help. I don't have a lot of merits left. He winced. I might need to complete a short mission before I can afford a hacker. Before that, he also needed to clean house. The latest shenanigans from the Greens and the White Doves prompted VES to request a meeting with the Pioneers. Calcy recently sent him a message that she successfully arranged a meeting with an important member of the Pioneers. Looks like I'll be heading to downtown Freslin tomorrow. Do you want to come with me, Lucky? The gem cat continued to munch on his crunchy dinner. Chapter 133 Chamomile Tea. VES took a seat at table in an upscale tea house. The urban noise of downtown Freslin made its way through the open window by his side. Lucky lazily sat down on the windowsill, staring out at the harmless birds and critters darting about between the neatly planted trees. Minutes later, Kelsey climbed the stairs of the Oriental establishment. This time she brought a guest with her. The older gentleman by her side looked like a bureaucrat that never transitioned into the upper ranks. He also appeared to be rather frazzled. "Mr. Larkinson, it's good to finally meet you." The old man greeted VES while offering his hand. "The name's Lyndon Royce. I'm the Deputy Director of Stakeholder Relations of the Initiative for Pioneering." Mr. Royce basically schmoozed with every businessman or official who expressed interest in the pioneers. Though VES preferred to speak with his boss, beggars couldn't be choosers. "You can call me VES." "That's fine, just call me Lyndon. Before we get to business, let's order some tea, shall we?" VES ordered a pot of fragrant chamomile tea. It was his mother's favorite tea. The smell of it brought happy memories of a simpler time to his mind. A fleeting smile appeared on his face before a bump from Lucky brought him back to the present. "That's a remarkable looking cat you've got there. Did you obtain it from the Carnegie Group?" "No, I had him for a while. Lucky here is an exclusive creation from an inventor from the new Robarth Empire." In truth, VES had no idea where the gem cat originally emerged. The young man merely name-dropped the notorious first-rate superstate in order to impress the deputy director. While Lyndon possessed enough self-control to keep his expression polite, a discreet bump from Lucky surreptitiously informed VES of the man's excitement. After a minute of enjoying their tea, they finally decided to talk shop. "I've been hearing a lot about you from Kelsey lately." Lyndon gestured at the young woman sitting next to VES. "She informed me that you have expressed interest in forging a closer relationship with the Initiative for Pioneering. While we welcome each and every citizen from Cloudy Curtain, I'd like to hear your own motivations for seeking us out." VES already prepared an answer. "My mech business is about to enter a rapid growth trajectory. The amount of credits and publicity that my business is about to generate can lead to an irrational response. I recently realized the importance of paying attention to politics. Compared to the hostile attitudes of the white doves and the greens, the pioneers are the only people in town that doesn't treat businessmen like scum. I understand where you are coming from, VES. While Cloudy Curtain might appear to be a sleepy planet where nothing happens, the truth is that the greens and white doves are waging a daily war against the people. They are constantly advancing their heartless agendas in the planetary assembly. They have made their opinions of me very clear. While they have laid low for now, I don't doubt they are cooking something up to make it impossible for me to run my business in my home planet." Lyndon nodded and poured another cup of chamomile tea from the pot. "There are signs that their coalition is about to advance a tax reform bill in the Assembly in order to address the persistent budget deficits. From what we've heard, the bill is proposing to raise taxes on arms manufacturing and heavy industry to up to 50%. "What?" VES almost spilled his tea. 50% is even higher than Bentheim's rate. The tax hikes won't fill up the holes in the annual budget at all. Instead, it will drive away every entrepreneur with a working brain. Without a healthy presence of business and commerce, Cloudy Curtain will slide further into backwardness. For a political neophyte, you are very astute in your predictions." VES couldn't help that his increased intelligence dredged up what he learned in business class. Anyone can figure out the situation if they followed the news. "Even if our planet's development doesn't matter to me, the tax rates still affect my business directly. It's impossible for me to make a living with such a murderous tax rate hanging over my head." Lyndon expressed his sympathies for VES and elaborated on his own thoughts. "Our planet has been settled for several hundred years, but what have we done since then? Our population has remained stagnant at only 20 million while vast swathes of land remain unused. I'm familiar with the facts. Our population growth has remained stagnant because our best and brightest always emigrate to better pastures." After a brief discussion about the backwardness of their home planet, Lyndon finally cut to the chase. "It is great to hear your thoughts. We truly think alike." The old man complimented before adopting a stern face. "Unfortunately, due to political concerns, it is not convenient for us to accept you into our fold." The refusal surprised VES. After all, they had much in common. "Is there a problem?" "There is. We've recently came across evidence that you have been keeping company with a rather unsavory element in our society." "Walter's whalers." "Exactly." This time, Lyndon's expression changed into a frown. Perhaps you are not aware of the customs. That can be forgiven. Nevertheless, you should know that interacting with such gangs will only bring you momentary benefits. The whalers will inevitably fall and be displaced by another gang. Your fate as a collaborator might also not be good. It is not your business to judge my relationship with the whalers. They are the only power on this planet besides the MTA with a substantial mech force. As a mech designer and mech manufacturer, it is a given that we enter a mutually beneficial relationship. Walter's whalers might be uncouth bastards, but they treated VES with respect. Mr. Larkinson, I believe you are severely underestimating the risks involved with associating with the whalers. Your opponents are aware of your relations and are afraid that you will take advantage of it. In fact, the Greens and the White Doves have already made some preparations if the situation devolves into open conflict. That is quite a warning you gave me. VES replied as he tried to figure out the deputy director's goal. It is a pity that my bond with the whalers is solid. It's impossible for me to break my relations with them, especially since they are the only friends I have who I can trust to lend a hand if my workshop is in danger. The worth of a mech workshop on their home planet trumped all other considerations. A genuine mech designer offered a lot of possible services to the whalers, such as customizing their mechs or designing custom ones that fit their personal needs. Eventually, Lyndon backed down from his insistence and instead retrieved a secure data pad from his suit. He turned it on and placed it on the table next to the teapot. "What's this?" VES asked as he grabbed the pad and scrolled through the contents. From what he saw, the pad contained a lot of documents and survey data of a couple of remote farms situated near the equator of the planet. Lyndon clasped his hands and smirked. "Did you know that the Greens and the White Doves are the inheritors of the original pacifists who colonized our planet? They used to own the majority shares of the colony back when it was still a private business venture. They chose to settle on this planet because it offers the ideal environment to cultivate their own brand of luxury crops. So they're the ones behind the massive cloud rice farms. No wonder the Planetary Assembly favors agriculture so much. The Greens and the Doves are only interested in lining their own pockets. One of the most famous products Cloudy Curtain developed was a genetically modified type of highly nutritious rice. The seeds originated from the New Rubarth Empire, and ever since the founders of the Bright Republic settled in the Komodo Star sector, they tried and failed to cultivate this notoriously sensitive crop. Only after another round of modification could the crops be tentatively grown in Cloudy Curtain's temperate and stable climate. The two consortiums that grew and sold the puffy, delicious, and nutritious rice branded it as Cloud Rice. It was the planet's #1 export, eclipsing many other specialty crops. When VES stumbled upon a giant hole in the survey data, he stopped. Is there something special in the Combs region? The Raleigh Consortium and the Leuven Consortium are the sole farming concerns with the rights to cultivate cloud rice. The Raleighs favor the Greens while the Leuvens are funding the White Doves. They used to be one big family before they suddenly split a mere decade after settling the planet. You're not answering my question. VES complained. What does this have to do with the survey data and the Combs region? I am trying to provide you with some essential context, my friend, but very well, let's skip the history lesson. All you need to know is that despite their common roots, the Raleighs and Leuvens are also rivals who are locked in a subtle struggle for dominance. So you could say that the consortiums and the groups that they are backing are frenemies. That is quite an apt description. Lyndon nodded. Thus, you can imagine our surprise when we found out that the company that operates in the restricted Combs region is actually a joint venture between the two consortiums. That raised an eyebrow from VES. For the two political and economic rivals to cooperate on a farming venture of all things indicated that the region hid something important. VES looked at the earliest historical survey maps and noted that the Combs region centered around a dormant volcano. The area around this volcano must be an exceptionally fertile plot of land. So what are you getting at? Don't you see? The Combs region is of vital importance to the two consortiums. It might very well be the reason why their ancestors colonized this planet in the first place. The news that the original pacifists might have settled on a barren planet like Cloudy Curtain due to a single fertile plot roused his interest. The farming consortiums must be cultivating something much more valuable than cloud rice. This is interesting and all, but why are you telling me this? I am merely a mech designer. The farming sector has nothing to do with me. Perhaps you are correct, but consider the situation. Walter's whalers routinely extort the local businesses. They even claim a cut from the incredible profitable export cloud rice. What do you suppose might happen if some of their mechs decided to stroll into the Combs region? Lucky stopped the swish of his tail and stared at Lyndon with a focused intensity. VES quickly stroked his back in order to forestall any aggression. Mr. Royce, you've given me a very dangerous suggestion. Is there some reason why you've mentioned it to me instead of acting on your own intelligence? The deputy director shrugged. What can I say? The pioneers are not an armed gang of thugs. We don't have the habit of acting like a bunch of hooligans with mechs. More importantly, the whalers are a remarkably cohesive group. Say what you will about Mr. Walter, but he has a natural talent for leadership. It is impossible for any of us to engage in a dialogue with their cadre due to their disdain for politicians. You could leave an anonymous tip. They might not act on the information if it comes from a suspicious source. VES wrapped his fingers against the table and considered the situation. The pioneers refused to let him join their little club due to his undeniable connections to a mercenary gang. Then they passed him a request to leverage those same connections to deliver a punch to the most important supporters of their political rivals. VES didn't need Lucky to tell him that the deputy director reeked of hypocrisy. I'm certain an incident will benefit the pioneers. Lyndon gave him a smile. What's good for the pioneers will also be shared to allies such as you. When the Greens and the White Doves are thrown in disarray, we can forestall the pending tax reform bill that's currently under consideration. What if nothing happens at the Combs region? Will you let the bill go through? We can delay the procedures, but we can't prevent them from passing the bill. If the Greens and the White Doves retain their political momentum, then our assemblymen have no choice but to compromise with the ruling coalition. I imagine they will bargain their support for the bill if they can obtain an exemption for our key businesses. Naturally, the pioneers would obviously leave out his mech workshop in that list. Let me think about it. A delicate matter like this should not be decided over a cup of tea. Can I keep this data pad? Feel free to keep it or show it around to your friends. Lyndon waved his hand and stood up. I'm certain that it will make for interesting reading to anyone with an interest in farming. The deputy director chuckled as he left the tea house. Chapter 134 Status Quo. VES turned his gaze towards Kelsey, who kept her mouth shut throughout the entire conversation. I did not expect this meeting to turn out this way. Sorry, VES. I really thought they'd welcome you with open arms. It's not your fault. The pioneers have a point. It's too unseemly to approach the pioneers when I'm already cozying up to Walter's whalers. If he had to make a choice, then he'd pick the thugs with mechs over politicians who schemed against their own mothers. The conversation with Lyndon Royce thoroughly disillusioned VES to politics. What do you suggest I do? To her credit, Kelsey did not immediately shill for the pioneers. No matter what you decide, you should assume that any incidents will be traced back to you. It's not a good idea to antagonize any influence. That was nice of her to say, but VES couldn't afford to sit around and let the tax reform bill be signed into law. If the pioneers treated him with sincerity, then VES did not mind inducing Dietrich and his friends to poke around the Combs region. Instead, Director Lyndon came to him with a false mask and a vague offer of reciprocity that may not even be fulfilled. What do you think about the deputy director, Lucky? Is he a good person? The gem cat hissed and kept his posture low. After Lucky leveled up, his intelligence received a substantial boost. VES found out that Lucky became very proficient in reading other people's body language. Even if the cat did not understand what people said, Lucky could still determine whether a person lied. According to Lucky's current posture, Director Lyndon harbored suspicious intentions. VES tried to figure out what the pioneers really wanted. The Combs region farms might hide something incredible, of that VES did not doubt. Yet what could they gain if another supercrop got exposed? If pioneers only wanted to use him, then VES could imagine the sequence of events. Not only would an incident expose the consortium's secret project, it could also spark an open conflict between the ruling coalition and the gang. Such a fight might not be as one-sided as everyone thought. As the descendants of the original settlers, the Raleighs and Louvans must have spent a fortune entrenching their strategic assets. No matter who won, only the pioneers stood ready to receive the benefits. VES closed his eyes and tried to calm his mind. The last thing he needed was to make an impulsive decision. First, he established his goal. I want to operate my business without excessive interference from bureaucrats and politicians who have a bone to pick with me. The greens and the white doves were obviously hostile to him. The pioneers could best be described as a neutral bystander who is looking to pick up a bargain. They obviously had no intention of giving VES a hand without getting something in return. Why did he have to enter this murky swamp and be forced to make deals with politicians? Calcy, who still sat silently by his side, spoke up at that moment. Mr. Larkinson, the problem that you are facing is coming from two fronts. First, your presence is clashing against the domestic interests of the white doves and to a lesser extent the greens. Perhaps on a good day the greens can be bought off, but the doves are intrinsically opposed to you. Yes, I know that. Then you should be aware that they normally don't move so quick with trying to push a tax reform bill through the assembly. What you should really be focusing on is trying to stop the source of the latest initiatives. VES buried his face in one of his hands. You mean the power behind the scenes? If it's a power from the coalition, then it's a group I can touch. Perhaps not alone, but don't you have a big shot at Limar behind your back? Why don't you ring her up and ask her to take care of whoever is trying to ruin your day? His political advisor had a point. He obviously couldn't fight back against the foreign influence. As long as they remained, they could instigate many possible groups to turn against him. He wouldn't put it past them to make a deal with the pioneers. VES hated the thought of giving up and crying to Horatio for help. When he stayed at Limar, VES got the impression that they prized independence. Even if the deck was stacked against him, a mech designer should always be resourceful enough to find a solution on his own. He failed. Despite his recent fame, his actual power amounted next to nothing. If VES still happened to be a regular mech designer without any backing, his enemies might have already wiped him out. Calcy. Yes. Please prepare all the evidence you've gathered about the foreign influence that is meddling behind the scenes. It doesn't matter if you've only heard rumors, just include all of them in a single report. Be as accurate as possible and don't try to embellish the information in any way. Can you do that for me? Ah, no problem, sir. I'll get right to it once I return to my apartment. The girl quickly left the tea house while VES finished his last cup of tea. He stroked Lucky's back as he lamented his helplessness in the face of absolute power. VES needed to find a way to close the power gap. In the end, I'm still too young. I've only started designing mechs a half-year ago. That's not enough time for me to accumulate a lot of wealth and influence. The mech designer system fueled his perverse growth. This allowed him to skip many inconveniences such as procuring his starting production licenses. The downside to this was that he lacked the time to build up a solid network of friends and backers who he could trust. He shook his head. It's out of my hands now. VES left the tea house and brought Lucky back to his workshop. After a day of waiting, Calcy sent him a collection of files that detailed her investigation. He took the files and logged into the Clifford Society's virtual portal. He didn't bother descending down to the mountain range. Instead, he placed a call to Horatio and asked if he could come to the society for a talk. Master Olson's assistant appeared in front of VES in a flash. Good day, VES. From your tone, you seem to be in a spot of trouble. Tell me what is bothering you. It's like this. He started to explain his circumstances while handing over Calcy's report. VES made sure to mention that while he did not manage to obtain any solid proof, the instigators likely possessed more power than he could handle by himself. Horatio pursed his lips and gave VES a measuring look. It will take some time to corroborate your findings. I can tell you right now that we will step in if it turns out someone from the coalition is targeting you. There are certain rules that coalition partners have to abide to. It's bad news for everyone if someone breaks the rules. Maybe the instigators are hoping they can take advantage of the galaxy-wide unrest. That is a foolish decision. Our resources aren't strained to the point where we can neglect the safety of our fellow mech designers. Don't forget that you have been chosen by Carmen to inherit some of her legacy. After Horatio finished giving him some assurances, he disappeared in a wink. VES stretched his arms and looked down upon the mountain range like a god. The illusion of looking down upon the material world buoyed his spirits a little. One day, I will float among the clouds and own all that is within my grasp. He exited the society and resumed tinkering with the Dortmund parts. He carefully cleaned and polished some of the more worn-out parts and brought them to their prime condition. Once the recyclers sent back the salvaged materials, VES could proceed to supplement the missing parts. The processors are still a huge problem. I'm not a cyber specialist. Unless I divert lots of DP into bringing up my cyber skills, I'll have to hire someone else to do the job. 3 days later, Horatio called him on his comm after putting up his privacy shield. He accepted the call. You were correct to bring this matter to our attention. Horatio started, and sent him back some files that detailed their own findings. The Gage dynasty recklessly extended their reach within our sphere of influence. The haste in their actions made it obvious that it was not a sanctioned operation. VES skimmed over the documents and recognized the most prominent name. I knew it. That bastard Carter never let me out of his sights. He remembered how the most dominant mech designer in the entire competition lost in a humiliating fashion. Carter's assigned pilot completely dominated Lovejoy's swordsman mech with a ridiculous flying heavy mech. Instead of going for the kill, the enemy pilot showed off, leaving his mech open to a desperate sword throw that eventually brought the lumbering machine down. There's no cause for worry, VES. Carmen has personally rebuked the dynasty and forced them to withdraw their agents in your republic. Our own agents are still keeping watch on you. A master has to maintain their dignity. So long as you remain Carmen's apprentice, we will not allow her enemies to lay a hand on you. VES took note of Horatio's careful wording. So you won't be taking care of my domestic opposition then? I'm still in a pickle even if you've put the wind out of the sails. A mech designer who remains vulnerable to the whims of others is not worth investing in. Prove your own value by showing us your resilience. What if I don't make it? You are hardly facing a life-threatening crisis. No one has forced you to base your startup on a rural planet with a government that is hostile to arms manufacturing. At worst, they'll just drive you away. Isn't there a nearby port system with a healthy mech industry? Perhaps you should consider moving early. The discussion ended after Horatio finished admonishing VES. His senior did not hold back in questioning the junior's decisions. VES had to admit that Horatio had a point. He basically disrupted Cloudy Curtain's status quo by starting up a mech business on a peaceful planet. That didn't mean that VES was ready to throw in the towel. Bentheim is too much of a snake pit. Without any reliable backing, all the gangs, cartels and ruthless competitors will gobble me up. At least I have Dietrich will pick up my calls if I remain on this planet. Though VES appreciated Horatio's help, he still believed he made the right choices. He always dreamed about growing his business into a major mech manufacturer from the home planet of his father. After going through Horatio's intelligence documents, VES picked a couple of pages and sent them on to Kelsey. He followed up with a short message telling her to come up with a plan to stop the tax reform bill from passing in the assembly. Hopefully she could come up with something smarter than taking Director Royce's offer of instigating an incident at the mysterious Combs region. Even if the consortiums are cooking something up, it's none of my business. He should really be focusing on his upcoming projects. VES expected a call from Marcella any time now. In the meantime, he resumed polishing the Dortmund parts. If VES wanted to obtain more power, then he had to expand his capabilities. Restoring an industrial printer to full readiness vastly increased his production scale. If he supplemented his expansion with a compressor and a CTM, he'd be able to run 2 production lines around the clock. The money will really start rolling in if I can get to that point. That was difficult. Not only did he have to procure a couple of expensive machines, he also had to expand his workforce and train another fabricator. Not to mention that he relied on Marcella to keep the orders coming. The Mark II I fabricated last week should already be unveiled today. VES recalled as he looked at the calendar. I wonder how her private gathering will go. Chapter 135 Showcase. Colonel Aries Huntington was an old friend of Marcella Bollinger. They came from the same crowd, and while a war wound forcibly put an end to her piloting career, Aries hung on for 20 more years until his age caught up. Nowadays he fought behind a desk. You've got them wrapped around your finger. Aries casually spoke to Marcella. They both stood on a ramp overlooking an empty training ground. A handful of men waited their turn to pilot the Mark Antony Mark II. A couple of other guests impatiently hopped in the simulator pods in order to experience the virtual version of the novel Mech. It couldn't be helped. The first unveiling of the Mark II proceeded in a dramatic fashion as Marcella brought the guests inside a darkened stable and slowly revealed the Mech. Its iconic red vapor crest lighted up first. Other lights revealed its masculine contours, which included its heavy shield and its shoulder launchers. Marcella knew her crowd. The Mark II explicitly appealed to the primal part of a human male. Most of her guests were men. The only women present either specialized in piloting knights or represented wealthy individuals who couldn't come in person. VES has come a long way, Marcella said to her old friend. I always knew the Larkinson family had a talent with mechs. Even if VES lacked the aptitude, the love for mechs is buried within his bones. Aries snorted at Marcella's fawning tone. Don't pretend you spotted his talent back then. The Larkinson name is overrated. You merely took him on as a client because he got bamboozled into signing that ridiculous 10-year contract. Hey, you're only grumbling because Ark Larkinson stole your posting. Now he's stationed at the border to the Visions while you are stuck reading data pads in Bentheim. He's too young to command an entire base. I don't care if he's been promoted to colonel, he doesn't have the experience to lead the vanguard. The incident still rankled Aries. He possessed all the right qualifications to be stationed at an important conflict zone, but some golden boy a dozen years short his age snatched his promised posting. Technically, Aries received a higher-ranking posting, but for a veteran of the previous Bright Vija war it might as well be death by torture. Marcella shook her head while rubbing her camouflaged artificial limbs. You're always chomping at the bit to smash their noses. I bet HQ passed you on because you're a little too eager to start the war early. I'm a professional. I don't let my personal feelings get in the way of duty. The argument went nowhere, so Marcella shut her mouth. Instead, both of them watched the lumbering Mark II navigate the obstacle course and defeat a handful of flimsy projections of mechs. So what do you think about little Vessie's latest work? The colonel scratched his white-bearded chin as he evaluated the performance of the mech. There's something funny about this model. I can't quite tell what's going on. Whatever it is, it made your guests turn into instant fans. The mech broker cleverly prefaced the first 10 minutes of the gathering with teases and snippets of simulated combat footage. They all highlighted the as-of-yet unannounced mech in its best light. The heavy tower shield, the versatile missile launchers, the deadly short-ranged laser cannons, they all combined to present an image of indomitability in the face of overwhelming forces. Of course, Marcella conveniently left out the Mark II's less than flattering features, such as its mass-production quality armor system and its flash-in-the-pan endurance. If you want to know what's special about the Mark II, then go watch the duels over there. The projections that showed the virtual Mark IIs in action conveyed every duel and battle scenario in visceral detail. At one side, a pair of Mark IIs stood side by side leading the charge against an enemy fortified position. The hybrid knights used their heavy shields as disposable cover, trading protection for distance. Their shoulder launchers occasionally fired missiles that exploded in a cloud of smoke and sensor-blocking particles. Another projection displayed a tense and even duel. A blue-striped Mark II tried to run circles around a green-striped Mark II and fired back with its wrist lasers. The defending mech easily blocked them with its shield and retaliated by firing a full salvo of homing missiles. While the other mech defended against the sudden barrage, the green-striped mech closed the distance and bashed its shield against its counterpart. The sudden disruption of balance left the blue-striped mech vulnerable to an incoming chop. The lack of momentum caused the sword to leave only a shallow wound that hardly impacted the stricken mech's performance. The anticipation grew among those who waited their turns. While they had all seen better mechs, most of them came with exorbitant price tags. This baby is more responsive than the Caesar Augustus. That's natural. The CA-1 is 2 decades old. As long as the price is right, I don't mind ordering one for my son. It's a great mech for the younger generation to let out some steam. Careful with that. The armor of this variant is not as good as the original model. At least the cockpit's ejection system is still just as good. Marcella didn't even have to steer the conversation directly. Her usual style of setting props to influence the mood generated an organic discussion about the Mark II's many merits. She turned to the only guest who hadn't become entranced. So, will you consider purchasing a model or two? Not a chance. Aries huffed. The Larkinson boy is too wet behind the ears to design a mech that can withstand the rigors of a genuine war. The only reason I'm here is because I'm assigned to the Domestic Designer Support Program. As a remote, third-rate state, the Bright Republic often had a hard time keeping grasp on its talents. Most of their most capable mech designers studied abroad at institutions like Limar. Once they graduated, the majority became enamored with living in a sophisticated second-rate state and never returned to the poor and underdeveloped republic. The Mech Corps instituted the support program in order to keep their talents at home. Perhaps you should do your job for once. From what I've gathered, most of the participants of the Fusion Cup have already left the republic. The support program failed to attract the latest generation of promising mech designers. While it was too much to hope that Edwin McKinney would stick around, even second-tier talents like Michael Dumont and Patricia Schneider had left the republic. What about the boy? When can we expect his departure? He's a Larkinson, Marcella declared. Every Larkinson I've met are unwaveringly loyal to the republic. Vesey is no different from his family. The colonel reluctantly nodded. I'll give you that, but he's still too young to play a role. If the boy started his career a few years earlier, I might be convinced to lend him a hand. Right now he can't compete against the journeyman we're already keeping an eye on. So you'd rather prepare for the war today than invest in the future. Marcella summed up the program's current priority. I can't say I blame you, but you're missing a prime opportunity to build a relationship with a future star. Anyone who caught the attention of a master will surely soar to greater heights. I've seen a lot of kids rise up like rockets traveling up the sky. Most of them fell after running out of juice. Instead of continuing the argument, the two turned back to the crowd. Everyone gained a decent impression of the Mark II, including its flaws. The lack of compressed armor put a limit to the application of the mech. The model's limited operating time put a lot of constraints. Despite the reality check, everyone who personally piloted the physical model praised its excellent handling. Such a quality couldn't be expressed in numbers, so the gathering of guests eventually divided into two. Those who missed out wondered whether they misjudged the Mark II. Marcella cleverly ended the trials at that point and proceeded to hold an auction immediately afterwards. She purposefully timed the auction when their curiosity reached its height. This led to a feverish round of bidding by competing collectors. Most of them eyed the first production run of the Mark II as an investment. They did their homework on VES. If the young man one day became a senior or master mech designer, the value of the first-ever Mark Antony Mark II might balloon to 10 or 20 times its current value. Thus, a feverish round of bidding followed until a logistics magnate bagged the mech for a whopping 42 million credits. Many collectors applauded the profligate fellow even as they thought he spent too much. The hobbyists and professionals among the crowd collected lots of mechs in order to increase the odds of a lucky strike. As long as they controlled their spending, they stood to make a handsome profit. After the collectors had their fill of the auction, Marcella began to peddle the model in earnest. She offered an exclusive price of 32 million credits for a gold label mech, which deterred many of the guests. The mech broker ignored the doubters and worked to lock down orders from the small crowd who fell in love with the Mark II. She pursued a deliberate strategy of maximizing the gold label's profit margin. VES already told her that he lacked the time to fabricate a large number of gold label mechs. Marcella limited the maximum demand for the product by quoting a price. The relatively high price also set a psychological floor to the model's expected value. When Marcella eventually unveiled the silver label model, she could still make a handsome profit even if she charged a couple of million credits less. She expected to earn a lot more revenue by selling lots of silver label mechs. Aries approached Marcella once she finished taking orders. Her assistants already approached her customers in order to hammer out the details. According to the contract she signed with VES, she was allowed to offer additional options such as insurance or repair services. They represented a major source of revenue to Marcella because she didn't have to share the earnings with VES. It was one of the many ways she sneaked an additional benefit past her inexperienced partner. How many suckers have you reeled in? 8, which is quite a good haul. After all, VES is not even a year into his career. Convincing 8 adults to fork over their money for an untested product isn't easy. I suppose your marketing tricks have nothing to do with it, right? Aries cheekily pointed out. Whatever, I've got a shuttle to catch and another meeting to attend. I wish you both the best of luck. Thanks, Aries. A lot of guests already started leaving now that the party had ended. Marcella stuck around to supervise the immediate handover of the first production mech. Both the model and the client deserved special attention. She kept a vigilant eye to the proceedings. Marcella tallied her earning at the end of the day. She made over 60 million credits from her cut alone. She earned an additional 20 million from the services she pushed. After subtracting her expenses, she still retained a third of the total sum. Compared to her other commissions, she called herself lucky if she managed to hold on to a fifth of her earnings. The good times are about to start, she whispered to herself. More than anyone else, Marcella looked forward to the outbreak of war. As a veteran, experienced the horrors of a protracted conflict. The wars between the Bright Republic and the Vija Kingdom usually amounted to a long and arduous battle of attrition. Mech brokers like Marcella happened to love these lengthy and destructive wars. More battles meant more attrition. More attrition meant a greater demand for mechs. Even if the Mech Corps drafted the majority of Marcella's suppliers she still expected the demand for ready-made mechs to soar. Chapter 136 Convoy Service. When VES finally heard back from Marcella, he turned to Lucky, who rested on the couch. Am I hearing this right? Lucky batted his paw at him for disturbing his nap time. The lazy cat hadn't bothered to give his opinion. As long as the minerals kept coming, the animal was content. His bank sent him a notification a few minutes later. VES truly had to admit his broker kept her promises. His first production mech auctioned for an incredible sum of 42 million credits. This amounted to a gross profits of 15.6 million credits. Such a profit from a single sale was truly perverse. He quickly received confirmation from the system as well by depositing 42 DP into his stagnant pool. It was a drop in the ocean compared to the earnings of his latest virtual mech, but every little bit helped. What amazed VES even more was that Marcella managed to draw out 8 subsequent orders at the same event. Due to a lack of capital, he demanded his clients to pay a deposit up front in order to afford the resources required to fabricate the mechs. With such an onerous requirement, Marcella still managed to open the wallets of 8 different people. VES glanced at the list of customers. 6 of them were registered as mercenaries while only 2 appeared to be collectors. This meant that his mechs would certainly be employed in battle. A solid track record helped much to enhance the value of his Mark II. After he finally came down from his excitement, VES prepared his largest set of orders to date. First, he had to procure around 144 million credits worth of raw materials. If anything happened to this huge batch of resources, he might as well declare bankruptcy. I'll have to start looking for insurance, he quickly decided. A quick search revealed that Sunnyulablin happened to be one of the major insurance vendors on the planet. They not only insured bulk transport shipments, they also offered an armed convoy service for especially valuable shipments. Anyone who contracted the convoy service naturally received a generous insurance quote. Since he already contracted SAS to secure his workshop, he might as well inquire about their insurance policies. VES called Robin's comm she picked up after 2 minutes of waiting. Sorry about that, Mr. Larkinson, I had to finalize a business deal. How may I help you? I'm about to receive a huge shipment of materials. He started, then explained his upcoming schedule. Miss Robin quickly got the picture. I see. You have come to the right place to secure your shipments. Let me explain our products. SAS offered various insurance policies. The cheapest policy only insured a fixed number of shipments, which was great for short-term business ventures. It also added up to a significant amount of money if renewed. Those who wanted to insure their interstellar shipments for the long haul contracted their annual policies. VES favored this kind of service because VES only had to pay a fixed amount per year for a certain amount of shipments. If the amount or value of his shipment exceeded a certain threshold, the insurance policy automatically adjusted its annual rate. It made for a convenient and predictable expense. We highly recommend you combine our annual insurance with our convoy service, the woman added. Shipments throughout the Republic has suffered from a marked increase in pirate attacks. Major mech shipments have become their prime targets. He furrowed his brows. That sounded really bad news to VES, especially since he frequently shipped his goods back and forth. How does it look like and what will it cost? Our security company runs a network of armed convoys throughout the entire Republic. Combined with an annual insurance policy, your business will be able to benefit from our convoy service at a preferential rate of 10 million credits a year. This rate will only apply as long as the total market value of your shipments is lower than 1 billion credits a year. VES did a quick search on the galactic net. Prices for convoy services diverged quite a bit, but SAS enjoyed a good reputation. They charged twice as much and the costs ramped up faster if the trade volume increased, but their impeccable safety record was a testament on how they took their shipments seriously. Our regular convoy service from Cloudy Curtain to Bentheim and back runs a fixed schedule of 8 days per circuit. Among our customers are the famous Raleigh and Leuven consortiums. They entrust their valuable shipments of cloud rice and other luxury crops to our secure convoys. We have never let any of their shipments go astray. My shipments will join their convoy if I sign up. That will likely be the case. Robin nodded. Considering the nature of your business, it will be sufficient to tack on an extra transport to the existing convoy whenever you send or receive a large number of goods. Smaller shipments such as a single mech can be squeezed in the cargo hold of a regular grain transport. After a round of discussion, VES decided to sign up for their combined insurance and convoy service package. He had to cough up another 10 million credits in exchange for some peace of mind. Robin actually complimented him for signing on before the company raised its prices due to the increasing frequency of pirate attacks. To be honest, VES did not fear any pirate attacks. Cloudy Curtain was just a small hop away from Bentheim and thus somewhat fell under the port system's sphere of influence. Any pirate captain that decided to hijack a transport in this area might as well commit suicide. Instead, he wanted to guard against sabotage. The recent troubles with the local politicians as well as the Gage dynasty warned him that it was best to take precautions. Even though the convoy service deducted twice as much as his annual interest payment, VES deemed it worth the cost if he could push all responsibility onto Sonia Lablin. A ruined shipment won't hurt me very much. SAS will reimburse me for any losses their convoy incurs. His overhead costs had increased again, but VES considered all of them a necessary price for doing business in this day and age. Once he signed the contract and supplied the necessary paperwork, SAS granted him access to a virtual site that allowed him to register his shipments. VES immediately made use of the service by ordering 144 million credits worth of raw materials and routed it all through Sonia Lablin's fixed convoy schedule. The next wave of convoys departed about 2 days later, giving VES about 5 days of preparation. Carlos. He called after finishing his arrangements. Yes, boss. What's your current success rate for the Mark II? I'm still getting stuck on a couple of tight spots. I've been making strides, but I won't be able to master the fabrication process until the end of the month. As the designer of the Mark II, VES knew where Carlos struggled with the process. His employee had tentatively mastered the printing process, which impressed him quite a bit. VES even considered letting Carlos take charge of the 3D printer, but quickly pushed the notion aside. A gold label mech deserved his full attention in order to strengthen its X-factor as much as possible. Tell you what. I've received a substantial amount of orders for the Mark II. 5 days later, I'll start fabricating 8 of them in sequence. You can accompany me when I start to work, but you can only watch and ask questions. Is that all right with you? The chance to see VES in action should be a golden opportunity for Carlos. His employee eagerly nodded. Thank you. That's just what I need. I'll be sure not to bother you. In the meantime, VES prepared his workshop for the upcoming fabrication run. He pre-configured his assembly machines with optimizations that sped up their processes and reduced the risk factors. He also corresponded with Calcy about the tax reform bill and any other possible threats. According to the student, the Greens retracted their support for its immediate passage. The White Doves were forced to follow suit. For now, the Planetary Assembly bounced the bill back to a committee that intended to submit a modified version of the bill at the start of the next standard year. Looks like the abrupt departure of the Gage dynasty has thrown the ruling coalition into disarray. VES noted with glee. He turned back to Calcy. Have you made any headway in your plan to sink this bill? I'm pursuing a couple of potential prospects. I'm currently in talks with a handful of interested parties. Once I've received their assent, I'll unveil my plan to you. It sounded kind of vague, but VES gave the woman a chance. All right, you can take your time as long as you have something solid. Once he ended the call, he called up his agenda. If VES wanted to attend the annual New Year celebration with the Larkinsons, he had to speed up his fabrication run. I can only afford to spend 4 days to complete each mech. He calculated after running the numbers. I also have to take the travel time into account. He could save a lot of time if he repaired the Barracuda. However, VES already blew a large portion of his savings. His remaining liquid funds still fell short of covering the cost of repairs. He shrugged, went back to his preparations. 5 days later, the convoy from SAS touched down on cloudy Curtin spaceport. A swarm of smaller cargo shuttles transferred over 2,000 tons of goods to his workshop. VES patted himself on his back for expanding the perimeter of his workshop. If not for his foresight, he might have run out of room. Unfortunately, his secure storage room lacked the space to accommodate the entire shipment. VES only stored the most valuable exotics while he left the bulk materials in their original containers. Once his hauler bots brought the first set of materials to his 3D printer, VES summoned Carlos to his side. "This is it, Carlos. I'll be demonstrating the fabrication process to you. If you can't figure out the methods to tackle those tight spots you mentioned, then you can go back to Bentheim. Don't worry, boss, I'll be paying a lot of attention. Can I record your work?" "I'd rather not," VES immediately replied. Though SAS constantly monitored him through their security systems, he wished to minimize the risk of exposing the X factor. "Watch with your mind, not with your eyes. Don't try to memorize my routines through route learning. You're going to have an awful time if you don't understand the underlying thoughts of my actions." Carlos nodded as he appeared to understand the point. "So I should be asking questions instead?" "That's right, but don't disturb me while I'm at work. I'd hate to ruin a batch worth millions of credits if you happen to pull me out of my zone." As VES intended to go back to focusing on 3 different images at once, he quickly came up with an excuse. "Whenever I fabricate, I easily get sucked into my work. It's fine as long as you don't bump into me. I'll be taking regular breaks between my hour-long fabrication sessions. Feel free to ask your questions during my pauses." "Understood. Before you start, can you tell me if you intend to fabricate the mechs one by one or by batch? Each gold label mech is an individual creation. They deserve to be treated as a single entity instead of an assembly line product." VES quickly made up in order to cover the fact that he needed to fabricate them one by one in order to maximize their X factor. "While it's not as efficient, the method ensures that each mech is a good fit for my customers. Will I be obliged to do the same if I start doing my job?" "It's not necessary for you to take the same approach," VES answered after considering the amount of mechs Carlos might fabricate one day. "That said, in the long run, I think it will greatly benefit your results if you learn to adopt the same mindset." Once Carlos finished asking his questions, VES began to focus his mind. He summoned the 3 inspirations and sharpened them into a combined intent. He successfully formed the unique mental imprint that was intrinsic to his Mark II design. Let's begin. Chapter 137 Teaching. VES already possessed enough skills and experience to fabricate a flawless mech in 6 days. In order to compress the fabrication time to 4 days, he had to drop his excessive caution. He stopped double-checking and triple-checking most of his routine work and only slowed down when he reached a difficult phase. His previous experience along with his ample preparation smoothed out his efforts to speed up his work. He already formulated standard set of responses to any problems he'd likely be facing. "Watch carefully now," VES instructed his attentive employee. The fabrication of mech components is usually the most challenging portion of the fabrication process. The Mark Antony Mark II and the Caesar Augustus it's based upon are anomalies because their assembly phases are hellishly difficult. That does not reduce the difficulty of printing the parts. Carlos raised his hand. "I can't help but notice that you haven't stockpiled a lot of spare materials. Are you that confident you won't slip up?" "I am. As my own design, I'm perfectly aware of my limits. It's not too challenging for me to fabricate my design without any faults. I hope you can reach this point in the future." Actually, VES intended to build a stockpile of commonly used resources once he finished the current production run. While he still had millions of credits to spare, he preferred to leave his savings alone unless an emergency came up. "All right, I'll be starting now. I have devoted my complete attention to my work, so don't bump into me or anything." Working with an audience took some time for VES to get used to. He behaved a bit more self-consciously, which led to a couple of slip-ups. Fortunately, he managed to recover quickly and limit the damage. Every hour, VES took a break to relax his mind. This was where Carlos finally came into being by asking a lot of questions. His employee brimmed with questions that overflowed as soon as VES took a break. Why do you slow down at that part? What is the purpose of? Can you tell me why you? Answering the questions was oddly beneficial to VES. Before, he always worked alone, so he always internalized his approach. Now that Carlos kept digging into his methods, VES had to package them into an existing theoretical framework and explain them using logic instead of intuition. It provided VES with the opportunity to revise his own choices. It also allowed him to address his shortcomings when he came up short. He couldn't simply say that he chose to apply a solution because of his gut feeling. He also declined to mention that he drew a lot of his knowledge from the skills that the system directly implanted into his brain. Thus, when VES answered the questions in a seriously, he gained a lot of insights into his own habits. He gained a new appreciation for teaching now that he benefited from it as much as his pupil. The fabrication of components went without a hitch, though he took half a day extra to complete the process. He didn't expect to devote so much time explaining his methods. Another variable that extended his breaks was that Lucky started to nag for attention. His constant shop talk and focused work left VES with little time to play with his gem cat. The little bugger started to feel neglected, so he often dropped by when VES put down his work. That's a really smart AI. Carlos complimented him when he noticed that Lucky never disrupted VES when he was operating the machines. I wish I had one. Where did you buy this model? I didn't buy him. He's a present from my dad. I think he got it from the new Robarth Empire, but I'm not sure. He's fairly unique, I think, so don't expect to get a pet as good as this one. The cat cheekily yowled at Carlos before he went back to hugging VES. It was as if the cat showed off its intelligence before it went back to claiming his owner's lap. Lucky also regularly patrolled the grounds. Even if Sass already did a great job in securing the premises of his workshop, the cat still sniffed around as if he owned the place. In the meantime, work continued. Once he finished fabricating all of the parts, VES started assembling them into a single machine. The start of it went easy. Even Carlos could put together the internal frame and the core components without a single slip-up. The problem began when VES reached the stage where he had to build up the internals. Even if he completely revised the architecture, the complexity of using 3 different weapon systems as well as large-sized components left little space for anything else. It required a delicate touch in order to squeeze some parts in the right places. Nonetheless, VES managed to thread the needle again and again. It helped that he already removed the most problematic needles, leaving only those with wide enough openings. Even Carlos appeared impressed. The way you work the controls are so smooth. You're not only precise, but you're fast as well. I can watch you repeat that phase 100 times and I still won't get bored. That's the benefit to designing your own mech. You can build it up in a way that suits your skills. The goal of designing your mech should be to maximize the performance while minimizing its complexity. Oftentimes, you have to make a decision between the two. The more capable mech designers are still able to cope with the complexity that's necessary to elevate their designs. So an inexperienced mech designer like me could still design a variant like yours, right? Yes, but you'll need a really good fabricator to turn your design into a reality. VES shook his head. It's best not to go beyond your means. A design that is too complex for you to fabricate will likely include a lot of design flaws that aren't obvious at first glance. VES worked a little more briskly this time but failed to keep up with his schedule. He completed the assembly another half day late, which meant that it took about 5 days to fabricate his second gold label mech. This really won't do. I need to work faster. Hence, VES forced his employee to curb his curiosity and only ask a single question per break. This helped a lot by the time he started fabricating the second mech. He worked more briskly now that Carlos spent most of his time observing. Most of the pertinent questions had been answered already anyway. Time flowed like water down the stream. VES fell into a routine where he discarded almost all of his distractions and focused solely on completing his mechs. Even his interactions with Carlos changed into something of a routine. He gained so much practice in splitting his mind that he could actually hold a conversation with a third of his mind. The realization didn't sink into VES at the time. While the first model still incorporated a couple of minor flaws, the second one looked much better. By the time he fabricated the third mech, VES managed to suppress all of the recurring flaws. Anomalies continued to happen, but VES was able to address them as they occurred. His mastery of the Mark II improved by leaps and bounds. Something has to be said for repetition. VES noted one day after he completed the 5th model. It doesn't matter how smart you are or how many books you've read. Getting your hands dirty is the best way to round up your ability. Some mech designers believe that they should specialize in drafting up designs. They never bothered to fabricate a mech in person. Perhaps they were forced to do so during their studies, but as soon as they got loose they never touched a fabrication machine for the rest of their lives. Mostly affluent designers subscribed to that philosophy. They considered the fabrication process to be beneath their status. They cheerfully left the job to their minions while they already started cooking up their next designs. In contrast, poor blokes like Carlos had to work beneath their station in order to make a living. While he certainly benefited from mastering the fabrication process, it only offered a single perspective. If Carlos ever wanted to advance his career, he had to supplement his learning on his own. Many tried and failed to excel because they lacked the resources and opportunities to compete against those who enjoyed a head start. That was something Carlos also knew deep down in his heart. As VES tackled the remaining orders, he started getting headaches again. The pain slowly escalated, causing him to hurry up and rush his production. Fortunately, Carlos satisfied his curiosity by the time VES built up his 7th mech. He stopped asking questions and merely watched on as VES worked his magic. The last 3 mechs rolled off the assembler without a hitch. VES fulfilled all 8 orders with only 1 day behind schedule. He easily managed to hit his goal of taking 4 days to fulfill an order. If not for the headaches, he might have only taken 3 days to complete a mech. Ugh. A human isn't supposed to split his mind all day. He muttered as he sunk down on his couch, unaware that he almost bumped into a dozing Lucky. Oops, sorry about that, buddy. The cat hissed at him and slinked away to find a safer spot to settle down. VES scratched his head and thought it was almost time for Lucky to deposit another gem in his litter box. Remember, don't do your bathroom business without me. He always made sure to erect the privacy shield when Lucky excreted another gem. Perhaps the security monitors from SAS thought he had a weird fetish for accompanying his gem cat's bathroom breaks, but VES didn't care. He eagerly intended to elevate his mechs with Lucky's special gems. That reminded VES of an unpleasant fact. It cost at least 100 DP to mark a gem with his anonymizing stamp. If he only had to stamp once, then he could easily bear the cost. If he had to stamp 8 mechs at a time, then his stagnant DP suddenly received a stagnant reduction. He could choose not to use his gems, but that did not sit well with VES. It was a waste to ignore Lucky's utility. The cat might also start to grow grumpy if he thought that VES treated his gems like garbage. 8 mechs stood in a row. All of them gleamed in the lights with their shiny coating and intimidating bulk. Every Mark II also sported the distinctive logo of a stylized cat lounging upon a rainbow cloud enclosed by AV. Seeing all of them together side by side hammered home to VES that he had finally become a true mech manufacturer. Gosh. You're incredible, you know that. Carlos complimented as he became entranced by the sight. It's too bad these mechs are destined to split up. I can't imagine how awesome it would be if all 8 of these mechs are deployed as a single squad. This was the first time VES put 8 identical mechs together. The X factor that emanated from each of them melded together in a single entity that almost came alive. The amplified waves affected Carlos even if he couldn't put his feelings into words. It's a shame indeed. VES replied. He wished he could keep the mechs in place and study the effects in greater detail. In the end, we don't own these mechs. As much as we'd like to treat our creations as our own, we have to keep in mind that others have already paid for it. Mechs can only be treated right if they fulfill their purpose. With that in mind, VES calmly initiated the handoff procedure for all 8 mechs. He first sent them to the MTA for certification. Since he personally fabricated each of the models with sufficient care, they should be able to pass the inspections. He therefore scheduled enough slots for 8 packaged mechs in the next convoy to Bentheim. 5 days later, the mechs should arrive at Bentheim. Marcella can take over from there. He immediately booked a first-class ticket on a reputable passenger liner to the capital system of the Republic. Though VES wanted to wait and receive his payment for delivering the mechs, he had to leave immediately if he wanted to attend the annual Larkinson gathering in Rittersberg. Before he departed for his trip, VES made some arrangements for his absence. He first instructed Carlos to continue to practice his fabrication skills. VES expected his employee to start earning his keep by the time the new year dawned. Don't worry, VES. You've given me a lot of answers. I've got a solid direction on how to improve. Even Carlos felt bad for spending his first months under VES as a freeloader. He eagerly wished to prove his worth and start earning his paycheck. As for Kelsey, she still worked on a plan. VES merely informed her to keep him updated as he left for Rittersberg. He wanted to know the instant the ruling coalition wanted to take advantage of his absence by pulling a stunt. You don't have to worry about that, boss. The Planetary Assembly and the City Council are both in recess. Even politicians have to go home to accompany their families. Huh. You could have fooled me. Am I wrong to assume that most of them are bastards? Well. Kelsey trailed off. A lot of influential people are hosting parties at this time of year. It's the perfect opportunity to mingle with the rich and powerful. Figures. Just keep an eye on the big three and track who they are talking to. I'm curious to know who among the locals are supporting their shenanigans. After tidying up his workshop, he sent a brief message to Marcella that he was taking a break. While VES liked to meet with her face-to-face, his flight schedule was already tight. Hopefully she'll be placated by the plans I have in store. Chapter 138 Freedom Fighter. Vincent Ricklin did not suffer fools gladly. Sadly, encountered many fools in the cause he had shackled to. If the rebel had anything kind to say about the Bentheim liberation movement, it was that at least a third of them believed in the cause. The remainder consisted of a mix between disgruntled pirates looking for a thrill and foreign provocateurs wishing to destabilize the Republic. He did not have a beef with either of them. Vincent pretty much turned into a pirate himself when he vaporized half the elders of his family. Also, the foreign agents from the Vija Kingdom and elsewhere generously bankrolled their entire operation. This meant that Vincent should be able to get along with everyone in the movement. The reality proved otherwise. The separatists wanted to fight the Mech Corps directly, which was suicide. No matter how well funded, a group of rebels could never match up against the might of a proper army. The pirates wanted to keep hitting soft targets. Their bloodthirsty instincts pushed them to ever greater acts of pillage, the opposite of how a rebel group ought to behave. As for the foreign agents, they barely managed to rein in the worst of the group by threatening to cut off the money. For all their smarts and secrets, they barely knew how to. From this motley crew of bandits and rebels, Vincent only trusted his old butler. Johnson stood by his side, armed and armored like he meant it. The former wastrel found Johnson's deathly presence to be an effective deterrent against the more lawless types in the crew. When they told me the BLM actually stood a chance of freeing Bentheim from the Republic, I never believed the spy for a second. His elder butler concurred. The port system is a strategic asset. If the Bentheim system actually manages cast off the Republic's yoke, the kingdom will simply step in afterwards, thereby adding a third port system to their considerable territory. Such a drastic change fundamentally affected the power balance in the region. The Vesians didn't even have to conquer the rest of the Republic. They could simply starve the remote systems into submission by cutting off access to cheap and convenient trade. Not that Vincent cared about any sides. He always reminded to himself that he worked for himself. The BLM provided him with an escape route from his slowly worsening status with the Ricklins. Now that they served their purpose, Vincent increasingly inched towards the exit. Not that General Vasile or Agent Orion ever let him out of their sights. The leader of the resistance movement along with the head liaison from the Vesians both invited Vincent for a meeting. The young man navigated the crudely tunneled corridors of the movement's asteroid base and entered a conference room, or whatever passed as one. Compared to the stellar interior of the Ricklins, the current room left much to be desired. Empty crates served as their seats while an empty stack of mech-sized magazines acted as their table. "Can't you whip up something better?" Vincent questioned with an exasperated tone. "We've been staying here for months. You don't even need a printer. Just let one of the boys whip something up with a welder and some scrap." The great military general closed his eyes in ecstasy as he injected his veins with a smuggled stimulant. "Our means are not much. This ain't your old daddy's operation where you can shower everyone with money. We are barely keeping up our maintenance. Enough. Let's not waste Mr. Rickland's time. Agent Orion interrupted as he looked up from his work at disassembling a faulty spy drone. Vincent, we've called you here because we have a major operation in store. You're cooking something other than a mindless killing spree. Every act has a purpose. The constant terror bombings has succeeded in frightening the Republic. It has made them retract their defenses just the way we like it. In fact, their feeble response directly enables us to proceed with the operation we have in store. Just as the agent was about to enumerate their goals, an alarm engulfed the entire base. The loud sirens and red flashing lights interrupted everyone rebel in the giant asteroid base. The general gestured with his palm, cutting off the alarm. Vasil summoned up a projection of the asteroid base and its perimeter. A large amount of large red dots surrounded the base. This didn't alarm him as much as a section of the asteroid itself beginning to take on a crimson color. We've been infiltrated. The general roared and slammed his fist against the top of his makeshift table. They've already launched a regiment of mechs at Sector Gamma and established a beachhead. They're splitting our mechs from our ships. Their asteroid base mainly guarded against sabotage. With the kind of crew they were running, the possibility that a drunk pilot might one day go crazy and shoot everything in sight was a distinct possibility. Therefore, the base placed the mech stables at the opposite side of the ship bay. Which meant that none of the mechs could escape so long as the hellhounds blocked the passages in between. More intelligence started to stream in once the invaders stopped hiding. It's the third infernal hellhounds. Everyone's faces soured even further. The third was one of the most stubborn and scrappiest regiments of the 2nd Bentheim Division. They embodied the principle of eschewing complicated tricks and schemes in favor of charging over and punching mechs in the face. For them to end up in the middle of their base was a disaster. The ship bay is holding on for now. Our exterior defensive grid has finally been brought online. No one will be able to approach our base for now. We can hold for an hour, maybe 2. Fixed defenses such as turrets and autonomous defense bots could never hold out for long against a large force of mechs. It quickly turned out that the infernal hellhounds brought half a regiment's worth of mercenaries along for the ride. The rowdy mechs for hire didn't possess the level of organization of a disciplined unit, but their numbers sorely pressured the defenders. Vincent. General Vasil called and pointed at a particular intersection. A squad of mechs is inching towards the power plant. They don't have the numbers to overcome our guards, but I don't want to leave any chances for them to employ a trick. Get back to the stables and gather your subordinates. I want you to intercept these mercs. On it. Vincent acknowledged and ran back to the stables where he and his crew of elites stowed their mechs. He tried to call up his subordinates through his comm, only to encounter nothing but static and junk. Those stupid hellhounds. Since when did they gather enough brain cells to operate a jammer? It's obvious the third is not acting alone. Either some clever mercenaries or another regiment has provided them with support. While Vincent loved springing traps on others, he hated being on the receiving end of one. The corridors started shaking as scores of mechs rampaged inside the only halls large enough to accommodate mech traffic. Whatever's the case, we won't be going anywhere without our mechs. They quickly reached the mech stables. Vincent sighed in relief when he saw that most of his men had already arrived. Johnson quickly shed his armor in order to don a piloting suit while Vincent started to organize his elites. I'm sure that everyone knows what's going on. The incompetent numbskulls manning the sensor arrays have dropped the ball. Right now, half a regiment of mechs along with a horde of mercenaries are rampaging inside our halls, cutting us off from our ships. Let's fight. Kick those bastards off our rock. Silence. The young man called. Leadership always came naturally to him, and despite his youth, he already earned his crew's respect. The general has given his orders. A band of mercs are crawling towards the power plant. I won't tell you what will happen if our base loses power. Everyone understood the gravity of the situation. Vincent and Johnson quickly boarded their mechs and powered them up. While Johnson piloted a fairly average rifleman provided by the movement, Vincent still clung on to his flamboyant Mark Antony. Months of campaigning had tarnished its armor. Nothing remained of its glorious light scheme. Despite its battered state, most of the damage was cosmetic. Move out. An eclectic mix of 7 mechs followed Vincent's hybrid knight as they traveled to the power plant. They neared one of the hot zones but avoided the thick of it as they slinked off to the deepest part of the asteroid. The sounds of battle and death slowly faded as they traversed a desolate tunnel. Vincent silently cursed as he considered the chances of making it out alive. A noted terrorist and murderer like him expected no clemency from the Mech Corps. The falling debris and the gradual collapse of the base echoed the state of the resistance movement. A combination of attrition and lack of cohesion slowly broke apart the BLM. Vincent wouldn't be surprised to find out that a couple of traitors emerged from their ranks. How else could their sensors miss the approach of an entire regiment? A light mech in front of Vincent suddenly jerked. Detecting heat signatures in front of us. How many? 6 or 7, I'm not too sure. They're mostly mediums. We outnumber them. That's good. They must have detected our approach as well, so there's no need to sneak around. Stick to a tight formation and unleash hell. With Vincent's sturdy knight at the fore, they stormed inside a large and open cargo hold. Due to the lack of supplies, the hold never filled up to capacity. Only a handful of isolated containers lay forgotten in the cavern. The lack of cover allowed both sides to peek at their opponents. "Hello there, Vincent." The pilot of a distinctive mech called out. "I've been expecting your arrival for a while now." A mech that sported almost the same contours as Vincent's waited at the other side. The young rebel leader grew alarmed. "Who are you?" "You can call me Captain Carruthers. The bounty hunter. No wonder you've managed to track me down." The infernal hellhounds couldn't find their own tails with their own noses. The two owned the only physical copies of the Mark Antony Mark I. The similarities between the two mechs caused their teammates to halt in confusion. In the meantime, the two mech pilots continued to chat. "Does your mech hitch up when you overuse your wrist lasers?" Carruthers asked. "Yeah, it does. According to the technicians, the overheating easily disrupts the channels that feed into the engine. It's too easy to forget your limits when you keep blasting your lasers. I see you've stuck to the original mace." The codpiece sporting mech hefted its heavy mace and took a heavy swing with it. "I've tried out a couple of swords but I'm no good with them. I prefer the weight of a mace." They brought their mechs to readiness once they finished talking about their mechs. The Phoenix Cry readied its sword while Vincent's tarnished mech held up its heavy tower shield. "Boss. I've got them in my sight. Just say the word and I'll pump them full of lasers." "Stop. This is between me and him," Vincent declared as his mech gestured them away. "Back off and don't get in my way. This rotten merc is only here for me." Both sides understood that a full-blown battle could quickly spin out of control. While the rebels had numbers on their side, the mercs sported pristine mechs. A fight to the death could quickly turn ugly for both sides. "Are you ready, kid?" Carruthers asked while his mech flourished its sword. "Don't call me a kid, old man." Vincent blazed forth with his mech with its launchers disgorging its payload of rockets. While the sudden strike caught the bounty hunter off guard, Carruthers quickly reacted by bracing the Phoenix Cry's shield. Many of the unguided rockets went wide, but at least half of them impacted the shield in a constant stutter of explosions. The rockets packed a lot of punch and easily chewed through half the layers of Carruthers' shield. The pounding mace attack that followed further stressed the remaining layers. Instead of disengaging, the Phoenix Cry pushed forwards and stabbed forward with its sword. Vincent awkwardly blocked the strike with his shield, but his mech suddenly staggered backwards as the Phoenix Cry kicked the slab of metal. As the distance opened up, the two sides started to pepper each other with laser beams. "Why have you sought me out?" Vincent asked between breaths. "Your mech is too ugly, that's why." The captain responded as his mech closed in again for a frontal clash. "I'm sick and tired of my mech being mistaken for yours." The two mechs braced their shields as they collided against each other. The impact rang throughout the entire hall. Chapter 139 Chaotic. As the duel raged on, both sides started to suffer. Vincent's aptitude was quite good. He controlled his mech with enough fluency and precision to outmaneuver his opponent. Carruthers on the other hand possessed years of experience. His advantage in years polished his moves until they flowed seamlessly despite their deliberate speed. The contrast between young and old affected their battle in many ways. While Carruthers kept pulling off tricks, Vincent always managed to avoid the damage by taking advantage of his superior reflexes. The two hybrid knights eschewed all their other weapons in favor of their melee weapons. The beams fired from their wrist lasers splashed ineffectually against a shield while Vincent already expended his missile complement. The younger combatant carefully noted how his opponent still hadn't launched any missiles. Vincent was wary of anything the captain's mech might disgorge, so he kept his mech on its toes and never fully committed to a single attack. This caused the battle to drag on in an even matchup where both mechs suffered similar amounts of damage. Vincent gave up on striking his opponent's mech directly and instead worked to bash its damaged shield apart. "You've built up a lot of pent-up anger, I see," Carruthers remarked as his mech accepted the hit but retaliated with a chop that Vincent barely managed to block. "Going pirate isn't doing your stress any favors." The Phoenix cry suddenly changed its pattern by unleashing a bewildering assault. Sword after sword struck the battered rebel's mech, with at least half going through the young man's clumsy guard. The mercenary leader gave Vincent absolutely no reprieve from his furious strikes. Instead of panicking, Vincent patiently endured the constant attacks. He knew the model intimately and was aware the Mark Antony couldn't sustain such an aggressive pace. "Haha, how long can you hold on, old man?" "Long enough to make you cry." The seasoned bounty hunter fought like an old but prideful lion while the young rebel held off the attacks like a patient turtle. Though Vincent fared relatively well, he still missed a couple of blocks, allowing his opponent's sword to chip away at his vulnerable joints. Once the Phoenix cry ran out of steam, Vincent finally gained the opportunity to dish back the hurt. His mech resumed hammering its mace against the bounty hunter's increasingly wretched shield. All of the damage it absorbed so far had not done its integrity any favors. Its durability was at the end of its rope and both sides knew it. Despite his seemingly inevitable defeat, Carruthers still made use of the shield while it lasted, trading blows for blows. Unlike his younger adversary, the bounty hunter ignored his opponent's shield and sought to damage the mech directly. Vincent only exposed his openings briefly, so most of the attacks glanced off his durable shield. Whenever the Phoenix cry succeeded in landing a blow, it often lacked the force to punch through the model's substantial armor. A huge crash echoed throughout the cavern as Vincent finally bashed an ugly hole through his opponent's shield. The Phoenix cry staggered back and fired off a wrist lasers to cover its retreat. The beams splashed harmlessly against Vincent's shield. The younger pilot ignored the lasers knowing that a hybrid knight like his own could take it. He did his best to pursue the wily bounty hunter only to find out his opponent clearly his tactical retreats. "You coward! Get back here!" Vincent yelled as his mech fired off its own laser beams in response. The situation changed abruptly when additional forces arrived at the cargo hold. Vincent broke off his pursuit once he spotted that the mechs varied wildly in appearance. Vincent finally realized why Carruthers dragged out the duel. "You honorless dog. You were buying time. Did you think treacherous scum like you deserve to be treated with honor?" "Ha ha ha ha." The mercenary captain laughed as about 20 mercenary mechs fanned out to surround Vincent and his crew. "Your little sister Caitlin sends her regards." His dreaded sister must have put a massive bounty on his head. Certainly it must have been quite a sum, or else the mercs would have competed against each other for his head. Just when things couldn't go worse for Vincent, Carruthers finally unleashed his missiles. Vincent's mech quickly braced its shield, but the streaks of death flew right over its head and impacted the exit leading to the power plant. Everyone momentarily lost their footing as the missiles detonated their non-standard high-explosive payloads against the cavern. The large amount of successive explosions weakened the rocks and dislodged a significant amount of chunks that piled up in front of the exit. Carruthers just cut off their escape route. "Fight!" Vincent uttered and pushed his mech into a thundering charge. The sudden act propelled the rest of his men to resist to the end. There was no point in surrendering, as the Bright Republic never forgave the rebels for its many bombings. With their lives on the line, the rebels fought with no reserve. Their sudden ferocity pushed back the complacent mercenaries who thought the bounty was already in their grasp. The mercs all held back for fear of damaging their expensive mechs. They mostly focused on containing the aggression and preventing the rebels from breaking through their lines. Compounding their disparity was that the mercs fielded cheap, disposable frontline mechs. Most of these mechs lacked the flexibility of a regular humanoid mech due to the absence of fully articulated arms and specialized shapes. One such mech looked like a walking gun platform. The crude-looking mech sported twin ballistic cannon barrels instead of fully articulated arms, and it also lacked a head entirely. The sensors and many other essential systems had been integrated in its large barrel-shaped torso. Such a design might not be versatile, but when fielded in large enough numbers they made for an intimidating sight. The large number of frontline mechs kept peppering the outnumbered rebels with their prodigious firepower. Meanwhile, Carruthers and a handful of other melee mechs tried to slow down their desperate opponents. Two crazy mechs focused their wrath on Captain Carruthers. Even as the mercs continued to shoot apart the rebel mechs, they both hammered the Phoenix Cry with axes and lasers. The bounty hunter barely fended them off using his threadbare shield. He still managed to take a peek at the overall situation and discovered something disconcerting. Where is Vincent? The young rebel's mech had left the fight and approached one of the containers. It bashed apart the hatch with its mace before stowing the weapon to free up its hand. It retrieved a large, reinforced barrel that barely fit in the mech-sized hand. You think you got me? Think again. Vincent roared as his mech threw through the barrel in the middle of the fight. The mech quickly repeated its actions, causing half a dozen barrels to spill a strange, fluorescent fluid over some of the mechs. What's this? Heavens! That's high-density shuttle fuel. Who the hell stores flammables in a random container like that? Pirates and rebels aren't big on safety, you know. Stop fighting. Don't ignite the fuel. The mechs belatedly stopped fighting, but it was too late. Vincent's mech raised its arm and fired off its laser cannon. The thick beam instantly hit a patch of fuel, causing it to ignite in a massive blaze that overloaded everyone's sensors. By the time their systems compensated, they realized that half of the mechs erupted into flames. The inferno didn't distinguish sides as the fuel splashed both mercs and rebels alike. Most of the mech pilots followed their training and quickly ejected once they realized they couldn't put out the fire. Those who remained performed all kinds of shenanigans, such rolling their mechs over the ground. While the mercs fussed over their friends, Vincent quickly took the chance to flee. His battered Mark Antony charged forth with its shield and slammed into one of the lighter frontline mechs. The impact crunched aside the flimsy mech into an awful heap. The rebel leader quickly took advantage of the opening and slipped past the mercs. Boss. Traitor. General Vasile won't let you get away with this. Vincent felt no regret in leaving his subordinates behind. He only cared about saving his own hide. Besides, the general likely wouldn't fault him as Carruthers conveniently collapsed the route to the power plant. The only way to get past that obstacle quickly was to use a digger module which none of the mercs possessed. Get back here, Vincent. Carruthers yelled as he and a couple of mercs followed on his heels. They quickly neared the conflict zone where the third infernal hellhounds stubbornly blocked the routes to the ship bay. The chaos of battle quickly engulfed Vincent's fleeing mech, causing the pursuing mechs to lose track of their prey. Vincent. Despite their best efforts, the mercs failed to sniff out their bounty. The rebels and pirates who desperately tried to punch through the hellhounds increasingly brought more mechs to the fore. Carruthers and the rest of the mercs were forced to drop their search and help the hellhounds withstand the latest wave. Captain Carruthers gnashed his teeth as his mech moved into position. I'll get you for this, Vincent. You haven't seen the last of me. As a significant portion of the Bentheim liberation movement fought for their lives, VES leisurely ate his lunch aboard a fairly expensive passenger liner. Though impressive in the standards of the Bright Republic, the vision of Astoria did not measure up to the floating resorts of the Friday Coalition. Unlike the Torch of the Vanguard, the Vision used an older generation FTL drive that forced the ship to jump further from the edge of a star system. Every time the passenger liner made a stop, she had to spend a large amount of time to reach the inner system and dock at a station. VES patiently endured the stops as this was already the most direct route from Bentheim to Rittersburg. The two core star systems were located at the opposite ends of the Republic's borders. It made for a lengthy and somewhat boring flight. Even Lucky stopped exploring the ship. The lazy Gemcat simply sought out VES and slept on his lap whenever possible. We're almost there, Lucky. Our ship is almost out of FTL. After finishing his lunch, VES brought his cat to the upper deck and entered the observatory. Many other passengers had already arrived to take a seat or grab a snack from one of the vendors. A shipwide alert informed the passengers of the Vision's imminent transition back to normal space. VES quickly took one of the dwindling seats and looked upwards at the swirling gray confusion beyond the ship's transparent windows. A few minutes later, a black expanse of stars replaced the hypnotic view as the Vision of Astoria finally reached the Rittersburg system. Beyond the emptiness of space, a large amount of ships and defensive installations loomed over a massive star fort. The ancient structure along with 3 identical forts had been built by the descendants of the original pacifists who settled this remote system. They salvaged many unique systems from their old rhubarthan capital ships and incorporated them seamlessly into the central structures of the forts. Among those, the gravitic anchor played an essential role in keeping the starfort relevant. They distorted the surrounding gravitic topography and drew in every incoming ship that traveled to the Rittersberg system. Any hostile force that wished to invade the Republic's capital had to overcome a starfort before they opened up the rest of the system. The Republic hadn't slacked off and constantly reinforced the forts until they reached a point where they were virtually impregnable to any conventional force. Perhaps the Visions might be able to overwhelm one of the forts if they were willing to sacrifice a couple of divisions of mechs. Such a price was too much to bear. If any Vision monarch tried to force an offensive, they'd be deposed by their own subjects before such madness could go through. I'm finally back. VES sighed as he drew his eyes past the giant starfort and tried to spot one of the twinkling lights that represented the capital planet. I wonder if anyone still remembers me. He graduated from the Rittersberg University of Technology with grades that were only slightly above average. Most likely, no one expected VES to amount to anything. His father had to go into debt in order to cobble up a shabby mech workshop, and that still left him with little means to acquire a production license. Things were different now. With the help of the system, VES rapidly established his chops as a young but promising mech designer. In fact, Marcella recently transferred 60.8 million credits to his bank account after handing over his finished products. I wonder what my grandfather will say when he sees how much profit I've made. Chapter 140 Larkinson Compound. The star system that hosted Rittersberg used to be endowed with lots of exotic resources. It used to be an oasis compared to the barren desert of its surrounding systems. The pacifists' exiles who wearily escaped from the fighting in the center of the Komodo star sector eagerly laid down their foundations in this relatively rich star system. All of the deposits had been depleted after 100 years of intensive mining. The initial boom in resources had fueled the construction of the initial colonies and expanded the reach of the descendants until they carved out their own place in the galaxy. The vision of Astoria along with every other ship had to dock at a giant space station orbiting a very remote dwarf planet. VES and Lucky joined the other passengers in exiting the passenger liner and had gone through multiple security screenings and identity checks before the dour-faced security officers pushed them onwards. Security is even tighter than before. Of course it is. A pot-bellied man replied as he frequently looked at the time. If you think this is bad, wait until the war starts in earnest. Most civilians won't be able to enter the system. A lot of visitors bemoaned the current state of unrest. The tourists and civilians who wanted to celebrate the new year at Rittersberg had to wait for hours before they received permission to move on to a Navy-operated transit shuttle. Fortunately for him, VES got lumped in with the veterans and active servicemen who enjoyed preferable treatment. He had already become a notable citizen when he reached the finals of the Fusion Cup, so no one gave him any hassle. Even his potentially dangerous gem cat had been cleared to accompany him, though with caveats. Lucky resentfully yowled at VES. His paws had been locked together with resilient cuffs, preventing him from deploying his claws effectively. Just deal with it, Lucky. VES tried to soothe his pet. You'll be free to roam around once we reach the Larkinson compound. They boarded a secure shuttle that slowly brought them to the inner system. As a precaution, the only ships, shuttles and transports that operated within the system were directly crewed by the Navy. The Rittersberg system was the only place in the Republic that remained untouched by the rebels. After 2 days of plotting, the shuttle finally reached one of the civilian space stations orbiting the first planet from the Sun. It used to be a fairly hot planet, but extensive terraforming had tempered the climate until it closely resembled that of ancient Earth. The space station itself looked spectacular as well. Designed for form as well as function, the triangular construct offered a spectacular view of the green jewel below. A harmonious ensemble of trees and flower graced its elegant interior and enchanted many first-time visitors. Only the abundant patrols and the heavy-handed security measures marred the tranquil sight. The visible security presence was actually a lot more blatant than he expected. Did something happen? He asked a crowd of random visitors. Didn't you hear? The 3rd Infernal Hellhounds found and attacked the headquarters of the BLM. VES immediately stopped and turned towards the woman who answered. The Bentheim Liberation Movement. Truly. How did it go? Don't know for sure yet, but we've given the rebels a Bloody nose all right. The Republic is keeping a tight lid on the news. Even after VES browsed the galactic net on his comm, he found nothing useful. The Mech Corps released a short statement that they considered the attack a success, but warned that the BLM still possessed a lot of assets and that they might retaliate in the coming days. The news was ominous and it explained the tension hanging in the air. Hopefully they took out Vincent. I should have never customized a mech for him even if he paid an extravagant sum. He still suffered from the fallout of Vincent's madness. Strictly speaking, an arms manufacturer like VES should not be held responsible for the crimes committed by his customers. If this were so, then almost every major mech and weapons manufacturer. He still felt bad about it nonetheless. For a long time, he only sold 2 mechs. A decent bounty hunter bought his first model, while the other went to a mass-murdering terrorist. VES still carried that cross to this day. Fortunately, he already redeemed himself to the authorities. With Master Olson from the mighty coalition vouching for his name, no government agency dared to bring him into custody. After a short wait, a different shuttle brought him and his cat down to Rittersburg's famed spaceport. Its construction resembled a crane about to take flight. The shuttle landed onto one of its many feathers before disgorging its passengers. Once everyone stepped out, the shuttle lifted off and headed to a different destination in order to pick up those who wished to depart. In the meantime, the feather everyone stood on suddenly detached from the base of the main construction. Whoa! What's going on? Are we falling? Many of the passengers already expected the platform to detach and float to the surface. A few of the friendlier ones reassured the first-timers that this was nothing special. As the feather platform floated downwards, it flew past several marvelous sights. The transparent crane in the center gave everyone a good view of its many shopping boulevards and exquisite restaurants. Those who stood on the other side got a good view of the surprisingly low-rise metropolis called Kellner. Only a couple of high-rise structures dominated its carefully designed urban planning. The most notable of which consisted of the massive eternal lighthouse that was supposedly lit by an undying flame. Even at this distance, VES could see the white marbled structure as clear as day. Once the feather touched down on the ground, everyone picked up their luggage from a nearby hall and hailed an aircar. VES did the same and boarded a fairly swift but expensive car in order to reach his destination faster. The aircar zipped away and flew away from Kellner. The densely populated city made way for elegant parks and stately-looking manors. Those who earned the right to live in those mansions were all bigshots of the Republic. Some of them even formed an entire dynasty of civil servants who all worked in the same branch of government. After a half-hour flight, the aircar finally reached one of Kellner's satellite cities. Varleton was home to a military base along with several other related facilities. A lot of families with ties to the military settled down in this quiet city. The Larkinson compound was situated in a tranquil privileged community that housed many mid- and high-level military personnel. Many Larkinsons who for one reason or another wished to carve out a life on their own resided in the compound. In fact, most of the residents consisted of elders along with some orphans and widows. Death could happen at any time. Any Larkinson who signed up for the Mech Corps might one day return to their families in a coffin. The last bright Vija war had reaped the lives of several uncles and aunts. VES was fortunate that his father survived the war with his hide intact. "We're finally home," he said while stretching his arms. Lucky curiously stepped forth and sniffed the alien grass. Once they exited the spaceport, security finally removed his restraints. The cat eagerly flexed his limbs throughout the entire shuttle ride. "Come on, little buddy. Let's go inside and meet the family." The Larkinson compound might look like a peaceful manor complex on the surface, but it hid a deadly array of defenses. A couple of guards personally inspected VES and his luggage before they cleared his identity. After stepping inside the courtyard, a dozen kids immediately scampered over. "VES. You're back. Yay." A little girl named Janie celebrated. "Hug please." He obliged the girl as well as every other munchkin. Once he put down the last kid, Janie quickly glomped his leg and looked up at him with a pleading expression. "Can I have a mech now? I want a mech too." "Whoa there kids, mechs aren't toys for you to play around, especially at your age." VES tried to placate the mech-hungry brats. "Wait until you're 10 years old." Everyone moaned in disappointment. VES didn't want to make them cry, so he thought quickly until his gaze landed upon Lucky. He walked past some of the kids and picked up Lucky by his chest. "Look at my new pet. Isn't he cool? His name is Lucky, and he's a very playful cat." The kids completely forgot about asking for their own mechs once they beheld the gem cat. Lucky's gorgeous appearance immediately entranced the boys and girls. When the cat released a questioning meow, Lainey started to squeal. "He's so cute. So shiny. I want a dog like that too." Some of the kids had their own mechanical pets. For example, a couple of resplendent glass-like birds rested on a tree, while nearby a teenager played fetch with a titanium dog. Despite the competition, Lucky effortlessly stole their hearts due to his cute and gorgeous appearance and intelligent behavior. VES eagerly handed off his cat to Lainey to let the kids get to know his pet. He smiled as the kids carried Lucky to a nearby playground. VES used to be one of them. In happier times, he played with his fellow cousins and dreamed about piloting a mech. How times change. He sighed, and turned to find someone to talk to. There must be someone here who knows what went on in the raid against the rebels. As he walked deeper inside the courtyard, he spotted many relatives. Some were related to him by blood while others had married into the family. The latter earned the same status as the former as long as they carried the Larkinson name. The Larkinsons didn't make a big deal out of everyone's pedigree like they did at some of the more hierarchical families. A couple of aunties sat on a creaking wooden bench. Even as they gossiped, they carefully watched over the children. To the side, a dozen elders leisurely sipped their teas as they exchanged the same old war stories. Most of them looked harmless, but appearances were deceiving. Closer to the central hall, a sizable gathering of teenagers and young adults surrounded a projection of an action-packed mech duel. They cheered and supported their favorite duelists when they appeared on stage. He finally spotted an authoritative-looking man in uniform watching from the porch. VES briskly strode forth and reached the men as he gazed at the entire courtyard. "Hi Mazer. It's good to see you VES." The men greeted his nephew with a hug. "You've created quite a stir. Imagine your grandfather's face when he picked up his data pad one day and read the Rimward Star Herald. An interview with the renowned Herald definitely caught us off guard. You're kind of a big deal now." VES couldn't suppress his grin. He finally started turning the Larkinsons around. "It's been a challenging journey so far, but I couldn't have done it without my father." The mood turned melancholic once he mentioned his still-missing father. Mazer Larkinson turned to VES and stared at him with a measuring gaze. "The patriarch told me they found traces of your father. Wrinkle is keeping very dangerous company these days. We aren't sure of anything, but there are several indications that suggest he's still alive and well. Is Grandpa around?" The minister recalled him to take part in an emergency session. "I bet it's about the recent attack on the BLM. Nasty buggers, all of them. I'm glad we finally stomped on their faces for once." The patriarch of the family was his grandfather Benjamin. Besides taking charge of the entire family, he also worked as an advisor at the Ministry of Defense. His current position brought a lot of prestige to the Larkinsons, though the workload also took a toll on him sometimes. "Don't worry VES. The patriarch will be back in time for the celebration. By then you can ask him about your father's whereabouts." VES really hoped he could hear some good news for once. He really missed his father. Chapter 141 First Nigh. His first day back at the Larkinson compound reminded him why family mattered. About 70 different relatives gathered around in a dining hall that could more than 200 people. Many wives, children, and elders settled into their seats. VES was one of few young men of working age present in the gathering. Only a couple of other nephews matches his age. They were mostly mech cadets if they were potentates and regular cadets if they were not. The Larkinsons possessed a fairly strong aptitude for piloting mechs. A military family like theirs with several hundred years of history of piloting mechs built up a very robust foundation in their genes. What distinguished families like theirs from the rest was that the chances of obtaining an acceptable aptitude was very high. Through the use of targeted fertilization techniques and various other methods to induce the right genes, around 70% of all the kids could expect to become a potentate when they reached 10 years old. It made the ones like VES who failed their aptitude tests feel like they've let down their parents. Some could never get over the shame. Luckily, The Larkinsons were generous and they went out of their way to keep the norms feel welcome. As a mech designer, he sat at a table with all the other norms. Their table might be a little less extravagant, but no one said a word of complaint. The mech pilots who bravely risked their lives deserved their due. And unlike many other people, the Larkinsons who tested positive always served in the mech corps instead of settling for the reserves. Once everyone took their seats, one of the elders stood up. VES easily recognized his granduncle Oberyn Larkinson, the brother of the patriarch. The man had a wheezy voice due to some severe scarring that he never bothered to remove for some reason or another. "Ladies and gentlemen, I'm glad to see you've all arrived. We are still expecting a couple of family members, but by and large we will only be celebrating the new year with half of our usual numbers." The mood turned somber at Oberyn's foreboding words. The bright Republic has been generous with us in good times. Now that ill times are upon us, it is time to reciprocate their care by dedicating our lives to the state that nurtured us from birth. Even the rowdiest kids agreed with his words. Every Larkinson had been brought up to appreciate the Republic. Those who disagreed for one reason or another chose to leave the Larkinsons and take up another family name. This usually occurred when the children of fallen heroes blamed the family and the Republic for driving their parents away from them too soon. This was why the Larkinsons never numbered more than 200 people even after many years of prosperity. Now, we have several announcements to make. First, with the onset of war, I can imagine that some of you might wish to relocate. If you don't mind parting with your friends and neighbors, you can take up residence in our compound. Some of the Larkinsons sighed in relief at the offer. No one expected the prelude to war to be so dangerous. A terrorist attack could happen at any place and any time outside of Rittersburg. Oberyn continued on with his second announcement. Next, we'd like to bring the young ones to a tour of the capital. Some of you have never stepped foot in Rittersburg before. You'll be missing out on a lot of fun if you've never seen the Eternal Lighthouse, the Republican Assembly or the Founding Flag. Some of the 4 to 7-year-old kids cheered with delight. Lainey, who still kept hold of a hapless Lucky, cheered with her distant cousins even though she grew up in Rittersburg. Finally, I'd like to bring a promising young man to everyone's attention. None of us has ever thought he could make it, but VES has established a nascent mech workshop that is completely independent. Uh-oh. It sounded like his granduncle was talking about VES. He adopted a nervous smile as everyone's eyes started to scrutinize his dashing form. His recent genetic touch-ups along with his expensive anti-grav wardrobe drastically improved his image. Last year he turned up to the celebration as an average student with no accomplishments. This time he looked like a consummate professional or a successful entrepreneur who already made it big. VES started to enjoy the appreciative stares he received from his uncles and aunts. He has already achieved many notable accomplishments such as entering the finals in one of the Young Tigers exhibition sub-tournaments. Not only that, he profoundly impressed the entire Star Sector when he traveled all the way to Coalition Space and won an even bigger competition. Everyone, please give VES a round of applause. Many Larkinsons stood up and clapped. VES saw that most of his relatives wished him well, but some appeared to be harboring ulterior motives. Only a couple of Larkinsons looked grumpy, but VES never got along with them anyway. Uncle Oberyn quickly ended his little speech for the night. Everyone started to dig in, including VES. He filled his plate with steak along with some yummy vegetable couscous. The Larkinsons employed a professional chef among other staff. An uncle who sat close to VES started to strike up a conversation. "So VES, how is life as a mech designer treating you?" "It's a lot more difficult than I expected. My father and I started up a business with our own efforts. I'm saddled with a lot of debt at the moment." "Ah, the perils of running a business. In this day and age, it's rare to see a man like you succeed where many mech designers have failed. I'm a lucky man. My father did most of the work before he disappeared. I only picked up where he left off." His answer was short on details. VES didn't care, as he felt he already said enough in his recent interview with the Herald. His uncle pressed on. "Surely you're receiving help from somewhere. I can't imagine your little mech business is able to stay erect without some form of backing. What kind of help did you enlist, and how much did it cost?" "My answer hasn't changed," VES reiterated while he took a bite out of his juicy steak. "My father funded our initial investments by taking a boring loan from a small-time planetary bank. He also spent a lot of effort getting in touch with a grant institution from the new Robarth Empire. The production licenses I received from them are old and nearly outdated. Frankly, he started to grow annoyed at his uncle's persistent questioning. Was he working for an intelligence agency or something? Regardless of the truth, VES considered his uncle to be a pest and stopped responding to his asinine inquiries. I was just asking. He moaned. Who was he anyway? VES never learned his name even as he spotted his face from time to time. You should loosen up some more and share some of your bounty. Us norms should stick together and give each other a hand. I've got 2 mouths to feed back at home. 3 if you count your wife. The man harumphed. She can take care of herself. The conversation slowly shifted away from VES. The people around the table discussed their own ventures and how the recent unrest disrupted their lives. I can't imagine what is going on in the heads of those who joined the BLM. There's no way that Bentheim can stand alone. Even if our republic is beaten back, the Visions aren't going to miss the opportunity to snap them up. Everyone who lives in Bentheim needs to stop polluting their minds with credits and develop some common sense. Half of the Larkinsons at this table had never moved away from Rittersburg. They all grew up on this opulent planet. Like many locals, they developed a superiority complex to the point where they considered the rest of the Bright Republic to be a backwards territory. For example, they still considered Bentheim to be a second-class system filled with greedy merchants. A mature-looking ant added an important fact. If I recall, VES here lives right next to the Bentheim system. If anyone knows what the rebels are up to, it's someone like him. Most of the norms turned to VES. Forced on the spot again, he hesitated for a bit before trying to explain the many grievances Bentheimers held. Sadly, none of them fully understood how much the citizens of the port system disliked the policies imposed by Rittersburg. It's par for the course for Bentheim to share their massive wealth. His annoying uncle interjected. We've invested a lot of manpower and resources to build up the Bentheim system into one of the Star Sector's premier launching points into alien space. We facilitated most of their contracts with the Common Fleet Alliance. Many Larkinsons nodded in agreement. VES did not even try to convince them otherwise. Without visiting Bentheim in the flesh, these idiots would continue to cling on to their prejudices. Once the waiter served dessert, VES quickly finished his ice cream and left the table as soon as possible. He couldn't stand their presence any longer. Before he departed, he briefly approached the kids' table. How are you doing, Lucky? The cat turned to VES with a glare and actually hissed at him. The nerve of the cat. I gave Mr. Lucky here a bath earlier. He smells really good now. Lainey chirped with a grin. The other little girl started to giggle as well. Can I keep him? I think it's best if I take him back for a time, he said while scooping a rose-scented gem cat from their table. Don't worry, we're not going anywhere. You'll have plenty of opportunities to play with him for the rest of the week. The kids took it well enough, which was good since Lucky clearly needed some time alone. VES brought his pet away and walked outside. As Rittersburg's sun started to fade over the horizon, VES took a seat at a nearby games table. A half-finished game of neo-chess laid abandoned and forgotten. He worried about his father. Was he still alive? Where did he go? What kind of crowd did he hang out with? VES hoped his father didn't have to suffer too much on his behalf when he passed the mech designer system onto VES. Good evening, VES. Overin greeted him and took a seat at the other end of the chess table. Do you want to play? No thanks. I've never spent much time with the classics. It's a shame you missed out. We often teach the game to our young potentates in order to develop their sense of strategy. As a norm, VES missed out on a lot of things. He used to be jealous of his fellow cousins, but now that he stood on his own, he let go of his resentments. It all seemed petty now that he looked back. Why are you here, Overin? The old man took a deep breath. The elders recently came together to discuss your rise, as it were. Your rapid career advancement took us all by surprise. It made us reconsider our treatment of you. While you are still young, you are already capable of wielding a substantial amount of influence. Overin had a point. His niece Melinda might be a capable mech pilot, but she only earned a modest salary. VES on the other hand earned millions of profits with each single sale. While he still had to worry about the rising cost of raw materials and invest in newer assets, it was undeniably true that mech designers simply earned more. He even suspected that his income soon dwarfed the family's top earners. So what are you suggesting, granduncle? Ah, young ones. So impatient. The old man sighed. All right, let me get to the point. We'd like to invite you to our steering committee. As a budding mover and shaker, you deserve a place among us. Every Larkinson who mattered joined the steering committee. The influential committee decided many things, such as the rules and the budget. They were also in charge of rendering judgment when a Larkinson had gone astray. Furthermore, they also approved marriages when they haven't arranged them already. The offer genuinely surprised VES. He always expected to join the steering committee eventually, just not this soon. Perhaps something else was behind this premature offer. VES considered his options. Chapter 142 Steering Committee. VES spent the next 2 days in a leisurely fashion. He played with the kids and awed them with his mechanical skill by cobbling together a few toys. It truly warmed his heart to make his cousins giggle and laugh. Besides amusing himself, he also caught up with the news when he talked to the more informed elders. Now that he joined the Larkinson family's steering committee, he received access to their modest database and intelligence network. He already skimmed through the most recent files, but they only painted a scattered picture of current events. Even the Larkinsons suspected that there were other influences at work. The amount of pirates and rebels rampaging through the entire star sector appeared to be too numerous and well-funded to be a homegrown phenomenon. Despite these indications, the Bright Republic focused most of its efforts on the upcoming conflict with its irreconcilable neighbor. No matter what outsiders were up to, the Republic had to beat back the Vija Kingdom first before worrying about the bigger picture. The kingdom happened to be a little bit larger and wealthier than the Republic. They owed most of their superiority due to possessing 2 port systems, which greatly extended their reach and shrunk their supply lines. Unfortunately for the Vijans, their port systems were poorly located and had little strategic value other than a convenient relay to ships looking to transit elsewhere. The Vijans have always been jealous at how much trade is diverted to the Bentheim system. VES concluded. The upcoming war would likely revolve around trying to conquer the Bentheim system. Cloudy Curtain shouldn't attract too much attention, but it will definitely be in the line of fire at some point. In fact, throughout the wars, when the Vijans succeeded in punching through the border, they often occupied the surrounding territories. An underdeveloped system like Cloudy Curtain only merited a tiny occupation force. They usually swept away the gangs and ensured none of the locals tried anything funny while their main forces proceeded to siege the Bentheim system. Sadly, it appeared the Vijans made ample preparations this time. The kingdom is actually grappling with fewer unrest than us. Elder Overin explained. Their control over their society is much stricter than ours. More importantly, the so-called nobles and the royals actually came to a rare agreement to put down most of their disputes and focus their animosity onto us. VES frowned at the news. The dysfunctional rivalry between the nobles and the royal family is the only reason why the Vijans have never fought at their best in the past few wars. Oh, don't worry about that, VES. They can draft up a fancy paper all they want. Whether the Vijans will actually stick to it is another question. Still, it's rather uncharacteristic for the Vijans to shake hands and get along with each other. The nobles always wanted to depose the royal family and rule their state as a council. The monarchs always wanted to strip the nobles of their private armies. Their interests simply don't align. We have reason to believe the secret agreement is imposed by the same outside force that's been stirring the star sector. Their influence is substantial, but I don't think they fully realize how quickly the Vijan nobles are willing to stab each other in the back. Both of them shared a knowing look. The Vijans were capable of fielding a terrible army, but they always screwed up in terms of leadership. In comparison, the Bright Republic usually exerted competent leadership even if its soldiers weren't as hardened. Whatever the case, we expect the different factions to abide by the agreement for a year at the very least. Your home system is at risk if their offensive breaks through our lines. Are you sure you don't want to relocate your assets? He seriously weighed the choice, but eventually shook his head. I think my father made his home on Cloudy Curtain for a reason. I don't want to let go of what he left behind. Fair enough. You're a Larkinson like the rest of us. I'm glad you're brave, but I'm not certain whether you are expressing it in the right moment. The conversation went nowhere, so VES changed the topic. When will the steering committee convene? The patriarch will return tomorrow. We'll hold a special session in order to induct you in our ranks. We'll also discuss next year's budget among other administrative decisions. Not a lot of Larkinsons have come this year. Will it be okay to hold a meeting with more than half of the committee in active duty? Oh, it's mostly a matter of routine. Overin waved away the question. Anything that requires a discussion has already been addressed. Besides some technicalities, we've already settled on the major points. It sounded like the latest session before the New Year celebration was just a last-minute check. Now that VES joined their circle, he got to know that the Larkinsons owned a modest business empire on Rittersburg that earned the family about 50 million credits a year. That might not sound like much compared to his own activities, but they were stable businesses. VES knew more than anyone else how volatile and innovative the mech market could be. In contrast, the Larkinson Trust Fund invested in a number of hotels, apartments, and other real estate that always maintained a stable stream of profits. We're starting to bolster our pension fund in preparation for the worst. It's always better to get on top of them instead of catching up to it afterwards. Both of them grimaced a bit. The pension fund kept the widows and orphans clothed and fed. If the steering committee proactively put more money in its pot, then that meant they expected that not every Larkinson might survive the war. VES spent a moment to worry about the lives of those he cared about. Most of the Larkinsons were acquaintances to him, but certain relatives such as Uncle Ark or his cousin Melinda earned a special place in his heart. After another day of fun and relaxation, the entire planet took on a festive cheer. A large amount of construction bots transformed the city of Varleton into a festive paradise full of blinking blue lights and streamers in order to complement the Republic's national color. The smarter Larkinsons noted that the Republic spent a little more effort in this year's party. The government wanted to reassure its citizens by projecting strength and instilling pride. The patriarch finally returned in the morning. His reinforced air car actually arrived at the compound with a modest escort of mechs and infantry fighting vehicles. The mechs quickly flew away once Benjamin stepped out, but the infantry remained and started to collaborate with the compound's existing security force. "All right everyone, I'm back," he announced and sent out a command through his comm that alerted every committee member. "We convene in an hour. Don't be late." As a newcomer, VES had to go through a process before he formally became a member of the committee. First, the Larkinsons confirmed his identity and sampled his hair, blood, and other biological material in order to facilitate future checks. Then, he had to sign a pile of documents. They mostly formalized his rights and obligations to the Larkinsons. He also had to sign some NDAs that forced him to keep quiet about the family's more sensitive matters. All of the paperwork was fairly standard, so VES didn't object. Once they finished the formalities, the committee entered a lengthy square stairway that went deep underground. VES initially expected to descend a couple of floors, but everyone kept walking down the steps in a monotonous fashion. Only after an estimated 200 meters of walking did they reach an underground hall. The hall resembled a temple in its stateliness and atmosphere. Many banners hung from the arches that extended from the walls and ceilings. Most of them depicted the bright Republic's iconic torch and the Larkinsons' iceberg crest. When VES walked past the golden double doors, he suddenly realized he entered an elevated section of the hall. Everyone adopted solemn faces as they started to take their seats on the cold, stone benches. VES. "Grandfather." He turned to Benjamin. "What's in the middle?" "Our history." The old man replied, and gently guided him forward. He recognized the Valiant. The first ancestor of the Larkinsons personally piloted the iconic Heavy Knight and earned the recognition of the young Republic. The Mech was a piece of living history. Its scarred and broken appearance hinted at a story filled with bitter struggle. VES choked on his breath once he scrutinized his ancestor's steed in the perspective of a mech designer. Somehow, the ancient mech radiated an aura that tingled his X-Factor senses. The mech not only appeared to be a custom job, its rich experiences somehow enhanced its X-Factor beyond anything else he had ever designed before. Could the Valiant actually possess an X-Factor of B or higher? His brain started to churn as he tried to recall his ancestor's story. Who designed the Valiant, and what was his relationship to his ancestor? His grandfather suddenly bumped his back. VES. "I'm sure the Valiant is interesting, but we have business to discuss." I'm sorry. I forgot myself for a moment. It's a magnificent mech. I'm lucky to see it up close. While his grandfather approached the podium at the front, VES took a seat at the bench closest to the mech. Despite the importance of this gathering, VES forgot all about the steering committee and focused his entire attention on the incredible mech in front of him. He tried to turn on his comm, only to find out it fizzled out. Damn. The family is sure being dramatic. He muttered under his breath. The austere underground hall was surrounded by many layers of insulating material that hindered virtually every kind of handheld broadcast equipment. Various other security measures prevented any electronic device from activating and recording the proceedings. Once everyone took their seats, the patriarch banged his fist against a special plate that cut through the chatter. I hereby announce the start of our annual end-of-year session. His grandfather started to follow through the usual rituals. Every Larkinson including VES offered some tribute to the Larkinson ancestor. They then memorialized the Larkinsons who died in the line of duty. VES noted that the ritual explicitly excluded those who didn't die on the battlefield. Strange. Next, the patriarch addressed their last year's agenda and summarized the results. It turned out the family recently invested a lot of effort into advancing the careers of their younger mech pilots. The committee wanted them to be in the best position to fight the Visions and come back alive. As VES listened to the various means in which they befriended and even bribed certain officers, he realized how much of an old boys' club the Mech Corps turned out to be. Every commanding officer in charge of a division, regiment, or battalion wielded a wide range of autonomy. Getting onto their good sides ensured they never mistreated the Larkinsons serving in their ranks. After half an hour of dry reports, his grandfather finally raised a subject directly related to VES. Many of you are already familiar with our very own mech designer, Benjamin said while everyone turned their gazes to VES. This time he bore the scrutiny like a pro. Some of us have considered a couple of proposals in light of his future potential. VES, tell me your thoughts on the following. His grandfather started off with a bang. We'd like to purchase some stock in your business activities. If you're not opposed to the measure, we are willing to divert a portion of our trust fund to build up a stake in your venture once you incorporate your business. The proposal completely caught VES by surprise. How much? I think it's fair for the both of us if you give us a 25% stake for 500 million credits. His heart almost skipped a beat when he heard the sum. Almost every other committee member looked shocked. No one imagined that his grandfather or whoever audited his business valued his small and risky startup at around 2 billion credits. The Larkinsons relied on its massive trust fund built up over centuries to provide for everyone's pensions. 500 million credits represented a substantial chunk of its liquid assets. While many of the Larkinsons thought the price was too high, VES instead thought the opposite. Considering his accelerated career advancement, his future business might become a lot more valuable than a couple of billion credits. As long as he had the system, his future was bright. I accept. VES quickly decided. Despite the gross undervaluation, he didn't wish to act like a greedy toad like that obnoxious uncle he met a few days ago. He valued his family and wished for them to prosper alongside him. I haven't set up a corporation yet. It's about time I did. I'll be glad to sell the family a 25% share. You won't regret it. Chapter 143 Whereabouts. Not everyone agreed to throw 500 million credits away on an extremely risky business venture. One of the elders stood up and spread his hands. I object. VES recognized the skinny form of 3rd Elder Raymond Billingsley Larkinson. His physique resembled V's in that he had never trained his body to endure the rigors of piloting mechs. The elder should be someone who supervised the family's overall finances. Let him speak. Grandfather Benjamin forcefully spoke, causing everyone to shut their mouths. Thank you, Patriarch. According to our analysis, while VES has cleared the first hurdle and is able to manufacture mechs, his business is not in an ideal position to sustain his current level of profitability. He is far too young and his assets are already depreciating very hard. Since the 3rd elder dared to talk about his business directly, VES felt obliged to respond. Elder Raymond, you are overstating the risks and exaggerating the costs. I have worked hard this past 6 months to kickstart my mech business to the point where I am able to sustain a single production line. Last month, I fabricated 8 whole mechs and earned a gross profit of 60 million credits. 60 million credits. The Larkinson Trust Fund had to wait an entire year before it could accumulate such a sum. VES, on the other hand, only required a single month. Every committee member had to suppress their excitement. "You've already peaked," Elder Raymond retorted with a slam of his palm. "Any market analyst is able to predict that you won't be able to sustain your current level of profits. Resource costs are rising and your production licenses are about to become irrelevant in a couple of years. Might I remind everyone that a relatively affordable production license can easily cost around 2 billion credits. 2 billion credits. Many committee members gulped when they heard the sum. The business-savvy people among them confirmed Raymond's assertion. The mech industry is characterized by high risks and high returns. What I mean by that is that you can easily earn a fortune today but get utterly ruined tomorrow. Don't be blinded by his current monthly income. It's merely a snapshot of his peak. With just the meager amount of capital he has on hand, he's unable to ramp up his production and earn enough profit to finance the acquisition of an up-to-date production license. The mood started to turn against the decision to invest in a stake. While VES actually benefited financially in the long run if he kept hold of every share, he disliked being painted as a foolhardy boy. He had his own pride. "Elder Raymond, you have not taken my growth into account. I am apprenticed to a renowned master mech designer from the coalition. My current level of operations is but a springboard to designing a completely original mech. I am confident that my level of skill will grow to the point where I can design a viable original mech. I don't need to license an expensive complete design in that case. At most, I'll have to license up to 1 billion credits worth of component licenses." His words sounded ambitious. No one ever thought VES planned to design a completely original mech. Even the most boorish mech pilots among the crowd knew how difficult such a project must be. Mech designers who designed variants were a dime in a dozen. Those who graduated beyond that point and designed a mech without any existing reference points deserved admiration from everyone. If the Larkinsons brought up their own real mech designer, the family might be able to achieve a new level of prominence. Grandfather Benjamin had enough of the back and forth. "All right, pipe down everyone. This is a solemn committee meeting. We are here to decide the future of the Larkinson family. Do not disgrace yourself in front of our ancestors valiant." The thought of showing their shameful sides to the valiant abhorred the devoted Larkinsons. The temperature cooled down through Benjamin's intervention, allowing both VES and Raymond to cool their minds. "We are approaching a decisive moment of history." The patriarch continued in a level tone. "Our fates are tied to the bright republic, which isn't looking too healthy these days. Anything might happen in the future. In order to provide against contingencies, we need to hedge our bets." Everyone sat still when Benjamin started to paint a grim picture of the future. VES tried to keep his head sober. He belatedly realized that Benjamin soothed the committee members into accepting the decision to acquire a stake in V's mech business. Raymond didn't even get a chance to retort. "Please raise your hand if you approve the previously raised proposal." Well over 2/3 ultimately raised their hands. VES noticed that Benjamin bought over almost all of the potentates. The norms on the other hand glared resentfully at VES. Why did someone like VES deserve a 500 million credit investment while their own enterprises barely scraped by? Elder Raymond shook his head. While he still disagreed, he knew where the wind was blowing, so he ceased his protests and quietly backed down. The rest of the meeting turned largely inconsequential to VES. Instead, he resumed his study of the ancient heavy knight and its extremely potent aura. After all, it wasn't every day he chanced upon a mech that set his X-Factor senses on fire. He eagerly wished the meeting would drag on so that he could make the most of this rare exposure to the historic mech. Once his grandfather ended the session, everyone started to leave the hall. VES dragged his feet because he still hadn't cracked the secret to the Valiant's abnormally strong X-Factor. He almost wanted to ask his grandfather to pass him some food and water and lock him inside. Surprisingly, Benjamin asked VES to stay behind, but not because of the Valiant. Instead, his grandfather finally wished to talk about his missing father. A couple of other elders stayed behind, including Grand-Uncle Overin and Uncle Mazer. VES guessed that his grandfather must have gathered the family's inner circle. The constant waiting grated on VES. "Can you finally tell me where my father has been spotted? You best sit back for this, little cousin," Mazer warned as he placed his hand on V's shoulder. It's very complicated. From what little we managed to gather, it isn't looking pretty. Grandfather Benjamin tentatively nodded. Let's begin where we first found signs of wrinkle. Have you heard of the Nixian Gap? Isn't that a massive asteroid field filled with loads of environmental hazards? It's also located at the fringes of the Komodo star system. With a decent enough FTL drive, you can springboard from the gap to the neighboring majestic Teal and Vicious Mountain star sectors. In other words, lots of pirates along with every other kind of scum could be found in the gap. The massive number of asteroids trapped in the warped gravitic environment provided pirates with the perfect hiding spots. To cut the story short, one of our sources has snapped an image of him at a busy market in the infamous Three Spokes pirate station. The hall prohibited electronics from working, so Benjamin simply handed VES a shiny printout. When VES accepted the page, he stared at a somewhat grainy image of his father in the company of a band of menacing people. Are those pirates? VES hesitated to ask. Not quite. Our source has managed to learn that they call themselves the Cobra Cadavers. They appear to be a dark mercenary corps. We haven't found any other traces of the cadavers in our archives, but they appear to be too seasoned to be a newly established group. The findings astounded VES. Cobra Cadavers. They sounded extremely ominous. Mizar, who sat next to VES, shrugged his shoulders. I almost couldn't believe it either when I first heard about it. We did some more digging until we finally managed to uncover more details. It appears that every member of the Cobra Cadavers are being hunted down by a shadowy organization called the Five Scrolls Compact. His family introduced yet another unfamiliar name to VES. I can't say I've heard about them. They sound like serious business. I've had some dealings with the Five Scrolls Compact, Benjamin said with a very grim face. The Compact is a galaxy-wide cult of alien worshippers and doomsday lunatics. Even the Republic isn't clear of their goals, but from what we can tell, they've infiltrated every corner of human space. When VES asked a couple of questions about the Compact, none of the Larkinsons could actually explain what the Five Scrolls Compact actually did. Benjamin only heard rumors about data theft, brainwashing, and nuking planets. The Compact definitely didn't play according to the rules. Benjamin explained his suspicions. We believe your father somehow incurred the wrath of this bunch of crazies. In order to avoid implicating you, he cut off all ties and fled to the Nixian Gap. Even a massive cult like the Five Scrolls Compact can't hope to find a needle in this massive, spread-out haystack. If this secretive cult is after my father, why haven't they kidnapped me? VES worriedly asked. They can easily nab me from my home in Cloudy Curtain if they wish. It's because the Mech Trade Association will hunt them down if they show up in civilized space. His grandfather answered. The cultists all possess abnormal genes. Even if they cover up their faces, they can't hope to pass a security check. The power of the MTA deterred every single state and organization from breaking its rules. Its military might was only second to the Common Fleet Alliance that collectively took charge of defending humanity's borders. VES believed wholeheartedly in the MTA's ability to punish Five Scrolls Compact if they ever showed up. Despite this security, VES still worried about the reason why his father earned the Compact's ire. Did they know about the Mech designer system? Even worse, had they created it in the first place? VES tentatively ruled out the possibility. If the Five Scrolls Compact paid some attention to his meteoric career, they must have realized that he used the system. For something valuable like that, they'd throw all caution to the wind and overwhelm the entire Bright Republic in order to take back their treasure. Furthermore, he didn't think his father would do something stupid by handing over the system without expecting it to be left in a closet. Wrinkle surely predicted that VES made use of it in order to fulfill his dream of becoming a mech designer. If the system wasn't safe to use, his father would have never handed it over to VES. The original owners of the system must be some other organization then. As long as VES did not do anything too outlandish and attract too much attention, the hapless owners wouldn't be able to distinguish him from other geniuses. VES resolved to invest more resources into increasing his security and anonymity. He already mentally patted himself on his back for acquiring the anonymizer stamp from the system store. After the other Larkinsons expressed their views, his grandfather smiled at VES. No matter what your father is planning, I'm confident he'll be able to roll with the punches. Wrinkle has always been a scrappy one. The Nixian Gap is a region of untold danger, but not to him. He'll be able to cling on to his life if nothing else. The meeting ended in a somewhat depressing note. At the very least, the inner circle didn't blame his father for pissing off a galactic cult of dangerous weirdos. They unconditionally supported VES and his father and didn't hesitate to offer some assistance. Oberyn approached VES after everyone started to walk up the stairway. VES. A moment please. What's the matter? In light of the threats arrayed against you, we'd like to take some precautions. When you return home, we'll arrange a pair of mechs piloted by anyone who is available to accompany you on your journey. They'll be in charge of you and your workshop's safety from now on. An actual mech escort sounded very welcome to VES, but he hesitated a bit once he realized his granduncle wished to man the mechs with full-blooded Larkinsons. Shouldn't every able-bodied Larkinson be serving in the mech corps at this time? Oberyn smiled ruefully. Every family has their misfits. There are certain elements in our younger generation who can't quite fit in a military outfit. Don't worry too much. The Larkinsons I have in mind are capable mech pilots. Chapter 144 Growth. VES reluctantly left the underground hall at Oberyn's insistence. While he really wished to study the venerable Valiant extensively, the hall was a sacred place. The Valiant also had its best days behind it. In order to preserve the heavy knight, the space needed to subject it to a host of preservation routines such as reducing its gravity and pumping in some special gas. Though he hadn't studied the Valiant long enough to uncover all of its secrets, he hadn't left without a harvest. As they ascended the extremely lengthy stairway, Oberyn asked him a question. Do you know why your grandfather pushed through the proposal to invest in your company? Is the family in trouble? We are tied to the fate of the Bright Republic. What will happen if it falls one day? They'd be miserable beyond belief. As a quintessential military family who served the Republic for many generations, they could never find shelter in a neighboring state. No one would trust the Larkinsons if they discarded their oaths. VES understood his intentions now. You're using me as an escape route. In essence, the Larkinsons wanted to take advantage of his enviable relations with a venerable master mech designer. As her apprentice in name, VES could vouch for his family and facilitate their relocation to the Vermeer Group. If Master Olsen possessed a heart, she wouldn't object to saving his family. Most likely, such considerations were beneath her notice. It's merely a contingency. Oberyn added. There are multiple considerations involved with the decision to invest in your company. Depending on your performance, you'll become a vital pillar to us in the future. Think of our initial investment as an expression of goodwill. Goodwill, huh? VES internally smirked. If the Larkinsons wished to show some actual sincerity, then they should have only settled for a 1% stake. I'm open to collaboration, but I'd like to remain in charge. You're still the majority owner, so we won't quibble with the way you run your business. While there are some who think you're not up to the task, as long as you are able to deliver positive results, they won't be able to pull any tricks. According to the Republic's laws, a minority shareholder was entitled to several rights. Even VES couldn't block them from being a nuisance if they wished to. Fortunately, he still possessed an ample majority. As long as he didn't give them up, he'd never have to submit to someone else's orders. When VES returned to his guest room, Lucky jumped from his perch and brushed his body against his owner's legs. Haha, I told you I'd be back. As VES sat on his bed, he considered everything he learned today. First, his fears that his father met an unfortunate end was abetted. Even if his father had to cut all of his ties and live like a rat, he still retained his life. My father is tougher than anyone. He won't be fazed by the pirates lurking in the Nixian Gap. The Five Scrolls Compact, on the other hand, sounds like real trouble. Any organization that extended its reach across the galaxy had to be a pinnacle organization. If the mighty Mech Trade Association and the Common Fleet Alliance couldn't eliminate the Compact, then VES absolutely couldn't underestimate them. He still wondered why the Compact hadn't threatened him yet. His logic told him that the conflict between the Compact and his father had no relations to the system. Something as miraculous as the system warranted an immediate and overwhelming response once they figured out that VES made use of it. If the Compact wasn't after the system, why were they targeting his father in the first place? I don't have enough information, he concluded. He could speculate all he wanted, but he couldn't act on them without proof. The intelligence we've gathered is also a little sketchy. I can't put too much trust in second or third-hand sources. In order to corroborate what he heard, he opened his comm and visited the Clifford Society's online portal. This time, he didn't bother entering its virtual world. Instead, he opened an online archive and tried to find what the Society knew about the compact. Nothing. VES couldn't find anything at his level of jurisdiction. His search results happily noted that it found mention of the 5 Scrolls compact in 3 different documents, but he would only be able to read them if he reached the master level. Master level. A master mech designer is not a cabbage that you could find on the road. The insane level of jurisdiction required to read about the compact spoke for itself. This must be an extremely formidable organization that not even the Friday Coalition wished to provoke. The lack of information made any further speculation useless. For now, VES had to focus on growing his strength. Just because the compact hadn't done anything to VES didn't mean they might change their mind later on. If some shadowy cult started to threaten his life, he wanted to be ready to fight back. Instead, he used the rest of the day to ponder the puzzle that was the Valiant. How could it surpass his own deliberate efforts to induce the X-Factor? The mech was several hundred years old. Had its original designer already become aware of this metaphysical element? His search through the galactic net and in the steering committee's internal network yielded little results. The early days of the Bright Republic had been very tough. Many pirates and outside factions frequently preyed on the nascent Republic who still hadn't completely shed its pacifist leanings. They were only able to turn the tide when they started to employ battle-hardened mercenaries. The first-generation Larkinson acquitted himself extremely well as a mercenary, so much so that the Republic rewarded him with land, status, and citizenship. The various archives described his ancestors' feats in excruciating detail. VES already learned about his performance in battle when his father tutored him when he was still a kid. After half an hour of searching, VES gave up. These stupid archives. None of the historic documents mentioned anything about where the Larkinson ancestor got his mechs. His fruitless search couldn't find a single mention of the mech designer who painstakingly tailored a custom mech for his ancestor. Someone like that must be a supreme existence, but VES couldn't proceed without further clues. VES only had his observations to go on in his quest to unravel the secrets of the Valiant. For now, he only had a single bold guess. When he looked at the Valiant, he got a sense of its history. His memories of what he read about the Larkinson ancestors' performance in battle came to the fore. It was as if the mech became the ancestors' living testament. It all comes down to life. What if every mech started as a blank slate? What if these mechs were influenced by their experiences? His perspective suddenly shifted. If mechs possessed life, then they were also capable of growth. Every life started as a newborn. At this stage they were weak and infirm. If nurtured properly, every life was capable blooming into an incomparable existence. A life is never static. They start off weak, but who can say they can't grow up to be giants? When VES compared his gold label mech to the Valiant, he got a sense that he was comparing a couple of toddlers to an elderly but grizzled veteran. Their strength simply couldn't compare. It begged the question whether the Valiant started off this strong. He very much doubted it. Its designer might have passed on some metaphysical traits, but most of the Valiant's aura had most likely been acquired later. Did this mean that his own mechs might be capable of growth? Most likely not. He never took growth into account when he passed on his intent to his design. They were designed to be strong at the very start. VES never imagined that his mechs could strengthen its intrinsic X-factor after he fabricated them. He was under the impression that the mechs were fixed at birth. In the end, he blinded himself with his own assumptions. More specifically, he still looked at mechs as if they were machines. Before seeing the Valiant, he subconsciously assumed that he could manufacture a complete life. So long as he manufactured the right inspirations, he could sharpen them into a purposeful intent that complemented his designs. It completely ignored that life was capable of growing from their humble beginnings. Every newborn needed 2 things before it turned into a formidable existence. First, they had to possess a good foundation. An ant remained an ant. Even the most ferocious ant could easily be stomped by a harmless human child. VES guessed that his current progress in the X-Factor fell under this category. His recent designs proved that he was capable of achieving a fairly rating according to the system. Nevertheless, he faintly thought that he came across a bottleneck. A moderate rating of C+ was the best he could achieve so far. So how could he achieve a higher rating? He used to think he only had one avenue available, and that was to keep on strengthening the foundation. While this might ultimately be the correct path, VES did not have a single clue on how to proceed. He was completely in the dark. Now, he uncovered another path. While it might not lead to his initial destination, it nonetheless enlightened him to another aspect of the X factor. Now that he was aware of the previously hidden growth component, he could start to replicate the phenomenon in his own designs. He repeatedly thanked his ancestor and the valiant mech designer. His trip to Rittersberg had been worth it for this lesson alone. It's time for dinner. VES held on to Lucky and brought him along. Let's go and celebrate. The entire Larkinson compound turned into a festive location. The holiday cheer infected all of the kids, who eagerly ran around with their little sparkling flags. The cooks served up an extravagant feast for New Year's Eve. The estate even hired some musicians to put on a performance. Later at night, the new year finally dawned. The entire sky lit up as fireworks loudly proclaimed the start of another year. Elaborate projections came into existence. They first displayed the Republican torch before projecting a series of iconic images of the Republic's proudest moments. Lucky meowed in confusion at the noise. He didn't know what to make of all the fireworks. Perhaps he thought the entire planet came under attack. Over time, his mechanical cat calmed down once he saw that no one panicked. A grinning Lainey ran up to VES and held out her arms. "Can I hold Lucky again?" "Sure," he said, and handed off his cat. The little girl giggled before scampering away with her prize. VES smiled at her antics. His recent brainstorming caused his thoughts to wander. How would little Lainey's life look like after a decade or two? Would she grow into a demure and stately lady, or would her upbringing shape her into a powerful Amazon mech pilot? There is so much variation in life. No one could predict the future. As Lainey belonged to the Larkinsons, she would surely lack for nothing. However she turned out, VES hoped she didn't grow up with any regrets. Throughout the night, the Republican torch with its bright blue fire never dimmed. Every planet in the Republic's borders projected the same unyielding symbol. It carried the hope and ambition of the entire bright Republic. No one wanted the Visians to invade and despoil their precious planets. The torch inspired everyone. They looked at the torch with sparkling eyes and imagined different dreams. The kids imagined taking up the torch one day. The adults resolved to fight for their loved ones. The elderly prayed their previous sacrifices had been enough. As for VES, his ambition was boundless. Chapter 145 Escorts. The Larkinson compound's tranquility enamored VES. Many times, he wondered if he could put down his work and spend the rest of his life in idle bliss. He already knew of a handful of relatives who ended up as a good-for-nothings that never amounted to anything in their lives. VES shook his head. The galaxy is too dangerous to let my fate be entrusted in the hands of others. Even the Larkinsons started scrambling for a safety net. In such dangerous times, VES would be a fool to assume that business would be as usual. The next day, VES prepared to depart. He already packed his luggage and ate some breakfast with the early risers. After saying his farewells, he exited the dining hall and brought his luggage and Lucky to the front. His new escorts awaited him there. They were both a little older than him and carried themselves with an air of overwhelming confidence. "Hey. Are you the geek my grandpa assigned to be your guard?" a woman asked. She looked at him with a disdainful expression, no doubt filing him away as a twig she could snap in two at any time. "This duty is a gigantic waste of time. Why do I have to babysit this stupid pig? I'd rather go back to the arena." They already got off to a wonderful start. His niece obviously aspired to be a mech duelist. Generally, the Larkinsons disdained fighting for sport. They treated the art of piloting as a sacred duty only to be employed for righteous purposes. To abandon some of your morals to fight for fame and fortune was to turn your back on your heritage. No wonder the family packed her off to VES. A rural planet like Cloudy Curtain offered very little amenities in the area of mech sports. Let alone a team, it didn't even have a mech arena at all. VES ignored her glare and introduced himself. "My name is VES Larkinson, and I'm a mech designer." You'll be accompanying me to Cloudy Curtain and hopefully keep me out of trouble. I hope we can work together for the betterment of the family. The woman twirled her purple bangs and sneered at him. You sound like Grandpa Overin. Are you on meds or something? That's no way to talk to Big Sister Riella here. He could already feel a headache coming. VES decided to tackle Riella later and turned to his second escort. The men stood quietly and watched their interaction with bemusement. Unlike Riella, who dressed like a punk out for a party, his male cousin dressed like an officer of the Mech Corps. From his straight back posture to his crew-cut hair, the man looked straight out of a military recruitment poster. Though he was taller than Riella, his muscles were wiry and compact. He also wore an electronic visor shaded in blue. Melker Larkinson. Mech pilot. The man answered when VES kept staring at him. I'm just here to fulfill my duty. The visored Larkinson offered little else. VES gave up on trying to be friendly and boarded the aircar reserved for all three. The vehicle zipped towards Kellner's outskirts and reached the gigantic spaceport shaped like a crane after a quiet flight. Many travelers had already arrived at the busy spaceport. The tourists and visitors finished celebrating the new year and had to go back to work. VES, Riella, and Melker had to keep their floating luggage close in order to avoid bumping into the crowd. After pushing their way forward, they reached their platform in the nick of time. The feather-shaped platform lifted off from the ground, carrying its passengers up to the air, whereupon a space-capable shuttle landed onto its surface. The shuttle ascended into the sky and reached a familiar space station. The trio got to enjoy its elegant interior for a couple of hours until a passenger liner called the Greenwind arrived at the station. After the incoming passengers left the spacecraft, the trio boarded the ship along with the other outgoing passengers. The Greenwind was the sister ship of the Vision of Asteria, which VES previously rode to Rittersburg. He quickly settled into his room as the vessel slowly accelerated towards the system's nearest Lagrange point. After waiting her turn, the Greenwind finally transitioned into FTL. Her long journey to Bentheim had just begun. The family already arranged a 3-bedroom suite. While his cousins settled into their rooms and brooded on their exile from Rittersburg, VES wanted to spend his time more productively. Fun time is over. It's time to get back to work. VES wanted to accelerate his company's growth. The family already promised 500 million credits as soon as he registered his business as a corporation. Since all of his assets were back at Cloudy Curtain, he first had to return home before he could start the process. In the meantime, the corporate lawyers employed by the Larkinsons already began to draft the paperwork. VES knew little about the complexities involved with writing up the formal articles of incorporation. He gladly handed off the responsibility, though he also reminded himself to read over their work once the lawyers hammered out the details. He already relayed his demands to the lawyers. For now, VES wanted to keep it simple. He didn't wish to deal with a convoluted stock structure where one type of stock has 10 times the voting rights of another stock. He also didn't want to implement a bloated board of directors. For now, he settled with the absolute minimum. Since his company only had 2 shareholders, VES could simply appoint himself as the chairman and his grandfather Benjamin as the only other director of the board. It sounded a little sketchy, but his company didn't require any oversight. Despite the incredible sums involved with each transaction, VES operated a very simple business. He only had 1 full-time employee so far. For now, VES didn't trust anyone else to help run his company. Since he couldn't do much about his matter, VES turned to another matter he left by the wayside. It's about time I do something with the scavenged Dortmund parts. Carlos should be able to fabricate a silver label Mark II by now. Once his fabricator began to fulfill Marcella's orders, VES could devote his complete attention on the reconstruction project. He already made good progress on drafting up a plan to restore the missing and broken parts. He left the issue of hacking the salvaged processors for later. The matter required delicate handling and it wasn't exactly legal to mess around with the programming of an expensive industrial printer. VES pulled up a blueprint of the industrial printer and started to study it in detail. Time flew by. Everyone settled in a routine. His 2 cousins slowly loosened up as the distance to Rittersburg increased. Perhaps it finally dawned on the pair that there was no turning back. One day, Riella spontaneously approached VES. Can I hold him? She gestured to Lucky. The cat lounged on his desk next to his work terminal. Even as VES nodded his head, Lucky already jumped in her arms and started acting cute. Even a bitter woman like Riella got charmed by the gem cat's wiles. VES and Melker both scratched their heads when Riella acted identical to their little cousin Lainey. Did girls spontaneously lose half of their intelligence when faced with the cat? Huh. I never imagined fake pets like these could be so fun. She smiled. It's a lot better than the stupid parrot my former team leader always paraded. Her remark provided VES with an opening. So you already competed in the Mech games? Yup. Me and 5 of my BFFs formed a team ever since we graduated from the Mech Academy. We called ourselves the Wailing Witches. It's an awful name, now that I think about it. We must have been getting our rocks off with the good stuff when we registered the stupid name. How did you do in the arena? Oh, we did okay. His niece responded as she sat down on a sofa and rested Lucky on her lap. We frequently fought in the amateur circuit and slowly made a name for ourselves. The frequent battles took a toll on our allowances, but we improved by leaps and bounds. Going professional was just around the corner as far as our team was concerned. Obviously that didn't happen. VES noted. What went wrong? Riella's fury returned. Our bitch of a team leader stabbed us in the back, that's what happened. Verma McCullen used to be the linchpin of our circle of friends. She's actually something of a prodigy at the academy and one of the few who got sent to Rittersberg on a scholarship. She could have made it big in the Mech Corps, you know. But she befriended us instead and helped us climb up the ranks. VES had a good idea what went on now. I take it that Verma couldn't cover the costs of maintaining a competition mech on her own. Right. The scholarship girl couldn't even pay the rent to her apartment in Kelser. The rest of us had to beg our families in order to increase our allowance in order to cover her expenses. Didn't you earn enough from the amateur circuit? Don't you know anything about mech sports? Riella rolled her eyes. The only way to break even or make a slight profit is if you pilot a cheap second-hand rust bucket. Unlike those losers who wallow in the bottom of the rankings, my friends and I wanted to compete in front of a crowd of billions. The only way to attract a sponsor and go professional is if you win. And the best way you can increase your win rate is if you pilot a good mech. VES concluded. I never knew the amateur circuit worked like that. How good were your mechs? Oh, they're pretty decent for current-gen mechs. In fact, I'm bringing my competition mech along. It's a tough little light skirmisher. It doesn't pack a lot of punch, but in my hands I can sever the joints of any mech once I get close. His niece actually licking her lips as if she still hungered for the taste of blood. I'm one of the finishers, you see. Without me, our team would have a hard time finishing off the wounded mechs. I've gotten pretty good at my job. There were times when you almost totaled your mech. Melker suddenly spoke up from the other side of the suite. The visored man smirked. Shut up, cuz. Riella screeched, which scared the cat resting on her lap. Oh, don't go baby. Shush now. Melker supplement the story. Dear Riella and her little posse dreamed big. In actual fact, the witches only performed above average. That's not to say she's bad. The competition in the amateur circuit at Rittersberg is very intense. Riella obviously disagreed, but she didn't bother quibbling. We were on the up and up. Everyone thought we'd be able to win over a sponsor in 3 years or less. We only needed to show we were still growing as a team. Everything went fine. I thought that nothing could stop our rise until Verma signed up with the Silver Chancellors. Even VES had heard of the Silver Chancellors. As one of Rittersberg's premier mech teams, the Chancellors often showed off their prowess in the various leagues throughout the entire Republic. Bentheim often turned into a gigantic circus whenever the Chancellors played a match in one of their arenas. Did your team fall apart once your prodigy pilot left? He asked with a puzzled expression. Even though you're amateurs, you shouldn't be too far behind, right? Melker suddenly laughed. Riella never got the chance to prove she could make it without Verma. You see, she only found out about Verma's transfer after finishing their final match of the season. Our fiery little cousin got so worked up about it that she decided that she threw a fist into Verma's face. The arena even broadcasted it live. The former mech athlete adopted a sour face. If I knew they'd tumble me out, I should have added in some kicks. That two-faced bitch could have never made it big without us. Obviously, Riella hadn't gotten over her forced retirement from the mech games. VES couldn't do much to placate her anger. He could only hope that time could heal her wounds. After all, if he wanted to employ her as a guard, she better set her priorities straight. There was more to life than the mech games. Perhaps a real-life conflict might be able to kick her out of her slump. VES didn't lack for enemies, after all. Chapter 146 Name. While VES got to know Riella better, Melker remained an enigma. Even though he suspected that Riella knew his story, his niece stubbornly shut her mouth when VES sent out a probe. Melker's story is his own to tell. I don't want to get on his bad side. Riella explained as she shuddered in an exaggerated fashion. Watch out for the quiet ones. Throughout the entire trip, VES only gathered a couple of clues that shed a bit of light on Melker. First, he hadn't shed the habit of comporting himself as a military officer at the start. He slowly stopped moving around in a rigid fashion when he drew too many eyes. A guard should not attract too much attention, after all. Second, Melker never withdrew his visor. VES almost swore his older cousin even showered and slept with the visor on. Its large but sleek appearance signified its incredible origins. VES hadn't even seen such a high-end gadget in the Bright Republic. He wondered what Melker saw when he constantly donned the visor. Was he constantly looking for threats? Or was he secretly browsing the galactic net like a comm junkie? In any case, Melker never appeared to be too distracted, so VES didn't call him out. Besides his eccentricities, Melker always followed his instructions. In contrast, every time he spoke to Riella, she always acted confrontational. VES had to tread lightly around her in order to avoid setting her off. She still harbored revenge fantasies against Verma, and wasn't afraid to be vocal about it whenever the Silver Chancellors played a match. I don't mean to pry, but maybe you should stop watching the mech games. VES suggested one day. The Greenwind already passed the halfway mark into her journey to Bentheim. It's not like you can salvage your career. Predictably, Riella growled at him and left the suite. VES imagined she intended to vent her frustration in one of the Greenwind's simulator pods. He knew he hadn't been gentle, but she truly needed a dose of reality. The sporting leagues loved their controversies, but Riella had taken it too far. The sooner she got over this bump in her life, the sooner she could get her head back into the real game. VES imagined she could be of great use to him once he earned her loyalty. On my own, I'm nothing. VES admitted to himself. Besides Lucky, he was completely at the mercy to anyone who pointed a gun at him. Even if his feline companion could shred through a squad of infantry, Lucky had no way to threaten a mech. Only mechs could guard against mechs. One of the reasons why VES assented to selling a 25% stake was because he wanted to co-opt some trustworthy mech pilots. Of all the possible people he could entrust his safety, he could never go wrong with family. For all the frequent internal squabbling, the Larkinsons never resorted to the kind of backstabbing Verma had pulled off on Riella and her friends. Even though he questioned Riella and Melker's reliability, it didn't change the fact that they shared the same surname. VES could not imagine in a million years that someone could subvert his own family against him. Against the shadowy influences arrayed against them, trustworthy guards were worth their weight in exotics. When the Greenwind finally arrived at Bentheim, VES departed from the ship along with his two companions. The space station's loaders also brought out their personal mechs and temporarily stowed them away. This time, VES wanted to conduct some business, so he took a shuttle and descended to the surface. He reached the upscale business district where his mech broker holed up in her lair. After leaving his escort in the office building's foyer, VES took the elevator to the top floor where Marcella awaited his arrival. Good to see you again, VES. The hefty woman greeted him with a smile. She offered him a glass of liquor. Want a drink? No thanks, I'm here for business. He replied while seating himself across her desk. I've got a couple of matters to talk about. She passed him a handful of electronic documents that displayed various bits of performance data. None of his customers employed the Mark Antony Mark II in an actual battle as of yet, but the results from the various live-fire training exercises spoke for themselves. That's some pretty decent performance. VES contently noted. The mercs who bought his products possessed enough skill to make the most out of its capabilities. What's their feedback? Their technicians are having a hard time maintaining the internals, but they're making do. Overall, I haven't received any significant complaints. Your buyers are pretty satisfied so far. The lack of malfunctions bode well for the Mark II's future. I'll be busy with the project, so I won't be able to fabricate any mechs for the time being. I plan to hand over the production of silver label mechs to a fabricator I've trained. While he's not as good as me, his work should be able to pass certification, if only barely. Marcella looked a little skeptical. I've always heard the Caesar Augustus and its variants are plagued by constant setbacks during the fabrication process. Are you sure you're ready? My fabricator spent months to master my design. I'm pretty confident he's up to the task. Just to be sure, don't start swamping me with orders. That won't be a problem. We'll delay the public reveal of the Mark II for the time being. I can use these metrics along with the testimonies from your first batch of customers to drum up some sales. VES hammered out a tentative schedule with Marcella. He also allowed her to correspond with Carlos directly in order to handle these minor matters. So long as Marcella regularly provided his business with orders, he'd be able to earn a constant stream of revenue. I take it you're not here to talk about the Mark II, right? He nodded. There's also the matter of my ship. How is the Barracuda holding up? She's safely stowed away along with the rest of my inventory. Your pretty Corvette is quite a sight, you know. Every time I bring in a customer to deliver their mechs, they always ask me if she's for sale. They both knew that VES would be a fool to sell such a remarkable spaceship. Haha, they can dream. In any case, I'd like to repair and staff my ship. Are you going somewhere? Not for the moment, but you never know. He carefully replied. There may be times where my services are required elsewhere. The ability to move anywhere I want is bound to be useful once I increase my fame. In fact, he'd been eyeing the missions offered by the Clifford Society for a while now. He never let go of his dream to design an original mech. In order to reach this milestone quickly, VES planned to amass a lot of merits in order to exchange for a set of quality production machines. As for the Larkinson family seed money, VES already put the $500 million. Credits aside. When the time came to work on an original design, he intended to spend the money on acquiring the necessary component licenses. All of this haste was an effort to make himself more valuable once a war broke out. The Mech Corps treated their called-up mech designers differently according to their achievements. Those who dwelled at the bottom like Carlos could expect to be regarded as disposable cannon fodder. They often assisted the short-handed and overworked mech technicians at major supply points. Mech designers who possessed practical experience in designing and selling mechs were often assigned as mid-level supervisors. Only designers who designed an original mech had the opportunity to employ their design talents. The Mech Corps always assigned such valuable minds to one of their many design teams. Marcella already made the necessary arrangements to repair the Barracuda. He quickly transferred 22 million credits to cover the greedy shipyard's costs and hire some spacers to crew his ship. You'll need a captain, pilot, engineer, and at least 1 or 2 ratings to properly crew your ship. You can't get by with less unless you intend to run your billion credits ship to the ground. We'll go by your arrangements since you know better than me. Just make sure you're not hiring a bunch of pirates in disguise. Trustworthy spacers are hard to find. You'll have to throw in a lot more money in order to contract a crew who won't cut and run as soon as you encounter trouble. After a quick discussion, VES transferred 100,000 credits in order to facilitate the hiring process. Oh, there's one more thing I'd like to talk about, he said. He sent over a handful of documents his family's lawyers had drafted. As soon as I get back, I plan to register a corporation. The Larkinsons agreed to purchase a 25% stake, you see, and I've already waited long enough to incorporate my business. That's great news. It's a lot less risky to do business once you move over to a limited liability structure. Are you still selling stock by any chance? Not at the moment. VES awkwardly laughed. Giving up 1/4 of his stock to his family was one thing. He didn't intend to be so generous to outsiders no matter how much a help his mech broker had been. He firmly intended to maintain a cordial relationship with her. So what's your question? I've already come up with a logo for my corporation, he replied, and summoned up his familiar emblem of a stylized Lucky sleeping atop a prismatic cloud over a giant V letter. I'm still grappling with an appropriate name. I've been trying many random names but they don't really roll off the tongue. His mech broker nodded seriously. Determining your company's name is one of the most important choices you can make. A bad name won't be much of a drag, but a good name can absolutely be a boon to your marketing. Under Marcella's guidance, he quickly ruled out several categories of names. For example, he declined to use an acronym unlike the famous BSBH corporation that operated various popular virtual games like Iron Spirit. He also declined to use a safe but boring name like the Larkinson Corporation or the Cloudy Curtain Mech Corporation. Perhaps we're taking the wrong approach, Marcella noted in an exasperated fashion. They'd been at it for half an hour and VES still hadn't settled on a suitable name. The name of your company is both an identity and a brand. Think of your products and your future goals. Think of your specialties and selling points. What makes your products different from others? VES leaned back and considered her advice. First of all, he distinguished himself from his competitors with the help of the system. Such a miraculous invention should never come to light, so he quickly decided not to use it as an inspiration for his company's name. That left his specialties. So far, VES intended to specialize in both the X-factor and a balance between speed and armor. The issue with the former was that it couldn't be measured or put in a spec sheet. The issue with the latter was that he lacked sufficient depth compared with those who fully committed to either speed or armor. Perhaps he might be overthinking the issue. VES wanted to build a company that embodied his dreams. What was his ultimate dream? To reach the pinnacle of mech design. To explore the ultimate limits of a mech. To see whether mechs can come to life. Life. His eyes instantly brightened. Could it be so simple? VES wanted to convey the message that his mechs had life. Even if hardly anyone knew about the X-factor, the bold aspiration should help convince his customers that his mechs were worth the price. I've thought up a name, he said. After repeating the name in his head, he finally decided to air it out in the open. The Living Mech Corporation, or LMC for short. The Living Mech Corporation. Marcella widened her eyes. Despite its fairly plain use of words, the mere idea of producing a mech that could be described as living was a bold one. It already described the indistinct sensation that every customer of his mechs had mentioned to her. His mechs felt more alive than any other ones. It's a decent, if somewhat simple name. Are you sure you want to roll with it? It also brings up an unpleasant association with the fantasy of designing a mech composed of living tissue. VES firmly held on to his stance. I'm certain. The name describes my philosophy of treating mechs like persons instead of machines. I don't want my customers to associate my products with commodities to be discarded at will. Every mech is a life to be treasured. Chapter 147 Detour. VES wanted to leave his mark in the age of mechs. The Living Mech Corporation encapsulated both his selling points and his aspirations. The name might sound a little bland, but its open-ended meaning left a lot of room for interpretation. More importantly, the name also matched his nascent design philosophy. No matter how many mech designers had already touched upon the secret of the X-factor, VES definitely wished to forge his own path. After finishing his discussion with Marcella, he left her office and returned to the foyer. Lucky played with a potted plant. Riella and Melker stood at the side, admiring the promotional footage projected at the sides. They all showed several designs in action. VES even saw archival footage of the Mark I in action. Is that your mech? Riella curiously asked. He nodded with pride. It's my very first sale, in fact. I designed the variant and fabricated it completely on my own. No one else lent a hand to me during the entire process. Recently, I even updated its design. The Mark II is a comprehensive improvement over its predecessor. His cousins looked suitably impressed. It turned out they hadn't heard about VES and his accomplishments before. Riella dedicated her entire life to the mech games while Melker presumably served in some kind of military unit. Only now, they realized what kind of a big shot VES had become. The ability to design and build your own mech impressed the two mech pilots. To them, the entire process sounded like sorcery. VES felt as if he was a wizard showing off a fireball in front of a crowd of knights. Though the latter could easily snap the former's body in two, the impressive display held them back. The wizard's magic had exceeded their limited comprehension. For the first time since they joined his company, the two regarded him with respect. Riella always wore her emotions on her sleeve, so her mood shifted the most. As for Melker, he must have already been acquainted with VES from reading a report. The visor blocking half his face also hindered anyone from determining his attitude. With the help of his enhanced perception and intelligence, VES nonetheless picked up some hopeful signs. Let's return to the spaceport now. We have a flight to catch. Ah, do we have to? Riella suddenly begged. This place is a lot livelier than I thought. I want to visit all the mech boutiques and see the local mech athletes in action. Though VES originally planned to depart in a few hours, Riella convinced him to take them for a day out. Perhaps it hadn't been fair for the family to force them to accompany VES. For privileged city folk like them, a rural planet like Cloudy Curtain must be a boring place to them. Riella especially wouldn't be able to handle the transition. Let's head downtown then. The classiest mech boutiques and chain stores can all be found there. VES hailed an aircar and the three of them boarded the vehicle. After inputting the address, the vehicle ascended into the air and joined the orderly traffic. VES sat in the front holding Lucky while Riella and Melker sat in the back discussing the merits of Benthime's local teams. Riella favored the Velvet Fists, which was Durham's flagship team. They often clashed head-on against the Silver Chancellors and acquitted themselves well. The Velvet Fists distinguished themselves by their flamboyant female leader. As for Melker, he respected an up-and-coming team called the Grease Monkeys. Based in the heavily industrialized city of Haston, the community-funded team enjoyed a lot of local support. Somehow, they signed on a couple of talented locals and have been making their mark over the years. I don't care much about the local teams. VES replied when Riella asked him who he supported. Benthime isn't my home. I spent a lot more time on Rittersburg actually. My real home is Cloudy Curtain. It's just too bad the planet isn't rich enough to fund a team. They simply didn't have the means. The farming consortiums own the majority of the planet's wealth. Considering their roots, the last thing they wanted to do was to foster more mechs. Just as Riella started to explain the merits of her favorite teams, Melker held up a hand. Aren't we supposed to head downtown? Why is our aircar moving away from it? His sudden interruption startled VES. He never paid attention to their environment. When he pressed his face against the window, he found to his dismay that their aircar had inexplicably turned around. Instead of shops and flashing lights, he only encountered drab-looking workshops, factories, and warehouses. This isn't good. Our car is flying above the industrial district. We're never supposed to come close to this area in the first place. Riella instantly pulled out a laser pistol that she previously hid in her coat. What the hell? Why is someone after you, VES? Are we being kidnapped or something? It might be possible. I never thought anyone would be crazy enough to start something on Benthime. VES replied while holding his chin. Who could it be? Benthime Liberation Movement. The Five Scrolls Compact. The Gage Dynasty. The Ricklin family. VES provoked too many enemies lately. He couldn't determine who was aiming for him at the moment. He needed more information, but first he had to solve their current crisis. While everyone still tried to press down their panic, Melker reached forward and pressed a conspicuous red button. I don't know much about aircars, but they should all be equipped with a hard override. The car hadn't changed its course at all. The saboteurs disabled the button. What do we do? The only female occupant panicked. She held up her comm and tried to contact an emergency service. My comm is blocked. I can't get a signal. My comm device is blocked as well. Hold on. I can fix this, I think. Since his last adventures, VES had gotten into the habit of carrying a miniature toolbox. You never knew when something might need fixing. He retrieved a multi-tool and quickly separated the console in front of his seat. They encountered a confusing maze of wires and electronics. Do you know how to hack this aircar? Riella dubiously asked. I can make sense of some of the components, but I don't specialize in flying vehicles. VES shook his head. Though he could mess with the autopilot or the altimeter, he could also cause the car to crash. Lucky, can you take a peek and see if there's anything suspicious inside? The cat meowed at his request and promptly stuck his head inside. His cousins looked a little skeptical at his pet. Isn't that a mechanical pet? I thought they are supposed to be equipped with low-grade AIs. Lucky isn't one of those bottom-bin, mass-produced mechanical pets. He's a lot smarter than any other artificial pet, and he also has a few surprises in store. The gem cat already saved his life more than once. VES hadn't even mapped his feline companion's full capabilities. After half a minute of sniffing, Lucky suddenly hissed and pawed at an inconspicuous palm-sized backup battery. What is this? The cat continued to hiss at it as if it killed his ancestors. VES decided to trust his companion and used a tiny multiscanner to inspect the suspicious object. It didn't take much time before his scanner blared an alarm. It's an improvised explosive. His announcement landed like a bomb. Riella practically started to foam at the mouth. As for Melker, his entire posture radiated fury. He pressed a button on his visor, causing its fluorescent surface to turn from blue to red. He looked around and his expression soured. He retrieved a hidden knife and started to stab the aircar's upholstery. What are you up to? There are spy sensors embedded into our seats. That instantly shut her up. Riella quietly watched him squash the bugs one by one. Meanwhile, VES continued to scan the improvised explosive in order to determine how much of a threat it posed. Haven't you done enough scanning? Riella asked, her face marred with stress. Why aren't you pulling it out yet? It's triggered to blow if I mess with it. Besides tampering, the bomb was also set to blow if it received an outside signal. In fact, VES already activated his privacy shield. The invisible spherical field encompassed the bomb, preventing any outsiders from detonating it once they realized their targets became aware of the threat. It also blocked their kidnappers from sending out their commands to the aircar itself. VES didn't want to see their vehicle suddenly nosediving to the ground. Fortunately, the bomb didn't appear to be set to explode once it missed an occasional preprogrammed signal. Bentheim's hypervigilant security forces would quickly track a suspicious signal to its source. VES concluded that his assailants this time must not be too sophisticated. It's likely the work of the Bentheim Liberation Movement. The separatists. The ones who are always bombing factories and refineries. I'm pretty sure it's them. One of their cadre has a contentious relationship with me. This must be some form of revenge. Well, you better fix this quickly before we end up in his grasp. Riella had a point. Whoever sabotaged their aircar could have blown them up as soon as they boarded it. Instead, the vehicle quietly redirected their destination to the outskirts of Durham. Wherever they might end up, it wouldn't be good for any of them. VES quickly had to ground the car, but before he could do so he first had to solve the bomb. I'm already blocking any signals from communicating with the bomb, he explained while heating up a microplasma cutter. The tiny gadget could barely cut a thin sheet of metal, and only worked for 30 seconds at its maximum intensity. He simply had to make two. I've largely figured out its mechanisms. I think I can disarm the bomb by disconnecting this controller and this backup trigger here. His explanation flew over their heads. How sure are you that you won't blow us up? I have no idea, really. It depends on how devious the bomb maker is. From what I can gather, he's not a professional. The bomb's construction actually gives me the feeling he's a washed-out mech designer. Such a figure must have studied mech design in the hopes of designing his own mechs, just like VES. When he finally graduated, he must have found out that a novice mech designer was worth nothing and that the mech industry had no room for him. Such a bitter and frustrated mech designer must be easy pickings for the BLM. While everyone held their breath, VES quickly cut through the plating and separated the two essential components. His hand moved with precision as he deftly removed his targets within the 30-second time limit. His micro-cutter sputtered out once it expended its charge. No one moved for a few seconds. Once they realized the bomb hadn't gotten off, everyone sighed. Let's throw it out. VES nodded in agreement. He used several tools to cut its external cables and separate it from its mounting. After pulling it out, he looked at the aircar's window. Lucky, can you open up a hole? The cat sprung his energy claws and ruthlessly attacked a window. The claws neatly parted an oval-shaped hole in the car. The vehicle's continued high-speed flight caused the interior to be engulfed in wind and noise. VES finally threw out the package, which quickly dropped onto the roof of a warehouse. With the state of Benthime's alertness, I bet the drop has already triggered an alert. Melker reasoned. As soon as they take a closer look, they'll know it's a bomb. Help might be on the way, but the security services still needed some time to catch up with the car. By the time they finally tracked it down, the Larkinsons might already be dead, or worse. Enough talk. VES, please put us on the ground. VES had already started doing so once he threw away the bomb. Lucky hadn't detected any other threats, so VES went to work with forcing the car to descend. After a minute of rummaging, he found the emergency override. While the rebels might have tampered with its programming, any standard aircar had to include a functional mechanical override. Such a device should continue to function even if the car had been subjected to jamming, hacking, or an electrical overload. Even the saboteur couldn't do anything about the simple mechanism. The omnipresent sensors around Benthime constantly scanned each car to see if it still worked. Without further ado, VES pulled a lever. The aircar blared an alarm and blinkered its lights before diving down to the streets. "Get ready for trouble," Melker shouted over the howling wind. Both mech pilots readied their pistols and nodded at each other. "As soon as we touch down, we'll try to flee to the nearest shelter and try to hold up until the security forces arrive." No one knew if anyone awaited them on the ground, but the Larkinsons never backed down from a fight. Chapter 148 Cold Wind. The three young Larkinsons disgorged from their forcibly landed aircar in a run. They approached the entrance of what appeared to be a junkyard. A single security officer along with a host of rickety security bots held them up at the entrance. "Stop. No entry allowed. Let us in. It's an emergency," VES retorted as he banged his fist against the gates. "The BLM is after us right now." The portly security guard appeared puzzled. He looked around and failed to notice anything amiss. "I don't see any rebels. Are you sure you've got your heads on straight?" Just as VES wanted to respond, everyone flattened themselves when a huge explosion threw them off their feet. His anti-grav clothing instantly righted his body in place, but his cousins had to roll on the ground before they came to a stop. Everyone gawked at the gigantic plume of smoke a few blocks away. "We're under attack." The guard panicked and quickly slammed his fist against a button. The entire junkyard started to go into lockdown as metal shutters rolled down windows and all of the fences became electrified. "At least let us in before you hole up in your little corner." "It's no use," Melker said and pulled Riella back before she could bang her fist against the metal shutters. "Look around you. Everyone's running scared." All of the air trucks and shuttles zipped away, even those who were still in the progress of loading their goods. Some of them even dropped their cargo as their hatches hadn't closed in time. Along with the retreat of every vehicle, every factory and warehouse started to put up their barricades. In an unsafe environment like the industrial district which was plagued with criminals and other unsavory characters, such an exaggerated level of security was a basic requirement. Even as the air grew a little hotter due to the nearby flames, no one looked out for others. As the Larkinsons tried to find some shelter at the warehouses and workshops next door, they were only met with stony silence. "It's no use," VES eventually said. "This is one of Durham's worst neighborhoods. A lot of gangs like to threaten and steal from these facilities. You won't be able to find a good Samaritan in this part of town." Melker frowned behind his glaring red visor. "I don't see any police. How could Benthime let its public security deteriorate to this degree? Even if the Durham police force slept on the job, they should have sent some help over." VES brought up his comm but only got an invalid signal. "Our comms are still blocked. The rebels must have sabotaged the nearby broadcast towers." Things weren't looking good, VES thought. A nefarious force had blown up something big and blocked their wireless communication attempts. Had the rebels given up on the quiet option and therefore opted to go loud? An intense sensation suddenly engulfed him. For some reason, VES felt as if an apex predator stared hungrily at him. Sweat trickled down his brow as he tried to parse this unfamiliar probe. His so-called sixth sense only triggered when he came into contact with the X-Factor. Did this mean that one of his own mechs was close? The flavor is wrong. For lack of a better word, he described each different sensation from the X-Factor as a flavor. As someone who personally designed and fabricated the Mark I's and Mark II's, they possessed a unique blend of daring and aggression. The flavor currently pinging his senses lacked the boldness he had personally imbued. Instead, it tasted like a cold winter wind snuffing out a lonely candle. VES. Get down. Melker suddenly yelled and tried to tackle VES to the ground. A sudden shield sprang into being that forcibly bounced him back. Distracted by his attempt to parse his sixth sense, his entire vision suddenly bloomed as a solid projectile suddenly crashed against his shield. Master Olsen's gift prevented the incredible amount of kinetic energy from affecting his fragile body. That's a railgun. Riella yelled and haphazardly fired her laser pistol in the direction of the attack. We're all going to die. Melker forcibly bent down her weapon arm so that her deadly laser beams burnt harmlessly against the pavement. Calm down. VES didn't die. We can still make it through. The attack had pulled VES out of his stupor. He finally realized that his sixth sense hadn't picked up a mech, but rather an assassin. His heart beat loudly inside his chest as he belatedly learned he just escaped death. He quickly looked at his comm and had a scare. His shield generator just lost 9% of its charge. Screw it. He swore, and pointed at the barricaded warehouse they were currently standing in front of. Lucky, cut down an opening for us. Lucky didn't act cute this time and directly clawed a crudman-sized opening in the metal shutters. The three along with the cat barged their way inside the storage area which blared in alarm at their intrusion. Security bots armed with both lethal and non-lethal weapons started to hover over their heads. Damn it. These assholes want to shoo us out. Riella exclaimed and raised her pistol at the robots. Just as she pulled the trigger, they all lost power and crashed to the ground. The three had to jump away in order to avoid getting pummeled in the heads. Melker. These are ancient models. Even if their firmware is up to date, they're nothing compared to the models used in Rittersburg. The man grinned with satisfaction and tapped his finger against his glowing red visor. I'm not wearing this for show, you know. It turned out that Melker had taken a course in hacking. Though he wasn't a genuine programming expert, he had more than enough skills to apply a standard script to old vulnerabilities. As long as the system wasn't too new or advanced, he'd be able to bypass its lock. Why didn't you hack open the doors in the first place, then? It didn't work. He shook his head. Every property in the block is secured with both mechanical and electronic means. This wasn't unusual as the people who operated these facilities couldn't afford to update their cybersecurity. Just because VES could afford to employ Sunil Lablin to fortify his systems didn't mean that anyone else could do the same. The cutthroat competition along with all of the other dangers on Bentheim often forced the local businesses to cut corners. Is anyone around? No one made a peep. Whoever supervised the warehouse must be holing up somewhere safe. Just as they started to move forward, a loud bang sounded as the sniper shot another round. The projectile punched straight through the warehouse wall and only lost a bit of energy before crashing before the shield that sprung up again in front of VES. He just lost another chunk of his shield generator's charge. He only had about 80% left. His cousins didn't even ask about his shield generator. Both Melker and Riella urged VES to run towards the middle of the warehouse. Hurry up and run. The railgun won't be able to penetrate all of these goods. They all ran towards the stacks of what appeared to be various bulk materials. VES recognized that most of them were often used in producing mechs, such as titanium and a number of composites. Just as they reached the middle, they started to hear a large number of footsteps from the entrance Lucky had created. Our target's inside. One of the new entrants announced. Fan out and shoot the bastard as soon as you see him. Don't forget to call out his position. On it, boss. Death to the Republic. Shed blood for Bentheim. The Larkinsons groaned. They recognized the BLM's slogan. How many? Riella asked. 25. They're not wearing armor. No heavy weapons. Melker slowly analyzed as his visor appeared to see straight through the stored materials. We're outer-med and outnumbered. We should surrender. No. VES replied, immediately shutting off this line of inquiry. The BLM never returns its hostages. Anyone who's taken by them will suffer an agonizing fate. We'll have to fight our way out. You heard Melker. We're vastly outnumbered. Those guys must be ruffians. Their sniper is something else, but he's too constrained while we're indoors. VES explained with burning hope in his eyes. You two are mech pilots, are you not? You've spent more than a decade learning how to kill. Even without a mech, you should be able to handle some untrained thugs. We're not dealing with some. There's 25 rebels closing in and we have no way to beat them all. Are you sure about that? One reason why VES insisted on entering a packed warehouse like this was because it contained a lot of vertical space. He turned to Lucky, who vigilantly stood at his side, and petted his back. Go get Lucky. Don't show them any mercy. His deadly pet replied with a dangerous yowl and jumped up to a shelf above his head. Lucky quickly disappeared from his sight as he instantly entered hunting mode. A few seconds later, the thugs started to scream. About half of their screams cut off midway as if their throats had been cut. The other half. VES gritted his teeth and pushed his two cousins forward. We should attack now that they're distracted. I don't know if Lucky can hold on for long. He always noted that Lucky was never able to sustain his claws for long. Though they possessed an incredible amount of cutting power, Lucky's cat-sized body could only store so much energy. It also took a fairly long time for his mechanical pet to recharge. He's right. The rebels are in disarray. We have to stake our lives for this. Melker decided and ran towards the direction of the screams. We're really doing this, aren't we? Riella stuttered for a moment before slapping her head. What the hell am I doing? I'm better than this. I'm a Larkinson. Riella followed after Melker with VES closely in tow. He started feeling really guilty for not possessing a weapon. He always intended to purchase one whenever he ended up in situations like this, but always forgot about it after the danger had passed. VES resolved to address this shortcoming if he managed to survive. He tried his best to keep up with his athletic niece. Let me stand in front. My shield can still take a couple of hits. She didn't argue his decision even if a professional guard would balk at his words. She cleverly positioned her body behind his so that she only exposed her eyes and her pistol. They passed a couple of brutally savaged bodies of men and women. They all wore dirt-crusted rags but wielded fairly pristine weapons. These guys have been hiding in tunnels in order to evade the local security sweeps. VES remarked as he bent down and picked up a basic but brand new ballistic rifle. His face quickly soured. Gene locked. Whoever supplied them with these weapons must have a lot of money in their pockets. VES might be able to bypass the gene lock if he kludged up a workaround, but the situation didn't allow it. He discarded the rifle and picked up a plain combat knife. This will do. They caught up to Melker, who currently exchanged fire against a pair of thugs. 3 bodies lay scorched on the ground. His shooting skills surpassed Dietrich's by a considerable margin as Melker neatly squeezed a laser beam through a finger-sized slit between 2 large containers. The rebel screamed as the high-powered beam turned his stomach into a blackened mess. My pistol is overheating. Melker said and turned to Riella with a hand. Give me yours. No way. This is mine. This isn't the time, Riella. You know my marksmanship scores are better than yours, and I can interface my weapons with my visor. The lack of living opponents lessened their urgency. They all believed the situation had been handled. Just hand over the pistol already. VES commanded his cousin. We need to clean up these men as quickly as possible before dash. He abruptly stopped when his sixth sense started tingling again. He felt another chilling wind blow past his undefinable senses. Get down. Chapter 149 Pinned Down. The projectile punched through the warehouse's walls from the side and came at them like the wrath of a falling meteor. Forewarned by his sixth sense, VES barely ducked in time, allowing the flaming projectile to impact against the ground, throwing up a momentous amount of cement. The large amount of debris pelted the Larkinsons, causing no small amount of minor injuries. VES managed to stay unscathed due to his shield generator, which lost another % of charge. We've got to pull back. Melker gritted his teeth, giving up on trying to borrow Riella's pistol. As long as that sniper is lurking around, it's not safe to leave the center. Riella nodded her head as she gripped her own weapon with an iron grip. We're mech pilots without a mech in sight. We're sitting ducks out here. Losing the initiative never went well, but they all agreed and ran back towards the deepest section of the warehouse. All of them tried to find a way out of their predicament but could think of nothing except to wait for help. With the amount of noise the BLM had stirred, the police or planetary guard should be arriving at any moment now. It's a monster. It's AAAHHH. Some kind of drone is killing us all. I never signed up to this. Let's get out of here. The discordant group of rebels broke apart due to the terror in their midst. Lucky reaped a toll on their sanity as he slowly constantly clawed out their throats. At a certain point, the survivors forgot about their mission and fled like rats. Riella looked at VES as if he had done the killing himself. Did you upgrade your cat or something? My father gave him to me as a gift. VES replied, bringing up his standard excuse whenever someone asked about Lucky's peculiarities. He's a product of the new Robarth Empire. Everything that came from a first-rate superstate might as well be magic. The yokels out in the galactic rim had no cognition of the level of technology employed by most powerful human states. VES found it to be a convenient prop whenever he had to misdirect the origin of his system's rewards. Are you sure you're comfortable with keeping a mechanical pet by your side? They're getting out of vogue because they're prone to hacking. I trust Lucky. VES replied emphatically. In fact, he trusted in the system. He's a unique pet who's hiding quite a few surprises. I don't believe anyone from this star sector can compromise his programming. Moments later, the star of the show appeared in their midst. The tired-looking cat had dropped down from above and meowed with less enthusiasm than before. This time, VES felt an ache in his heart when he saw that Lucky hadn't come out of fight unscathed. His left side had been scorched by a passing laser beam that blackened his shimmering bronze surface. Lucky. VES called out and picked up his companion. Are you okay? He tried to interpret his cat's attempts to answer his question. Lucky appeared to have a lot of energy to spare due to the opposition's lack of armor. A simple swipe of his energy claws at their lowest power setting easily took care of the untrained rabble. Instead, the heat damage partially crippled Lucky's capabilities. A significant part of his flexible shell had fused together into slag. The laser also transferred a lot of heat into Lucky's internals. Over time, his gem cat could recover from the damage by eating special minerals and letting his advanced self-repair do all of the work. Unfortunately, time was in short supply today. So we can't rely on your pet anymore. Seems so. We're on our own. The news disheartened the Larkinsons. Their best weapon had been taken out of what must have been a stray shot from a panicking rebel. After some crunching, Melker finally spoke up. We're going to have to come up with another plan. The only thing I can't figure out is whether our opponents are committed to investing more assets. What do you mean by that, cousin? The only woman in their midst asked with a reluctant voice. From all the smoke and fire, the BLM must have blown up an entire refinery or something. Which anyone can do as long as they are smart enough. Only a small cell of terrorists working together with some insiders are required. Think, Riella. How much does this operation cost in their perspective? Not much. Besides funding the weapons and explosives, the BLM mainly sacrificed their worthless footmen. The real pros who supplied the weapons along with the expertise to set up a facility to blow were long gone by now. Melker turned his ominous red visor to VES. Are you certain it's just the BLM who's after us? I'm not doubting your judgment, because everything we've experienced so far matches up with your guess. Only the railgun specialist doesn't fit. His weapon is too sophisticated and his aim is spot on. You already died twice, you know. It hadn't really set in, but VES knew he brushed past certain death. He mentally thanked his master for a very timely gift. I know what you're talking about. To be honest, I've provoked other enemies besides the BLM. All of them are incredibly wealthy. That's great. Riella sarcastically remarked. It might have been nice to tell us how many people you pissed off before we get shot at. Before the argument escalated, Melker held out his hand. Stop. More men are approaching. There are fewer steps, but they're heavier than the last wave. Is it the police? I don't know yet. I'm not familiar with Durham's fast response force. Everyone readied their weapons for another fight. If the newcomers came with ill intent, they'd fight tooth and nail to save their lives. VES petted Lucky's head. Can you take a peek? Just tell us if it's friendly or not. The cat meowed softly before padding away with a much less slinkier gait. While Lucky scouted out the approaching group, VES looked around the warehouse and tried to spot anything that might help in turning the tables. Sadly, the shelves only held low-value bulk materials that wouldn't be of much help. VES found nothing remotely volatile or flammable, and he couldn't even find an industrial loader mech that normally carried heavy loads. With nothing at hand, VES hesitated in bringing up his comm. He could still resort to the system if nothing else. With almost 10,000 DP in reserve, he could buy a gadget from the stingy store and hold on for a couple more minutes. Lucky quickly returned and yowled with panic. Melker also finished parsing his visor's readings. We're dealing with armored mercenaries or the like. We won't be able to overcome their armor with our pistols. Laser pistols worked extremely well against soft targets, but had difficulty penetrating past a solid layer of armor. As long as the armor was thick enough, it diffused the heat among its surrounding portions. This is ridiculous. Riella cursed and held her weapon ready. Where's our help? We've been under fire for over 10 minutes now. While Melker tried to form a plan, VES turned his body and discreetly activated his comm while the BLM disabled communications. They couldn't do anything to his apps. He tapped the system's icon and entered its store. Millions of items flashed by in a blink as the store came into being. VES tried to figure out the best way to spend his DP. He didn't ask for much, just a way to survive. The life-threatening situation disrupted his thoughts, making it harder for him to think. He couldn't employ his logic when all of his primal instincts activated his fight or flight response. Come on, system. Please help me out. Give me a suggestion of what I should buy. The mech designer system is not meant to replace the user's own judgment. Please treasure your autonomy and make your own decisions in life. VES felt the urge to scream. This stubborn system still stuck to its stupid principles when his life was at danger. He couldn't rely on anyone but himself, it seemed. He quickly considered where he should spend his points. A weapon is no good. They'll kill me before I can kill them. Armor will only delay the inevitable. He quickly concluded that he should obtain some means to avoid the enemy entirely. He first thought of teleporting, but he quickly balked at the prices the various teleportation items offered. Unless he accumulated more than 1,000,000 DP, he shouldn't be thinking about teleporting himself and his cousins. What about a way to hide? A permanent or durable way to hide still cost way too much, but the store offered several one-use alternatives. For example, he could spend 5.000 DP for a temporary augment of his privacy shield. Comm upgrade, privacy shield, level 1, one-time augment, full stealth. Price, 5.000 DP. Duration, 10 minutes. Temporarily upgrades a level 1 privacy shield to emit an overpowering field that disrupts any means of observation. It is capable of obfuscating every possible means of observation that is known to the mech designer system. The simple description didn't do the augment justice. It blocked both electronic and biological means of detection. As long as no one bumped into their bodies, they could sneak off under the noses of their hunters. Heavy footsteps started to become audible. The mercenaries entered the warehouse and started to fan out into two separate groups. VES gritted his teeth and purchased the augment. Everyone, come close to me. Best to hold onto my body, front and back. I've got a gadget here that can hide us from their view. His cousins didn't doubt his words, witnessing his shield generator. They knew he visited Limar and returned with a lot of high-tech gifts. Melker stood in front while Riella pressed against his back. Lucky, on the other hand, jumped on his owner's shoulders. How long will it last? Melker asked in a whisper. It's supposed to be no more than 10 minutes. Both of his cousins were taken aback. Full stealth for an entire hour. Such a powerful piece of technology shouldn't even be available in this backwater star sector. VES didn't try to convince them any further and activated both his privacy shield and his newly purchased augment. He felt sick at the thought of bidding farewell to 5.000 DP. He could have upgraded a lot of skills with those precious points. At least he saved them up beforehand. If he had already splurged his entire savings beforehand, he wouldn't be able to avoid the approaching killers. Melker and Riella both tried to say something, but the privacy shield dampened every sound. They could still see each other, but those outside the bubble would see nothing but empty space. Seeing that they couldn't talk, Melker tugged VES into moving away from their current hideout. They had started moving just in time, as 10 seconds later a grenade landed where they had just been standing. The strange metal cylinder exploded in a white-hot glow of plasma that instantly scorched the fleeing Larkinsons with a flash of excruciating heat. It was a good thing the privacy shield dampened all of their sounds, because everyone except VES released a cry. Riella had it worst as she stood behind VES. Her skin started to well up in red as they desperately fled the scene before the mercs decided to throw some more grenades. In their frantic flight, they almost managed to collide with a squad of professional-looking mercenaries. They quickly pushed to the side and let the menacing squad trudge forward with their deadly rifles aimed at various angles. Even as they stood mere meters away, the Larkinsons hadn't been spotted by the mercs. VES released a breath. The system hadn't swindled him. The one-time augment worked like a charm. With little more than 8 minutes left to go, they quickly resumed their awkward run. No one knew how long they had to hold out, but anywhere was better than here. Chapter 150 Men Against Machine. Using the souped-up privacy shield, they exited the warehouse through the hole Lucky had cut at the beginning. They left the heavily armed mercs behind as they spread out and tried to track their targets down. From their cussing and swearing, they hadn't expected VES and his cousins to disappear in thin air. During their clumsy flight to somewhere safe, VES felt a chilling wind brush past his sixth sense. Every time, the feeling went away, but it still frightened him to no end. Could the sniper use his own senses to suss their bodies? The wind suddenly spiked. The streets suddenly boomed as a railgun projectile rocketed towards their previous location. The entire pavement cratered as the solid slug delivered an incredible amount of kinetic energy. Anyone hit by it directly would have no chance of survival. The Larkinsons quickly dashed away. VES remembered the description of the stealth augment. Its open-ended description didn't explicitly say that the temporary upgrade could block someone's metaphysical senses. VES always suspected the reason why the system steered him into studying the X-Factor was because it didn't have much of a clue how it worked as well. It might be one of the reasons why the skill tree excluded any mention of the X-Factor. Even if others figured out some clues, no one had laid down a systemic path to understanding this nebulous field of study. In fact, the skill tree actually lacked a couple of other skills that should have been there. VES had noted that some of the more advanced specialties pioneered by many famous masters hadn't been included. For now, he urged the group to continue running past some blocks. Melker appeared to guide them all towards a security checkpoint of some sorts. The small one-story structure usually staffed by a handful of police officers. Now, they only saw death and ruin. The place had been torn up with bullet and scorch marks. The bodies of the fallen police officers were left behind like discarded trash. VES looked down on his comm. They only had 4 minutes left before the stealth augment ran its course. After looking around, he spotted something interesting. Right across the street, a massive storage area took up an entire block. It must have been the place where larger shuttles and transports deposited heavy containers before ground-based transports picked them up and delivered them to their final destinations. He ignored the large stacks of containers and instead turned his gaze towards the half-dozen industrial loader mechs standing off to the side. Their operators probably parked them to the side once the alarms went off before running away to safety. "Look over there," he said, but quickly remembered that the stealth field dampened his voice. Instead, he tapped their shoulders and pointed at the mechs. They both understood his intentions. Riella looked skeptical, but Melker nodded in understanding. They crossed the street and stopped before the storage yard's sturdy gates. With another prompt, VES got lucky to slice a narrow opening. Once they entered the yard, VES suddenly felt the cold wind return. The sniper must have noticed the sudden cut as soon as his privacy shield moved away. With its stealth charge about to run out, they all ran towards the industrial mechs. Compared to combat-oriented mechs, the industrial mechs emphasized cost savings and strength. They were mostly designed to be an affordable way to carry heavy loads of goods without relying on expensive heavy-duty lifter platforms. An industrial mech might cost more up front, but a lifter platform guzzled energy like an alcoholic stuck in a wine cellar. The limbs also offered very fine manipulation when needed. The ones employed by the storage yard weighed heavier than medium mechs and featured very robust limbs. They might not be able to outrace an aircar, but their heavy arms and legs allowed them to lift hefty loads without straining their frame. The stealth field fizzled out just as they reached the lifter cables that could bring them up to the cockpits. It's out. We're exposed now. Melker, can you hack into these mechs? I should be able to, but I might need your help. Sometimes, the owners of these low-quality mechs. Riella rapped her knuckle against the scratched and dirty surface of one of the machines. Are we really going to hijack an industrial mech? They don't even have neural interfaces, let alone armor that is able to withstand an infantry-grade railgun. If you can point out an actual combat mech, then be my guest. That quickly shut her up. Melker quickly put his foot down on a step, which promptly zipped up the cable until he reached the cockpit. The step then climbed down, allowing VES to follow after his older cousin. For now, it appeared the sniper hadn't caught up to them yet. VES quickly squeezed inside the narrow cockpit and analyzed his surroundings. The omission of a neural interface meant that the cockpit offered a lot more manual controls. He didn't bother figuring out what they did and instead tried to find out how to force the mech online. After some fiddling, Melker spoke out. I've cracked the digital codes, but the mech isn't turning on. The owners of the mech must have installed some kind of hardware lock. VES took over at that point. He swept the consoles until he found a plain mechanical lock underneath the main screen. Using an old-fashioned lock and key was a fairly easy way to secure an industrial mech. It prevented them from being taken for a joyride at the very least. Even a mech technician could install something as simple as this setup. He forced open the lock in 30 seconds. Such a simple mechanism didn't faze him in the slightest. As the mech started booting up, the two Larkinsons descended using the same stepper cable. Riella, take this mech and stand guard for us. On it. The woman zipped up the cable and entered the booting mech. You better get inside your own mechs before they catch up. The hatch in front of the torso quickly closed up. It gave her a measure of safety against a railgun attack, though VES doubted its worthless armor could withstand such a strike. They're already on their way. Melker grimly replied as VES and him climbed inside the cockpit of another mech. We won't have time to unlock a third mech, so get yourself comfortable, VES. Even if he could, VES had no doubt he'd probably trip his mech. Even industrial mechs needed a fair amount of training before anyone could pilot them proficiently. An untrained norm like him had no business trying to turn one into a hazard. After they both disabled the various locks, they settled in as best they could in the cramped space. VES had to squeeze to the side in order to provide Melker enough room to operate the industrial mech. The screens showed various settings that Melker efficiently tweaked to his liking. Once he finished his modifying its settings, the lumbering mech finally started to move. Riella had already turned her mech towards the incoming enemies. The same mercenaries who tried to corner them in the warehouse had tracked them down to the storage yard. A large number of hard-faced thugs armed with rifles and pistols followed after the heavily armed mercs. Look at that mech. It's moving. They're inside. Shoot the rust buckets. While the mercs slinked off to the sides, the thugs simply dove to the nearest cover and started to shoot their guns at the industrial mechs. Most of their weapons simply plinked or seared the surface of their mechs. VES gripped arm handle of the cockpit seat. The amount of weapons arrayed against them could chew up an entire crowd of people. Yet nothing happened other than scratching their mech. Even if their borrowed machines didn't incorporate any exotics in their armor, they still came out largely unscathed. The Larkinsons finally fought back. The mob of separatists started to grow apprehensive as the two hijacked mechs moved close. Riella's mech adopted a strange gait that pushed her mech past its maximum speed. Only a truly skilled pilot could manipulate their mech's limbs in this fashion. Though it also strained the machine, it wasn't like they owned it in the first place. As Riella closed in, Melker hung back with his own mech and grabbed a nearby crate of goods. His mech threw the crate at the shooting mob. Somehow, the crate landed in the very middle of the crowd, splattering 4 people instantly. Riella's mech almost tripped due to her shock, but she recovered quickly and reached the closest concentration of men. Her mech grabbed a nearby pipe from a whole stack of them and started wielding it like a blunted spear. Even as Melker continued to throw all kinds of junk at the frightened mob, Riella bashed her closest assailants into broken wrecks. Her mech wielded the pipe like a lumbering oaf. Even if she couldn't wield the weapon as fast as she liked, she still reaped a horrible toll due to the incredible power behind each swing. A railgun suddenly fired at her. VES had no warning this time, as the sniper hadn't aimed at the mech he holed up. The railgun burrowed straight through Riella's mech, boring a small but nasty hole through its torso. The projectile narrowly missed the cockpit due to her amazing reflexes. The single hit slowed down her mech by 20%. "We've got to take care of that sneaky shooter," she yelled as her mech practically went berserk. Her machine moved like a drunken fatty as she employed her piloting skill to the utmost in an attempt to make it harder for the sniper to hit her cockpit. Her dented pipe battered a lot of rebels to death. Their morale and enthusiasm started to waver. The sniper shot her mech again, this time pummeling its leg. The mech lost most of its meager nimbleness as the mech had been forced to its knees. Its damaged leg couldn't handle much weight. "We're getting chipped to death. How long do we have to wait? Help should be coming at any moment," VES remarked as he looked at the time. "Even if the rest of Bentheim is in flames, they should still send out a squad of mechs by now." Melker's cockpit started to beep out an alarm. A squad of mercenaries sneaked up to their rear and launched about a dozen plasma grenades at his mech's vulnerable rear. The industrial mech could never dodge in time to avoid getting burned. His mech started to turn its torso while whipping out its arm holding a crate of minerals. Half of the grenades hit the arm or crate, causing it to be engulfed in several balls of fury that crippled the entire limb. The remaining grenades either missed the mech or pelted its torso. Melker's mech hitched up as its power lines received a lot of disruptions. The mercenaries started to poke out of their cover and fired at the holes created by the grenades. Their powerful weapons were capable of dealing significant damage to the industrial mech's internals. Melker turned his mech away from the incoming fire as best he could, but the mercs had cleverly encircled them in order to negate such a move. The industrial mechs fared poorly against the infantry, dismantling them piece by piece. A fire broke out in the lower torso of Riella's mech, while Melker's hijacked mech showed diminishing power as the incoming fire pummeled its internals into junk. Just as they started to lose hope, a trio of mechs suddenly landed in their midst. Both the mercs and the surviving mob lost their footing as their landing threw off minor shockwaves. All of the aerial mechs that landed sported the black and blue checkered pattern of the Bentheim Planetary Guard. The mechs were kitted out with a shield and a specialized fluid projector that looked like a flamethrower. "Put down your weapons now," a guard mech boomed out. "This fight ends here." Everyone on foot tried to run. As if expecting this response, the guard mech fanned out in 3 directions and activated their fluid projectors. A disgusting-looking slime shot out of their nozzles and engulfed the fleeing men. 2 of the guard mechs continued to engulf every fleeing combatant. Even if they had a head start, they could never outpace a building-sized combat mech. The final mech didn't chase after the rats but instead walked towards Riella's half-burning mech. Her projector ejected a fire suppressant that stopped the flames. It then turned to Melker's mech. "I'm sorry about the late response. I hope you're not too banged up, Melinda." The Larkinsons finally put down their guard. Their own cousin arrived to save the day. With her mech standing guard, the sniper probably wouldn't have the opportunity to shoot again. Better late than never. Thank you for saving us. Chapter 151 Aftermath. The sky over Bentheim never slept. Even at night, millions of aircars, shuttles and other vehicles roamed the invisible lanes above the metropolis of Durham. VES looked up at the busy traffic at an office in the middle of a planetary guard base. "This is not how I envisioned my first assignment," Riella muttered as she scratched her back. Her back had been raked with debris when a railgun strike barely missed. Fortunately, the guard medics easily treated her wounds, though they still stung like hell. "How many enemies have you made?" Even VES didn't know. He still found it hard to believe that someone might actually wish to kill him due to some trivial offense. Of course, what he found trivial might not be so small to whoever arranged the attack. While the attempt obviously involved the much-maligned Bentheim Liberation Movement, he found it to be a little too sophisticated to pin the blame on the rebels alone. "We're going to have to adopt some tighter security protocols from now on," Melker said as he crossed his arms. "Guard duty has always been a hazardous assignment, but the risks we're exposed to is beyond all reason. Don't worry, I'll make sure to remunerate you properly. You won't be making a loss under my employ." VES didn't wish to scare his cousins away. He could already see the doubt in their expression. As long as he offered enough compensation, then they wouldn't cut and run. He also didn't hold back on his mistakes. The biggest mistake we've made is that we haven't brought our mechs along. Everyone took for granted that we'd only stay on Bentheim briefly, so we left them in their containers to be shipped to Cloudy Curtain. I made the decision because it was the most efficient choice, since I only expected to stay in Bentheim for a day. You're going to need a permit if you want to pilot a mech in a heavily populated area. It's almost impossible to get one these days. They're exceedingly rare in Rittersberg, and I don't expect any different here in Bentheim. Melker pointed out. Anyone could flatten an entire neighborhood with a single mech. VES looked down at the streets and spotted only a dozen mechs or so. The vast majority of them sported the black and blue guard colors. The rest used corporate colors as they escorted the aircars of senior executives. I got an answer for that. The front door slid open. Melinda entered the lounge with a smirk. Besides Riella, everyone possessed the same raven hair that marked them as a Larkinson. She walked over to VES and handed over a datapad. Your grandpa's present. I contacted him as soon as I learned how much trouble you stirred. She looked at VES as if he was a delinquent. It's a good thing he's willing to bail you out. Bentheim will cover some of the costs. Whatever insurance the affected businesses fall under will cover another part. Grandpa will shoulder the rest. The Larkinsons along with their pursuers did a number on the warehouse and storage yard. Though the Planetary Guard declared that they had been acting in extreme self-defense, that still left them open to getting sued by angry businessmen with damaged goods in their hands. VES read the official document on the datapad. He realized he received a permit to travel around in most of Bentheim with a restricted mech escort. He could only employ one mech, and it had to adhere to a strict guideline of loadouts. For example, carrying a flamethrower in an urban area was asking for trouble. The permit came as a timely gift. This is extremely helpful. Did you vouch for me, Melinda? Yup. She nodded and looked around for Lucky. She spotted the disheartened-looking cat and bent down to pet his undamaged surface. Frankly, the Planetary Guard is too short-handed right now, and we can hardly spare the manpower to keep an eye on you whenever you drop by for a visit. I didn't need to do much convincing, though. The Larkinson's name is good enough. It paid to be known as a Larkinson. Though some of the rival families disparaged their reputation, the Larkinsons have never acted excessively for several hundred years. All right. I'll be sure to make use of this permit the next time I visit this planet. How's the interrogation going? Melinda's smirk turned into a frown. Difficult as usual. The ground-side component of the BLM largely consists of petty criminals and disillusioned workers. I doubt they can count past 10. The handful of cadre have already fled their underground bases by the time we obtained their locations. The BLM drew their ranks from the large mass of low-income workers. They worked hard and earned only a pittance. When the rebel propagandists pointed out that the Bright Republic siphoned away a large portion of the planet's revenue, the workers easily swayed over to their mindset. What about the mercenaries? Their gear is way too sophisticated. It's a dead end. They've been conditioned into killing machines. The details of their mission has been physically scrubbed from their brains. They're probably dark mercenaries who've been kidnapped and brainwashed into becoming untraceable pawns. In the end, the Planetary Guard found nothing. The whole affair had been dismissed as a failed attempt at kidnapping and assassination by the Bentheim Liberation Movement. Are we free to go now, Melinda? Sure. Don't forget to retrieve your gear before you go. One more thing, cousin. Do you know a place where I can buy a good pistol? Everyone turned to VES. Riella laughed at him. Are you sure you want to play with a gun? While Melinda, Riella, and Melker hadn't been trained as infantrymen, their mech pilot training didn't skimp out in these areas. Mech pilots had to keep their body in shape and engrave their fighting skills into their muscle memory in order to make the most out of their mechs. I'm not looking for an expert's gun. VES replied while raising his hands as if he was a naughty child who wanted to take a shuttle out for a joyride. I just want something that can play a role in the hands of an amateur like me. While VES received some firearms training when he studied mech design, he couldn't call himself an expert. It took talent and perseverance in order to become a proficient marksman. He didn't delude himself into thinking a few dozen hours of practice turned him into a commando. Do you have money? He thumped his chest with his palm. Who do you think you're talking to? I'm a mech designer. Melinda tapped her chin with her finger. You should pay a visit to Old Jimmy's. It's a classy place that tailors their weapons to their customers. They also offer smart guns that offer a variety of conveniences such as aim assistance. As long as no one hacks your gun, you're good to go. The only problem is that they take weeks to fulfill an order. The place sounded like a good fit for him, though he lacked the time to wait. I'll settle for a generic weapon for now. Everyone left and headed downstairs. They retrieved their comms and weapons and left for the spaceport under the watchful company of a pair of mechs. VES had the feeling that the planetary guard was glad to see him go. They paid extra for an immediate passage to Cloudy Curtain. The Larkinsons still had to spend the night at a hotel before they took a shuttle to the space station and boarded their transport. 3 days later, they finally Cloudy Curtain. As their shuttle touched down at the rural planet's old and shabby spaceport, VES took a deep breath of his home planet's air. Home sweet home. I can finally get back to work. Hopefully we left most of the craziness behind. Riella remarked, though she quickly sneered at Orinoco's pathetic skyline. Hopefully there's some entertainment to be found in this place. In contrast, Melker maintained his vigilance. His blue visor neatly scanned every corner of the spaceport. This place is more than 50 years old. Its security could use an update. Do we need to watch out for anyone on this planet? VES grimaced at the question. Some of the local politicians have a beef with me. They're not as powerful and unscrupulous as the BLM, but they're certainly bad news. They didn't have permission to pilot a mech in Cloudy Curtain, though hardly anyone bothered to ask for it. Walter's whalers frequently showed off their mechs without a permit. While VES was tempted to ignore the local laws and have his cousins unpack their mechs, he didn't wish to give more ammunition to his enemies. Instead, he compromised by renting a reinforced shuttle from Sunyal Ablin. VES spent the rest of the trip explaining what he learned about the white doves and the greens and what they should watch out for. Most of all, he emphasized his relationship with Walter's whalers. Aren't you afraid they'll bite the hand that feeds them one day? Melker asked with a warning in his voice. Gangs like these normally don't last very long. Once they fall, their patrons fall with them. You know our family doesn't like to associate with these kinds of people. This isn't Rittersburg. The Larkinsons have no influence here. I might not have much in common with the whalers, but we share some interests. That's enough to trust their sincerity. Though Melker found it to be a bad idea, he didn't argue the point. VES ran the show now. He could make all the bad decisions he wanted as long as he was willing to suffer the consequences. Once they touched down at his workshop, everyone sighed in relief. His workshop's sturdy walls, menacing turrets, and state-of-the-art security bots certainly impressed his cousins. This setup must cost quite a lot. Not as much as hiring a mech to stand guard. That's what you two will be in charge of. VES noted with a firmer voice now that he returned to his home. I don't expect you two to stand guard at all times, but you should at least be ready to enter a mech to respond to emergencies. I'll let the two of you arrange the details yourself. The previous attack should have made it clear that VES faced very real threats. He could at least count on Melker to be dutiful enough to take his job seriously. With both of them watching over Riella like hawks, she wouldn't be able to drag her feet either. Anyone home? Carlos quickly arrived. Since the time VES departed for Rittersburg, his friend grew a beard. It made him look a little more mature, though VES had to grow used to the new look. Let me introduce you to my cousins. They're both qualified mech pilots and will hopefully be patrolling around with their mechs. Oh, nice to meet you guys. His fabricator smiled and shook their hands. They babbled a bit but found out they shared nothing in common besides their interest for mechs. Instead, he turned back to his employer. Boss, I did it. I practiced hard while you left and managed to crank up my success rate to 99%. That's great news. The ratio relieved VES. Carlos hadn't been slacking off. I already made the arrangements with my mech broker. You'll be in charge of fulfilling orders for the Silver Label Mark IIs from now. For now, I'll supervise your work closely. Once Carlos proved his mettle, VES intended to let him work without hovering over his shoulder like an overprotective mother. He had his own projects to take care of, the most immediate of which awaited his attention for quite some time. As his cousin slowly settled in, VES started to deal with his paperwork. He called Kelsey for a meeting. VES was bound to make a fool of himself if he approached the local government himself. Kelsey should certainly be able to help with applying for a mech permit and registering a corporation. I'll prepare the groundwork in the evening. She chirped over her comm. Good. See you tomorrow then. Chapter 152 Allure of Mechs. VES met with Kelsey the next morning and discussed a lot of business. She spent most of her efforts preparing to apply for a mech permit. Such a thing might be hard to obtain for a private individual, but as soon as he incorporated his business he'd be able to take advantage of looser provisions. As for registering his business, his family's lawyers already laid the groundwork. Kelsey only had to dress it up and rearrange some data in order to comply with the local standard. It's not that difficult to start up a corporation in the Bright Republic. Even the local politicians can't be too excessive. She explained to her employer. Cloudy Curtain is relatively rare among rural planets in that it doesn't offer any incentives for doing so. Most underdeveloped planets do their best to attract more commerce. That's fine. I don't expect any favors nor do I need any. As long as we don't encounter any obstacles, I'm content. After she promised to handle the filing and registration, they turned to a thornier subject. With the Planetary Assembly about to go back in session, the tax reform bill became a looming threat to VES. If the White Doves and the Greens succeeded in imposing excessive demands to businesses like the Living Mech Corporation, then VES would be forced to relocate his assets. The assemblymen have been busy trading favors. They've added in a lot more exemptions to the people who are willing to play along with the ruling coalition. Opposition is too scattered right now. Whoever is left out is of no importance to Cloudy Curtain's economy. Kelsey regularly reported her observations, so VES already knew about it. So there's no use in trying to unite. We're not part of their network. It galled him a bit that the politicians treated him like an insect. They didn't need to take his opinions into account when they formulated their policies. Well, he'd show them up sooner or later. The coalition is doubling down on boosting the agricultural sector. They're even drafting a complementary bill that will indirectly subsidize the consortiums, along with the other farming concerns. Normally, the ruling coalition wouldn't be able to make this pass, but with the Bright Republic preoccupied with the terror attacks and the impending war, a small case of self-enrichment doesn't really ping on their radar. They truly picked the best timing. Having first-hand experience of a terror attack on his own had made VES aware that the Republic were at their wits' end. They had to devote a huge amount of manpower in order to keep a lid on the BLM. VES turned his palm to her. I understand you've been working on a plan. Let's hear it. I've been racking my brain myself but I haven't figured out a way to stop the coalition. She twirled her straight blonde hair and smirked at him. You haven't been spending much time in town, have you? If I'm not holed up in my workshop, I'm often off-planet. Then you aren't aware of today's sentiment. If you walk down the streets of Freslin, you'll note that you've become a local celebrity of sorts, especially among the young. While no one really knows what mech designers actually do, it doesn't change that you're Cloudy Curtain's very first mech manufacturer. Your physical mechs might be unattainable to the masses, but your virtual mechs have made quite a splash. His virtual mech sales had indeed increased lately, though not to the point of earning him lots of DP. His popular 3-star Young Blood stopped providing him with DP, while his other designs only modestly sold more. Still, it didn't change that more potentates piloted his mechs. According to Kelsey, his brand recognition had grown to the point where at least half of the people on the streets knew his name. She continued her story. Once I started hearing your name being bandied about by my fellow students, I suddenly had a thought. What kind of era are we living in these days? This is the age of mechs. VES scrunched his face. Huh. You've lived a fairly privileged life, so you've been able to pursue a career with mechs without a problem. What about the rest? Do you know how much the local youths worship mechs? Everyone is a fan of mechs. However, not many people are able to get in touch with one. After the local potentates graduate from the junior academy, they're often forced to move off-planet or abandon their piloting career. Cloudy Curtain only hosted a handful of grassroots academies that only offered a limited curriculum. If potentates wished to develop their skills to the point of becoming a qualified mech pilot, they often had traveled to a different planet in order to attend a more advanced academy. Not everyone could afford to do so. Slowly, VES started to understand her point. I see what you mean. My sudden entry into Cloudy Curtain is a portent to a livelier mech scene. A single mech manufacturer can function as the central node of a nascent mech community. All the mech fans should be thankful of me for opening this door. Do you know which organization is the most popular among the young? It's actually the Whalers. They're the only game in town with lots of mechs. They also recruit heavily among the locals. This is why they've never lost support even if they've made a nuisance of themselves over the years. They're our very own folk heroes. In other words, even if the politicians detested them, they would never dare to chase them away. First, they couldn't beat them on the battlefield because the Whalers had way too many mechs, even if their quality left much to be desired. Second, the Whalers were actually more popular than the Greens, White Doves, and the Pioneers put together. Cloudy Curtainers generally never bothered with politics because it was boring as hell. In contrast, Walter's Whalers constantly flaunted their exploits with mechs. VES had to admit that Mr. Walter acted very shrewdly by being so flamboyant. So you think we should adopt the same strategy as the Whalers? That sounds very expensive. Even if most people knew he existed, that didn't mean anything on its own. Turning this awareness into action required a lot of work. A publicity campaign could easily run into the billions of credits. Still, Kelsey kept her confident smile as she passed him a datapad that outlined her plan. VES quickly skimmed over the documents. It contained 2 ambitious motions that could turn the tables on the rotten politicians who wanted to drive him away. As you can see, my outline calls for applying pressure to the ruling coalition from both the top and bottom. Pressure from any one direction won't affect them too much, but if they have to fight on multiple fronts, they'll be starting to feel the squeeze. I see that your first plan calls for partnering up with the gaming centers. In order to play the best mech sims, potentates had to use an extremely expensive simulator pod. Gaming centers offered a convenient place for potentates to practice their skills without saddling them up with loads of debt. Most of the local gaming centers were actually franchises of established entertainment companies. Right. She nodded. The most popular game at the moment is Iron Spirit. It turns out it offers an extensive set of privileges to game center operators. Every establishment has the right to designate a handful of mechs at each star tier as their trial mechs. Pilots are able to try them out without limit even if they haven't purchased them. This is a great way for you to become an indispensable figure to the young. What about the operators? Will they agree to such an arrangement? Kelsey leaned over and called up an appendix. I've already made a call to all of the game centers in Orinoco and Freslin. About a third of them are willing to put your young blood as a promotional mech. As for the others, they're not allowed to decide this on their own. Still, if they see that the game centers that are promoting your models are doing well, they might start to change their mind. Her initiative really came as a welcome surprise. He hadn't expected her to sound out so many game centers. It must have cost a lot of time to canvass so many operators. If this is true, then we're off to a great start. Still, that doesn't mean much on its own. Oh, we still need to do a publicity campaign, but it doesn't cost much if we limit our reach to the game centers. Once you tell your fans that some evil backstabbing politicians are trying to drive you away, they'll cry to their mommies and daddies. Once this phenomenon reaches a certain point, the adults can't sit still. After all, most of them also appreciate mechs. The most popular broadcast on Cloudy Curtain consisted of the mech games. Almost a quarter of the population regularly tuned into the live matches. While the plan still sounded nebulous at certain points, VES approved of the plan. He allowed Kelsey to draw a limited amount of funds in case she needed to grease the wheels. He also tasked her with forming up a publicity campaign. She intended to leave the work to her friends who studied marketing. If the first prong of the plan intended to poke the masses, the second prong was definitely meant to poke something bigger. As VES read the second set of documents, his brow rose in alarm. You actually want to petition the Republican commissioner? Are you insane? Major planets such as Bentheim hosted a substantial amount of bureaucracy that answered directly to the central government in Rittersburg. A backwater like Cloudy Curtain wasn't entitled to such treatment. The low population and stagnant economic growth only led to the establishment of a single office. While the Republican commissioner reported directly to Rittersberg, he mainly supervised the local governmental organs. In extreme cases he could fire the entire planetary assembly and rule the entire planet by decree, thought that never happened. Think of the bright Republic's plight. She responded patiently. She turned on her comm and visited a random news portal. Look at the headlines. Half of them are talking about the war that everyone is convinced will break out soon. When the Republic is dealing with all of these matters, what do you think it values more? Peace or power? Power, of course. Of all the things the Republic asked of its people, it mostly demanded strength. They needed more pilots, more enthusiasm, more loyalty, and above all else, more spirit. In its agonizing journey to become a state, the bright Republic learned to cast off its naive notions of peace. In times of war, it couldn't afford to see some of their planets acting timidly. The Greens and the White Doves might rule Cloudy Curtain, but they only get to call the shots as long as they didn't step on the Republic's toes. In times of war, every planet mattered. Who knew if Cloudy Curtain's melancholy could spread one day? VES let out a deep breath once he read through the brief proposal. The Republican commissioner is always a senior statesman. They're wily old foxes who will instantly see through my intentions. They aren't supposed to favor selfish people. If you approach him by yourself, that might be the case. She smirked at him again. The story is different once the masses are riled up. If the Mech fans are starting to make noise, the ruling coalition will find themselves at the opposite side of both central policy and popular opinion. It'll become obvious that the cowards intend to spend the entire war with their heads buried in the sand. She certainly painted a very devious scenario. He doubted the Greens and White Doves would take it lying down. They'd certainly counterattack before it got to that point. Still, it did not change the basic facts. Once a significant part of the population spoke out, the Republican commissioner could use that as an excuse to smack the politicians. A public rebuke could easily stop the tax reform bill in its tracks. The crucial challenge here lies in provoking the public while tying my company's interests with their own. Both will not come easily. He stated after some thoughts. I think we'll need some help with this. It's too much to expect you to do this in your spare time. I want you to look for a publicist who can manage relations with the game centers and take care of the publicity campaign. I can find plenty of those on campus. Make sure they don't have any ties to any of the scum who sit in the planetary assembly. I don't want them to realize our intentions before it's too late. They ended their discussion with a solid course of action. VES admired Kelsey's boldness. Hopefully her devious plan worked. If not, VES could always investigate the shady farming consortiums. Chapter 153 Publicist. Chapter 153 Publicist. When you told me you mastered 99% of my design, you weren't lying. You did an adequate job. VES nodded with satisfaction. I expect you to focus on the remaining 1%. You've taken the wrong approach at some turns that has led you into a dead end. Even I can't resolve this issue without spending a lot of effort. A tired-looking Carlos pleaded at him. Can you show me how to fix this first? It's been nagging me for weeks. With his superior skills, VES deftly threaded the needle. He placed the right components through a fairly congested portion of the half-built silver label mech. Carlos did a decent job with his first real attempt at fabricating the Mark II, but he made a few strange decisions during the assembly process that tightened the noose once he finalized the internals. It should pass certification. He judged. He should know, since he supervised the entire session, all 7 days of it. Don't worry about the speed. Perfect your techniques. Any flaws you pass on might prove catastrophic. At its current scale, the nascent living mech corporation couldn't afford to fail a single product. Not only would a failure throw his balance sheet into disarray, it also affected his reputation. The MTA kept track of every mech designer's performance. Customers paid a lot of attention to the ratio between failed certifications and total mech sold. After overseeing the handover of the freshly fabricated mech, he turned back to his own work. The new year prompted him to catch up on his paperwork. The LMC's recent incorporation forced him to expand his administrative scope. He couldn't work in a slapdash manner like he used to. Nowadays, he had to track every material that came in and out of his premises. Fortunately, a relatively small company like his who employed only a handful of people didn't require much overhead. For now, VES could take it easy and implement some simple off-the-shelf systems. He also had to segregate his finances into a number of different accounts. The majority of his money rested in the LMC's balance sheet. VES wasn't allowed to draw on this massive pile of cash without a justifiable reason. Not that it mattered, because he only answered to his shareholders. Currently, VES was his own majority shareholder. After spending a fair amount of money getting the Barracuda to work, he also had to cough up about 1 million credits to cover his running costs and pay some miscellaneous taxes. The LMC only had about 50 million credits left in savings. The 250 million credits he received from selling some of his shares technically belonged to him rather than the company. At this stage, the distinction hardly mattered. He was the company, and the company was him. For now, VES reserved the money for a future license purchase. I should hire a clerk, he thought as he installed a commercial tracking program onto his bots. With their new programming, the bots gained the new task of tallying up his inventory. At least I've already hired a publicist. Kelsey found an interesting student at her university. When VES first met Gavin Newman, he thought he met an assertive nerd. VES had read the senior student's CV and became impressed by his excellent grades and extracurricular activities. Since VES wanted to find someone flexible, talented, and independent, Gavin looked to be an excellent prospect. He should have been studying at a much more prestigious university, to be honest. Gavin started his job interview with a very surprising declaration. I hate mechs. I just thought I should let you know. I hate mechs. Okay. Why are you applying to be my publicist if you don't think much of mechs? Would you rather have someone working for you who's slavishly brainwashed into worshipping mechs? Love and obsession often clouds your judgment. I can guarantee you that as long as I'm in charge, I won't be fooled by the hype. As a marketer, it's my job to be the trendsetter, not the follower. Once VES understood Gavin's point, he had to admit it made sense. Still, letting someone who hated mechs take charge of his public relations could also backfire on him. Gavin might not fully understand the nuances the in-crowd took for granted. Also, his motivations also drew suspicion. Why work for the LMC if it didn't match his interests? That's because your company is at a stage of rapid growth. I've done my research. Despite the incredible risks, there's a lot of money to be made with mechs. I don't care if I have to sell mechs, dung, or female sanitary products, as long as it has potential, it's worth my time. So basically, you want to work for me because there's lots of promise in my sector. Why not apply for a job at the Raleigh Consortium or something? PFF, where else am I going to work? My talents will be going to waste if I apply for a job at the farming consortiums. Every year, they harvest the exact same crops and sell them to the exact same wholesalers from Bentham. They're so stodgy and conservative that even a single change of color on their packaging requires an entire conference. Tragically, Cloudy Curtain didn't offer much in commerce. Even a high performer like Gavin couldn't compete against graduates from Bentham and Rittersburg. VES eventually decided to hire Gavin. The assertive student might lack experience, but he had an abundance of enthusiasm. Gavin looked forward to be an integral part of the LMC's rise. A mere week after he went to work, Gavin proved his worth by successfully getting the gaming centers to adopt the young blood as a promotional mech. The usage rate of his training mech had skyrocketed. Once Gavin and Kelsey finished designing a publicity campaign, VES looked forward to twisting public opinion against his political opponents. That will take some time, however. He sighed and looked back to the half-assembled Dortmund. When VES hadn't been supervising Carlos, he had already started to reconstruct the frame of the massive industrial printer. VES made decent progress in the early stages of his reconstruction project. The blueprint and the repair manual he obtained from the Clifford Society proved its utility by allowing him to assemble the salvaged and reprinted components in the correct order. Even if he didn't grasp each component's purpose, the printer should work as long as he handled them appropriately. In fact, he assembled the printer a lot faster than he originally thought. Despite its immense size, the Dortmund's complexity lay mostly in its irreplaceable components. Starting from an inventory of salvaged parts allowed VES to skip the most difficult phase and put together the Dortmund with relative ease. Another week went by as VES immersed himself with the reconstruction. It started to look more and more like one of those shiny new machines he saw back when he went on a school trip to a major mech manufacturer. The good times ended when VES hit a snag at 98% completion. Most of its advanced components had already taken their places, but if VES didn't do something about its processors, the massive block of machinery might as well be scrap. This last stumbling block constantly gnawed at him like a bone stuck in his throat. The questionable legality of the project prevented him from contacting support. He tried asking Dietrich to find a hacker on the black market, but VES only received a couple of dubious offers so far. The main problem with trying to do business with shady hackers was that he couldn't trust them. What if they slipped in some backdoors on the sly? Even the system is of little help. Learning to hack to the point of being able to tamper the processors required too many skills. VES couldn't afford to divert his precious DP into exploring a side path. As for the store, it sold all kinds of utilities, but VES couldn't operate them without the required proficiency. As for the processors themselves, the system disdained selling such materials. I guess the only way to resolve this is through the Clifford Society. Transactions between society members had to adhere to the organization's rules. If everyone constantly scammed each other, its marketplace could never grow to so big. Besides hiring a trustworthy hacker, VES also wanted to purchase several essential machinery to upgrade his workshop to a fully functional operation. I guess I'll have to take a trip after all. It might take 1 or 2 weeks until the shipyard back in Bentheim repaired his corvette. Marcella also expected it to take some time assembling a crew for the luxurious ship. She still had to do her job after all, so she left the grunt work to her assistants. Nevertheless, VES appreciated her aid. This meant that before he went on his way to earn merits, he had enough time to design a virtual mech. VES wanted to stock up on DP and enhance his ability to survive another fight. While these missions aren't supposed to put a mech designer into the front lines, they often entailed many unforeseen risks. After coming back from his ordeal in Bentheim, VES reflected on the best way to keep him alive. He realized that enhancing his stealth might be the most practical way to go. He could leave the fighting to others. He left the giant workshop floor and the incomplete Dortmund and reached a spare workplace that his cousins turned into an improvised gym. VES splurged on a couple of simulator pods along with some advanced workout equipment in order to pay them back and to alleviate their boredom. Right now, Melker and Riella engaged in some sparring. Their athletic physiques glistened with sweat as they jabbed and kicked at each other while appearing to dance. VES didn't pretend to understand their moves, though he noted that Riella's momentary bursts of power unsettled Melker. After their session wound down, they left the improvised sparring ring and replenished their fluids. "How are you two settling in?" "It's kind of boring here," Riella remarked. "There's nothing to do around here. The people here are hicks and I don't have my friends to keep me company." Melker shook his head and tooted at his niece. "An assignment is not the time to have fun. We're on the clock now, so you better keep sharp." "That's all fine and dandy, but how long do we have to wait until we can flex our mechs?" Their mechs currently rested in a pair of containers in his workshop's backyard. Riella piloted a light skirmisher while Melker brought a medium laser rifleman with him. Together, they made for a rounded pair. Unfortunately, VES had to leave a mech behind if he went on a trip. His corvette only fit one unpacked mech. "I should be getting a permit back this week, but I've come to talk about something else. What do you think about taking another trip?" VES briefly explained the possibility to accompany him on an expedition. Riella jumped on the opportunity. Take me. I'm so bored right now I could die. I can't even relax outside due to all of the weird clouds." A stoic like Melker didn't mind holding the fort. With his rifleman mech standing guard, VES didn't have to worry about the safety of his very valuable workshop. With all of his current matters taken care of, VES could finally devote some time on coming up with a new design. He wanted to replicate the commercial success of his young blood, though this time he had to do it without borrowing the momentum of his public debut. "I should also design something that will complement my current strategy. Only older teenagers are able to pilot a 3-star mech like the young blood." While VES had also designed a couple of 2-star mechs like the Mist Prowler and the Speed Demon, they lacked the refinement of his later works. Their specifications couldn't match the dominant models. Even if VES had to regress back to the 2-star tier, he still wished to round out his catalog of virtual mechs. He started to think what kind of training mech might sell well among the younger teens who usually piloted these mechs. Since he already designed a knight, he should begin to design a ranged mech instead. Besides a rifleman, VES could hardly think of a better choice. Best of all, VES also had immediate access to an expert. "I need your help, Melker." "What's up, VES?" "I'm planning to design a rifleman mech. Please tell me your thoughts on this archetype. What do you see in this kind of mech and what made you decide to pilot one?" Chapter 154 Holy Grail. The security guard yawned as he closed the hefty coffer. Its antigrav module sprung back to life and took up position behind its sharp-faced owner. "Everything checks out. It's a false alarm," the guard declared and waved the new arrival away. "Off you go. Enjoy your stay at Cloudy Curtain." The middle-aged man nodded and sauntered to the exit. Bypassing the security of this dreary spaceport had taken a lot more effort than he thought. For some reason, the spaceport recently received a massive upgrade in its security suite. It took some quick thinking for the men to respond to the alarms. As he walked outside the building, he looked up at the dreary clouds that constantly shrouded this planet. The few sheens of color, akin to flattened rainbows, hardly cheered up his day. He hailed an aircar and set his destination to the opposite side of the planet. After several hours of flight, the men departed from the aircar and looked at the quiet neighborhood he'd be living in for the time being. He glanced at the sturdy walls of the guarded compound a few blocks away and whistled appreciatively. This is going to require a lot of patience. His client had already prepared a house for him. Outwardly, it looked identical to the many other homesteads on the street. In fact, the house incorporated many dampening materials that suppressed signals and blocked unwanted spying. After entering the home, the men ignored the furnished house and the closet full of clothes. He directly climbed to the attic at the top and approached a camouflaged window that could not be spotted outside. The coffer dropped to the spotless floor and opened by itself. Instead of the mundane clothes the men showed to the spaceport security guard, the coffer held a dizzying array of alloy components. The men took each of the components and methodically assembled them until the entire construction resembled a metal tree sitting on its sides. Its intimidating size and shape resembled a railgun, only scaled up to the point it could threaten mechs. The main laid down behind the complicated weapon and swept over its systems. The railgun's muzzle aimed straight at the entrance of the guarded compound that could barely be seen through the attic's window. "You got away once, but I've seen your tricks now," the man whispered as recalled his previous failure. He never expected to come up short to the presence of a mythical miniaturized shield generator. He made some adjustments this time. As long as his target left the compound, his railgun would never miss. He simply had to be patient. Back at the workshop, Melker expressed his views on rifleman mechs with a very simple premise. Why do mechs wield rifles? Why don't all of them come in the style of frontline mechs? For humanoid mechs, the main difference between a standard mech and a frontline mech had to do with their arms. A frontline mech replaced its arms with gun barrels, while a standard mech retained its human-like arms capable of manipulating external gear like mech-sized rifles. A skilled pilot can manipulate the limbs of their mechs with great precision. VES repeated the standard answer found in textbooks. A frontline mech is largely reliant on its hardware and software to aim, which can shore up the aim of an average mech pilot. A standard mech on the other hand combines the use of its systems along with its pilot's intuition to deliver better results. A lot of mech designers thought that adding arms and a rifle to a mech wasted a lot of resources. Yet on an actual battlefield, a standard mech often outperformed its frontline mech counterpart. Many factors played a role, from the increased range of motion afforded by its arms, to the ability to make better use of a pilot's real-life marksmanship. You mentioned plenty of reasons, but you forgot the most fundamental one. We simply like the feel of a gun in our hands. Melker tapped the side of his head. You're not a potentate, so you don't know the feeling of piloting a frontline mech. The first time I immersed myself into such a model, I felt as if someone amputated my arms and crudely welded a pair of gun barrels in their place. No matter what, I never regarded them as my own limbs. No one liked to pilot an amputated mech. Those who piloted frontline mechs often fell behind in skill, work ethic, and genetic aptitude. More than half of the mech pilots of the Bright Republic fell under this category. What makes piloting riflemen so special then? It's the most basic archetype besides knights. A mech pilot who masters the rifleman can pilot every ranged mech. Skill matters the most. A great pilot can easily ruin a rifleman, while a great pilot can mow down an entire squad before he succumbs. VES started to understand Melker's perspective. In short, it comes down to skill. How do you describe your learning experience when you were in your early teens? Everyone started polishing their marksmanship with their own bodies. A Larkinson like me enjoyed a great amount of tutoring, so I easily passed the early courses. I jumped straight into mech marksmanship and adjusted my habits to fit the mech scale. It was kind of boring, but necessary to go through this process. Not everyone succeeded in time to take the follow-up classes. These guys always end up piloting the frontline mechs. If unlearning the habits learned through shooting a gun in your own hands is so difficult, why not jump to practicing mech marksmanship directly? It has to do with foundation. Anyone who tries to learn a fundamental skill with mechs will only ever master the process with that model alone. Once the mech pilot switches to another model, he'll find out his marksmanship has to be broken down entirely before it can accommodate the new mech. Remember that humanoid mechs are meant to reflect the human form. I see. If you master the skill with your own body, you will always be able to adjust your marksmanship with every mech you come across. Melker smiled at VES. That's right. The skill transference always works best if your mind and body has already been imprinted with the habits that work best for you. The real challenge a young mech cadet faces is to transfer his physical marksmanship to mech marksmanship. The first time is always the hardest, but once someone is capable of doing it once, it takes a lot less time to do it again with another model. Mech academies measured how much time it took for each mech pilot to transfer his shooting proficiency. They kept scores separately for both laser and ballistic weaponry, as both types had their own nuances. Since your very first breakthrough matters a lot, I can imagine the academies pays a lot of attention to its training mechs. What kind of models have you worked with? His cousin chuckled. My experiences aren't typical. My aptitude is quite high and my talent in marksmanship is pretty impressive. Furthermore, the family offered a lot of after-school training, so I gained my proficiencies 5 years ahead of everyone else. You should ask Riella what she thinks about those mechs. PFF. The woman blew as she finished her drink nearby. Don't get me started on those machines. All of the models boast that they're easier to break through than others. You can pick between light mechs, medium mechs, fast mechs, slow mechs, tall mechs, short mechs, whatever you want. Most people pick the models that closely resemble their own bodies, but I don't think it matters really. Riella's opinion echoed the studies conducted by academics. Not a single consistent factor had been detected that could increase the odds of breakthroughs. It appeared to everyone that rather than mechs, the key point of focus should be the mech cadet in question. Rather than try anything fancy with the training mechs, the academies just offer us the least complicated mechs. There are many things a cadet has to take into account when piloting a multiton machine that could easily crush a house. Too many distractions can hinder the learning experience. This was also why mech cadets started their training with older, outdated mechs. Modern designs incorporated many features that could easily overwhelm a young and immature mind. A good training mech focused on simplicity first and performance next. VES had already done the same with the young blood, but the stakes were higher this time. Proficiency in melee combat always transferred easier than proficiency in ranged combat. No holy grail existed that could shrink this disparity, and VES didn't delude himself into thinking he could accomplish what millions of mech designers failed to achieve. As VES kept asking for stories, he caught an important difference between Riella and Melker. His niece never enjoyed the training. She only grudgingly kept up with her academy's demanding curriculum, but spent most of her spare time mastering knife fighting. This gave VES an opening if he employed his unique insights into the X factor. He might not be able to stumble upon the Holy Grail, but perhaps he could make do with fruit juice. Compared to the bland water that no one really liked, perhaps he could entice the kids to drink a little more. All in all, his talk with Melker proved useful in shaping the concept of his next design. In his opinion, the way forward did not rest on coddling the kids. Simple mechs don't make very fun. Mechs. A lot of training mechs went overboard in terms of simplicity. One of the reasons why his young blood drew so many teenagers was because it featured a couple of interesting gimmicks. It spiced up the boring knight concept and made it a lot more interesting without demanding an excessive amount of skill. Those who ascended from piloting one-star mech sought to pilot more powerful mechs. They've already achieved the minimum amount of proficiency in marksmanship. In his mind, a training mech should have a soul. When VES left the gym and reached his terminal, he browsed the galactic net to see some examples of rifleman mech meant for training. As expected, most tended to be built for simplicity and ease of use. Other designs chose the other extreme and spiced up the design in order to generate more interest. They're too much like toys. VES shook his head. He didn't agree with the notion of treating the mech cadets like kids suffering from a short attention span. Now that he established a direction, VES considered what kind of rifleman mech he should design. He chose to go for a medium weight class due to the additional power and capacity it afforded over training mechs designed to be as cheap as possible. In any case, VES didn't need to consider the costs when designing a virtual mech. Properly speaking, a rifleman mech is all about its rifle. I should begin with the weapon. He recently acquired the directed energy weapon optimization 2 sub-skill, so he knew a thing or two about laser rifles. He chose to go for laser rifles, which many mech pilots mastered first. Energy weapons demanded a little less consideration compared to ballistic weapons, though those who mastered the latter first all turned out to be prodigies. Still, even with the optimization skill, VES did not fully understand the full nuances of laser weapons. When he thought about his inadequacies, he suddenly reminded himself that he once made off with research notes on a certain kind of laser. VES looked around and saw that no one was present. His cousins likely entered the simulator pods while Carlos already worked on their company's next order. He turned on his comm and turned on his privacy shield. Now, even the security cameras and other sensors wouldn't be able to spy on him. He navigated to his files and after inputting a couple of passwords, he reached the folder labeled Gamma Laser Rifle Research and Development. If anyone from the MTA could see him now, they'd shoot him on sight. VES knew he had a poison chalice in his hands, yet he couldn't bear to delete the files. Radioactive or not, gamma lasers worked on much of the same principles as regular laser rifles. He stood to gain a lot of understand in the workings of a laser rifle if he gleaned some insights from the research notes. While VES didn't have enough time to decipher the complete collection, he only needed a few pointers to elevate his next design. It might not be a holy grail, but a poison chalice shouldn't bring any harm as long as I don't take a sip. Whether he'd be able to resist the temptation, no one knew. Chapter 155 Darkness in Man's Here. Joshua followed his friends to the game center today. While he didn't need to rent a simulator pod since he owned one himself, he still preferred to play with others. They entered one of the closest game center to their school and greeted a few other classmates as they waited in line. After paying for the entire afternoon, they entered the common room. Large groups of teenagers lingered in the lounge. Some of them discussed their strategies, while others talked about the news. Several projections of matches gave them something else to talk about. Several ads aired in between each match. Introducing the young blood, Cloudy Curtain's Pride. Pilot our homegrown mech designers training mech for free. When one of them showcased the game center's promotional mechs, Joshua squeezed his fists. As a fairly newly ascended player in the Silver League, Joshua still lacked the qualifications to pilot a 3-star mech. An average player had to spend at least a year to meet the requirements to unlock this tier. Short ads like these became a conversation starter since they first aired in a couple of game centers. Most of the teenagers gained a new appreciation for knights once they gave the model a try. It left younger potentates like Joshua Green with envy. He had been one of Chasing Cloud's earliest fans. Why did Cloudy Curtain's homegrown mech designer suddenly move to 3-star mechs? It left most of his starting fanbase in the dust. Joshua hadn't given up. He took on his training with renewed passion, working harder than practically every other classmate in his mech classes in order to climb up in the Silver League. He made some gradual progress, but at his current rate, he might as well be a snail. Hey, speaking about the young blood, have you heard the latest news? What's up? Did our hometown mech designer finally develop a new design? PFF, nah. That lazy bum is probably lying dormant again. I heard some of my mates that he might be moving away from Cloudy Curtain. No way. He's ours. I'll beat him up if he's defecting to Bentheim. Nah, it's not like that. Mr. Larkinson wants to stay, but some corrupt politicians are trying to chase him away. They're cooking up a new law that will hike up his taxes to 90% or something. What? Even I would take a hike with those rates. They can't do that. Ever since Mr. Larkinson has made a splash, our mech scene is actually showing signs of life. It'll die if he's gone. Joshua frowned to the side. He approached his older seniors. Is what you're saying true? Is the Planetary Assembly really trying to chase our only mech designer from our home planet? Sure as hell. Just talk to the folks around here, half of us have already heard about it. My older brother who's studying finance says you can even look up the dirty details on the galactic net. Those dirtbag politicians aren't even hiding their crimes. The news truly alarmed Joshua. Like many locals, he was proud of his heritage and his birth planet. Cloudy Curtain might not be the most developed planet in the Republic, but they stubbornly stuck to their own. While his well-off family ensured he'd have the pick of academies once he graduated from his local school, he didn't wish to let go of his roots. Joshua intended to go back to his parents and give them a piece of his mind once he returned home. They'd better not be complicit in this rotten conspiracy. As for the mech designer in question, VES had taken an entire day to skim the forbidden research notes. The blood-stained documents fascinated him in a horrifying way. It started off rather clinical and dry. The lead scientist, Dr. Samuel Kawasaki, likely copied over a bunch of important documents whenever his team made a breakthrough. Much of the content consisted of extremely dense reports filled with incomprehensible jargon or massive tables of measurements. It might take many weeks for VES to puzzle out the meaning of these documents. Luckily, Dr. Kawasaki included a handful of progress reports that had obviously been written for his superiors. The senior researcher had been a little more legible in this case, though VES could sense the contempt dripping through the words. Kawasaki must not have enjoyed dumbing down his words. The opening statement of Kawasaki's very first progress report caught his eye. The purpose of weapons is to kill. Why do we have to shackle them with artificial limits? We live. We eat. We die. We are but animals uplifted into space. Let us reacquaint ourselves with the long-forgotten art of butchery that our race excels in. Despite his eccentricities, Kawasaki led his team of researchers into what they thought of as reinventing the wheel. While they were aware of the basic principles of a gamma laser, they possessed no real experience in developing an actual rifle around a grazer. Much of the researchers in Kawasaki's team had previously worked on regular laser rifles, so they competently listed the problems they had to solve. The researchers faced two major problems. First, the grazer rifle had to endure extreme conditions. It sucked up a lot more power each time the rifle emitted a beam. The team had to go back to the drawing board and develop an extremely robust design that could efficiently transfer large amounts of power at once. It also had to divert much of the heat in order to prevent the weapon from melting up. This design problem went in hand with choosing the right materials. Regular alloys and cheap exotics couldn't handle the stress. In order to be effective on the ground and in space, the weapon also had to be paired with incredibly advanced energy cells. The problems might seem unsurmountable, but Kawasaki and his people took a shortcut. Without any sense of shame, they pirated existing licenses and otherwise procured restricted blueprints from the black market. They borrowed from the best practices of renowned senior mech designers in order to address every issue. VES had to admit the researchers picked well. The first prototypes performed badly, but after many intensive tests, they slimmed down the design and cut back on its cost. While it still cost abundantly more than a regular laser rifle, the latest iterations of the forbidden weapon finally worked well enough to be produced en masse. If these figures are correct, the hidden base had already sold more than 1,000 grazer rifles. The thought of swarms of pirate mechs armed with grazer rifles chilled him to the bones. Such a terrible force could paralyze the shipping lanes of half the Republic. If that hadn't been enough, Dr. Kawasaki requested live testing. He hadn't been content with using cloned human tissue like any other conventional research outfit. His successes swelled his clout, and once he demanded his weapons to be tested on living humans, his masters were eager to comply. The data gathered from these sadistic tests laid out Kawasaki's cruel imagination. Somehow, his masters had no trouble procuring an abundant amount of captives. They'd been subjected to an endless series of cruel experiments, from irradiating them directly, to studying the long-term exposure of intermittent radiation behind a thick alloy wall. No matter the specific experiment, any captive subjected to a grazer eventually died in gruesome manners. Their cells degenerated due to the damage the gamma rays inflicted onto their DNA. There's no point to human testing. Modern science already established the effects of radiation damage. Kawasaki didn't have to confirm these well-established facts by himself. VES realized that the doctor simply commissioned the lurid tests because he could. The rest of the research team went about it with as much enthusiasm as a group of kids at a zoo. Perhaps these researchers merely expressed their human nature. They wanted to see the results of their work in the most direct and visceral fashion. The static experiments they performed on sterile pieces of cloned flesh simply couldn't beat the desperate screams of a man slowly melting from inside. VES had no idea something like this had been going on. It explained some of the weird spaces on the bottom floor of the abandoned base. They'd been prisons. As his comms started to fizzle out due to the excessive power draw of the privacy shield, VES closed the final page and turned everything off. He leaned back on his chair and sighed. Even a scientist can fall to such a depth. The dreary research notes had given VES a sobering wake-up call. The darkness that hid inside each person's hearts had never been eradicated. Even as humanity conquered half of the galaxy, the darkness continued to proliferate. VES momentarily felt unsafe. Despite his cozy security arrangement, he felt awfully exposed. The base might be destroyed, but the design was already out there. The pirates already owned several thousand grazer rifles, and more might still be on their way once the shadowy corporation who funded the research resumed their production elsewhere. The Komodo Star sector might face a reckoning one day. It's not like I can do anything about it. I don't even dare to inform the MTA. No matter how many precautions he took, he didn't underestimate the Pangalactic Organization. They're one of the very few organizations in the galaxy that could match the Mech designer system's capabilities. Even their branches out in the rim posed a significant threat. Reading Kawasaki's words caused VES to fall into a melancholic mood. The knowledge that so many people died to satisfy a researcher's whim made him reconsider what he should do. Though VES had no use of the results that arose from unethical experiments, he nonetheless gained quite a bit of very practical knowledge. He learned what kind of designs worked best with energetic lasers. He got to know many unique design quirks that could massively improve the performance of any directed energy weapon, though VES had to watch out for licensed designs. He also learned what kind of materials fared best in a compact rifle design. Some of the conventional alloys that normal rifles use tended to perform catastrophically once a threshold had been reached. Knowing what materials he should watch out for was already a massive gain to VES. Eventually, he came to a decision. What's done is done. I'm not responsible for these atrocities. All that matters is that I'm currently holding a copy. Since it's already in my hands, I might as well make use of them. Perhaps I can redeem the lives that died unjustly. His somewhat noble aspirations lifted his spirits and pushed him along a strange state of mind. VES threw away his considerations and started to compose the myth he'd use for his rifleman design. It must have a heart. Dr. Kawasaki and his ilk had behaved in a cruel and heartless fashion. VES wanted his laser rifleman to be a design that invoked justice and compassion. A bounty hunter. A hunter of criminals. Such a profession brought death to those who sinned. They might not enjoy the most stellar reputation, but they at least contributed to society by removing the filth that stained it. VES came up with the concept of a compassionate bounty hunter. He already started to fill out the bounty hunter's imaginary biography. VES named him the Dogged One, for his harsh youth as a fugitive and later for his relentless pursuit of his prey. He lived in the same medieval fantasy world of the instructor. Whereas the latter lived among the righteous and powerful, the Dogged One eked out a sparse existence where he donated most of his money to support the families of his target's victims. A survivor of a gruesome incident himself, the Dogged One made it his life's mission to see every murderer brought to justice. His favorite means of punishment entailed the use of his enchanted crossbow. He nailed down his targets with unerring accuracy. No matter how many bolts his weapon fired, they all hit their mark. He initially hadn't been very good with his weapon. It took lots of persistent practice in order to get to this point. VES wanted to use this backstory to shape his X-factor into a dogged persistence for improvement. It's not about fun anymore. It's about redeeming yourself by delivering justice. Chapter 156 Triops. The Dogged One was no saint. He pursued the scum of the world for selfish reasons instead of contributing to society. He wanted revenge, plain and simple. Exacting justice was only a side effect of his endless pursuit to kill every murderer. VES put it this way. Even victims are marked by the darkness in their hearts. Some find a healthy means of coping with their trauma. The dogged one can only sate his thirst by inflicting the same torment to those who resembled his tormentors. In a dog-eat-dog world, refined notions of justice had no place. In fact, VES mirrored the dogged one's tendency to seek revenge to Dr. Kawasaki's urge to see others suffer from his inventions. Such was human nature, no matter much others liked to argue otherwise. In fact, many aliens exhibited the same tendency, but that was another story. Am I going astray? He originally planned to design a training mech. Coloring his design with an intensive myth like the dogged one might be counterproductive. It's a strong image, for good or ill. Under the influence of a special mood, VES came up with it spontaneously. It carried an authentic spark of life, unlike many of his other figments of imagination. VES was loath to abandon such a valuable gem. He still feared the consequences of employing the image. Will he be twisting their morals and worldview? There's a limit to the X factor in virtual mechs. I doubt much will bleed over if it's possible in the first place. To be honest, VES had no proof either way. He never tested most of his assumptions involving the X factor. Perhaps the lack of formal study prevented the system from granting him the appropriate skills and sub-skills regarding this nebulous field. What may come will come. VES decided. It's not entirely bad if students gain some perspective in their lives. With the onset of war, there's a chance they'll be fighting in the front lines. The Bright Vija wars generally lasted around 5 to 7 years. Historically, there had been cases where certain groundside conflicts grew to such an extent that the defenders conscripted barely trained teenagers to fill up their spare mechs. Such an act of borrowing from the future to quench a crisis in the present never really worked out for the planet in question. Veteran mech pilots often tore them apart. After the war had ended, the entire planet suffered the consequences. Every planet and star system had to contribute to the defense of the Bright Republic. A generational gap of qualified mech pilots reduced their clout and gave them less of a voice in matters of policy and national security. The future of the Bright Republic lay in its youth. For a moment, VES imagined what it would be like to influence Cloudy Curtain's young potentates. Anyone from the age of 10 to 18 had to learn how to operate mechs. Even those who never wished to set their foot on the battlefield learned how to kill. What was it like to possess the power to influence these impressionable youths? VES could potentially make them smarter, bolder, and more confident by incorporating these virtues in his work. VES shook his head. It doesn't feel right to start over with a different inspiration. Despite its problematic elements, VES continued to flesh out the dogged one's backstory. He carefully envisioned his troubled youth as a persecuted thief and slave, his growth period as a crossbowman in a conscripted army, to his eventual desertion from a military disaster. Throughout all of these events, the dogged one's capacity for stubborn survival allowed him to pick up the skills that set him on the path of a bounty hunter and executioner. The details of the story mattered a lot, as VES wanted his design to emphasize the conscious layer over the primal layer of the X factor. Great instincts helped experienced pilots more than trainees due to their ability to respond to a crisis faster. On the other hand, the low-level battles the trainees often engaged in were less intensive. Sound judgment and measured decision-making mattered more. If the pilots of a mech influenced by the myth of the dogged one adopted some of his habits, that might not be an entirely bad thing. VES deliberately chose to make the dogged one a specialist in the crossbow. A mundane non-repeating crossbow could only fire one bolt at a time. It took a lot of time to pull back the string in order to arm another bolt. The dogged one couldn't afford to miss. His sword-fighting skills paled in comparison to his marksmanship, so any enemy that came close could easily butcher him. Thus, the dogged one unceasingly practiced with his crossbows until his marksmanship became unparalleled. Now that I have this image, should I add another? This led to the larger question whether every design benefited from multiple images. His Mark Antony Mark II used 3 images at once, and it hadn't suffered for it. Yet VES instinctively rejected the notion for several reasons. First, maintaining too many images strained his concentration. Second, his young blood design performed well enough without a multifaceted construction. Certainly, it rated a little lower in terms of X factor, but did it make any difference? Finally, VES also had to take his own circumstances in mind. He only reserved 3 weeks at most to design his training mech. If he tried to maintain multiple images at once, he'd be taking frequent breaks. If he only focused on a single intent, then he'd easily be able to accomplish a lot of work in a single stretch. He decided to keep it simple. Let's move on and select a base model. With an appropriate image in mind, he headed to his terminal and visited Iron Spirit's market section. After opening the catalog, he turned to the list of 2-star medium rifleman mechs and leisurely browsed the list. Rifleman mechs came in many different shapes and sizes, even in the medium weight classification. Generally, they could be classified as all-rounders or specialists. The former featured stronger artificial musculature in order to leverage more strength when wielding melee weapons. The latter gave up on melee combat and optimized their designs for precision and coordination. Since VES aimed for a training mech, he did not have to consider any alternatives and chose to go for specialist designs. He quickly found out that these rifleman mechs could be further divided into mobile and precision mechs. Mobile rifleman mechs basically functioned like skirmishers. They optimized their legs for speed and mobility. They're designed to battle in complex conditions where battle lines may be fluid. They specialized in taking down fast-moving targets such as light mechs, and their targeting systems reflected this role. Precision mechs focused on medium to long-ranged fire from a static position. People often considered these riflemen as snipers, though the moniker did not apply to every mech of this type. They differed from mobile rifleman mechs in several ways. Their arms were smaller and more fragile, but gained the ability to wield a rifle with extreme precision if the pilot possessed the skill. Their targeting systems might have problems tracking fast-moving targets, but they aided considerably in increasing the odds of a hit at longer ranges. VES narrowed his choice to this subtype of mechs. The dogged one pursued the path of delivering death with a single shot. A commando-like run-and-gun battle did not suit the image. He let his mind sway a bit when he scrolled over the designs. He suddenly stopped when he faintly imagined a resonance between the dogged one and the projected design. Rickshaft Conglomerate TOC, 1 Triops, 500,000 bright credits. He never heard of the Rickshaft Conglomerate. VES quickly browsed the galactic net, and it turned out the company used to be a fairly big deal in several non-mech related industries such as real estate and fuel refining. One day, the company decided to jump in on then developing mech craze and released the TOC, 1 Triops. The concept of the mech sounded simple. The Triops drew its name for its unique but glitchy main optical sensors. Basically, it had 3 eyes, and every eye saw the world in a different way. Specialized processors took in the sensory data and fed an enhanced image to the mech pilot. Though it sounded daunting, the designers employed by the Rickshaft Conglomerate made sure to simplify the composite footage. The few mech pilots who experienced the Triops in person praised its highly developed sensory feed, which was very advanced for its time. The rest of the mech performed fairly poorly. Besides the sensors, the Triops played it fairly extreme. The designers envisioned their product to be employed as base defenders. They increased the Triops' accuracy at the cost of armor, mobility, and endurance. The only other redeeming feature of the design was that it came with a pretty good laser rifle. The Rickshaft Conglomerate obviously splurged quite a bit of money to license a premium model from a specialist designer or manufacturer. Fortunately for VES, the rifle suited his purposes. Its default settings caused the weapon to fire a powerful sustained beam capable of melting through thin layers of armor in a single shot. Afterwards, the rifle required a fairly long cycle time in order to vent its immense heat. Overall, the entire Triops design presented an extreme in mech design that later proved to be a waste of money. While the concept of the design had some good points, the market decided otherwise. In the chaotic advent of the age of mechs, conventional doctrines weren't fully established. Few mech pilots appreciated piloting what was essentially a sitting duck. The whole concept of mechs at the time focused on its superior mobility in any kind of terrain over other alternatives such as tanks. If a mech can't move fast enough, it should at least be able to take some hits. If a mech can't even do that, who would want to pilot it in the first place? The warmongers at the time expected every mech to come under fire. The Triops performed admirably in its offensive aspects but came up short when considering its paper-thin defenses. Might as well install a cheap turret. The entire Rickshaft Conglomerate ultimately went bankrupt. Despite its checkered history, VES did not turn away from the triops. Its strengths and weaknesses already meshed fairly well with the dogged one. He could save quite a bit of time if he didn't need to redesign too much. VES also looked forward to the challenge of coming up with a successful variant of this failed design. Its first incarnation failed miserably, and that affected its current embodiment in Iron Spirit. Hardly anyone bought the virtual mech. Many mech designers also eschewed the unpopular design. Few of them dared to gamble with 500,000 credits. This suited VES fine, as he wouldn't be dealing with excessive competition. By now, VES built up a fairly strong brand in Cloudy Curtain. Even if he wasn't a big deal in the rest of the Republic, he could still rely on his nucleus of loyal fans to try out his virtual mechs no matter the quality. He bought the virtual license and imported its design into the system. Using the system's own designer module, VES started to envision his variant. Besides updating its outdated methods and implementation, VES wanted to make the model viable in a wider variety of terrain. When he thought of the dogged one, he envisioned a patient hunter who ambushed his targets from the bushes. I should focus on stealth and firepower. The triops variant should never be the vanguard. Like the dogged one, his design should choose a good position beforehand and wait for its prey to come into view. Once its target was in its crosshairs, he should be able to deliver crippling damage in a single strike. I'll also have to beef up the laser rifle. His recent foray into gamma lasers taught VES a lot of tricks on how to handle high-powered lasers. Chapter 157 Stealth Armor. VES began to design his variant in earnest. First, he began with his usual ritual of focusing a desired image into an intent. He only had the dogged one in mind, so his practiced mind easily slipped into his desired state. As a habit, VES started with the weapon first. The triops came with a fairly excellent laser rifle that had already been integrated in the base model's targeting systems. It came with 2 default modes, one meant for power and precision and another one for close to medium range strafing. While the laser rifle adequately fulfilled both roles, the mech itself fared poorly on the latter front. VES had to consider whether he wanted to keep this shooting mode. Just because the mech fared poorly at closer ranges didn't mean that the rapid-fire mode had no use. Yet when he envisioned the dogged one, he imagined a complete dedication to the crossbow. Even if the weapon only excelled in one single aspect, the dogged one always made it work by choosing the right battles. Limitations shapes behavior. Riflemen mechs always let the enemy come to them. They can choose to engage or retreat at will. VES kept his goal of designing a training mech in mind when he chose to remove the rapid-fire mode. While its absence might not make his model very popular, it nevertheless enhanced its focus. Mech pilots promoted their mastery faster if they dedicated their training to a single aspect rather than flitting around between different styles. He proceeded to extensively overhaul the laser rifle. He wanted to turn it into a compact laser cannon in a way. The weapon should be extremely precise at medium to long ranges, and its laser beam should cripple any mech when it struck a weak point. He tore out many redundant and outdated components. In their place, he quickly designed a couple of revised components made of different alloys that improved the rifle's maximum power and heat emission. VES had to make sure the weapon wouldn't melt when it fired a couple of shots, though he estimated the weapon could only handle 5 shots at a time before it required an extensive cooldown. 5 shots isn't much for a normal rifle, he thought. If anyone else heard that VES wanted to redesign a rifle that could only shoot this much in a single encounter, they'd call him crazy. Once they see it in action, they'll see why it doesn't matter. By converting the rifle into a high-powered compact laser cannon, VES completely transcended the 2-star domain. He borrowed heavily from the insights gleaned from Dr. Kawasaki's research notes. Studying the forbidden material had taught him much on how to make gamma lasers workable, though he lacked the foundation to design a grazer rifle from scratch. Furthermore, he also borrowed some design elements from the Caesar Augustus wrist laser cannons. The weapon system employed an extremely compact arrangement that allowed the hybrid knight to fire off a substantial amount of firepower, though its accuracy left much to be desired. The practical example allowed VES to slim down his rifle design to a reasonable size. Compared to the jumbo-sized laser cannons, his own version still looked like a regular rifle. It only massed a little bit more than the base model. By sacrificing the rapid-fire mode, VES freed up sufficient space to soup up its precision mode to a ludicrous level. It only took 1.5 days to complete the redesign, but VES wasn't done. He spent 4 more days subjecting the weapon to a large variety of tests. He uncovered a large amount of flaws. His implementation of borrowed knowledge had been awfully rough, which indicated that he hadn't fully mastered the theories behind these elements. VES expected something like this to happen, so he simply shrugged and plugged the holes whenever he encountered them. Through this constant iterative process of testing and fixing, the rifle gained a more refined appearance, though it also boasted significantly more mass. He had no other choice. He underestimated the amount of buffers a high-powered laser rifle demanded. Many simulations frequently ended badly due to minute unintentional heat dispersion. Some of the rifle's more sensitive components had a tendency to melt into a puddle if that happened. The materials he had to work with limited his options. While Dr. Kawasaki had the luxury of working with modern materials, VES could only choose from a small selection of exotics. What he couldn't accomplish with quality, he had to substitute it with quantity. Hence the added bulk. The only good thing that came out of it was that the rifle could now handle 6 shots at a time. Now that I'm done with the weapon, let's move on to the mech. He already completed one major modification. The next phase entailed modifying the frame to complement its intended fighting style. In order to be an effective mech right out of the gate, it had to avoid enemy detection and pursuit. Didn't I already own a license for a particle generator? His mist prowler threw up a cloud of vapor and particles in order to obscure his surroundings. While the mist prowler used the cloud offensively, it could also be used as a tool for escape. He browsed his existing licenses and saw that he owned the virtual license of the Relic Systems Valhalla Particle Ejection Module First Edition. Before he integrated the particle generator into his design, he first had to revamp the entire frame. He did his usual routine of updating and optimizing the mech's internal layout. His previous experience along with his broad if somewhat shallow knowledge allowed him to make many minor modifications. As a stationary mech employed strictly behind a defensive line, the base model suffered from an abysmally low RF and CF. Anything that penetrated past its relatively lackluster armor could easily cripple the triops. While VES considered doing nothing, his professional attitude forced him to at least give his variant a chance to survive. He spent quite a bit of time increasing the mech's redundancy, but focused mostly on increasing its internal compartmentalization. His design was not meant to be a tank, and he didn't wish to compromise on the mech's offensive capabilities. This forced him to make a lot of compromises in order to ensure his design possessed enough high-capacity energy cells and solid heat sinks in order to complement its demanding weapon. As the days went by, VES continued to tweak and redesign the mech's internals until he became satisfied with what he had. The mech's survivability was never going to break any records, but now it could at least withstand a couple more pot shots. That left his variant's armor. If VES wanted to turn his design into a viable long-ranged ambusher, then he would have to make it much more difficult to detect. Even in a thickly forested environment, mechs could still detect other mechs. If you thought about it, mechs were giant hunks of metal that generated a lot of power and heat. This gave a lot of mech designers headaches because an early detection could easily ruin an entire mission. The particle generator is no use in this case. It's hard to stay hidden if there's a giant cloud of sensor-blocking particles hovering over your hiding spot. It's like holding up a giant "I am here" sign. VES had to turn to Iron Spirit's catalog in order to find another answer. He entered the armor section and filtered out everything he didn't want. Nothing too heavy, nothing too light, nothing too obvious, he briskly threw away anything that failed to meet his standards. He only came up with a couple of choices in the end. VES simply picked the most effective one in dampening signals and containing heat. It also happened to be the least durable armor system, but you couldn't have everything. Arnaud Say's company. GS Formula 15, 250,000 bright credits. It cost a decent amount of credits, but VES could afford it with Carlos constantly pumping out a Mark II every week. He'd been supervising his employees' work from time to time. Besides helping him out of a few tight spots, Carlos did a decent job in fabricating his silver label mechs. The newly incorporated Living Mech Corporation charged around 30 million credits for each silver label mech. To be honest, for a last-gen mech with uncompressed armor that might have been a little much. Still, without another production line, he couldn't ramp up his production. As long as Marcella kept the orders coming, VES didn't mind pricing out the majority of his audience. The good times won't last. He reminded himself with a grim expression. The prices of many raw materials already started the rise on the open market. Many suppliers already strained themselves by keeping up with the rising demand from their existing customers. If the total cost rose by 30%, VES would have to stop selling his silver label mechs. While he could still earn some profit with his gold label mechs, he'd be forced to lower his asking price over time. There's no future in last-gen mechs. I'll have to make the most out of the current buying spree. VES was essentially on the clock. He had to gather enough credits and merits in order to reconstruct the Dortmund and purchase all of the production licenses required to design a fully original mech. He estimated that he only had 2 years at most, though the war could easily throw a wrench in his plans. Hopefully the Visions would have the decency to delay their invasion until VES finished his original design. Fat luck that will happen. He laughed. He resumed designing his training mech. He easily slipped back into the appropriate mood and shaped its armor using the newly purchased GS Formula 15. As an armor system focused on stealth, it essentially focused on 2 fronts. First, it prevented the frame from leaking heat. Its inner layers cleverly absorbed excess heat and prevented it from radiating outwards. At the time of its invention, such a system didn't work too well in active battles. It's good enough if it works on a stationary mech. The armor system only needs to hide my mech before it fires a shot. Second, it performed its most basic task of dampening various kinds of signals. It naturally took on a matte dark brown shade and hardly brightened up when someone flashed a light at it. Besides dampening electromagnetic signals, it also limited the effectiveness of other kinds of systems such as sonar, motion, and gravitic sensors. Naturally, it only worked up to a point. Since VES intended his design to fight at a distance, it should be adequate for its purposes. This allowed VES to build up quite a stealthy mech. The rifleman mech took on a dirt-colored angular design that frankly didn't look very pretty. It carried a strange but intimidating demeanor that made it clear the mech meant business. VES opted not to add any flourishes in order to avoid ruining the effectiveness of its stealth coating. Now I'll have to add the particle generator. VES borrowed from his earlier implementation of a particle generator backpack module. He didn't recycle his earlier work but started from scratch. He managed to slim it down a bit even as he added in the familiar festive cloud generator. Together with an outer shell of Formula 15, hardly any sensor should be able to pick it up. Now that VES completed the basic design, he subjected it to a whole barrage of tests. He never worked with stealth armor before, so the simulations exposed a lot of errors. Certain ways in which he shaped the armor turned out to limit the effectiveness of the dampening. VES spent quite a lot of time revising the faulty sections. He continued on with his work until Marcella finally called back. "Good day, VES. I'm calling you in order to tell you that your ship is on her way to Cloudy Curtain." "That's great news." He cheered as he paused, putting the finishing touches on his design. "I thought it would take a little longer in order to repair my ship." "Me too, but the shipyard worked overtime. The boss decided to get involved in person. He practically fell in love with your state-of-the-art Corvette." They both chuckled a bit. VES could understand the sentiment. He'd likely drool for hours if a cutting-edge next-gen mech rolled into his workshop. "What about the crew? Your ship is staffed and ready to go, but..." Marcella's words trailed off. "Is there something wrong?" "Maybe." "Great." VES wondered what Marcella pulled off. It sounded fairly serious if a smooth talker like her stumbled upon her words. Chapter 158 Old. While Marcella's comment about the crew aroused some worry, VES decided to deal with it later. His newly hired crew used the trip to Cloudy Curtain as the Barracuda's shakedown cruise, so VES expected them to arrive a bit later than usual. First, he had to finalize his latest design. He mainly dedicated his time with testing his semi-finished mech stealth systems. After optimizing its stealth armor as best VES could manage in a few days, he turned his attention to the detachable particle generator. VES intended to employ the particle generator as a smoke generator. Once the rifleman mech fired its high-powered laser rifle, it exposed its position. Even the most ramshackle thermal sensors would be able to sense the incredible amount of heat projected by the laser beam and track it down to its origin point. His mech might as well be waving around a gigantic signal flare. Once its enemies zeroed in on its position, the rifleman mech would have to flee. Throwing up a giant cloud of interfering particles at the right time should allow the vulnerable mech to evade pursuit. VES mainly had trouble with getting the particle generator to disperse its cloud quickly. If it released its payload too slowly, then the mech's opponents could catch up before the module hit its stride. His handy jury rigging sub-skill came to use as VES employed a handful of unconventional means to enhance the spread of the particles. He also tinkered with the festive cloud generator, forcing it to release a massive cloud of black vapor once activated. Once he put the latest iteration to the test, the entire area within 50 meters became engulfed in a soot-like black miasma. It's like an exploding ancient chimney, VES noted as he nodded his head in satisfaction. The speed, reach and density of the miasma finally met his standards. Unless the rifleman mech ran too hot, it should be able to use the cloud to withdraw. Such a clever means conformed to the Dogged One's methods. Unlike the instructor, the Dogged One lacked the fortune and destiny that could elevate him into a pinnacle fighter. He only managed to survive through stacking the deck in his favor by making his preparations beforehand. Honor is a luxury for the strong. The weak can only fight the strong through dishonorable means. So what if it was shameless? All's fair in love and war. Different from the standard rifleman mechs, his mech only truly showed its strength when it had the initiative. The moment his variant lost its advantage, it should immediately run and shake off its enraged pursuers. Once he became somewhat satisfied with the design, he put the finishing touches on its appearance. He left the coding alone but added in a diminished version of the LMC's logo. While VES might not have spent a lot of time on this design, he was proud of his work. He almost finished this project. It just needed a name. He didn't think too much about it. He tried a few conventional ones, but when he thought back on the Dogged One, they didn't fit. VES spent half an hour racking his mind on the issue before he ultimately settled on Old Soul. It contrasts nicely with the young blood. As an immortal, the instructor might be older than the Dogged One, but in terms of mentality and life experience the bounty hunter had an edge over the pampered former knight. The name also reflected the Dogged One's lack of apprentices. He had never taught anyone the tricks of the trade, mostly because he couldn't teach others to survive without putting them through torment. He was destined to live out his life without family or friends. VES shook his head. He kept getting the feeling he went a bit too far with these myths. Even though they didn't exist for real, he still felt somewhat bad for giving the Dogged One such a joyless life. He couldn't come up with anything better with his average creativity. He considered upgrading the attribute since he suspected it might come in handy when he designed more complex mechs. Let's sit on it for now. First I have to increase my ability to survive. Among other reasons, he designed the Old Soul to acquire some toys. While he might have to wait a few weeks or months until his DP earnings reached its cap, VES was determined to purchase a permanent augment to his handy privacy shield. The privacy shield is pretty much a lifesaver. A good enough privacy shield will allow me to escape any threats once my shield generator fizzles out. He still wore his partially depleted shield generator on his body. Its extremely compact energy cell only retained an 80% charge, and VES had no way of topping it back up. His master had already warned him of the consequences should he tamper with it in any way. VES activated the privacy shield and rubbed his hands. Well, let's get to it. System, please evaluate the Old Soul for me. Design evaluation, Old Soul. Variant name, TOC-1S Old Soul. Base model, TOC-1 Triops. Original manufacturer, Rickshaft Conglomerate. Recommended role, Ambush Rifleman. Carrying capacity, D-. Aesthetics, C. Firepower, A-. Spotting, B+. Deviance, 65%. Cost efficiency, -17%. Overall evaluation, the Old Soul is an extreme-ranged ambusher variant of the Triops. It eschews frontal combat entirely in favor of ambushing unsuspecting enemies from a healthy distance. Its firepower and accuracy peaks at the extreme end of medium range, but it is also able to pose a threat at longer ranges. Its passive and active stealth systems provides the Old Soul with much-needed survivability. The initial DP reward lifted his mood, but he didn't particularly pay a lot of attention to it. With his growing fanbase, he mainly relied on sales to increase his points. Now that he finished a virtual mech, he uploaded it to Iron Spirit and filled in the required paperwork. VES held off on publishing it onto the game's virtual catalog. Instead, he leaned back in his chair and hailed his publicist. "Gavin Newman here. It's VES. How is our publicity campaign doing so far?" "It's going fairly well, though I'm starting to encounter some pushback. Around 24% of all game centers have adopted your training night as a promotional mech. That's less than I thought, but it's proven to be an effective draw for those businesses. The other game centers will budge sooner or later. What about this pushback you're mentioning?" Gavin sighed over the comm. He sent a few documents over the link. VES read through the messages and found that they contained all of the responses sent by the game centers. You can see that they are trying very hard to sound polite about it. Reading between the lines, the local managers know the value of the young blood to the locals. It's their superiors in Bentheim or Rittersberg who are putting a stop to their moves. His publicist listed the parent companies involved and found that quite a few of them had connections to the Ricklin Corporation. "It's the stupid Ricklins again. They really hate my bones. They couldn't do anything about the invisible suppression. As long as the Ricklins kept blaming VES for what their wayward descendant had done, they'll just keep finding ways to inconvenience him." He also suspected they had a hand in the kidnapping and assassination attempt on him, but he couldn't prove anything. It's too difficult to come up with an explanation why the BLM and the Ricklins coordinated with each other. They should be enemies. Or were they? The Ricklin Corporation was a quintessential Bentheim tech behemoth. Though it had ties throughout the entire Bright Republic, its headquarters and its main production facilities operated in the Bentheim region. Thinking about it gave VES a headache, so he stopped speculating about matters beyond his head. If anything fishy went on, the Republic would surely have their eyes on it already. Despite his minor prestige, VES still remained a private citizen in the eyes of the Republic. People like him should keep their heads down. "Why did you call me, boss?" Gavin prompted when VES fell silent. I wanted to inform you that I've finished designing a virtual mech. It's a training mech that will round out my modest portfolio of training mechs." VES proceeded to introduce the Old Soul to his publicist. He particularly emphasized its extreme and somewhat unconventional fighting style. "What are your thoughts, Gavin? Is it viable enough?" His publicist paused to consider the matter. VES already expected him to be taken aback. The concept of the Old Soul truly stretched the definition of a training mech. To be honest, the Old Soul doesn't sound like a training mech. Gavin finally replied. "It's too niche and one-dimensional, but perhaps you have a point that limiting the pilot's options will enhance their immersion. The only way to tell for sure is to release it onto the market." "You hated mechs, right?" "Yeah. That's why I know your mech will sell. I don't know if you'll only sell a couple of thousands or if it will catch on like the young blood and surpass 100,000 sales. Whatever the case, I'm sure you already have a brainless following of fans who eagerly snap up any design you publish, even if it's shaped like a walking turd." As much as the mech industry focused on specifications and performance, the people who piloted them remained human. Gavin indirectly disparaged their irrationality when it came to deciding what kind of war machine they'd like to use. "Be glad that mech pilots are human." VES responded with a light reprimanding tone. "If every customer behaves rationally, they'd only purchase the mech sold by the transgalactic corporations. Small-time companies like mine don't stand a chance in this aspect." Even if VES charged less for his mechs, he still couldn't have pulled off so many sales in normal circumstances. Through a variety of good publicity, VES managed to carve a small niche in the notoriously hostile mech industry. VES proceeded to give out his instructions to Gavin. He wanted to maximize the early sales of the Old Soul in order to obtain DP quickly. He increased his publicist's discretionary funds for this purpose so that he could start promoting his latest design. "I don't care how you do it, but try to drive sales as fast as possible within a month. I don't care about its long-term performance in the sales charts, so don't hesitate to pull off a trick or two." Once Gavin understood his intent, VES hung up. Now that he finished his work, he should get around to accepting a mission. He entered Clifford Society's mission hall after logging into the organization's virtual portal. Its interior evoked a martial feeling. From the bare walls to the flickering torches, everything seemed primal. Clusters of society members had gathered in the giant hall. They all looked at the large displays and engaged in heated discussion on which mission to take. A lot of missions allowed for teams. Many society members banded together when they faced a challenge they could never complete alone. Unfortunately, the society's Heartless Mission Hall refused to adjust its merit payout whether a single person or a massive 12-man team completed the mission. For example, if a mission rewarded 100 merits, then if one person completed it, he received the entire amount. If a team of 5 happened to complete it, then they'd only get 20 each. Sometimes, the teams decided on a different merit distribution. A team of 4 squires and a single knight might reserve 80 merits to the leader and only 5 merits each to the squires. This highly unequal distribution illustrated the power of a knight. VES truly appreciated the opportunity of starting out with this lofty rank. As an apprentice of a master mech designer, VES stepped forth in public with a measure of confidence. Even as other society members started to note his presence, he approached one of the displays and browsed the missions suitable for knights. Chapter 159 Controversy. Missions generally came in 2 flavors. VES could either accept a risky but rewarding mission or a safe but less worthwhile one. The latter often took up more time, so many of the less talented mech designers took up these tasks. As for VES, he'd been eyeing the riskier missions. Though he cherished his life like any human being, he knew he couldn't get anywhere without taking calculated risks. The Clifford Society's whole advancement structure encouraged their talents to temper their skills in exotic adventures. A mech designer who holes up in his workshop all day will only stagnate. Horatio had told him once when he guided VES around the society. Even if they manage to advance by some fluke, their designs lack an essential spark. The mech industry has no need for clones. In other words, a mech designer has to seek out the untold wonders of the galaxy and survive experience. Only then would they be able to find their own paths. VES didn't know what to make of this theory. Lemar strongly subscribed to the idea that the best mech designers were those capable of surviving under the most adverse conditions. It's more likely that mech designers who thrive under danger are already outstanding. Whatever the case, many people paid well to enlist the services of a competent mech designer. As long as they had access to the right facilities, they could easily design or modify a mech tailored to the situation at hand. They also served as consultants, able to deconstruct any design and explain its inner workings to their clients. VES wanted to finish a mission quickly, so he ignored any mission that lasted more than 3 standard months. He also wanted to avoid antagonizing more people, so he drew his attention to join an expedition into the unknown reaches of space. Despite humanity's dominance in the galaxy, vast swathes of space had never been explored. Even if an unexplored star system fell under the borders of a certain state, it might take decades before they sent a survey ship to catalog its planetary bodies. This applied even more to the Komodo star sector, which had only been colonized for over half a millennia. Many of the sparser regions unclaimed by even the poorest fourth-rate states might hide some gems. If some of these star systems happened to contain some deposits of extremely valuable exotics, then a follow-up expedition would swing by sooner or later. "Hi there." A cheerful girl chirped at him from behind. "You're a knight, right?" "That's correct." "Great. Our team of 5 is thinking about taking the Hudson Fairfax mission." She gestured at a couple of men and women a few steps behind. "We'll split the merits equally as long as everyone is doing their fair share of work. So what do you say?" "Hold on a minute, let me study the mission." VES quickly called up the mission in question. It turned out to be a rather thorny job that involved mediating a conflict between 2 rival fourth-rate states in the middle of nowhere. Instead of going to war, they decided to hash out their differences by holding duels. He admired such a solution, but didn't wish to enter these muddy waters. Who knew if someone powerful had something to gain from the results? The 300 merit reward looked nice, but VES could only look forward to receiving 50 merits if he had to work in a team. "I'm sorry, but I'll have to decline." "That's a shame." The girl replied, her smiles all gone. "Goodbye then." A handful of other society members asked if VES wanted to join their teams before someone told him to stand elsewhere. "If you aren't looking for a team, then don't stand in the center." It turned out the society had a tradition where if you stood at the center, you expressed an interest in working together. VES quickly stepped to the side of the hall in order to put a stop to the incessant questions. He went back to the list of missions and zeroed in on risky expeditions to newly surveyed star systems. After a few minutes of uninterrupted browsing, he found something of interest. Something called the graining mission stood out from the list. Different from many other missions, the graining mission explicitly called for a single mech designer. VES wouldn't have to share his merits with anyone else if he accepted this task. He eagerly pulled up the details of the mission in question. 400 merits. That's a lot, even for an expedition. The mission immediately noted its peculiarities. It kept most of its details mum, including the expedition's route and destination. Anyone who accepted this mission had to trust in the expedition leader's judgment as he or she led the entire fleet into uncharted space. VES didn't mind the risk. He planned to tag along this trip with his newly crewed Barracuda. If anything happened, he could always get away with one of the fastest interstellar ships in the star sector. The expedition must be looking forward to an extremely valuable haul. He noted to himself. Why hasn't anyone accepted this mission yet? Lots of value meant lots of risk. Evidently, the mission had already been posted for a couple of months. No one took the bait. Who would be crazy enough to go in blind? The obscenely high reward aroused everyone's vigilance instead of their greed. There must be some kind of catch for the mission to demand a single mech designer instead of an entire team. There was safety in numbers, after all. Still, if the Clifford Society is willing to offer this mission, then it should be an authentic request. VES could do a lot with 400 merits. His shopping list was small, but all of the items cost a huge amount of money if expressed in credits. If he could earn a huge sum of merits at once, he'd be able to speed up his already fast-paced timetable. He gulped down his saliva. After considering the pros and cons, he decided to accept the graining mission. His comm instantly beeped an alert. Report to the Mancroft Independent Harbor within 20 days. Forfeiting the mission is not allowed. If you are delayed or indisposed, then please inform the mission hall. VES frowned at the message. He knew about the Mancroft Independent Harbor. It was an independent star system that pretended to be a fourth-rate state. It wasn't even a port system, which made it fairly difficult for ships to reach the star system. It only enjoyed a modest amount of traffic because the Common Fleet Alliance maintained a small fueling station. 20 days will be cutting it if I take a conventional ship. Fortunately, a swift corvette could reach Mancroft from Cloudy Curtain in about 9 to 11 days. I still have some time. From the sound of it, the so-called graining mission required a lot of preparation. While VES had already packed some stuff, he didn't feel confident at all. Hopefully my latest design is catching on. I need a lot of DP to buy some extra goodies. His latest release was met with mixed reaction. Many of his fans ran to the game centers in order to try out the training mech. Others held off as they questioned the mech designer's sanity. Joshua happened to be one of the fans. As soon as he left school, he returned home and hopped into his private simulator pod. He immediately bought the Old Soul with credits and entered the massive 100v100 war-torn instance with his newly purchased virtual mech. He still took in the strange vibe that radiated out of his machine. Somehow, he felt as if the Old Soul was as eager to try out its capabilities as him. He certainly looked forward to trying out this eccentric mech. Training mech or not, you exist for a reason. Joshua whispered to himself and his virtual mech. I don't believe Chasing Clouds has gone crazy. Its release came as a bombshell. Cloudy Curtain's own mech designer suddenly published a new virtual mech, and it was a 2-star training mech. As soon as everyone heard those words, they got excited. Once they looked at the Old Soul specs, their enthusiasm quickly dashed. Almost all of his fellow classmates scratched their heads at the many limitations. You're not able to dial down the power of the rifle. Why don't you call it a cannon then? More importantly, even cannons won't stop after firing a measly 6 shots. How can this retarded design kill any mech with just 6 opportunities? It's only able to fire once every 2 seconds. Do you know how long that is? By the time my next shot is ready, a skirmisher is already in my face. This mech is completely helpless in melee. Only a wimp who never stepped into a cockpit in his entire life can come up with something so pathetic. It can't even win a knife fight against a 1-star mech. A lot of his classmates disparaged the mech, but Joshua had faith in his idol. Many of peers missed the Old Soul's incredible stealth, precision, and power. Sure, it only excelled as a sniper, but wasn't that a great way to learn the ropes of a rifleman? Of course, Joshua didn't need to play along. Due to his extensive tutoring, he already mastered the basics of marksmanship. His old soul leisurely stepped onto a heavily urbanized battlefield. The battle this time entailed battling over a research institute. Both sides had to fight to maintain possession over the structure. Whoever occupied its grounds for 10 minutes won the match. Let's find a good position. Joshua separated from the crowd and lugged his mech towards the sides. He ducked down his mech or hid behind a corner whenever an enemy scout flew over his head. The old soul's passive dampening armor ensured the scouts never noticed the sneaky mech. It's a lot better than I thought. The welcome surprise emboldened Joshua to seek out a forward position. His fingers already itched to pull the trigger. After several minutes of skulking, he found a collapsed structure that looked over a burning spaceport. Joshua carefully controlled the old soul to crouch behind the debris. The mech settled in as best it could for a giant machine and waited for its prey to approach. The massive conflagration released a huge amount of constant heat. The abundant thermal energy helped mask his old soul's presence. His patient wait paid off when a trio of mechs came into view. One medium knight and one regular rifleman mech escorted a heavy four-legged artillery mech. It appeared the four-legged crawler wanted to find a good angle to bombard its enemy's rear. That just won't do, Joshua whispered to himself. After a brief moment's thought, he pivoted his rifle at the enemy's rifleman. The rifleman posed the greatest threat to Joshua while also boasting the least armor. The knight and artillery mech on the other hand employed substantially more armor, to the point where Joshua doubted he'd be able to penetrate past their layers. Joshua calmed down and regulated his breathing. His marksmanship tutor already hammered home the importance of maintaining control. His rifle poked out a low depression of fallen rubble and aimed straight at the wary rifleman mech accompanying the artillery mech. The old soul came to life. Joshua vaguely sensed some bloodlust as he waited for the rifleman mech to come into medium range. Advanced targeting systems went to work, providing Joshua with a prediction of his opponent's movements and its weak points. A tiny shift caused the rifle to be pointed over the enemy rifleman's left chest. The old soul's sophisticated sensors detected marginally higher heat at that position. 30 seconds, 20 seconds, 10 seconds. The procession neared Joshua's position. Once they came into medium range, Joshua pulled the trigger. The air thrummed as a narrow gout of light and heat blasted through the air and impacted close to intended target's chest. Only a small portion of the laser beam could be seen with the naked eye. Most of the energy fell outside the visible portion of the electromagnetic spectrum. This basically meant that the old soul's laser beams looked deceptively weak. Unlike the more conventional laser cannons which blazed forth its payload with a visible swathe of violence, the old soul's highly modified laser rifle poked a narrow hole into its target like an unexpected crossbow bolt. Seconds later, the stricken rifleman mech suffered a catastrophic explosion. The two accompanying mechs were caught completely off guard as their companion's power reactor lost containment. Sniper! The knight suddenly yelled and held its shield close to the startled artillery mech. He's close. Shoot! The artillery mech's pilot quickly regained his composure and fired off an immediate volley in the direction of the laser beam's origin. The explosive shells covered a large swathe around the pile of rubble, turning the entire area into hell. As soon as the first shells landed, Joshua triggered panic button. The old soul's particle generator quickly exploded into action and spurted out a huge amount of particles along with dark-colored vapor. Damn it! This smoke is in the way. The pilot of the artillery mech cursed. My sensors aren't picking up anything. While the enemy pilot considered bombarding the entire area with shells, Joshua had already made his getaway and waited for his rifle to shed its heat. He only fired a single shot, so it did not take too long for the rifle to become an unremarkable prop in the old soul's hands. Joshua slowly circled his bewildered opponents. He set up his mech for his next attack. As long as his opponents failed to spot his mech, he insisted on pressing his advantage. His rifle aimed at the bewildered knight's back. His skills and judgment combined with the old soul's targeting system made him target the lower back. His rifle fired again. The narrow beam struck the knight square in its weaker rear armor and punched through until it struck the engine. The knight lurched as its movements hitched up. The attack hadn't killed the mech, but it succeeded in slowing it down. The third, fourth, and fifth shots exploited the vulnerability and took down the hapless knight. Chapter 160 Feats. Joshua took down the enemy rifleman in one shot. The knight endured 3 more shots but fell after suffering another. The isolated artillery mech panicked after losing its companions and scurried back to base as fast as possible. Sadly, heavy mechs tended to run at a crawl. Despite its lack of escorts, Joshua prudently slipped away. He shot 5 times in a single engagement and built up quite a bit of heat. His mech's internal heat sinks absorbed most of the heat so far, so his mech maintained a low profile. All of that heat will spill out if I stress the old soul's heat capacity. The mech came with a very loud warning to never exceed this limit. Even if he had to let go of a juicy target, Joshua pretty much had no other choice. He bunkered down his mech and waited patiently for the heat to disperse. Even as every other mech threw themselves into battle, the old soul stood as rigid as a statue, as if it knew its time hadn't come. "It's different. It's the same," he muttered. The feeling of piloting any mech designed by chasing clouds always enchanted him. Other models felt cold and static compared to his hometown mech designer's work. It's like comparing a stuffed animal to the real deal. They're completely different even if they look the same. While he didn't have the luxury of experiencing the young blood, the old soul felt like an unfeeling father. Sometimes Joshua shifted his actions without explanation, or started to question things when they didn't make any sense. In hindsight, taking out 2 mechs in a matter of minutes should have been beyond him. Even with an overpowered laser rifle, a young potentate like Joshua wouldn't be able to kill a knight so easily. He shook his head. This rifle is amazing. It's able to melt through light armor in a single shot. Every other weapon with comparable power weighed at least twice or thrice as much. The old soul's highly compact laser rifle allowed Joshua to wield it with much greater ease. Compared to all of these advantages, he completely didn't mind its limited heat capacity and enormous power drain. Joshua resumed his hunt. He stalked towards the research institute, ignoring the couple of allies who wanted him to cover their backs. While it might help him out if he worked together with others, he kept longing for solitude. No one else will die if I screw up, he rationalized to himself. He frowned soon after. It's just a game. Who cares about others? Regardless of the reason, Joshua preferred to move alone. He slowly reached an open park. Above the trees, a couple of aerial mechs harassed each other with largely ineffectual rifle shots. Considering the skill level of the average Silver Leaguer, Joshua expected the stalemate to continue. They're not much better than I was when I started out with the Seraphim. The main issue he had with the fight was that none of the flying mechs had the guts to close in. Joshua always learned from his tutors to be decisive and eschew battles of attrition. None of these dolts in the sky had learned proper aerial mech tactics. His old soul found a convenient pile of crashed shuttles that gave it some cover against magnetic sensors. As the rifleman mech settled in, it aimed its weapon at the sky. A minute passed by as the mech kept still. Every time Joshua wanted to pull the trigger, an impulse held him back. He somehow knew he wouldn't be able to take out his target. They moved too fast for him to land an accurate strike. Even the old soul's targeting system strained to predict the movements of these idiotic flyers. My mech isn't meant to hunt this kind of prey, Joshua painfully admitted. They'll swarm my position as soon as I shoot. Flying mechs should be the old soul's fatal nemesis. They move too fast to ensure that any of its rifle's precious shots hit the mark. Even if Joshua activated the particle generator, his mech would easily be sniffed out by these perfect scouts. Still, Joshua pushed back his unease and patiently waited for the fight to wind down. He knew that these mechs expended a lot of energy in their highly intense clash. Just as he predicted, his side broke away first after one of their number fell. A trio of haggard-looking aerial mechs gave up on the duel and fled back to base. The enemy team refused to let their opponents slip and chased after their prey. All of the flyers involved smoothed out their flight trajectories as they prioritized speed over evasion. Joshua calmly tracked the opponent who lagged behind a bit due to battle damage. Once it crested over an apartment block, he fired. The laser beam flicked out like a dart and struck the aerial mech's flight system. A veteran pilot would never fly his mech in a straight line, but Joshua's unfortunate victim obviously forgot that other enemies might be lurking on the battlefield. The damaged mech lost altitude and crashed a block away from Joshua. All of the structures in the way prevented him from finishing the job. Instead, he patiently waited out the 2 seconds for his laser rifle to finish cycling and aimed the weapon at the faltering pursuers. Just as they came around to the fact that they'd lost a companion, the old soul fired its rifle yet again. The laser beam struck the aerial mech square in its chest. Previous battle damage had already peeled away half of its layers. The beam burned through the remainder and carved a hole into the cockpit. The dummy pilot inside the cockpit couldn't withstand the massive amount of energy. The dummy tragically evaporated into dust. "You cowardly sniper!" The surviving enemy pilot raged from his mech. "I know where you're hiding. Prepare to die." Joshua fired twice at the incoming mech but failed to land a hit. Unlike his earlier victims, this guy remembered to dodge. If the old soul possessed a normal laser rifle, then Joshua would be able to dial down the power setting and turn his rifle into a spitter. A rapid barrage of low-powered laser beams would enable him to track his opponent's flight. Just as the enemy flyer came into spitting distance, the old soul's particle generator released another charge. The thick and blurry cloud of black engulfed the flight mech in an instant. The pilot panicked a bit but quickly wrangled his mech back into control. He guided his mech straight up in order to shake off the cloud. After gaining back some vision, the pilot tried to track down his hated opponent in order to avenge the death of his comrades. "Where are you?" Had the sniper snuck away while he lost his vision? Or had the sneaky coward stayed in place, confident in the fact that no one could lay a hand on him under all of this smoke? "Screw you!" Just as the aerial mech flew away, a thin but deadly laser beam struck its vulnerable back and damaged the main power conduit that fed its hungry flight system. It turned out that Joshua had lingered at the edge of the miasma. The old soul strained its sensors through the diminished concentration of particles and managed to pick up its opponent as soon as it ascended above the miasma. With his prey losing altitude, Joshua directed his mech back into the miasma. With 3 shots left, he wanted to finish off the forcibly landed mech with a single shot. He carefully scoured the miasma and headed vaguely towards the middle. He bumped into the crippled flight mech a few minutes later. The aerial mech incurred substantial damage from its harsh landing. While it tried to turn its rifle towards its hated opponent, the old soul moved first and fired straight through its damaged armor. "That's 4 now," Joshua whispered to himself as he calmly dismissed his latest kill. There's still another grounded mech. The old soul hadn't reached its maximum heat capacity yet, so Joshua moved away from the dissipating miasma and tracked down his other prey. He found the crash site of the first aerial mech he shot and followed the debris to a shuttle garage where the wounded mech took stock of its damage. "It's you." Joshua instantly silenced the enemy mech by shooting its cockpit. He didn't even need to adjust his aim in order to eliminate a sitting duck. Cold satisfaction enveloped his being as he realized he shot down 5 mechs without suffering a single scratch. The old soul was a powerful mech in the right hands. This isn't a training mech. It's a killing machine. He spent the next few minutes cooling down his mech before trudging towards the research institute. The match had reached its zenith as both sides tried to occupy the institute grounds. Joshua lurked at the flanks and waited patiently for prey to come. He picked off 3 additional mechs in succession when they fled the carnage. The damaged mechs were easy pickings as Joshua took them out with grim satisfaction. His remarkable contribution titled the balance against his opponents, and his team succeeded in winning the match. As the battlefield winked out, he leaned back against his pod. He thoroughly stomped the enemy team. None of them had expected to face a sniper on the battlefield. That might change once this model gained more popularity. His virtual body left the cockpit now that the match had ended. Before he returned to the lobby, a strange message popped in front of his face. An agent of the designer of your mech requests permission to utilize your battle footage for promotional purposes. No credits or in-game gold will be exchanged. Do you wish to accept or deny this request? It took a few seconds for Joshua to parse the request. If he understood it correctly, then someone who worked for his favorite mech designer wanted to use his footage in a commercial. Oh yes. I accept. In the game centers throughout the planet, a new set of ads appeared. It showcased the best moments of the old soul in action. Curious visitors looked up at the projections as the distinctive mech started to carve their enemies to pieces in just a couple of shots. Is that the new mech? What the? Is that a rifle? It packs more power than a cannon. Those stealth systems are unreal. They're walking right past that mech without a clue. Gavin Newman looked on as the action-packed footage started to sway the crowd. He smirked contemptuously at the people who disparaged the same model an hour earlier. He hadn't even edited clips himself. Instead, he left it up to an automated program, which selected the most intense moments out of every battle record it received permission to borrow. I don't even have to lift a finger at this rate. He noted as some of the potentates started to hop inside their sim pods in order to emulate the incredible feats. How can these idiots be trusted to defend our borders when they're easily misled by some cherry-picked footage? He opened his comm and pulled up the sales record of the Old Soul. As a publicist working for the LMC, he obtained a limited amount of jurisdiction in the company's virtual account. The numbers started to pick up from the dozens into the hundreds, and this was only the first day. They're all sheep. The publicist knew that he had to promote his employer's latest design with a different approach than the young blood, which possessed a heroic bearing. The rifleman mech's boring appearance and extreme specs turned off many potential customers. Thus, Gavin set out to ignore the masses and instead focus on the handful of talented pilots who knew what they were doing. As expected, those who employed the Old Soul's advantages to the fullest racked up an incredible score. If he served them up to the skeptical masses, they'd start to question their first impressions and try out the mech for themselves. Sadly, not everyone got the hang of the rifleman mech's quirks. Gavin took a look at the statistics and saw that its win rate ranked near the bottom of the pile. The Old Soul required a specific mindset and set of skills to make the most out of it. Forget about skill level, most of the teenagers who tried out the mech lacked the patience to employ an ambush strategy. He shook his head at their predictable behavior. Muscle-bound idiots. Even if a handful of angry customers started leaving bad reviews on the model's sales page, it didn't diminish its growing momentum. At this early stage, none of the game centers selected the Old Soul as their 2-star promotional mech. Everyone who tried out the mech this time had spent their hard-earned credits or gold to purchase the trending mech. This is all I can do for now, boss. We'll see whether your variant catches on as a training mech. Chapter 161 Malgan. Chapter 161, Malgan. No matter its actual sales performance, the Old Soul succeeded in rousing the locals. It turned into a ready-made conversation starter as people started to argue against or in favor of the so-called training mech. Many people who tried it out fell flat. Some walked away discouraged, while others persisted in their efforts and tried to master their new purchase. Those like Joshua who trained rigorously were able to showcase the Old Soul's incredible potential. They gave hope to the masses that the model held a lot of potential. The mech's notoriously high learning curve turned from an impassable obstacle to a cliff that could be scaled. Gavin's ads accelerated this trend by celebrating the most amazing plays. A few local prodigies even piloted the Old Soul for the sole purpose of showing up in a globally aired ad. Anyone worthy enough to appear in one of these ads enjoyed a lot of renown. Thus, in a warped way, a lot of potentates began to polish their marksmanship after school. Anyone who failed to kill 5 mechs in a single war-torn instance match did not deserve to be called an elite. Whatever the case, the DP started rolling in for VES. He might reach the cap of 50,000 DP by the end of the month at this rate. Too bad my model hasn't caught on abroad. Only a few hundred virtual mechs got sold outside Cloudy Curtain. Beyond the initial sales, its momentum stagnated as the Old Soul's unimpressive specs and bad reviews left a foul impression. In any case, the controversy surrounding the virtual mech succeeded in raising the profile of the living mech corporation. Even the most remote villagers learned about the new mech manufacturer. Its modest catalog of virtual and real designs showed that the company had a lot of promise. Almost everyone rooted for the company and its talented owner. No one wanted to see VES fail in his ambitious venture. He became his home planet's sensation, to the consternation of some of the established powers. Events are proceeding in an unfavorable direction. The rising tide of military fervor will hinder our plans to ride the waves of the coming war. We are only 2/3 done with our preparations. We can ill afford a new variable. Let us wait until we convene the full group. We need to decide on a proper strategy to tackle this thorny problem. Unaware of these shadowy threats, VES invited everyone involved in his business. VES sat on a sofa, cradling a still recovering Lucky. His gem cut slowly repaired the battle damage suffered from their last encounter by consuming half of his mineral feedstock. Kelsey and Gavin sat together on another sofa. The two students chatted comfortably with each other. Riella and Melker stood nearby, keeping a wary eye on Dietrich, who VES had invited to the meeting on a whim. Dietrich responded with a charming smile. "I don't know why you're looking at me this way, babe. I'm V's bosom friend. I even saved his scrawny ass from pirates. I'm not interested in lowlife like you." Riella snorted at him before turning to VES. "We've waited long enough. Let's get this show on the road, please." "All right." VES responded, looking at each of his friends and employees in turn. "You're all here because I want you to know that I'll be gone for a few months. I've accepted a high-risk mission which will likely take me beyond chartered space. The highly confidential nature of my assignment leads me to believe that communication will be highly restricted for the duration." "Whoa, sounds like serious danger. Do you even know what you're facing?" "Not yet, but the high remuneration leads me to believe that the risk of death may be real." Dietrich looked more and more impressed. "You sure grew some balls last time we traveled together. Even I would step back if I'm faced with such a vague offer. It might be a little stupid of me to throw myself headlong into danger, but I'm confident that I'm up to the challenge." VES explained. His bulging DP account gave him quite a few options should he face some sort of setback. "Besides, the organization I'm part of won't send me out to die." The entire group digested his news with mixed emotions. His cousins already knew about his plans but underestimated the threat level VES was willing to face. Even Riella started having second thoughts on her decision to accompany him on this expedition. "What will happen to the workshop?" Carlos asked with an uncertain tone. "You'll be proceeding with business as usual. I've been checking your work, and I'm satisfied with how far you've come. Keep coordinating with Marcella to fulfill her orders. In exchange, I'll be opening up my database for you. As long as you fulfill your daily quota of work, I'll allow you to peek at some of my books." Carlos lit up at that news. While VES learned most of his knowledge from the system or from the Clifford Society's exclusive libraries, he also purchased a handful of extremely expensive textbooks. VES wouldn't get into trouble if he let one or two people borrow these virtual books. "I won't fail you, VES." "Good. Coordinate with Melker if the workshop is in danger. You're both in charge of the workshop's safety while I'm gone." VES turned to Kelsey and Gavin. "The two of you will be in charge of our public relations. I don't want to return 3 months later facing a hostile crowd and taxes that have been jacked up through the roof. When will you approach the Republican Commissioner? We can schedule an appointment with his office a week in advance." Kelsey informed him. "Will you stick around to meet with him in person? This will go a lot easier if you talk to him face to face. I'm short on time. You're young, but you don't need my presence to back you up. Your work so far has impressed me a lot. Once you graduate, you're welcome to take up the mantle as my company's lawyer." The offer certainly impressed the young girl. To be honest, VES knew little about law outside of what he learned in his business classes, but he pretended otherwise in order to instill more pride. A lot of things might happen in 3 months. He discussed the possible worst-case scenarios with his friends and made sure they understood his intentions when formulating a response. "What about me?" Dietrich asked. "So far, you've all been talking as if you're playing a business sim. Where's the exciting the part?" VES composed his face as he considered his friend. "We're friends, right?" "Sure we are. Didn't I mention that earlier?" "Then I'd like you to do me a favor." VES requested and pulled the so-called little boss closer before summoning up his privacy shield. The pair discussed something discreetly for a minute before VES pulled down the shield. Dietrich slapped his back and smiled. "Don't worry, VES. I'll keep my eyes out." With nothing else on the agenda, everyone dispersed. VES and Riella had already packed their luggage. Everyone knew what they were doing and they'd be able to keep his living Mech corporation afloat without his presence hovering over their heads. Once they stepped outside, a small armed convoy of shuttles awaited them in front of his workshop. Ever since the last attack, VES decided to stop traveling on an unsecured commercial aircar. "Perhaps I'll have to design my own shuttle." He idly wondered as he stepped inside the vehicle while holding Lucky. Riella followed him inside and gazed at the sturdy armor fittings. This looks pretty impressive. Sass always delivers, though I'm paying out of my nose to keep them happy. Once they settled in, the procession ascended into the air. Just as they started to accelerate towards cloudy curtain spaceport, VES felt a familiar sensation brush against his sixth sense. It tasted like a dark blizzard that raged across an entire continent. The force of this destructive wind engulfed everything in its way in an unstoppable avalanche of wind and frost. Though the flavor had changed, it still brought the specter of death. Sniper. Attack. Get down. Sonya Lablin's professionalism kicked into gear. Even as Riella looked at VES as if he lost his mind, the escorting security officer immediately activated an unknown protocol. Every shuttle descended with force, just as a flaming projectile slammed into the vehicle transporting VES. The entire upper section of the shuttle tore apart from the incredibly powerful collision. The stricken vehicle lurched in the air as the pilot bled out of his ears. The split-second descent had saved Riella's life. VES had already jumped on top of her body in order to envelop her fragile body within his shield generator. They hadn't escaped danger, though, as his anti-grav suit suddenly morphed into a vacuum suit. Poison. VES cursed a bit because he knew his shield generator had to let in some air. His assassin came up with a clever solution to counter his strongest protection. If he didn't own a highly advanced and extremely expensive anti-grav suit, he'd already be choking in his breath. Instead, Riella remained exposed. For all of her complaining and rebellious attitude, the woman was a Larkinson. She recognized the danger as soon as VES mentioned poison. She clung to him while shutting her eyes and pressing her palms against her ears. She also held her breath, which allowed her to escape the worst of the effects so far, but that didn't help much if the poison spread through skin contact. Lucky had also sprung into action. The alarmed cat activated his energy claws and tore out much of the damaged sections. This gave VES enough of an opening to jump out of the slowly crashing shuttle while carrying her cousin. Everyone else had already started to respond to the threat. One of the shuttles exposed a nozzle and sucked in all of the surrounding air, hopefully taking much of the poison with it. Another shuttle picked up the VIPs and brought them back behind the safety of the workshop's walls. The workshop's entire security suite had flared to life. One of the turrets swung in the railgun's direction and fired off a destructive volley of shells. The projectiles exploded upon impact, shattering the entire house in a shower of splinters and debris. The few residents present nearby screamed and ran away. A large stream of bots flew into the air before fanning out. Even as SAS began to sweep in the direction of the house, they also kept their eyes peeled for other threats. Meanwhile, the shuttle carrying VES flung open its doors, allowing a security officer with medical training to hose down the entire interior. VES deactivated his shield generator, letting the fluid splash over his full-bodied suit. He still fussed over Riella, who started to show a lot of worrying signs. Despite her quick reaction, the poison had obviously found purchase in her body. What's going on with her? She's inhaled a significant dose of Malgan. The medical officer replied as he affixed some kind of tool over her mouth. VES couldn't figure out what any of his instruments did. The lack of understanding scared him quite a bit. Is she dying? She's in a bad place, but she'll make it. Whoever wanted to poison you stayed within the limits. Malgan isn't instantly fatal and can't be absorbed through skin contact, though it's extremely difficult to synthesize an antidote. However, I've stabilized her body. I have to bring her back to our branch office immediately. The panic died down a few minutes later. SAS hadn't found any trace of the culprit, but they found pieces of a high-powered railgun in the wreckage of the house. A heavier convoy of shuttles and mechs descended onto his workshop a moment later. They departed moments later. A handful of doctors already worked over Riella's reddening body. VES had to stay and let a bunch of experts isolate his body and take away his anti-grav clothes. His worry was tempered by the fact that whoever ordered the hit didn't go too far. One of the security officers informed him that if the assassin used something more dangerous, he'd be violating the MTA's guidelines against the use of nuclear, biological, and chemical weapons. Once the MTA got onto anyone's tail, they usually suffered a brutal end. He gritted his teeth at the thought of losing a family member. Perhaps he'd been too soft lately. He was tired of being someone else's punching bag. Chapter 162 Ship's Crew. The journey to the Mancroft Independent Harbor had to be delayed. VES along with the entire attack site had to be scrubbed clean in order to remove every trace of Mulgan. As soon as he checked out, he boarded a more heavily armed shuttle along with Melker and traveled to Sonia Lablin's headquarters. Seeing Riella's still and vulnerable body being scanned and prodded by various kinds of medical instruments brought their moods to a low point. Will she be okay? VES asked softly. One of the doctors nodded. Miss Riella is a resilient mech pilot. Her implants and gene treatments have also contributed to her survival. It's a good thing your various countermeasures have activated so early. She'll make a full recovery after half a year of therapy. Various coincidences allowed VES to survive this attack unscathed, but he couldn't say the same to Riella. He resolved to gift his cousins at least one set of spare anti-grav clothes. He already had a closet full of them, so it hardly made a dent. VES had to cough up 2 million credits to pay for Riella's treatment, and that included a heavy discount. Sass must have felt a bit sorry for being caught off guard by the assassination attempt. In any case, it was money well spent, as Miss Robin assured him they treated Riella with Coalition standard technology. Now that Riella is out of action, do you need me to take her place? Melker asked with a tone that suggested that he'd rather watch over of his cousin. No. I'm sure my client arranged his own security arrangement. You're better off keeping watch over my workshop. I don't want people messing around with my stuff while I'm gone. Even if VES forced Melker to go along, the mech pilot would constantly worry about Riella. He decided to leave him at home and bring someone else. The only problem was that VES didn't know anyone else who could take Riella's place. Surprisingly, Melker rejected his suggestion. Your premises are already quite secure, and I'm confident nothing will happen to Riella. I know you need someone to watch your back, so don't refuse my presence. All right. I'll arrange your mech to be moved to my Corvette. A few moments later, they entered a press room. A number of local reporters gathered here after passing stringent security checks. Their camera bots hovered behind their heads, ready to stream the upcoming press conference to the entire planet. The attack at his workshop was one of the most dramatic events that had happened in recent history. Every citizen of Cloudy Curtain feverishly spread their gossip as they awaited some sort of official response. The anemic local police services only issued a perfunctory statement while they were running around like headless chickens. This inadvertently gave VES the chance to shape the narrative, according to Gavin's media-savvy instincts. VES nodded at Gavin as he walked over to him. How's the public taken it so far? They're restless, excited and outraged. Gavin grinned, as if the assassination attempt actually pleased him. The media aligned to the ruling coalition is already pressing for calm, but almost no one but their diehard supporters are paying attention to those channels. We've got a large portion of the population ready to cling to your words. While VES found it distasteful to take advantage of this situation, necessity compelled him to follow Gavin's suggestions. They were in the light and their enemies were in the dark. No one stepped up to claim responsibility for the attack. In addition, events that happened in Bentheim and beyond might as well be on the other side of the galaxy as far as Cloudy Curtain was concerned. Good afternoon. VES greeted the cameras as he stepped up to the podium. Thank you for attending this press conference. My name is VES Larkinson. I am an apprentice mech designer under the tutelage of Master Carmen Olsen of the Vermeer Group. I recently founded the Living Mech Corporation here in my home planet of Cloudy Curtain. All of the reporters already knew his background, but many of his viewers might not be aware. He deliberately mentioned his master's name in order to borrow some of her prestige. It forced those who normally dismissed low-tier mech designers to regard him seriously. Can you tell us what happened this morning? VES gave a brief and factual account of the sequence of the events. Various recordings had already leaked onto the galactic net, so no one learned anything new. He also left his shield generator and anti-grav clothes out of his story. No need to give his enemies any ideas. Who is responsible for this terrible attack? VES tried to maintain a composed expression. I don't know, but I can think of several possibilities. Various people would like to see me gone. For instance, the ruling coalition has worked hard to ram a new tax bill through the planetary assembly that will drive me out of business. Technically, he didn't lie. He let the reporters and the viewers who watched the broadcast connect the dots themselves. Even if it was on spurious grounds, everyone loved a conspiracy theory. The Greens and the White Doves could issue as many denials as they wanted. It didn't change the fact that they regarded him with hostility. Could they have been responsible for the attack? VES didn't think so, but he was willing to drag them through the mud anyway. Let the public decide the final verdict. He continued to spin a misleading narrative that Gavin had carefully constructed. VES had already received some coaching on what to say and what to leave out. Everything he said rang true, and thus should pass scrutiny should someone employ a sophisticated lie detector program. Once he reached the end of the conference, he left behind a final statement. I survived today not because of luck, but because this is my home. Don't believe in the naysayers and pessimists that we're only good for feeding Bentham. The living Mech Corporation's presence here represents my belief that we can be strong. His words took everyone by surprise. VES left the reporters behind as they digested his eloquent response. He nodded to Gavin, who smirked like a cat who got the canary. You did an excellent job, boss. You didn't stumble on your words at all. The only fault I can find is that you've been acting a little too lively for someone who survived an assassination attempt. I can't help it. VES chuckled a bit. I keep thinking about how many mouthfuls of wine those loathsome politicians will spurt once they see my performance. It thoroughly burned any bridge he had between him and the ruling coalition, but VES didn't care. He bought himself some time. According to Gavin and Calcy, his performance should thoroughly pull the wind out of the sails of the tax reform bill. One day later, a heavily armed convoy escorted by 2 aerial mechs landed inside a cordoned-off section of the spaceport. Several security officers accompanied by many bots kept their eyes peeled for trouble. One of the central shuttles opened its hatch, allowing VES, Melker, and Lucky to step outside. He turned to an escort and nodded his head. Thanks for the ride. VES turned to the other side of the field and walked towards the parked Corvette. The Barracuda regained her former glory after undergoing repairs. Her rear thrusters looked as pristine as the first day. She came into his possession. He also met the Barracuda's crew for the first time. A group of 5 stunning-looking women greeted his eyes. Even Melker halted for a moment after seeing them together. Even as they dressed themselves in a formless blue uniform with the logo of the LMC plastered to their sleeve, they still looked like angels. Hello. VES awkwardly said. I'm your new boss. We know who you are. A redhead with the only hat replied. Captain Amber Silvestra, at your service. First Class Engineer Ushra Jacobson, at your service. A dusky-skinned woman said. First Class Pilot Miranda Pham, at your service. Ship Security Officer Angie Sipos, at your service. Able Spacer Jen Malcolm Stahl, at your service. The way they spoke, at your service, revealed they received extensive training. VES could tell that they used to say those same words with charming voices and enticing smiles. None of the women composed themselves as anything other than professionals today. VES already got the lowdown from Marcella. Evidently, the women worked for a company that operated luxury yachts. Among their regular duties of keeping the ships afloat, they also pampered their clients. A severe dive in fortune for the sleazy company forced them to let go of half of their employees, which included this tight-knit group of highly trained women. VES should feel lucky for snapping them up without giving up too many concessions. The total monthly salary they drew only amounted to 35,000 credits a month, plus some extra hazard pay. He spent a lot more money keeping the Barracuda in tip-top shape. Captain Sylvester gave him enough time to regard his new crew before speaking out again. Just to be clear, sir, we expect to be treated with decorum. The prevailing employment laws gives us the right to refuse any unlawful or inappropriate orders. I have no ulterior motives. VES sheepishly replied while raising his hands. All of the confidence he exuded during the press conference left his body. The only thing I expect from you is to run the Barracuda. Your Corvette is an amazing ship. She's in the right hands. Let's get you all aboard. As they entered the hatch, Sylvestra reported the ship's condition. VES barely understood the significance of her words. Still, they came fully stocked and prepared for a trip that might take them far from civilized space. How's our fuel situation? He asked once they entered the central corridor. The crew dispersed to their stations. We're fully topped with high-grade fuel. Our mutual friend Marcella arranged a channel that we can use to procure a limited amount of fuel. It's not fully condoned, so don't spread the word. He nodded and let his strange crew do their jobs. Captain Silvestre took the captain's seat while VES and Melker sat on the observer's seats. They strapped themselves in case of a bumpy ride. Do I have permission to lift off? Go ahead, Captain. Under the expert control of their pilot Miranda, the corvette retracted her landing gear and slowly flew up into orbit. The well-built ship hardly shook as its thrusters worked hard to escape cloudy curtains' gravity well. A larger ship might have trouble accomplishing such a task in standard gravity conditions, but the small and sleek corvette possessed ample thrust. We've currently reached orbit, sir. Your orders. Set course for Mancroft Independent Harbor. We're due in 18 days. Silvestre turned her seat to look back at VES. Do you wish to save fuel? We can save up to 30% of our fuel expenditure if we make short but frequent hops, though our FTL drive will also wear down faster. VES took a minute to mull over the question. Previously, he only needed to set the autopilot, allowing the ship make all the choices. I'm not an expert, so I'll defer to your judgment. However, I can't arrive late, so I think it's best to play it safe. Very well, sir. Captain Silvestre turned back to instruct Miranda to plot a course to Mancroft. The pilot cross-trained as a navigator, so she expertly plotted a series of FTL transitions that took them through safe and well-known star systems. Unfortunately, the closer they got to Mancroft, the less settlements they'd find. The border regions are highly chaotic. Pirates as well as alien raiders frequently appear in this part of space. That bad? VES responded with a frown. I thought the Common Fleet Alliance is supposed to keep a lid on the border. Both the captain and the pilot looked at him like an idiot. Space is big. Unimaginably big. To put it simply, it's a giant space which largely consists of nothing. There's no way any fleet can intercept an incursion. I heard the CFA possesses sensors capable of detecting any FTL transitions across many light years of space. Even if they're able to detect them, they don't have the numbers to pursue every probe. They only muster up a couple of warships if they encounter a strong enough signal. The handful of corvette and frigate-sized vessels that routinely pass through the border practically do so with impunity. It turned out the fleet assigned to the Komodo Star sector possessed a lot less functional warships than their propaganda always suggested. It couldn't hold a candle to the core fleet stationed in the center of the galaxy. So in short, we're constantly at risk of encountering something dangerous. That's correct, sir. However, the Barracuda is one of the swiftest corvettes in this star sector. We can outrun any threats as long as we don't travel along a predictable course. VES nodded ruefully. He once navigated straight into a pirate ambush. Chapter 163 Untamed Stars. Miss Miranda plotted a brisk course that brought them to Mancroft within 17 days. She wanted to alternate between short and long hops in order to test and calibrate the brand new FTL drive. The core of the galaxy is familiar with this generation of FTL, but it's new technology to us. We need to establish a baseline so that we'll know how far we can push it. Corvette-class ships are especially known to have a generous threshold. And a threshold is how near we can transition into a star system. The threshold is mainly dependent on the relative mass between the ship and the destination star. That sounds kind of dangerous. VES apprehensively noted. Good thing we have a first-class engineer, sir. Ushra has plenty of experience with pushing FTL drives to their very limits. Our former clients like the thrill of jumping in deep. VES took her word for it. He hired them on exactly because he wanted more options in case they ran into any trouble. While all of the crew engrossed themselves with their tasks, VES and Melker had a lot of time in their hands. Melker sighed as he followed VES out of the bridge. Riella probably would have loved to befriend your crew. As the only two men on the ship, they both felt a bit out of place. VES sighed. I guess we're relegated to passengers. Let's prepare for the upcoming expedition. I don't know what kind of role you'll be able to play, but make sure you're ready to roll out if needed. They passed the time in peace. Melker spent most of his time down in the cargo bay. He used the cockpit of his rifleman Mech as a simulator pod and feverishly trained his ability to shoot in zero-G conditions. Unlike Dietrich's Harrier, Melker's Stanislaw model lacked a flight system. Unlike the old Soul, Melker's Rifleman was meant to fight a running battle. It featured a robust and powerful engine, allowing the Stanislaw to weave around various obstacles while spoiling the aim of its opponents. Its rapid-fire laser rifle excelled at wearing down mechs at medium range. Whoever was in charge of its maintenance did a great job. VES declared once he finished going over the mech. It hardly required any tweaks. The Larkinsons know their mechs. We employ some of the best mech technicians in Rittersburg, you know. Since VES didn't have anything else to do at the moment, he returned to his stateroom and lazily browsed the galactic net. A bored Lucky jumped on his lap and made himself comfortable. The ship's quantum entanglement node allowed VES to keep in touch with the rest of the galaxy. He closely followed current events on Cloudy Curtain. The recent happenings along with his first press conference left people scrambling for answers. The complacency on the part of the White Doves and the Greens left them ill-prepared to the sudden shift in public opinion. A large swathe of neutral citizens who never paid attention to politics became passionately involved once one of their own got hurt. VES found it rather funny that he ranked higher than the leaders who ruled the planet for many generations. The pacifists along with the consortium standing behind them founded Cloudy Curtain and built it up into a quiet and idyllic farming planet over more than 2 centuries. Even now they directly or indirectly employed over half the population. Despite all of their efforts, the founding elites garnered very little appreciation of the common folk. Their greed and their attempts to stall the development of what they thought was their own private playground worked against them this time. All because of mechs. The current zeitgeist of this era revolved completely around the majesty of mechs. Even the lowliest of farmers and menial laborers were swayed by their primal urge to worship these gods of the modern age. Why does Bentheim attract all of the attention? We don't even have our own mech arena. I told you that the men keeps pushing us down. The fat cats up in their towers drink their million-credit wines every day while average folk like you and me can't afford a house. Mechs. 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 I want to see more mechs. I want to see them with my own eyes. All of these mech heads have gone crazy. I can hardly walk my dog these days without hearing constant discussions on mechs. Even the pioneers started to join the bandwagon. They self-servingly took up his cause as if they never attempted to take advantage of him. VES didn't know what to make of their support, but he welcomed their efforts anyway. In any case, the White Doves and the Greens started to push back against the rising tide. Perhaps aware for the first time that ignoring the masses was a bad idea, they started talking about their upcoming plans to increase the planet's infrastructure spending. In their words, the tax reform bill is needed to pay for better schools and hospitals. Every wealthy business has to make some sacrifices in order to increase the planet's quality of life. Mysteriously, a lot of exemptions disappeared. In exchange, the bill subjected many industries to a less outrageous maximum tax rate. The clever maneuvering made it more difficult to say that the White Doves and the Greens favored their own little circle of friends over an outsider like VES. That didn't change the fact the Living Mech Corporation had to pay 40% of its profits to the planet's coffers. While this sounded a little more reasonable compared to the previous rate, it still exceeded Bentheim's rate. These guys just don't know when to give up. Hardly anything could compete against free goodies. Even the allure of mechs might lose out to personal benefits. We should strike while the iron is hot. VES concluded, and his employees concurred. They already arranged an appointment with the Republican commissioner. Hopefully his obligation to ready the planet for war won out against his restraint to favor one side over another. The only time when everyone came together was when Jen served dinner. As the most junior spacer on the ship, she generally handled the miscellaneous duties that didn't require a specialist, which also included cooking. Jen certainly knew her stuff, as every dinner had been sumptuous and filling. Everyone loosened up a little at this time, enough for VES to pry open their mouths on why they decided to take up this post. He learned that they all earned generous tips in their previous jobs. It's never meant to be permanent. Ushra said. We knew what we were getting into. It's one of the few opportunities commoners like us can afford our training. Do you know how expensive my engineering courses are? I'm thankful my old boss paid for it all. All the other women had similar stories. Even if they possessed a small amount of talent, they lacked the opportunity to get into a decent school. You don't have to feel sorry for us. Our previous boss took great care of us. It's a shame he got caught taking bribes. When a bunch of us got laid off, we decided to quit the service industry. Why choose to crew the Barracuda instead of something larger or more professional? Captain Sylvestra smiled at her crew. We like to stay together. Our experience with pleasure yachts has left us with very few job opportunities. We don't have the qualifications to take up senior positions in passenger ships or transports. Those who offered to take us on all expect us to take up our former duties again. Angie, their security officer, snorted in irritation. Those slime balls are 10 times worse than our old boss. At least he ran a clean ship because he wanted to cozy up with the bigwigs. The other bosses in the service industry have powerful gangs backing them up. That lets them get away with certain things. No one gave any examples, but VES could make a few guesses. The major gangs that ruled most of the Bright Republic's underbelly didn't behave anything like Walter's whalers. These weren't the cuddly ruffian hometown heroes who only beat up people once every month. No, these shady enterprises ruled over a vast underground network that earned them billions of credits each year. With this much money at stake, none of these organizations pulled their punches. Well, I'm glad to have you with me, VES admitted, feeling the need to reassure his crew that he didn't intend to operate in the same way as the service industry. I don't expect to be traveling a lot with the Barracuda, but whenever I do, we might be heading towards danger. We don't have a problem with that, Sylvestra replied with a casual expression. Our training combined with the capabilities of your Archon-class corvette will see us through. VES had the feeling they might even come to embrace any crisis that might pop up. Resolving difficult situations would certainly prove that they were good for something more than flirting with the rich. Personally, he didn't mind if they wanted to pad their resumes. As long as they stuck around for a few years, VES was willing to grant them several allowances. He knew he wouldn't be able to motivate them with his charm, so he could only use obvious incentives to motivate his crew. Do you happen to be familiar with the Mancroft Independent Harbor? VES asked. It's a typical frontier den out here in the most remote corner of the galaxy. A bunch of ex-pirates, mercenaries, and desperate merchants have made themselves home there. They make their living by exploring the uncharted stars on both sides of the border. What about the Sandmen? He pressed, this time mentioning the aliens who occupied the stars just over the border next to Mancroft. Those silicon-based lifeforms are known to be extremely aggressive against humans. I'd figure they'd be livid if a bunch of fortune seekers rummage around their territory. You aren't wrong, but the situation is a bit more complex, Sylvestra replied with a serious expression. The human race has a tendency to look at space as something we own or something that other races own. It's an incredibly simplistic way of looking at the effective territory we own. How do you see space, then? A vast sea of unimaginable distances, dotted with the occasional islands. Every island is a star. Every race can only really exert their influence on solid ground. No one is able to claim the vast seas. I see. So the Sandmen have a different perspective on the border than us. They're pretty weird in many ways. What else can you say about a huge collection of tiny sand-like creatures? In any case, we suspect that the Sandmen don't even know their own borders. No one knew how the Sandmen organized themselves. Only a bit larger than a grain of sand, they acted much like insect hives. Individually, they were weak and inconsequential. They grew much scarier once they clumped up into a gathering the size of a mountain. Researchers have found that the Sandmen combined their processing power into hive minds when that happened. The larger the group, the scarier their thoughts. Sadly, they never appear to possess emotions, and could hardly outthink a 6-year-old human child. Their native, incomprehensible technology was the only reason why humanity took them seriously. Certain anomalous Sandmen centered around a core of various kinds of exotic materials somehow managed to develop a workable form of FTL. This turned the race into a menace, as each major invasion saw entire planets engulfed in waves of Sandmen who propagated easily. They normally multiplied slowly by absorbing the energy of a sun, but whenever they encountered an active power source, they ballooned in numbers. The Sandmen normally don't bother with most small vessels. The CFA thinks that they are constantly weighing the amount of energy they have to expend compared to what they might gain if they catch an intruder. Anything that results in a net loss of energy means that they won't lift a finger. VES found Captain Sylvestra's explanation fascinating. Despite the state of total war between their two races, the Sandmen didn't often pose a threat. Outside of their major extinction-level invasions, they were content to hold on to their existing territories. It's likely my mission will take us into Sandman space. Do you have any advice you'd like to share? Yeah. Take a good look at the fleet you're going to be a part of. The larger the ships, the higher the chance you'll provoke a reaction from the Sandmen. No one knows why, but they're just as capable of detecting ships in FTL as the CFA. The little creepers probably took over a CFA flagship and reverse-engineered our technology. That sounded fairly important. Perhaps the Barracuda would be able to outrun the Sandmen, but if his client wanted VES to stay on his own ship, then he might be stuck with the rest. Chapter 164 Extra Lesson. According to the CFA, the Sandmen thought on an entirely different level. To these intelligent clumps of sand, everything consisted of either matter or energy. They viewed the human race and their many ships and settlements in the same way as a rock or a tree. Though humanity only had a limited glimpse on what went on in their core territory, it appeared they lacked a complex society. Their culture was non-existent and their society consisted of a one-dimensional hierarchy based on the value of their composition. They're not a race we can talk to, Captain Silvestra said as everyone finished their dessert. It's either kill or be killed. Energy weapons aren't very effective, but high-impact damage will do the job. Since they're so dangerous, why do people keep invading their space, if you can call it that? As a silicate-based life form, they're extremely obsessed with rare and valuable minerals. Their higher castes have a tendency to hoard exotic minerals for years before processing them or shipping them to their core territories. As long as you're not afraid to die, a strike group can easily overwhelm a smaller colony and make off with a large amount of exotics. While the larger conglomerations of Sandmen posed a great threat, the smaller groups tended to be slow and stupid. As long as the raiders left before reinforcements arrived, they stood to gain a handsome profit. Everyone dispersed after dinner. VES got a lot more stuff to think about. The dangers and opportunities one could find in the border region could easily enrich a daring prospector. Much of the space in the core regions of the galaxy had already been mapped out and claimed by various powers. Only at the vast rim of the galaxy could someone change his fortunes after stumbling across an untapped windfall. Midway into their journey to Mancroft, VES received a surprising call. Master Olson personally summoned him to her virtual abode. He immediately dropped whatever news program he idly watched and connected to the one-time address he'd been given. His stateroom's top-quality projectors strained to portray the majesty of her surroundings. VES beheld the famed titanium garden for the very first time. It existed both in real space and in virtual space, and both looked magnificent in different ways. The virtual version looked like an endless three-dimensional titanium garden. The virtual garden had no up or down. Small plots of soil rested atop titanium enclosures which themselves connected to other plots via various vine-shaped titanium lattices. The mixed orientation and the fact that the water that flowed between them never fell outside their channels made it clear that gravity worked inconsistently in this space. Despite the mind-boggling complexity involved in its construction, the entire garden appeared to exist in harmony. VES did not get a headache even after he tried and failed to derive some pattern out of the random environment. A soft clap interrupted his thoughts. He moved his body and saw that his master rested on a divan in the center of an alien garden. Blue grasses and red leaves swirled around her position like how planets revolved around the sun. The moving foliage presented him with an enchanting sight, especially when the plot appeared upside down in his perspective. "Come on down," Master Olson said, gesturing her carefully manicured hand towards another bench that appeared from the grass. "There are a couple of matters that we must discuss." It took some time for VES to figure out how to flip his perspective and land on the bench. He looked up at Master Olson like a skulkid eager to begin his first lesson. "How are you today?" "I'm good. I'm currently on my way to Mancroft." "I am aware of your mission," she responded in an elegant fashion, the many jewels adorning her head tinkling with a distinct melody. Her brilliant blonde locks flowed with the wind, which markedly contrasted with the blue and red foliage. It is not to be taken lightly. If his master went out of her way to call him directly, then VES might be in danger. Is the graining mission that dangerous? Her cool eyes continued to bore down on his sitting form. "Do you know that I have been nurtured by the Vermeer Group for more than 80 years? He nodded. "I started my training in a batch of thousands. In order to meet the expectations of the Vermeer group, we competed directly against each other for resources and attention. VES hadn't heard about this at all. Her public biography only briefly mentioned a dry statement that she had been nurtured by the Vermeer group in a secretive experimental training program. VES wondered why she narrated her own backstory. Compared to my brothers and sisters, I was not the most intelligent, nor did I make the most friends. Yet after 80 years, only I am able to reach the master level. Do you know why? He shook his head. I treated myself harshly. Where my rivals studied 5 courses, I studied 10. When they gained some experience by taking an easy mission, I took an assignment that sent me straight to an active battlefield. I never slacked off in my pursuit for knowledge and power. VES started to understand why she told him this story. Every great mech designer has worked hard to reach their positions. Hard work is not sufficient. She gently chided him. Her eyes grew chillier by the second. Ruthlessness is needed above all. Everyone starts the same. Only by subjecting yourself to pressure will you be able to break and reforge yourself into something more than human. Only by reaching beyond the limits imposed by our flesh will you be able to reach the senior and master level and craft many wonders from your mind. It sounded like she referred to some great secret or truth. VES started to get a little lost. So is it a good or bad thing that I'm taking the graining mission? Let me put it this way. Your current chances of survival is less than 20%. VES wanted to argue her estimate. It sounded exaggeratingly low and likely didn't take into account his system-derived advantages. Yet even with a couple more tricks, how much of a difference did they make? To be frank, this mission is rather ill-conceived. She heartlessly continued. Your client relies too much on borrowed intelligence, and therefore instinctively assumes no other threat exists. Unfortunately for you, it is too late to forfeit the mission. It sounded like even Master Olson became concerned. What are your intentions? Do you want me to back out anyway? Backing out of a mission that he already accepted pretty much ruined his standing with the Clifford Society. VES would suffer a heavy blow, but at least he'd be able to survive. Unlike the other society members, VES had access to other channels such as the system and Master Olson's own organization. She looked at him with disappointment. Have you been listening? VES started to sweat as he put his mind on her words. What did she mean? She started telling him that she began her training program along with many chosen. In the end, only she had been able to reach the eminent status of a master mech designer. I see. The answer became obvious. The greater the pressure, the more you gain. As long as you survive. I won't back out then. He replied with a firmer tone. Even if he lacked some confidence in himself, he still believed in the power of the system. Master Olson smiled as if he gained her approval for the first time. Very good. Now that you have shown your resolve, I'm willing to pass on some of my teachings. You will find it very useful in your upcoming mission. His eyes shone wide at her boon. He never expected his master to teach him this early. The value of a single session from a Grand Master mech designer was immeasurable. Before I start my lecture, there is one more lesson you need to learn. Do you know what happened to my rivals once I reached the master level? VES never heard of anyone who rose up in the Vermeer group in the last couple of decades. Had the Vermeer group forced them into obscurity? I killed whoever remained alive. Even the Vermeer group had to stand aside. She responded with a modest grin that hinted at a great amount of enjoyment. Do make sure to deal with your enemies thoroughly if you ever find yourself in a position of power. Her words aimed right at his heart. VES made quite a lot of enemies, from Carter Gage to the Ricklin Corporation. Many of these influences completely dwarfed his own. Even if they constantly threatened his life, VES could only keep his mouth shut. That might not hold true in the future. When he eventually rose up to become an influential mech designer, he'd be able to contend with the most powerful influences on an equal level. That was when he should retaliate in earnest. Master Olson wanted him to never forget a slight. Still, VES couldn't quite believe that all of her competitors deserved to die. He refrained from following up with another question. Best not to provoke her any further. Once she made sure that VES understood her lesson, she began to lecture him about mechanics and the connection between force and energy. After a brief introduction, she changed tack. Let me ask you a question. Why do mechs still resort to low-tech armament such as swords and shields? In human history, there was a time when melee combat has phased out. Much of our current non-mech technology such as tanks and spaceships rely exclusively on the power of their ranged weapons. Why do mechs operate on a different paradigm? VES already learned the answer in his previous studies. Because mechs possess enough armor and mobility to circumvent a force that completely relies on fighting its opponents at a distance. When an enemy gets close enough to punch you in your face, a railgun won't be of much help. The key here is to recognize that the confluence of unique properties allow for the anachronism of melee weapons to play a role. Do not disdain their use. So long as mechs are fast and resilient enough to withstand a number of laser beams or kinetic projectiles, there will always be a use for close quarters combat. Many experts once predicted that the need to resort to primitive weapons would phase out with the development of deadlier firepower. Mechs would become more civilized just as humans evolved from using clubs to using guns. Over the past couple of centuries, the power of lasers, ballistics, and missiles had indeed grown in power. The difference between the first generation and the current generation of weaponry was substantial. Even the cheapest current-gun laser rifle could bore a hole through the sturdiest first-generation mechs. Yet those who developed better armor systems never fell behind for long. After they exhausted the means to develop more resilient armor with conventional alloys, they resorted to developing incredibly resilient armor through the use of exotic materials and techniques like alloy compression. Since the level of firearms and armor has advanced to significant heights, how are melee weapons able to keep up? VES knew the answer, though he didn't learn this from any of his courses. He possessed a decent amount of experience working with various generations of mechs, from the 1-star Fantasia to the 5-star Caesar Augustus. That gave him a lot of perspective on the gradual evolution of mechs. The amount of force exerted by mechs have also increased over many generations. The average size and mass of mechs increases bit by bit every year. The power of their engines and the effectiveness of their artificial musculature has also experienced several breakthroughs. That is correct. Master Olson nodded. She sprinkled her fingers, which summoned up a projection of various designs. They all focused upon the methods in which they provided the limbs with mechanical force. Now, let me open your mind to the power of battle mechatronics. Chapter 165 Mancroft. VES learned a great deal from Master Olson's personalized lecture. She tailored her teaching to him in a way that constantly challenged his assumptions while never straying beyond his capabilities. She loved to illustrate her point through examples. Many times, she brought up various designs and noted what they did right and what they did wrong. Then she changed to a different but somewhat similar design and prompted VES to do the same. While he didn't always answer correctly, the speed in which he internalized her lesson surpassed her expectations. His rapid progress allowed him to go through a lot more topics. Battle mechatronics is the study and application of machines purposed for war. She noted at the start. In the mech industry, this specifically refers to designing and optimizing a mech for melee combat. Any mech designer with ambitions to design an original mech required some knowledge of battle mechatronics. It provided them with a number of approaches on how to design and shape the overall frame in a way that maximized its power and efficiency. VES learned many different methods on how to apply his new knowledge. He learned to look at mechs with a different eye. He could tell how fast a mech could run by the length and configuration of its legs. He could also estimate the amount of power a mech would be able to exert from the proportions of its various limbs. Besides refreshing the basics, Master Olson focused much of her valuable time on teaching him how to toughen up a mech. VES already learned to increase a mech's integrity through increasing its redundancy and compartmentalization. Those worked best at mitigating ranged damage. No matter how much he increased a design's RF and CF, it all meant nothing if a huge impact shook the fragile internals. Certain sensitive parts such as processors and tiny mechanical components wore out really fast if subjected to heavy shock. Master Olson therefore taught him how to mitigate these impacts by hardening the most sensitive components. Besides adding a large amount of buffer materials, he also learned few clever design tricks that could dampen and negate heavy impacts. At the end of the session, his master looked at him with a tired but satisfied expression. "You have a very bright and focused mind. You're a perfect pupil. It is unfortunate that you have passed the optimal age for me to induct you as a core disciple. You must walk your path on your own." VES didn't mind her regretful words. He cherished his freedom. Becoming her core disciple meant he'd be able to obtain a lot of opportunities as well as frequent tutoring from one of the greatest mech designers in the star sector. Anyone else would kill their mothers for such a chance. I'm grateful for your efforts, Master. Your teachings have truly opened my eyes. The specific content of her lecture went beyond the basics of what he might learn from a course in Limar. Master Olson added quite a bit of personal insights in her teachings. As a specialist in mechanics and engine design, she possessed a unique design philosophy on how to design a mech. Master Olson heavily favored designing mechs that were built to last. Experiencing such a perspective from an eminent master was a privilege enjoyed by very few mech designers. He essentially started with a leg up from his competition. Once Master Olson cut off the call, VES sat back in his stateroom and internalized what he learned. His master had also passed on a supplementary textbook that provided him with the underlying data and formulas to apply the various methods. Fortunately, it didn't come with the ridiculous security measures that the Clifford Society liked to use on its more valuable books. As VES already understood the essence of the field, he only required a week to master its contents. He called up his status. Design points, 33,216. Battle Mechatronics, Apprentice. Mathematics, Journeyman. Physics, Journeyman, Directed Energy Weapon Optimization 2, Lightweight Armor Optimization I, Medium Weight Armor Optimization 3, Melee Weapon Optimization 2. Evaluation, a young but foolhardy mech designer who braves danger like a moth drawn to flame. His status hadn't changed much. He mainly noted that he earned a fair bit of DP. His virtual mech sales continued to grow apace since he departed from Cloudy Curtain. While the sale of the young blood had already slowed down, the old soul started to gain a cult-like status. The mech trainees consider your rifleman model to be a milestone that they need to master. Gavin told him in a regular report. Anyone who isn't able to employ the old soul in its intended role is regarded as trash. VES didn't know what to think about his words. He knew that Gavin had a hand in encouraging this behavior. His task was to drive up the model's sales. In any case, it didn't sound very serious and it might benefit the young potentates in the future if they mastered the old soul's patient piloting style. What VES noted next on his status was that battle mechatronics turned out to be a main skill. Technically, it incorporated many insights from mechanics, electrical engineering, and even computer science in order to provide it with a foundation on how to design a mech from scratch. Thus, VES considered it to be a fusion skill of some sorts. Without a sufficient foundation in the three foundational skills, he'd never be able to master battle mechatronics so easily. Still, even if his computer science skill fell behind, his current focus on hardening the internals required little knowledge in that field. He considered sparing some of his ample DP into shoring up this lacking skill, but shook his head. I don't think I'll need to mess with the programming of a mech anytime soon. It'll be important once I begin to design an original mech, but for now there's little use. A day after he reached apprentice level in battle mechatronics, the Barracuda finally made its way to the Mancroft system. A dim red dwarf star in the center of the system provided pathetic amounts of light to its anemic pair of planets. Red dwarfs were considered the runt of the galaxy, the cheap mass-produced version of a star that burned extremely slow but lasted quite a long while as a result. None of this mattered much except to illustrate the star system's overall lack of value. The only true satellite of any consequence was its gas giant. The yellow pearl-like planet contained significant traces of an essential ingredient in the synthesis of high-density ship-grade fuel. The fact that such a common red dwarf possessed such a valuable gas giant caused plenty of people to scratch their heads. It was as if an old farmer had married a gorgeous supermodel. That's the CFA's fueling station. Best not to go anywhere near that place. Sylvestra noted as she switched the main display to a close-up to the station in question. It orbited lazily over gas giant. A fair number of harvester vessels flew down to the upper layers of the gas giant and gently scooped up some gas before returning home. A small patrol of warships made sure that nobody would have any ideas on the station. It consisted of 2 destroyers and a small flotilla of frigates, enough to threaten any casual pirate incursion. No matter how many mechs swarmed the patrol, the warships would quickly tear them to pieces with its abundant rapid-fire cannon turrets. It took only a couple of hours for the Barracuda to traverse past the orbit of the gas giant and enter the inner system. A red dwarf massed fairly light, which meant that ships of any kind would be able to transition closer to the center. This saved everyone a lot of time. We're 30 minutes away from the Mancroft Independent Harbor. Whatever poses as their traffic control is already hailing us. Captain Silvestre reported to VES. Has anyone else sent a message to us? Besides the usual unwanted solicitations, no, sir. Then do what you think is best. She nodded to him and turned back to send a brief reply. We'll take up orbit around Mancroft I and keep our distance from others. I suggest you make sure your pilot cousin is ready to enter his mech at any time. We might need to show some muscle from time to time in order to deter the scum from having any ideas. The ramshackle space station acted as the only other populated presence in the system. No one bothered to colonize the ugly gray planet it orbited, so every ship in the neighborhood flocked to the so-called independent harbor. The space station had a mundane history. Shortly after the CFA built its fueling station, a gang popped out of nowhere and funded the construction of a passable space station. Led by the Bozy clan, this group possessed enough strength and foresight to hang on to power and turn their little space station in a regular stopping point for fortune seekers. All kinds of people flocked to the galactic rim. Silvestre explained with a patient tone. VES would just keep asking if she didn't answer. She summoned a couple of auxiliary projections that showed the other ships in orbit. The line between scavenging and pirating is often blurred this far out from any central authority. Even the CFA can't do much about to enforce the law in these parts. The galactic rim encompassed billions of stars and many light-years of space. The portion that fell under the purely administrative borders of the Komodo star sector already encompassed many millions of stars. Even if the regional density of stars was low, many treasures could be found so long as you picked the right star. How are the Bozy still in power? VES curiously asked. Some of the vessels in orbit looked large enough to field entire companies of mechs. If every ship in orbit disgorged their mechs, they'd surely be able to overwhelm the space station. They never pushed the line. The Bozys know that people can easily choose to go somewhere else to perform their trades, so they don't even bother taking a cut. They make a decent living by buying low from treasure hunters and selling high to their contacts back in civilized space. It sounded smart. Their generous treatment allowed them to make lots of friends. The Mancroft system is fairly close to the border. Has the space station ever been attacked by the Sandmen? Never. Red dwarfs are a dime in a dozen. They're dim, so they don't provide the Sandmen with a lot of energy. Its low mass also makes it hard to navigate. Furthermore, they're also poor in resource endowments. Therefore, Sandmen rarely bother to visit red dwarfs like Mancroft. No wonder the Bozys chose to construct their space station in this system. It not only has easy access to premium fuel, it also provides safe harbor against the Sandmen. Since no one else hailed his ship, it meant his client must be somewhere else at the moment. With a few days to spare, VES considered paying a visit to the space station. This was the true frontier of human space. Is it safe to visit the harbor? He asked, gesturing towards the large but aging space station and the handful of ships currently docked in its piers. Not without an escort or some assurance. The captain replied. The Bozys might control the station, but for all their pretenses of declaring the harbor a fourth-rate state, it's still a den of thieves. That's a shame. VES knew better than to tempt fate. Already he could feel invisible eyes staring at his brand-new ship. A shiny Archon-class corvette presented a very valuable prize to those who valued absolute speed. Keep me posted on any incoming hails. With nothing else to do than wait, VES returned to his stateroom and resumed his preparations. Ever since his master warned him about the dangers, he stopped treating the mission like a vacation. Volume I, Part 4 ends here. If you enjoyed it, please give us a like and subscribe so we can be motivated to make even better videos in the future.